I'm be taking a fat dump right now. Now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live show with everyone's favorite helium-addicted Adam Friended. How you doing today, Adam?
I'm doing great. What did you do with my co-host? Who is this?
What are you talking about?
What is this chipmunk?
There's nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is this chipmunk intro? No. What did you get? Are you doing whippets over there?
That's
are you did you get
Do people do whippets anymore? Is that even a thing?
I know. I haven't said whippets for probably 30 years.
I know. Jeez, that's like ancient.
Well, what is it? It's nitrous oxide, right?
That's right. Sitch finally hit puberty. That's right, guys. You just witnessed. I went through puberty live on stream. Some people, you know, they were mocking me. They're like, Sitch, you gotta let your balls drop. And I just said, okay, we're doing it this week. We're doing it.
We're doing it live. The live ball drop is better than New Year's Eve.
We're doing it live. We're doing it live. No, I got a little voice changer thing that I was fooling around with on the stream. And Adam was all like,
up our game here. We got a soundboard now. It's amazing. Let's get into this video. What's taking so long? There's new people here. They don't.
He was like, please, Sitch, please.
The new people don't care about these jokes. They don't care about this shit. They want us to get into the video. They're like, I'm here for Vaush. Who are these idiots? What's going on?
That's true. So anyway, today we'll be watching Vaush's CRT video, which is him attempting to debunk James Lindsay's CRT PragerU video, and I don't think he does it very well. You know, this is my personal opinion. I don't know how you feel about it, Adam, but I don't think he does it.
I feel great about it. I watched this so intently. I was like, oh my God, Vaush knows absolutely nothing about CRT. How is this even possible? Vaush has an undergraduate degree in sociology. I think this is a video. If it's not, correct me. But in this video, doesn't he mention something about I'm an academic, and the whole chat like lashes out at him saying, you have an undergraduate degree. What do you mean you're an academic?
I don't think that's this video. That was another video.
Do you remember that though?
I do remember that.
It's hilarious. Yes. It's hilarious. I thought, oh my God, does Vaush have a PhD or something? Did I miss something? When did Vaush become an academic?
Hey, look, I have an undergraduate degree. I mean,
technically, we're academics. We're technically academics now.
Look,
yes.
I'm an academic in film and psychology. I've got a big brain, okay?
But I'm an academic in art theory. I'm an art theorist.
That's like one step better than being an academic in theater.
It is. It's horrible.
Friend,
it's
Tom
horrible. I know. Yes. I know. Yes. I'm an art theorist from a state college. Thank you.
My theory is that I think Vaush, you know, as you said, he has an undergrad in sociology. I think he took some classes that were probably on like basic critical theory, and they probably talked about CRT for like a day in class, you know, and he was playing on his phone, and he's like, "Oh, I took a class on this."
Yeah.
Like, okay, sure. So anyway, I'm gonna skip ahead to the first 4 minutes are just like rambling nonsense that has nothing to do with anything. So let's just.
Oh really?
Jump right in.
But those are so much fun.
No, it's boring.
Okay.
It's really boring.
Liberal application of critical race theory rather than the actual ideology. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch this video.
We got to back up.
We're going to
make something important there.
And then I'm going to explain of people it's bad to be is going to be about simplistic, but at least it's in the right direction. And then as we go further on, it's going to turn into
he's giving his whole explanation
about 3 minutes, I'd say. Percent of this video is going to be about the
he's just doing his predictions.
Is going to
but we want to see his predictions are terrible. Why do you always do this?
Because I want to get into the video.
People came here. Well, you're so anxious. Sitch has like 18 pages of notes here.
I might have 18 pages of notes. It's entirely possible.
I have 1 page of notes.
Okay.
The 73 lefty debate bros. Why I don't care enough to debate them, and you know. Anyway.
So I will say
this is the drama stuff. Why are you passing up the
drama? Okay. The drama stuff is, I'll say this. Okay. So if you guys recall in the past, James Lindsay, you've said something like, this is why the left won't debate you. And then fucking of all people, Lindsay Ellis.
Lindsay Ellis. Okay. I'll debate you.
Lindsay
I'll
said she'd
debate
him.
you.
And it's like, first of all, that's so bizarre. I don't think Lindsay Ellis has ever debated anyone her entire life.
Would
about
that
anything.
not be amazing? What's James Lindsay doing? The Lindsay versus Lindsay debate.
I know. Lindsay versus
I'm dying
Lindsay.
to see it.
And James Lindsay totally dropped the ball. Oh my God. He doesn't know who Lindsay Ellis is. Otherwise, he would have been like, except like the moment that
Yes,
tweet came out.
totally. Please,
Bam.
when can this happen?
Oh my God.
Can we do it
please.
now, please?
And supposedly Vaush says he also challenged James Lindsay to debate, which doesn't surprise me. And he apparently James Lindsay turned everyone down, which I think was a huge misstep for James Lindsay, because he would have totally eviscerated Lindsay Ellis in the fields of a lot of the feminist study stuff. And at least on critical race theory, he would have totally eviscerated Vaush in this area. So
Yes, it would have been fun.
I mean, I think he should still do it. I think James Lindsay should still 100% do it. I don't know his thoughts on this. I don't know why he's not doing kind of debates and stuff on the subject. I think it'd be very interesting if he did, but
Yes, it would be interesting.
yeah. I mean, he's so
you don't-
knowledgeable about all this
You don't
stuff.
have to call it a debate. Just call it a dialogue. It's
That's
not.
true.
It doesn't
That's
have to be a debate. Just have a
That's true.
dialogue.
That's true.
We're all truth seekers here, right, Vaush? Oh my
Totally.
God.
Totally.
Anyway. Critical race theory, huh? You know? Why do conservatives get so mad over critical race theory? I'm going to make some predictions in this video.
See, why do you want to miss all this? Look at this. He's like, why do conservatives get so mad over critical race theory? Because it's anti-American. It's not just conservatives that are getting mad about critical race theory either. Like, no one is going to get mad about the mischaracterization. Vaush's mischaracterization of critical race theory, like, no one's going to get mad over. Basically, he's just conflating critical race theory with standard, like, diversity and inclusion that we've all grown up with. Yeah.
Right.
No one's going to get
no,
mad about that.
Well, I mean, what he does is he just interprets it as like, oh, it's just critical theory, but about race. And it's like, okay, that's like a tiny aspect of it. There's all sorts of like other baggage here that you're totally missing on top of it. And
Yes.
I mean, the reason people hate it is because it's anti-liberalism. And we live in a country that's based in liberal values. Like, I don't know what the fuck you want.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Great point.
Video, okay? This video is going to describe critical race theory in a couple of ways, okay? We're going to start out with a couple of broad definitions that are sort of accurate when they talk about how critical race theory boils race relations down to power relations, victim and victor, that sort of thing, which is simplistic, but at least it's in the right direction. And then as we go further on, it's going to turn into about 3 minutes, I'd say. About 60% of this video is going to be about the those federal employee training programs that taught white people it's bad to be white. That's going to be most of it. I'm going to say the vast majority.
Does he even cover any of that in this? I'm not sure that he does.
No, Vaush's predictions are all completely wrong. Well, it's weird because when I first watched this, like when Vaush has these reactions to some parts where he's like, "Oh no!" Like he's really hamming it up.
Totally.
And when I watched it, like the reaction seemed so fake to me that I assumed he had watched the video before.
Oh, really?
Like prepared these reactions, but judging by his predictions being so incorrect, I guess he just wung it. I guess he didn't watch it at all, whatsoever.
Don't you? He was getting out of control because he was assuming that what Lindsay was saying was some kind of Nazi shit. That's exactly what was going on. No, it's so bad. He's like, oh my God, he's going to start talking about race and IQ here. It's a complete mischaracterization of anything that he's saying. And the idea, like, James Lindsay has a podcast called New Discourses where he talks about this stuff in depth. He reads the source literature to you. Like, how is James Lindsay not basically articulating what critical race theory is about, from the horse's mouth? That's what I don't understand.
Well, and the thing that's strange about all this is, first of all, you don't have to mischaracterize critical race theory to be against it. For most people to be against it.
Totally.
Okay?
True.
But the thing that's even weirder is that Vaush, for his criticism, for him complaining that James Lindsay is mischaracterizing critical race theory, Vaush basically agrees with all the mischaracterizations, or he would, I imagine, agree with all the mischaracterizations. Vaush agrees with critical race theory. He agrees that liberalism should be, dismantled. I mean, he's a socialist.
Yeah, I guess you're
So
right.
I don't understand, so that's why this video makes no sense to me, because this video is him saying this is all wrong, when in reality it should be Vaush saying this is all right, and I agree with it.
Right. Yeah. I guess you deep down though, you can't really agree with the anti-liberal stance. You can't really do it.
Well, I mean, but that's socialists do. What do you I mean? That's the
Well,
basis.
yeah, but
of
Vaush
socialism,
calls himself a libertarian socialist.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
but you got to understand, he's for liberty.
Oh, of course,
Critical
of
race
course.
theory is against liberty.
Of course.
Majority of this video is going to be fear-mongering about a tiny minority of a liberal application of critical race theory rather than the actual ideology. So what we're going to do is
I do like the concept that there's just some tiny minority of a liberal application of critical race theory somewhere out in the world.
Only the entire Ivy League.
Yeah.
Every
Only the
major
entire
news organization.
Yeah, only the foundational creator of critical race theory, Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw, Gene Delgado, only the foundational thinkers of critical race theory. They're just a tiny minority of bad applications of critical race theory.
Yep.
We're going to watch this video. We're going to make fun of it. And then I'm going to explain what critical race theory is. Won't that be fun? We can all learn together. Okay.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
So much fun.
Let's go to school, kids.
Okay. Well, you'll all learn because I'll be saying it, but I learned from teaching.
There you go.
Institution.
Vosh has all the facts.
Was he a teacher's aide or something? What happened?
Well,
Well, we're all three. All three of us are technically academics here. So this is you guys. You have a window into academia here. I don't think James Lindsay said he's not an academic anymore. So sorry, James. Probably the smartest guy out of all four of us here. Sorry, dude. We got to cut you loose.
Like a PhD in math or something?
He has a PhD in math. Exactly. Yeah. Who cares? Math.
Who cares?
And is making progress into others. If it takes hold, it will completely change the very nature of America and the way you live.
Oh, that's kind of
Critical race theory holds that the most important thing about you is your race.
No.
The color of your skin. That's who you are. Not your
No. Critical race theory doesn't make any prescriptive judgments about how important race is to you. That's not true. I mean, it holds the belief.
Wait. He said critical race theory makes no prescriptive judgments about how important race is to you as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what James Lindsay just said, though.
Mm-hmm.
What James Lindsay said was critical race theory holds that the most important thing about you is your race. It's not saying you as an individual make that distinction. It's saying descriptively that's the most important thing to you.
Right. That's what society values you as.
Right. Exactly. That's what society values the most.
Yes.
So already first point just doesn't even listen to it.
Which we've been trying. I mean, there was a time when that was true. We've been trying to change society for 50 years.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been trying to change that aspect of society. And here comes critical race theory in saying, nah, you can't change that. Nah, that's in the fabric of society, man. You can't change it. What?
Right.
If we can't change society, what is your whole operation doing? What are you trying to do if you're not trying to change society?
Well, that's what's so weird, because Derek Bell, basically the creator of critical race theory, his view was that you could never solve racism.
Yeah, exactly.
That the minority people and that black people would always live in a subjugated racist society. That was his view. And you're like, why would anyone follow this guy? He doesn't even offer a goal or a future or a plan of any kind. He's just completely pessimistic, completely horrible.
Yeah.
Like, what a dark, fucked up view of the world. And one of the biggest problems with critical race theory is that they get the psychology so wrong. They have no conception of how to, and this is why Martin Luther King Jr. was successful. He was appealing to common humanity liberal values. Okay. He's trying to say we need to get rid of this conception of ourselves as black and white and identify as American, identify as human, or in his case, identify as Christians, because that's how tribalism works. You can't, and this is what the critical race theorists don't understand. Okay. You can't just say, oh, you're black and you're white and you're subjugating me and we have to identify as a race and somehow we're going to coexist in this magical society while we also focus on race, because the only way to combat tribalism is to broaden the tribe. You can't just remove it from people's minds. These things have to be sublimated in some way.
Yeah. You got to widen the circle, widen the tribe.
Right. You have to widen the circle, widen the tribe. And you talk about that famous experiment with the kids. And James Lindsay talks about that.
Split them up by eye color. There's another one where they just split them up by like color of clothing. Like this experiment's been done and done again.
Right. No, I meant the one where like it was the two groups of kids at the campsite.
Oh,
and
that?
like one of them was named like the Rattlesnakes.
Robber's Cave. Robber's
Cave, right.
It's funny that you brought up Robber's Cave because I was thinking, whenever I watch Vaush, I think of Robber's Cave because that's exactly what is going on right here. Vaush is developing a team, a community, an army to fight the conservatives. The conservatives are the bad guys. James Lindsay went on a conservative channel. He came out and said he was going to vote for Trump. Oh my God, we have to savage him. We have to destroy him. So every ounce of credibility that he has is like thrown away in the name of tribalism. It's ridiculous.
Right. True. Crack Rock Steady for $20. Thank you, Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle villain. Says, I'm channeling our voice here. We demand Sargon's presence.
I saw Sargon in the chat. What's up, Sargon?
Hey, Sargon, what's going on?
I'm happy to send Sargon a link. Sargon's been working his ass off a lot lately. So last time I invited him on, he was like, dude, I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Sargon's always welcome on. He's always welcome to tell us to fuck off because he's sleepy. That's either way is fine.
Totally.
Evil Hero Diamond Cat for another $20 says, I demand you bring Sargon on by threatening violence. There you go.
Nice. I like it.
Belief that race is an important component of how people treat each other, but that's descriptive, not prescriptive. They're saying that is the case, not that that should be the case. I think most critical race theorists would argue,
So to be clear, he just reworded exactly what James Lindsay said and then said James Lindsay was wrong. That's what just happened.
Yes. That happens a lot, I think, in the Vaush. Vaush's goal is not to understand what the opposition is saying or decode it for his audience or any of that stuff. Like he said it in the very beginning. Our goal here is to make fun of this, to laugh at it.
True.
Yeah.
That's a good point to even think about that, because if you've already watched the video and said, oh, this is wrong, then you would have leeway to say, oh, we're going to make fun of it. But he hasn't even watched the video at all. And he's already saying my goal from the beginning is just to mock it.
Yes. Yeah.
He has no idea what it's going to say.
Here at Sitch and Adam, we have a dual charter. we are actually going to make fun of shit, but we're going to explain it along the way too. That is actually the goal of our show.
Well, I mean, also, I watch every video before we cover it. There's lots of videos people send me, and I watch and I go, oh, it's boring. Or, oh, I agree with like 50% of the stuff in the video, so I don't really want to cover it because that would be boring. So I'm not here just like randomly stumbling upon videos in the dark trying to figure out ways to, mock things that I agree with. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
I think in favor of racial abolition if they go down the path far enough,
Behavior, not true values.
Wow. Wait a minute.
This is an important component of how people treat each other, but that's descriptive, not prescriptive. They're saying that is the case, not that that should be the case. I think most critical.
What? I think we have a workaholic joining the stream. What's going on? You rebelled in the chat. You threatened violence.
Who, me?
Hey now.
No. What's up, Sargon?
I didn't threaten anything. I swear, Governor.
No, I said the chat threatened violence. Now look what you've done. Dude, now you've shown them that threatening works, Sargon.
Hey man, you've got to give in to the mob and just give yourself over to that mob.
That's right. That's right. Look,
this is how it goes.
This is a liberal application of Vaush's submit to the mob in action, okay?
You don't want a stack of dead pedos, man. You've got to submit to the mob.
Well, actually, wait. Why don't we want a stack of dead pedos?
Well, hey, look, I'm not Vaush. I can't answer that question. I'm just following his teachings.
Okay, I got it. How you doing, man? How's Lotus Eaters going?
It's going really well, thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Really well, actually. Constantly expanding, apparently, which is good.
Yeah,
That's
great.
Yeah. But how are you guys doing? You all right?
Yeah, great, great. Shall we dig in? Do you have anything to say on? Did you watch this Vaush on critical race theory, or is?
I have not seen this. Have you got to watch the other link?
Oh, yeah. I guess I got to send you that as
You
well.
always forget this end.
Yeah.
But no, so I figured. So we have S class and A team. So we need a team designation for Sargon. I was
Team
thinking.
correct.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was thinking the C crew. How about that?
I don't mind, but I think that James Lindsay is doubt. I haven't seen either of the videos. The one that Vaush is responding to, or the original. Sorry, Vaush is one he's responding to. But I'm going to be on the side of James Lindsay because he's obviously salient when it comes to all of this.
Now we've had some disagreements on James Lindsay recently on the show, just because I think he's doing performance art, and since I'm an artist, I think it's what he's doing is actually brilliant. I think he's going to be bigger than Andy Kaufman at any time now, and Sitch wants him to maintain his credibility so that he can actively fight the wokeness in the world. Do you have a position on that?
The academic that people can point to say, look, this is why woke stuff is bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely useful. We definitely need someone with that sort of position in society.
Isn't Jordan Peterson
I think I'm siding with Sitch here.
Isn't Jordan Peterson kind of that person that would be the obvious person for that, but still he gets no credibility? Like the New York Times does hit pieces on him every.
Well, Jordan Peterson
5
isn't
minutes.
Jordan Peterson isn't an academic who's known specifically for diving into woke studies. So he has like a completely different role, I'd argue.
Yeah, okay.
And I think it's important to remember that Jordan Peterson's 60?
Yes.
James Lindsay 40?
Yeah, James Lindsay's going to be around for a while.
Ageist, Sargon. Oh my god.
No, it's just the fact that it's like I don't really want Trump to run in 2024. I want Trump to endorse someone like DeSantis and then run as campaign with him.
You're saying
and
he's
stuff
too
like that.
old.
Well, yeah. Once you get
God.
into your late 70s, it probably is time to slow down. And Jordan Peterson's been through a hell of a lot in the past couple of years, and James Lindsay seems to know what the fight entails and seems to know what he's going up against, and so he seems to be fortified and ready for it. And so I think that James Lindsay is a great person to get behind like that.
I actually heard on Blogging Heads TV that they were saying Trump is taking a serious look at running in 2024, which I was like, really? So it looks
I
like
don't think that's going to happen.
I didn't think that was going to happen either. But I was like, oh my God! And they were talking about people behind the scenes talking about him running. I was going.
I think
it's a great idea.
I think he's going to tease it for the next 3 years and then not do it and just endorse someone and just endorse like DeSantis, as Sargon said, or someone like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
DeSantis seems great, to be honest. So.
Well, let's not get into a protracted conversation about that.
Yeah, let's carry on when you guys are ready.
Belief that race is an important component of how people treat each other, but that's descriptive, not prescriptive. They're saying that is the case, not that should be the case. I think most critical race theorists would argue, I think, in favor of racial abolition if they go down the path far enough,
Okay,
So-
yeah. Here's where I spit my coffee out. I was like, what? What the fuck?
I'm assuming, I don't know, because I looked up this term, racial abolition. I assume this is something he made up. I couldn't really find this term. I'm assuming sounds like colorblindness, right?
Yes,
It seems
that's
to be
exactly
a
what
logical
it is.
corollary of gender abolition.
Right. That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
But this was insane to me because I'm like, wait a minute. The entire foundation, the literal entire foundation of critical race theory is being against colorblindness, is being against race abolitionism. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
I just love it. Like what Vaush is like, one day, hopefully, critical theory will arrive us at the position that Sargon of Akkad was advocating for in 2013.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like-
Exactly. It sounded like he joined us. It sounds like this is Vaush's position right here. I'm like, oh
Comrade
my
Vaush.
God, you're one of us.
Seriously though, he's not. It's not wrong, but it's not true, really, is it?
No,
'cause
not remotely.
there's an implicit sort of Marxist assumption that the power imbalance has to be rectified, and this requires some kind of action, and so you're never going to be able to justify getting rid of race if that's the way you've come to this conclusion.
Well, I mean, also they believe in what's it called, the cultural hegemony, where it's like, oh, the dominant culture, which in critical race theory is the white culture, you know, they take the whiteness, they take all these white cultural values, and then they become invisible to white people, and they push them on these poor minorities and make them, you know, follow these horrible, evil white culture unquestioningly.
Standards.
Yeah, exactly. With all the standards, there was the
Those
remember
horrible
evil
standards,
standards.
like being
the
on
Smiths-
time.
Yeah, like there's
We
that
here at Sitch
Smithsonian
and
chart.
Adam do not believe in being on time. Just so you guys know.
That's true. That's true. We get rid of white standards in that regard.
Adam confirmed not white.
There was that Smithsonian chart where that was like, oh, you know, white culture is being on time, is being objective, is believing in science, being rational. And everyone's like, what the fuck is this? Is insane. This is insane. And so how can you propose that and then also believe that down the road you're going to be for colorblindness or race abolitionism?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
obvious nonsense. You can't characterize anything in the world without racializing it. But we're the racial abolitionists. It's like, yeah, I don't believe it. I think you might be lying. I mean, just saying.
Why is it? This is my question watching this video. Is Vaush being deceptive here, or is he just doesn't fucking know anything? I think
He
he just
doesn't know
about critical
anything.
race
He
theory.
doesn't know anything. The
No,
boldness that he
hang on.
came out talking about how he was going to educate everyone at the end of this video is laughable, man.
I think you underestimate the extent to which Vaush is a massive liar, to be honest.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sargon,
I mean,
just
Vaush-
like no holes barred here. Jeez.
Well, he is. I mean, he is literally someone who is committed against the idea of ethical consistency.
Yes, we have him on
Well, that-
record.
that-
I think we did it like an
We
8-hour
did
live
that-
stream.
We did
on
that stream with Mahler. Yeah. No.
Yeah. I mean, he's literally advocating away from ethical consistency. And I would suggest that's basically the position of a villain. That's what an evil person does, right? It's okay when I do it. It's not okay when you do it. And that's justice. So fuck you. That's evil, right?
Mhm.
So, like, don't think that there's anything, I don't think there's any level that Vaush won't stoop to in his defense of his tribe. And and I think that's just what you're going to see here. Like you were saying a minute ago, like James Lindsay says something, Vaush says, no, that's complete bollocks. And then just reformulates the exact same statement. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, why would you do something so obviously and embarrassingly dopey? But he does it because it's about, oh no, our team right, your team wrong. Even if we agree on the same point, you're still wrong. You know, and it's just transparent. And so, like, don't expect honesty or good faith arguments from a person who has that mindset.
True.
Yeah, it's super sad. It's super
And
sad.
It's funny because later in the video, Martin Luther King Jr. comes up, and Vaush cast him as a radical socialist.
Okay.
And I found this great quote from Martin Luther King Jr. where he says, "Communists would insist that the means justify the end. So if killing 1,000 people will bring about a good end, the act is ethically justifiable. It is at that point that I am radically opposed to communism.
Really?
Destructive means cannot bring about constructive ends. The means does not necessarily justify the ends, for I would insist that the end is pre-existent in the means."
Wow. That's
Nice.
Martin Luther
Just a
King.
commie, mate. Just a commie.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking
Taste
about. Martin
Martin
Luther
Luther
King
King.
doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Now I know why that guy's so famous. Jeez, that's awesome.
Behavior, not your values, not your environment, your race.
That's not true.
In critical race theory, if you are a member of a minoritized racial group, their term, not mine.
What do you even say? What's he saying that's not true to?
That critical race says that race is more important than your values and your environment.
Basically, James Lindsay made a statement. Therefore, Vaush must oppose that statement, no matter what that statement was, because Vaush is opposed to James Lindsay.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Well, they're attacking people's value. They're associating people's value with their skin color. That's the whole idea behind the whiteness thing.
Mine.
Yeah.
Is it?
You are a victim of a system that is rigged against you.
True.
A system that doesn't want you to succeed.
Yeah. It's
On
true.
the other hand,
So, but see, this is what I said.
He's like, yeah,
your
yeah.
race is privileged.
Like James Lindsay says, like, oh, critical race theory says your race is all that matters because you're part of this rigged against system. And then Vaush agrees with that part, but disagrees with just the way James Lindsay is phrasing it.
That's right. I'm a race abolitionist.
Privileged, you're an exploiter, whether you intend to be or not. Critical race theory.
So this point is a little bit nuanced, okay? We're going to need to engage in a little bit of nuance, all right? Everyone, get your, stretch out a little bit, okay? So sometimes you'll hear arguments from progressive people saying that, like, the whites are always exploiting, even if they're not personally racist, even if you never personally benefited from the labor of a slave directly under your employ or control, I guess, because you didn't employ slaves. You still benefit from the systems of power that those things took place in.
Ultimate
And that's
power.
True. So I'm a white guy. I have never, this is to my knowledge, okay, I've never owned a slave, and don't think so. I have no reason to believe it.
His argument, though, I mean, I hear that on Twitter all the time. Like that's a rank argument now. That even if you aren't racist, you are racist because you participate in these systems of power, and also white privilege.
For literally 10 years, for fuck's sake, this is the most stock rhetoric.
Yes. So I can't tell if Vaush is agreeing with that or not, though.
Well, first of all, he is agreeing with that. But
it has to be his position, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. But this is where I was like, oh, he doesn't know critical race theory. Because as you said, he's giving kind of the stock woke answer. That's not actually what critical race theory means when they say this. Because critical race theory has this conceptualization, especially Derek Bell does, that race relations are sort of this zero-sum game.
Yep.
So it's not a question of, oh, well, if you're white, you're benefiting from some system unconsciously. It's like, no. White people have actively created a society that's stealing from black people in order to give to white people. And this occurs every day on a daily basis in every system of our country that we live in. So it's
capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. It's a far deeper, stronger claim than Vaush is putting out here, because he doesn't know anything about critical race theory, and he's just kind of giving, as you said, the kind of stock Twitter answer to this.
I wonder what he would really say if you put these questions to him. Like, are you in favor of that? Do you accept that? Do you accept these premises?
Well, this comes up later because James Lindsay reads that intro quote from Gene Delgado's book about how they're against liberalism and neutrality under the law and neutrality under the Constitution, and Vaush is just like, oh, that's all bullshit.
He just hand waves it away.
What?
Well, they don't think it exists.
Right.
The very idea of neutrality is a form of white supremacy, because this is something that is a part of white culture, and therefore being neutral would be upholding white culture and not advantaging black culture or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. They say the concept of neutrality and objectivity is a lie that white liberalism kind of perpetrates on black people so they don't realize that they're being taken advantage of.
Terrible.
I don't know why white people would go to all the effort of like freeing the slaves and then doing this. What would be why not just have fucking slaves? If this is your fucking attitude towards black people. No, seriously. How does a progressive explain why white people freed the slaves?
So Derek Bell has this concept called interest convergence. And it's basically that white people only help black people when it suits their own interest. And he actually has an explanation for this very question.
Oh, okay, go on.
Really?
Okay. So his explanation for why there were white abolitionists was because it was actually pro-white labor unions who were afraid of black slave labor taking away their jobs.
But we know that wasn't the case. We know that slave labor is inefficient, and we know that the North is an industrial and free powerhouse trashed the South because of this.
And then his second claim is that the only reason Lincoln didn't actually care about freeing the slaves. He says Lincoln only cared about preserving the Union and only freed the slaves in order to disrupt the South and get black people to be Union soldiers. So it was all a very cynical ploy.
This is the argument.
Why I'm saying they're just all liars. They just make up an internet blood sport interpretation of someone's motivations.
I don't think Derek Bell's a liar. I think he has a very warped view of the world, and he has this supposition that everything is racist. Like he's coming at it from this angle, so he's going to try to warp the information to fit that pattern.
We did a video on
how's that not
idea.
Lying?
Well, it's lying to yourself, I guess. I think it's all unconscious. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Like I don't think Derek Bell's sitting here like, I know this isn't true, but I'm going to tell people this. Like that's how I conceptualize lying.
This idea was in one of Tom Nichols' video. Tom Nichols is the communist theater kid, if you remember.
Yes.
Didn't he do a video where we're putting a piece of the puzzle together here that I don't think we had when we did the response to Tom Nichols, because Tom Nichols' whole thing was like rewriting the abolitionist movement to turn it into like a worker a pro-worker thing. It sounds like he got that straight from Derek Bell.
Well, no, because Tom Nichols, was it Tom Nichols or was it Second Thought?
They're
I think it was
indistinguishable.
Second Thought, actually. No, because his point was that the Civil War was a labor movement, and that Lincoln was pro-socialist. And Derek Bell is taking the opposite prescription, saying, well, Lincoln didn't actually care about black people whatsoever, and he just used them as pawns to maintain the Union.
Wes, I think Lincoln hated black people. I think what he was like is, look, slavery isn't harsh enough. What we need is a secret system of white supremacy that oppresses them without them even knowing it.
There you go.
He was instrumental in all this stuff. Sargon, is that what you're saying? Lincoln was the progenitor of all this secret white supremacy that we're experiencing now?
No. Lincoln is just the manifestation of the white race's hatred towards the black. I think that's a fair analysis of the American Civil War.
Well, Lincoln said, look, we've been, subjugating black people as slaves for hundreds of years, and it's kind of boring. We need a new way to subjugate black people that they don't expect,
easy,
right?
If anything, isn't it?
Right, it's too easy. You got to spice it up. You got to make it more complicated. So it's like, okay, so we'll free them from being slaves, but then create a complicated, system of rules that takes away their rights. And then even further in the future, we'll create an even more complicated system of rules that takes away their rights, but it's all secret and hidden and below the surface, and it's all not out in the open.
And sure, I'll have been dead for 100 years when that comes about, but don't worry about that. This is a 5,000-year plan.
Look, he had a very big brain. Okay, why do you think he wore that big hat? It was to hide the big brain under there.
I hope you guys are kidding, because this sounds ridiculous. This sounds totally insane. Okay.
Well, it's the implication of their view of what white people think about black people. I think. What you guys need to do is you need to read more Thomas Sowell. Okay, Thomas Sowell has this book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, and he talks about how whites scoured the globe to rid the planet of slavery. For heaven's sakes, okay. What are you talking about? Let's narrow a bit. It's not whites. It was the British. The British did this.
Oh, look at him. He's got to take credit for being Brits.
I don't want the French and the Germans to have credit. They didn't fucking do.
Was it really the British?
The Spanish
I don't know.
Didn't do
it's been a while. Have you read this book? It's been a while since I read White.
No, it's just common. It's just historical knowledge.
It might have been the British. God damn it!
I mean, our country did it, so you get taught it in school.
Yeah, maybe.
Actually, you don't.
I don't know.
I'm totally overselling.
I don't think we should call them British anymore. I think we should call them Proto-Americans. Okay. Designation.
I'm not even against that idea.
Proto-Americans. I love it. That's great. That is great.
There you go. Proto-Americans converse the globe to free the slaves. There you go.
But the wealth that my family holds, and the benefits that my grandpappy and my great-grandpappy and what have you were able to take advantage of were molded in part, at least, by the fact that they would have had a slightly easier time about it than they would have if they were black.
But what if they were ugly?
Now, that doesn't mean every white...
Yeah, I know.
Seriously,
that's it.
What if they were fucking ugly? The idea that race is the only thing about you, or the most important thing about you, that means that you have a hard or easy life. What if his grandparents were fucking retards?
Yeah.
Totally. Their lives, no matter what color they're going to be, are not going to be easier than someone who's exceptionally bright. It's so pathetic.
Or has money. Yeah. There's a huge difference.
Or has wealth. Yeah.
Yeah. Giant difference. But no, none of that makes any difference.
White person.
I mean, I accept that there are, certain things where it does. I mean, it definitely helps to be in the majority in any kind of democratic situation. That's why we have all this stuff. So
it helps in any situation.
Yes, exactly. But
I mean, look, to be fair, if we're talking about, the past of, America's past, obviously being black is a huge setback if we're talking about, pre-civil rights, pre the abolition of slavery.
Hell yeah.
Obviously, this is a huge setback. But, I mean, again, this is not what critical race theory is referring to when they say that white people are all racist. This is not what they're referring to whatsoever.
No.
They're referring to an active critical race theory believes that our entire system of laws, our entire legal system is set up to simply screw over black people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the contention that they're making. So like Vaush making this kind of like broad, stereotypical woke point is just completely off base. He's just giving like the very broad strokes here.
And just to, for anyone who doesn't know why that's totally evil, it's because it comes with the presupposition that black people can't help but break the law.
What?
That's what you have to assume that the laws are designed to target black people and to hurt them uniquely, is to suggest that all of the other races are capable of essentially following the laws as they're written, except for blacks, which isn't true.
Right. Well, it's because the way that they look at this, the way Derek Bell and critical race theorists and systemic racism looks at this is they just say, oh, all we have to do is look at the outcomes. If the outcomes are disparate on a racial level, that proves racism exists somehow. And that's basically as deep as the thinking goes. There's nothing deeper there to explain like what exactly is the racist contention there.
Well, I think the important thing, the important way to understand it is that racism is a description of a will, right? And so it could be that the system has been set up life requires like basketball, right? So the system of basketball is not designed to discriminate against short people. It's just as a consequence of what it is, short people are disadvantaged, right?
Correct.
And that's so there isn't a will to like the people who set up basketball aren't like fucking hate short people. Fuck those manlets. We're going to make a game for like 6'5" people only. Fuck all those, midgets.
Yep.
That's not what they were thinking. And so like ascribing, the fact that short people are sat there going, well, I'm disadvantaged. Well, yeah, you are, but the thing is, that's not what the case is with like race. That's definitely not or at least that's not my opinion of what the case is with race. And I think this is a giant fucking red herring, to be honest.
Yeah, they need to point to specific examples where the disparate outcomes are the product of whatever the law is, but they never do that. They just
I don't think that's even the problem. I think the problem is that they focus on race in everything all the time, and like reading enough Thomas Sowell, you must know that like there are loads of other explanatory factors as to why there are disadvantages in these communities, and a lot of them are actually like really direct and don't require like arcane theorizing about a mystical system of white supremacy. A lot of them are really on the nose and obvious, and so why wouldn't we just assume those until we got down to the other factors? If
you set up a system, though, where you're teaching people over and over again that there are this class of people called whites that are oppressors and they hate your guts, you're, as a class, probably going to want to distinguish yourself from those evil people in every possible way you can. If they're into being on time, if they're into dressing a certain way, acting a certain way, you're going to want to be as far away from that as possible. And you're just distinguishing yourself from the culture in ways that are going to be unproductive for you if those things are not related to them being white, but essential for them to be successful. John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry rail on this all the time because they're the two black guys at Blogging Heads TV, their term for them, not mine, but they talk about this. They're like, we're setting up the African-American community for utter failure if we're teaching them to distinguish themselves from whites in ways that are not white, but ways that people are successful just in general. Because, other races come over here, and this is why we have the discrepancy when, conservatives often talk about the discrepancy in immigrants, like black immigrants come over and they don't have any problem succeeding whatsoever. Because they're not trying to, they didn't grow up in this culture where they're trying to distinguish themselves from another culture in ways that are just antithetical to their goals. They just fit in. They totally fit in immediately and climb the social ladder as quick as can be. It's actually terrible. And this is one of the reasons that I am so annoyed by
it's
people
terrible
like Vaush.
that they're doing really well, Adam.
Well, no, it's terrible. It's terrible that people. No, obviously it's really good that the immigrants are doing good. But this is one of the things that bugs the shit out of me about Vaush and Vaush's acolytes is because they're supposed to be the ones that are speaking up for the dispossessed, yet they're creating a system where it actually hurts those people more than it helps them. How is that? How is it like they're behaving in a way that goes exactly against everything they're supposed to stand for. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And all just for like lights and hearts
evil
on Twitter.
liars.
You did. You did. I don't.
Well,
I mean, that's a strong stance. I would say, naive.
Dude, of course that's a strong stance because they're pathologizing hard work as a racist attack on black people. Yeah, I think calling someone who does that evil, especially when we can demonstrate that their positions are wildly inconsistent and obviously harmful to race relations, harmful to everything ever that they ever touch.
Yes.
I don't see why we can't turn around and say, okay, these people are actually evil and mendacious, malevolent, and they're trying to hurt people, because they clearly are.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say it, Sargon, because there definitely someone needs to say it, and I don't think I have the temperament to come.
But why can't you?
Well, I don't have that temperament. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I feel like Vaush, I see a lot of me in Vaush when I was like 27 and just fucking dumb as fuck, and just I feel like he's just naive. He's totally naive. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. You don't think so?
Maybe. No, I don't think he's dumb.
I mean, there's a lot of danger here in, the chart we talked about, the Smithsonian chart, which is, let's associate values that the mainstream says works in society and lets you climb, the ladders of society and be successful. Associating those values with skin color is horribly dangerous.
Horrible. Yes.
Horribly dangerous and disgusting.
Yes.
And it creates a lot of problems.
Evil.
Now I would imagine that Vaush doesn't, when he was on the Tim Pool's podcast, he said he disagreed with the chart. So I'm assuming he doesn't agree with that aspect of it. But
Vaush has messaged me on Discord and said he'd like to come on. Would you guys like to have him on?
He's more than welcome to come on. Yeah, definitely. I would much rather Vaush defend himself than me be forced to fucking defend him for heaven's sakes. Yes, okay, please send Vaush the link.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, we can figure out the question.
But we can now just ask Vaush. Vaush, are you lying to us? Tell us the truth. Are you dumb or are you a liar? I'm sure we'll get an honest answer out of it.
Well, that's the point. And if we don't get an honest answer, then that tells you everything you need to know.
That's not. How do you answer that? People are constantly asking me if I'm dumb or a liar.
I actually really want to. Well, I mean, you come clean, because I really want to talk to Vaush about this Smithsonian thing, why he disagrees with it, what he thinks it means. Because I do think that the basic understanding of it from essentially all sides has been kind of misinterpreted, and I think I get what they're trying to say. But
really? You think it's been misinterpreted from all sides?
Yeah.
Huh. Varen Getorix for $20 says, Sophist's critique doesn't require understanding. The racist narrative surrounding what I call the statistical ignorance riots of 2020 to be determined is making me wonder if the 1981 Brixton riots were the same Electric Avenue.
Did you send him the link, Sarah?
I did.
Okay, good.
Okay. Art Stoke in general for $20 says, our team should clearly be anti-Acalian Trust. Anti-Acalian Trust. There you go, Sargon. You're the AAT. Oh my God. 5-speed 1992 for $62. Thank you very much, 5-speed. It's very generous. Says, well, Sitch, since you decided to one-up my 20-mile bike ride, I went out today and just finished a slightly longer ride. So here's $1 for every mile. S-Class is the best class. Damn, 5-speed. Do you see that? If it's $1 for every mile, does that mean he did 62 miles?
Okay, so it looks like Vaush is dodging.
What?
Apparently,
oh my God!
Apparently,
what do you mean?
He's just finished streaming. He has work for a live stream to do tomorrow.
Oh my God!
Okay,
I'm with you. He's a fucking liar. I'm ready to tell you. Vaush is a fucking liar. Vaush is a fucking liar. Vaush. The only reason he messaged us because he thought we would say no. Fuck you, Vaush. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. We just invited you on. I pulled up your fucking avatar so you could come on and have your say. What a fucking joke. What a joke.
Honestly, okay, well, fair enough.
What a fucking joke.
Well, just to show you that I'm not like pulling this out of my ass today, I'll send you the
Bring it up.
Screen grab.
Bring
But
it up.
No, don't share or anything. But I'll just show you Adam, just so you can see that. Like this is the conversation we just had.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just finished streaming. God damn it. So what? We're live on Sitch and Adam's Child. Come on in.
Oh my
what a
God.
fucking. So you're. Sargon says, so you're dodging. He says, sure, Carl.
Okay,
What a
well,
joke.
I'll
What a-
believe him
what
when
a
he tells
joke.
me that
What
he's
a
dodging.
joke. What a joke.
Amazing.
What a joke. Obviously, someone came to the realization that someone knows a lot about critical race theory, and fucking Vaush is terrified to get into a room with anyone that knows anything aside from one of these other just small people that he can fucking push around. What a joke. What a joke. Okay, you've convinced me.
silly.
Sargon, we have evidence now. I'm totally
We had
convinced.
evidence before.
Well, I mean, this is like last time where we invited him on for next week, and he said he doesn't schedule things in advance. So
Yeah.
I don't know. What
Why?
to say. I
What?
don't
So,
know what's
but
happening
but
here.
listen here. Why message?
Timekeeping is whiteness. Sitch.
Why?
Apparently.
Why message? Why message Sargon and ask to come on if you're not
He
going to fucking
messaged
come
me,
on?
and I said, "You want
Why?
to come on?" And
Why?
he says, "No, I ended the stream. Invite me next time."
Why?
I mean, this is the.
I don't
he
know.
Just, he DM'd me just going, "Pull me in, bestie, Adam." There you go. That's this the beginning of the message thing. And it's like, okay.
Mhm.
I saw it like 20 minutes later and then brought it up to you.
So
Okay.
so
Well, look, there's a 20-minute window. He only want to talk to us for that 20 minutes, and then he was
Oh, yeah, look now. Sorry. Oh, got things to do. I do loads of research for my streams, don't you know?
my God, my
my
God,
research for the 5-minute PragerU video I can't watch before I stream on it. Yeah.
that's hilarious.
It's
That's hilarious. You
transparent,
just
isn't
saw
it?
it.
It's
Yeah, it's
transparent.
transparent now. It is. Man, that just
Well, see,
seals it, man.
Here's what we should do. When we're responding to a video, I shouldn't name Derek Bell. I shouldn't name anything specific. I should just pretend like I'm
That we
giving
don't-
very
don't
broad
know.
claims. And then you sucker them in, and then you hit them with all the facts. And you're like, bam, 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 bam. It's like, see,
Why even listen? We didn't plan on having Vaush on. Why even message? Like the only reason he messaged was because he thought we were gonna fucking cuck out and say, "Oh no, you can't come on right now. We're having a, we want to stay in
Yeah.
our bubble over here. We can't have you come in here and actually school us on anything." He knew he was gonna get schooled,
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so.
dude. This is
Paradox.
crazy.
Paradox for $20. Thank you very much, Paradox. Jeez. Says, after digging into Antonio Gramsci, who's the guy that came up with cultural hegemony, incidentally mentioned by Richard Wolff to the Serfs, James Lindsay concluded that Jordan Peterson was 100% correct about postmodern neo-Marxists, having had previously dismissed the idea. Lindsay's video on Gramsci is a must-see. Cultural hegemony is an idea of Antonio Gramsci, if I recall correctly. Yes, true. True.
Yeah. I'll
and
take your word
is,
for that.
It's so funny because they were always criticizing Jordan Peterson for postmodern neo-Marxists, and if you read Kimberly Crenshaw's Mapping the Margins, which is where she comes up with the term intersectionality, she basically almost flat out mentions postmodern neo-Marxists by name, and basically that she wants to join the two things together to make them make sense. So
Wow.
it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all not. It's
So
like
Jordan Peterson was totally prophetic then, or did this happen before Jordan
no,
Peterson
this happened
started
before.
talking about it?
Jordan Peterson
Oh,
was
okay.
referencing
He pointed it
what's
out.
Happened in
already
like the late
happened.
90s
Yes.
or something.
Yes, this happened in the late 90s.
Hilarious.
And because this is like with the Wikipedia thing, where if you when you used to Wikipedia cultural Marxism, it actually brought you up to cultural Marxism, which is basically just critical theory on cultural issues. And then now suddenly when you click on cultural Marxism, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. There's no such thing. It's all a lie. And it's just all nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Total nonsense.
Anyway, so I guess Vaush isn't coming on. I guess we'll just continue.
Hold on. Everyone was so excited, Vaush. You really pulled the rug out from under us here. I hope you're happy. What
Well,
the fuck?
I know,
he
I'm
pulled the rug
gutted.
out from
I wanted
under
to hear his
himself,
defense.
So,
Yeah, we were very excited. We thought we might actually find
yeah.
some
We'll see.
real truth here.
Person is like living some godly privileged life where they're sitting on a golden throne being carried around by POC or anything. It just means
I hate to dwell on this, but I have to bring it up. Just because what's going through his mind? He's like, oh my God, that Richard Wolf, he just got totally schooled by Destiny and everyone's talking about it for days. I'm going to be Richard Wolf come this time tomorrow if I go on there. What am I doing? I got to come up with any excuse I possibly can.
Did you see, I only watched the first 10 minutes of it because it was so boring. The Surfs had Richard Wolf on.
Yeah, I did.
Again.
I did a stream on it. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
And like in the first like 5 minutes of it, he's like insulting Destiny. He's like, what kind of man has the name Destiny? Like,
Totally.
what?
A girly man, Richard.
I know, but
Girly
that's the meme. Like I was like, really, Richard? Like, come on, you're supposed to be some like serious
Very
academic,
progressive.
and you're like, well, his name is stupid. Like, what the fuck?
But then
But it's also very progressive. It's like, oh, really? Should he have a manly name? Should he, Richard? Like a real
right.
left winger.
That's right. That's a good point.
Stick to those generals.
I
Destiny.
didn't think of that. Yeah, that's totally true. But then he fawned over the Surf's fake name for like 20 minutes. You didn't catch that?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
I didn't watch it. Good God, I can't imagine anything less interesting.
It was
Oh man,
that was very boring.
Richard
I
Wolf
can't
was
imagine
just
anything less
talking.
education.
Yeah, Richard Wolf was just talking, but they did admit somewhat that his debate performance was lackluster and that everyone was upset about it. So there was
Well, it's only
some.
because Destiny fucking
some-
crushed him.
Yes, totally. It was awesome. It was awesome. I think we covered it.
Yeah, it was.
Means like
Destiny,
if I
Destiny
look back,
hates it that I call him. I'm a fan of his now.
Well, I'm so glad that we know for a fact now, though. Vaush did do us a solid by letting us know that he's on the run, that he's too terrified to come on the show, which is good. I'm glad. I'm glad we know that. That's
I mean, you guys would have let him mirror the stream, right?
dude.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. So it's not like he would have gone without content. You know?
No.
And then Vaush, BTFOs, Adam, Sitch, and Sargon all at once. That would have been hella clickbait.
Fuck yeah.
You know?
Was there any hesitation in my voice about inviting him on? Fuck. Did I
This is-
hesitate? I don't think I stuttered
no.
once.
No, there was no hesitation.
I
This is
fucking
what will
pulled up his
happen.
avatar and put it in the fucking stream.
This is what will happen. We'll be doing a video on a completely different subject, and then he'll be like, "Oh, I want to come in to talk about this other thing now."
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, I'm like, "Oh, okay."
He is. Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
my prediction.
we're covering a PragerU video, and he's going to come on in. Oh, let's all meet up on PragerU together. Look, I'm not scared of anything. My audience won't hate my guts if I do this.
God.
Jeez.
back to my
James,
family
James
history.
we got to
and
get
I
James Lindsay to the debate Vaush on critical race
Cool.
theory.
Oh my God, we'd be epic if we put that together.
That
That's
would
a-
be epic.
That's the thing that I felt bad for. I felt a little bad for Lance because it's like setting up the debate with Destiny and Richard Wolf is a get. That's a huge thing. And then it just totally, his side just hated him for it too. He might be one of us soon. Just so you guys know, he might be going anti-woke soon.
Well, he did just donate loads of money to like a charity that's been accused of funding Hamas. So it's
Really?
like,
The Serfs or Richard
Yeah.
Wolf?
the
This-
serfs. See,
yeah.
they, apparently the other day they raised like $6.5 grand, sent it to this charity that's banned in Israel and like under watch under a bunch of other countries because they
Wow.
have really close ties to Hamas. It's like, so you guys just literally paid for some terrorist rockets.
Wow.
That's very progressive.
Oh no!
Wow.
I mean, I
Serfs,
can't
what are you
confirm.
doing
You know,
here?
it's not like they're wearing the little Hamas badges or anything in the
Right.
charity, but it's just probably the case. So, oh yeah, it's interesting.
He's gonna have a real different opinion on cancel culture real quick here. I sense I feel it coming. Oh man.
Well, I mean, Hamas are a prescribed terrorist organization in Canada, which is where the serfs are. So they may well have actually.
oh
committed
my
a crime.
God. Oh my God. This
Knowingly
is
funding
like
terrorism. For Twitter likes, you know.
Oh, so scary.
is like living some godly privileged life where they're sitting on a golden throne being carried around by POC or anything. It just means like if I look back through my family history and I think like where would I be today if my great-great-grandfather who immigrated here from Poland, if he had been black and had been a recently freed slave instead and like everything else was kept the same
He went to school in Beverly Hills.
but like that.
No
And
way, dude.
I
Things
have
would be
to think.
different if things were
Yeah.
different.
Black people in Beverly Hills, oh God, so discriminated against.
Well, no, it's just such a silly statement. It's like I just think how things would be different if I was from a different ancestry. Yeah, they
Yeah.
would. They'd be different if you were from different parents in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, true.
This is asinine.
Probably would have been a little different. Probably would have been a little harder for you know, my descendants from that point forward. And maybe I wouldn't have gotten to go to Beverly Hills High School, you know?
Yeah, but maybe he's six
maybe
foot
not.
3 and has an IQ of 160, and he's the best looking man in the world. Okay, sure, he's black, but in every other realm of life, he's going to have so many more advantages.
He just contradicted himself, though. He said everything was the same, and then he said, "Oh, but I wouldn't have got to go to school in Beverly Hills High." It's like you missed the whole point.
You're right.
You just said the only thing different is your skin color. You just missed the point.
You're still in Beverly Hills, idiot.
Yeah, duh. My God. Terrible. He contradicts his own thought experiment. Vaush, where are you? You have to defend this.
Maybe, possibly, it's all a stats game. When you're talking about thousands and millions of people, when you're talking about racial biases in relation to that number of people, it's not really about any individual's benefit. It's about broad statistical predictions. But
yeah, it's exactly. Because he's like, oh, I know they're pointing to Denzel Washington right now. They're pointing to all these famous black people.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's
it's
got to be an aggregate.
I have the quote here somewhere. I'd have to find it. Like Derek Bell had this whole thing about how if black people succeed in society, it's only because white people allow a small minority of tokens to succeed in order to say, see, the system works, black people, don't revolt against us. And it's all just like another method of control.
It's all
But why wouldn't
tokenism.
we just break out the guns?
Oh,
We
because
did
it
that
would
for
look
hundreds of years. Why wouldn't we
here's
just
why.
continue doing it?
Here's why. Because it would look too bad to the rest of the world.
The rest of the world are pissed at us for ending slavery.
Oh no, he's talking about now. He's talking about now.
They're still
actually,
pissed at us for ending
he said-
slavery.
He said the only reason the civil rights movement happened and separate but equal was overturned was just because America was so afraid of blacks turning to communism and revolting that we had to throw them a bone in
Yeah, but
order
if
to
white
prevent the
people-
socialist revolution.
But like, if white people don't care, why wouldn't we just treat them in the same way that the Chinese treat blacks?
Or Uyghurs.
Yeah.
Or the Uyghurs, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no,
You know,
it's-
or the Arabs, you know, it's like, fucking hell, man.
it's a totally nonsensical point. And I think China is the perfect example because you say, wait a minute, if Derek Bell's position is true and that whites all have like this evil, malevolent, manipulation streak, at least in the higher levels of government, right? Like they would why wouldn't they just do what China's doing with the Uyghurs? They say, oh, we're just going to put you all in camps and basically eliminate you.
Just deny
The
it.
rest of the world isn't going to do shit about it because we'll just become totalitarian and try to stop us. Like it's
Because we live in a
complete-
democracy, people would vote against that. People would
Well,
be
exactly.
Yeah.
But he
People would
can't
hate that.
accept. But he can't accept that because his position is that white people will never help black people unless it serves their own interests. That's his position. So
Yeah,
Okay.
bullshit. There's a huge difference between tokenism, though, because I always think of tokenism being divorced from meritocracy. Tokenism is when you let somebody, like you elect or you put somebody in a position of power that doesn't necessarily have the skills to deal with that power just because you're filling
Well,
some racial
tokenism-
quota. But I mean, you can't say like, come on, Dave Chappelle's fucking funny as hell. You can't say he didn't climb the meritocracy.
no, of course, but I'm
Yeah.
And Uncle
saying
Tom.
right. I'm saying that Derek Bell claims that since all the systems are so out to get you, that when a black person succeeds under white standards, it's because whites are allowing it to some degree.
No, they're
White,
create-
hang on.
No.
Hang on. No, that's true. That's true. Right? White people allow people to succeed under their own standards. That includes black people, white people, Asians, Arabs,
Right.
like South Americans.
meritocracy standards. We're
Yeah,
talking
exactly. Because
No,
the standards are what they call a meritocracy. They're
No,
not.
no,
But they don't believe in that, though. They
That's
don't
not.
believe in
But that's not what
meritocracy.
Bell's talking about. He's talking about that under their white standards of we're only going to help white people and then we'll help
Yeah,
a few
but
black people.
There we go. Right. But like that's infusing it with a malevolent will.
Right.
The
of
idea.
course, of course.
But if you take out the malevolent will, it is actually still true, and everyone likes that, which is why everyone's trying to immigrate to an English-speaking country.
Sure, totally.
Like,
Yeah.
Everyone wants the standards.
They're like least discrimination in the world. Of course, I'm moving there.
There was like a thought.
No, that's wrong. Sorry, it's not that it's the least discrimination. It's the discrimination goes in the right direction.
Mhm.
It discriminates on the
Discrimination
basis of
versus
merit.
meritocracy rather than
Yes. Well, no,
discrimination based on.
meritocracy is a form of discrimination.
It is. Yes, I agree.
You know, it's just why are you discriminating? Well, because this person is good at their job.
Yeah,
And this person
Dave
is bad at their
Chappelle's
job.
funny as hell. He's like funnier than anyone else. Obviously,
Of
he's going to
course.
rise up the ranks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
but
but
it's
they
not this
reject
person's black and this
meritocracy.
person's white.
Right.
They completely reject meritocracy.
Yes,
fully.
and that's a
Say it's
huge
just-
problem.
yeah.
That's a huge problem. Like the fact that you have Richard Wolff running around thinking, "Oh, I could be Treasury Secretary." You know, obviously, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, that's not how that
They're-
works.
They do this thing in critical race theory called counter narratives, and where they say, "Oh, you know, we don't hold all this weight on like objective logic knowledge seeking. That you have to like listen and believe minorities, and they tell you their lived experiences, and that holds like equal weight to like objective statements." And then they bring that even further and say, "Oh, well, you can also create stories that are fictional, but you infuse them with your life experiences, and they somehow become like a valid knowledge seeking tool."
Like Jesse Smollett.
Like Jesse Smollett.
Okay,
And-
so I'm gonna take the controversial position and actually defend that thesis.
There
I
you
think
go.
that's true.
You can tell
What?
stories to try to explain concepts to someone, but that doesn't have equal weight with like an objective fact or a logic or something or reason.
Plus, you're agreeing with Jesse Smollett, Sargon. What are you talking about? He's the one.
I'm not sure.
You know who
I'm
Jesse
not-
Smollett
no,
is?
No. Jesse Smollett was a liar.
Correct, but it was a fiction. Fiction is a lie, Sargon. Just so you know, it's made up.
Fiction isn't a lie.
Well, not
that's
necessarily.
unfair.
Yeah.
And that, like, for example, Lord of the Rings is actually a really good sort of analogy for politics, right? And for a kind of expected equilibrium in the world. We expect our leaders to be legitimate, right? And legitimacy is gained in all sorts of ways. But Lord of the Rings is like the problems that they're facing, like with like worm tongue and things like this. Like the leftists are basically worm tongue at the moment, and we know what the right thing to do is, and we know how to do it. It's just that we're being held back by a worm tongue who's saying, "Oh, you know, essentially you've got no power here." And it's like this is a fictional story, but it maps onto reality. You know, it maps on what's happening, the dynamics, the human element of it. It's not scientific, but it is true.
Right. But the difference between saying that our fictional stories can tell us things about human nature, but you're not comparing Lord of the Rings to saying like, "Oh, well, you know, Lord of the Rings tells us more. This story tells us more than like the facts laid out in the Dictator's Handbook that he brings up, or something like that."
Well, I haven't read the Dictator's Handbook actually, so
Oh,
I couldn't
man,
tell
you
you what
gotta
they
read
are.
Or
that.
Guns, Germs, and Steel, or something like.
Okay.
You know,
Well, the Guns, Gems, and Steel's a hypothesis.
right, but he's basing it off of scientific information.
Sure, but the
And so-
interpretation of it is, you know,
Of
his
course, but I
interpretation.
assume you would say, okay, well, I'm going to give the thoughts put forth in Gun, Germs, and Steel more weight than Lord of the Rings. I'm assuming, maybe you don't, but
Well,
I'm
in-
assuming.
Well, they're not answering the same question.
Right, I'm just trying to figure out the way that they use the counter narratives in critical race theory is specifically to say we don't hold objectivity and logic
Right.
as the most important value for knowledge seeking.
It's kind of
And that
permission
means
to
And that's
produce.
a white
Can't-
person thing.
Sure, but that means you also can't defeat them with objectivity and logic.
Of course. But it also means that they're hypocritical whenever they call upon objectivity and logic to defend their own
Sure.
points.
Sure, and that's why we should have a ready way of denying them if necessary, right?
It seems like they're giving themselves permission to produce propaganda and pass it off as true because it works better.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's half of or not even half, like 70% of Derek Bell's writings are just him coming up with fictional stories.
Yeah.
And then he acts like these somehow tell some sort of grand truth about life.
That's
Because
so
he just created
horrible.
a story.
And so we need a counterweight to that, because if he presents that, then no amount of facts and logic are going to penetrate through.
Well,
And so what we need is our own persuasive heroic narrative.
It's
to present
40K.
Yeah.
It's
no, that's
40K.
literally that's what pathos is. This is the method of persuasion he's using.
Totally.
He's abandoning authority, he's abandoning logos, and he's going going straight to pathos. And so it's just like, okay, well, we can do that. You know, we have heroic narratives, which are great.
I think the solution to this is to just flat out deny the validity of saying that you creating a story is better than logic and reason.
See,
But we need to. But we need to have.
I
a
think
reason
that's
why.
I think that's.
we
want to
go in the story. We want stories.
Well, hang on. No. Sitch, you're right. You're absolutely right. We do need to just flat out deny, but we have to say why we're doing it. Because he'll say because you hate black people.
Of course.
And so
of course.
we need to say no. It's because it goes counter to our own story.
Right.
That's why we have a different story. That's one of emancipation and liberation and fairness, and decency, morality. And this is why your story is fucking evil. You're a bad person, and you need to get the fuck out.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you think if you were anti-racist, you would be so in favor of logic and reason because that's how you destroy racist narratives. You say, oh, you're just basing this on your feelings. You're not basing this on facts.
Yeah, and that is how the liberals, I guess we'll just call them the white sort of liberal American, that, and the liberal just English speaking world. That's how we, anti-racism conquered everything. That's why we don't have pro-racists, because there's no pro-racism lobby around now, because no one wants it, no one supports it.
Yeah, which is great. Unfortunately, they're pretending like it still exists. Well, their narrative is that the Republican Party has become that covertly racist institution. It's purely based on their political objectives. Yeah, it's all conflation.
The Democratic Party is an overtly racist institution.
It is. It is.
So
the irony never ends.
Voter.
The irony never ends.
but that's the point, right? So this is the point in which we go, no, you're a bad person. No, shut the fuck up. You're a bad person. I'm not countenancing your argument. I have my own narrative. I know why I'm good and why what I'm doing is good. And I know why what you're doing is evil. That's what we need to be saying at this point. All people opposed to wokeism need to say that now.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Sargon has a huge audience and I don't, right here. I'm telling you. I can't.
It's because you're an artist, Adam.
I don't want to. I want to be able to change. If the facts change, if the facts change. No, it's not about being a wussy. It's not having enough information to actually make these kind of declarations. Like something always comes along. I have that. I was so deep in the progressive bubble that I was Vaush basically. I was saying things that were patently untrue with such
like Modern Monetary Theory.
I don't want to have that experience again. What was that fucking Sargon? What are you saying?
Like UBI or modern monetary theory.
Well, hold on. No, don't get us started. Yeah, don't get us started.
An hour-long derailment.
Don't get us started.
Sorry, carry on.
But you had called me out on one of your live streams about UBI, but I never took a firm position on UBI. I always said I'd like UBI to work, and these are ways that it might be able to work. I felt like
you took a firm position on UBI.
Really?
I don't know if I agree with that.
Really? I don't.
Yeah. We're just ribbing you, but I felt like you did have quite a strong stance on it too.
Well, there's one question about UBI that I always had. Like, is there enough people who are industrious enough to work, even though they're getting a UBI check, that will maintain the kind of innovation cycle that we have today? And I'm not convinced. No. I'm not convinced that we have that. Mm-hmm. So that's the big question. So maybe I guess if I can just change my opinion and no one's going to give me shit, sure, I'll come out and have strong opinions.
I think that should be acceptable.
Well, it's fine. You've ditched UBI for MMT and a jobs guarantee program. Okay?
Well, MMT is the one that convinced me that UBI won't work. I mean, they have such a devastating argument against UBI. I'm like, it's hard to argue with. It really is. They're like, if every...
Does the inflation that's going on now act as a devastating argument against MMT?
God, oh my God, Sargon! Please stop, Sargon! Please stop.
Sorry. Okay, let's carry on.
I don't think it's even fair to characterize what's going on as inflation, but that's a whole other argument.
Yeah, that's a completely different argument. Plus, MMT is monomaniacally obsessed with inflation, Sargon. That's the only thing they focus on.
And that's because it's an inevitable consequence of printing a bunch of money.
No!
Yeah. I know. Sargon said it. He went Vaush levels dumb here. Come on, Sargon.
It's fine. Look, this is what we'll do.
Did I really?
We're gonna have another stream in the future that's just an MMT with Sargon stream. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what we'll do. We'll table all this for later.
All right. We'll move on.
we'll move on.
This isn't prescriptive. This doesn't mean that white people are guilty. It doesn't mean white people are doing anything wrong, you know. If you're
According to Twitter, it's completely opposite of that, Vaush. White people are guilty, very guilty of everything.
born
But that's an
into a
interesting
system that-
standard. Hang on a second. So white people oppress black people. They're not doing anything wrong.
Oh, is that what he's saying? Oh, okay.
Well,
That's a
he's saying
completely
they're not
different-
doing anything like consciously wrong. Like they're not actively seeking to oppress black people. It's all just happening incidentally. That's his
Wow.
point. But this is such bullshit because they always say this like, oh, I'm not saying all the police are racist. I'm saying it's like a racist institution. And yet every single fucking time a white cop shoots a black cop, they always assume that the cop personally is racist, and that's why
yeah.
he did it. So it's
Yeah.
a total bait and switch every time.
Mott and Bailey, bait and switch.
It likes you a little bit because of your skin color. That doesn't make you a bad person, but it's probably something you should recognize, you know? Probably something you should think about for a little bit at least.
Critical race theory begins from the assumption that racism occurs in all interactions. To see how this works, consider this thought experiment.
Dun, 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 dun,
Imagine you own a shop and two customers enter at the same time, one white and one black.
Okay.
Who do you help first?
Wait.
This is so
The
good.
ordinary American cashier would help the person as in the order in which they entered the store. But a
a very
critical
liberal
race
perspective.
theorist would always prioritize helping the black person because of this. Is that really where we're going? That's where we're going right now, isn't it? This is the best thought experiment they could come up with?
It amazes me that he doesn't know this isn't actually in the original critical race theory literature. This is not just some thought experiment that PragerU came up with. This is in what is it? Kimberly Crenshaw mapping the margins? Is that where this is from? I can't remember.
Oh God, I don't remember. I don't.
I think
it
it's
gets
Kimberly
repeated in Gene
Crenshaw.
Delgado's book. I don't remember where it first shows up.
But it's in it. It's the example is in dozens of. I mean, this is
Yes.
common for them to bring up.
Yes.
I
But
think
it
there's
doesn't matter either
clips of the white fragility lady actually
Robin
teaching
DiAngelo.
this. Robin DiAngelo teaching this exact
Yes.
example in a class.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter either way because the thought experiment, Vaush can go, haha, this is shit, but it does cut exactly to the heart of the issue.
It does.
Do you prioritize black people over white people because of something innate, in society, in their person, whatever it is, or not?
Yeah. We get in trouble either way. I hate to spoiler alert, guys.
Yeah.
There's no
There's
right
no winning.
answer. There's only two wrong answers.
If you help the black person first, critical race theory would say you did so because you don't trust black people to be left alone in your store.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, it was even stupider than what I thought it was going to be. What? If you help the black person first, it's because you want to get them out of there as quickly as you can. If you want to help the white person first, that means that you trust white people more and you like talking to white people and you hate talking to black people. What are you talking about?
It's like Vaush has never been on Twitter.
Well, I'll hand it to these guys. I can't prove a negative, but I have never seen a critical race theorist say this, and I don't think they have either.
You are so very wrong.
I know, I
You
know.
are wrong on so many counts.
It's
I
so
mean-
disingenuous.
It's weird because this is like Robin DiAngelo's famous line.
Totally.
The question to ask is not whether a situation is racist, but how did racism manifest in the situation?
Yes.
And that's James Lindsay's entire point, is that since critical race theory puts forth the presupposition that everything is racist and that racism is an ordinary, everyday, common experience, then it does create a bunch of no-win situations.
Yeah, exactly. Which drive people insane. Why do you think people are so depressed right now?
I don't think they have either. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say that nobody has ever said this.
Oh my God, Vaush! Oh my God! Oh my God! The levels of galaxy brain here. Does he like watch any videos or any lectures on any of the things he talks about? I've heard this thing at least a half a dozen times.
But this is why I said, look, he's lying. It's not that he's mistaken. It's not that he's a dunce. It's that he's lying, and he knows he's lying.
I've probably heard James Lindsay say this 6 times. Like I've heard this everywhere.
Yeah, James Lindsay repeats it a lot. But
Well, I've heard Robin DiAngelo say it too, which is
yes.
I mean,
yes.
obviously.
that if you trawl through the millions and billions of stupid dumbfuck lefty Twitter posts, you will never find anything like this, okay? That's
Oh my God. He's like,
Vaush.
and he's equating all those people to lefty Twitter posts. It's so rich.
I challenge James Lindsay to go scrolling through Twitter to find some 2-like tweet from a 14-year-old, okay?
So he knows it
Explain to me
exists.
how they based their understanding of critical race theory off that tweet.
That's racist. If you help the white person first instead, critical race theory would say you did so because you think blacks are second-class citizens.
What?
That's racist too. That
Okay, just to be perfectly clear, okay? If anyone, I invite conservatives to think about this for a second. Do you really believe that an academic discipline is so? They do believe this. I don't know
Yes.
why I'm asking, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you really believe that an academic discipline is just a bunch of catch-22s where you're racist no matter what you do, and the entire purpose of that discipline is just to explain to white people that no matter what choice they make, if you see a black person,
It's so funny because that is actually the entire point of the creation of power plus privilege equals racism.
Totally.
I-
Yes.
It was to combat the people saying, oh, black people are being racist against white people through affirmative action or whatever. And so they're saying, oh, no, we're just going to redefine the words so it only applies to white people. And then critical race theory, I mean, that's the entire conception of them saying racism exists in every situation and is ordinary. It's because they're tired of having to try to argue that, we have to find racism. We have to prove racism.
I know exactly the quote I would use as well. I'm actually really annoyed that I left my copy of Critical Race Theory, Kimberly Crenshaw's curated
Oh my
essays.
God.
I left it at the office. I left it at the office because I was going to read it there. And but I in the introduction, I've highlighted a few paragraphs that are really interesting. And one of them is pretty much her saying word for word exactly what Vaush said doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
person coming at you down the street in the sidewalk, do you stay on your side of the sidewalk or do you go to the other sidewalk? If you go to the other sidewalk, you're racist because you want to avoid interaction with black people. But if you stay on your side of the sidewalk, you're actually being double racist because you're overcompensating for the fact that your white biology wants you to move to the other side of the sidewalk. Like, it's interesting because I think that the PragerU people are projecting a bit of their racism onto onto this analysis. For example,
Projection is like all they know. They blame everything on projection. Everything. It's so sad.
It's amazing
the
that James
only-
Lindsay can be like, "Hey guys, right? Catching people in a double bind."
Hey now. It still says no data, so I don't know if there's a lag if you're just talking to nobody. But here, maybe we're back. Let's see. Refresh, guys. Refresh might be back. Yeah, I'm gonna assume we're back.
with black. I
Sitch,
just
get
don't know
your
which-
sidekick under control. I know, Adam. What are you doing? Did you reset your router before we started? I don't think we did. I'm still gonna blame you. Are you saying Vaush fans DDoSed your internet? Is that? I mean, you both live out in LA somewhere, right? So maybe Vaush snuck to your house and he cut your internet line. Oh, that's right. That's right. He flew in. I thought he lived in California. Oh, I don't know then. Right. Brendan Hoover for $20 says, submitting to the demands of the mob has its rewards. Sorry, Adam, I have always been 18, but when Sargon is in the call, I'm 100% keto bros. Keep on keeping on. Prophet of dead. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. He told us that. Sitch, we can only hear you. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. That's hilarious. I'm just talking. They just hear me talking to no one. So only Sitch's audios right now. Okay, so I'm gonna do super chats until you can figure out how to fix your audio, Adam. Lazarus Rex for $50. Thank you very much, Lazarus Rex. Honestly, Trump may be better not running. People will say he was a one-term president, but he can just say he was an outsider who got elected. And look what we got after he left: an occupied capital. Inflation doubled and cancer cases tripled. Oh my God, we're gonna have to talk about the inflation thing. The inflation thing is triggering me. I assume it's triggering you too, but. Can you guys hear Adam? He just responded. If you restart OBS, we're not going to have to make a new stream, right?
I don't. Oh, there. Hey,
Sargon's AFK. He's coming back. He's not talking right now.
testing. There we go. How's that? Looks like
Sitch
I'm back.
echo. Can you guys hear Adam?
Yes, they can hear me.
They're still saying no. I mean, they're like 15 seconds behind, but no, still muted. Adam, loud and clear. Adam, no, 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 no. Yay, yes, there, no, yes, no. You guys are saying yes and no. Okay?
There's a lot of conflicting messages.
There's a lot
I think
of
we can.
confliction here.
I think if we look into this clearly, we'll see that all the no's are Vaush stands and all the yeses are.
I don't know. John Smith said, "Adam, go away." So.
Oh, I guess you're right. Hey,
there
that's
you
not
go.
fair. I had John on my live stream on Thursday.
Oh,
We
this
had,
Thursday?
we had a very cordial discussion. Yeah, exactly.
What did you guys talk about?
She wants to come back and argue with me now. She's like, the first time I was nervous because it was my first time on a live stream. Now I'm ready to destroy you. I've been on live streams. Now this is my second live stream. I'm ready to come back for a third and destroy you.
That's right.
Well,
Speaking
I like
of John,
that
thanks,
attitude.
John. John Smith gave us $20. Thank you, John. Says, I'm
Wow.
dropping $20 for this. Vaush is watching the stream live right now. Get him on. Well, we tried.
What is he? He's stream sniping us, I guess. That's what he went and did.
Right.
Fascinating.
Right.
Okay. Well, we're back,
someone
Vaush.
Sargon, so,
Come on in sometime.
yeah. And
Come on in.
Sargon's getting
Google-
tea, and you know the Brits. I'm sorry, Proto-Americans and their tea. It takes them a while. So
Vaush, since you're stream sniping us now, maybe you could look up that example and see if you can find
the
it
cashier
with
example.
the cashier example. The white fragility lady, I believe, says it.
Let me just do some more super chats. So Sargon's back. Heroin Pigeon 666 for 20 CHFs. I don't know what that for. Clearly human feces. Thank you. Thank you for 20
why do you
clearly
always
human
do
feces.
this?
I got the draw-in tier and all 3 covers. Thank you. Plus, I've been 6 months subscribed to the Lotus Eaters. Is that enough to buy a wrench in chat? I love what you do. We'll have to listen to the rest later since I'm live in Europe. Is that enough
Sweet.
for chat. Maybe Heroin Pigeon. I'll think it over.
Definitely. You
All
should
3
give him a wrench
covers
just
is
to
a pretty big.
just to throw some love for Sargon. You guys should all subscribe to the Lotus Eaters.
That's true.
That's
true.
Sargon's thing now. He's doing the smart thing. He's not being tied to one platform, which is what all of us should do. Sitch and I, well, we're busy people. We don't have a lot of time to do smart things. We're too busy doing dumb things.
True. That's very true. We're too busy. Or Adam's too busy drawing naked ladies for the comic.
We're too busy doing fun things. Let's put it that way.
And
We're
I'm
doing
too
a lot of
busy
fun things.
reading critical race theory so I can talk to myself. So 'cause
Yeah.
Vaush doesn't want to come on, so it's fine.
Well, Vaush will. I'm sure he's responding to his audience in his thing.
Sure. No, I think he's not streaming anymore. He turned off his whole stream. So
No, he did.
yeah,
I thought
I think
someone-
I'm not 100% sure.
Someone said he was stream sniping us.
Oh
Let's
no,
see here.
John Smith said this was like from like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Crack Rock Steady for another $50. Thank you very much, Crack Rock Steady. Says, imagine being Vaush, demanding to come on, having his horde asking for the same, and then the man decides to weasel his way out. They call you guys cowards for not having him on, but it looks like the shoe is on the other foot.
Well, I agree with that super chat 100%.
Except
I do resent the fact that you're using weasel, the Adam sacred animal.
for those of you that don't know, a weasel is
call
Adam's
out
power animal.
Vaush.
So yeah,
What?
Yeah, so we did the thing on the Harry Potter, and I got the weasel.
that's right. Adam's Patronus is a weasel, so he's forever
Yeah.
a weasel.
Have you done
I'm
the
sorry to hear
Patronus
that,
thing,
Adam.
Sargon? Yeah.
No, I have
Well,
not.
I was actually super against it, Sargon, until I found out how fucking cute weasels are. Oh my God. They're the cutest animal alive.
Don't exactly have a
you-
great reputation, though, do they?
Now I'm
That's true, they
100%
don't.
pro weasel. Well, I think
See,
they
he wants
they
to
might
be-
be using their attractiveness to get one over on people.
Just like Adam, he's attractive but sneaky. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Maybe the Harry Potter website knows what they're talking about.
Have you even watched or read any Harry Potter stuff, Sargon?
No.
Yeah, I figured. He has
Yeah,
no idea
good
what
for you.
Patronus
Well,
is or anything.
I've seen like 15 minutes or so at a time of various different films, but it's never been. I'm too old for it. It's not my generation.
Yeah, but like, isn't that blasphemy as a proto-American? Like, that's your guys' modern Lord of the Ring tale, right?
It didn't
my
exist until I was like 30.
It doesn't
So,
matter, Sargon. It
I don't
doesn't
care
matter.
about it. Like
Doesn't matter.
the idea of Britain existed before Harry Potter.
Did it?
Yeah,
Question.
yeah.
Yeah.
We did things that weren't really very notable, like control a quarter of the globe and abolish slavery.
Yeah, that's compared to the gross.
compared to Harry
product of,
Potter, not
Harry
very.
Potter, that's not much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know which direction we're going with this.
I checked and Sargon or Vaush is not stream sniping us, so just to let everyone
That
know.
was like
Critical
30 minutes
race.
ago.
that was the fake news portion of the live stream.
Well, no, that was you misinterpreting that super chats happen in a temporal linear fashion. So
That's true.
Theory. It can find racism in anything, even if it has to read your mind to do it. Critical race theory.
Well, to be fair, the only way you could ever see racism.
I don't know. I think we might have missed some of the video. I don't know when we checked out, so let us know in the chat if
I
we
don't
missed
think we missed
anything
any of the video,
important.
but-
Yeah.
Is to infer it. People don't say they're racist, or at least very.
wait, this is important.
Mind
good.
to do it. Critical race theory.
Well, to be fair, the only way you could ever see racism is to infer it. People don't say they're racist, or at least very few people do. If there's racist behavior, you have to use inference to determine whether or not it's motivated by some, racist preconceptions.
Okay.
So again, this is the
Yeah.
agreeing with James Lindsay, but reframing it. So James Lindsay says they're going to read your mind to determine if you're racist, and then Vaush
Right.
laughs and says, "Well, actually."
Actually, they are going to read your mind. Yeah.
It's kind of hard because you
Exactly.
won't just admit it.
Right. He's like, you got to infer it. You got to, you got to read between the lines. You got to see that sneaky behavior in what they're doing. You got to mischaracterize everything they say, every word they say. You got to redefine language so they say words that used to mean something completely different and don't even know that they're racist now. Yeah.
There's
It's
a
awful.
whole host of like fundamental problems with like inductive logic and things like this, which is how he would come to the conclusion, to have enough evidence to suggest that this person was a racist. He'd have to use inductive logic, and there's a whole host of problems with that anyway, philosophically.
Sure.
So it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, okay, but that what you're doing isn't justified, and the method you're doing it is kind of hard to justify as well. So this is all just witch hunting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It's so funny
part of
that
the
our
problem
entire
is
it's
part
go
of the
ahead. You
problem
go ahead.
Is
sir.
that I agree to some extent that you have to create, you have to use inference to figure out like people's motivations. We were doing that with Vaush, trying to say, okay, does he just not know what he's talking about, or is he just lying? But the problem with Vaush and with critical race theory is that it's not even a question of using inference. Critical race theory is coming from the presupposition that you are racist from the first point. So they're not inferencing anything. They're just working backwards off of what they already argue and believe.
Yes, to paint you into that corner. I was going to say, it's so funny you bring up the witch hunting thing, because isn't our entire legal system, doesn't it accept that human nature is fallible and that we're all biased? And haven't they
Yes.
tried to structure an institution to take as much bias out of the equation as humanly possible? I feel like, I still feel like there's tons of bias in the legal system, but at least the idea that we're pushing to get rid of it wherever we can find it seems like a step in the right direction.
Right.
But just to ignore that and say, nah, you can't get rid of it. It's like,
that
what do you
is-
do? It's like so
Well,
stupid.
The common law legal system is most set up essentially to avoid witch hunts. Like,
Yes.
it's the most secure one against the idea of witch hunting. And I love what Vaush has laid out here, right? He's like, right, so if a person of color thinks that they have been wronged and have had an act of racism against them, they are, I don't know, the authority who should be able to judge that and make that assessment. And it's like, okay, but that goes fundamentally against our principles of justice, as in
Yep.
you shouldn't be the judge in your own case. It's like,
exactly.
okay, and
because
so
you're
if
biased.
exactly, because you're biased. It's your allegation. You already think it's true, or at least you claim you think it's true. And so to find out whether it is actually true, you need a now investigation discovery. And
Yes.
so it's just like Vaush is just saying it's okay to be a witch hunter.
Yes.
Yes.
You need
And-
you need a dispassionate third party to step in and be the arbiter of disputes.
Right. And that's what's so stupid about critical race theory is that they specifically say they're against the concept of legal precedent. They're against the concept.
Do they?
Or not against it. It's like they're against it, the idea that it's actually works, that it's actually neutral. They're against the concept that there is such a thing as equality or neutrality under the law. And so they do kind of the socialist thing where they say, well, if the system has good aims but is flawed, we just have to destroy the entire system whatsoever.
Yeah,
Well, the
what-
they
law
don't even
itself
give
is
them-
a racist construct.
Right. And then they don't even, and the worst part is they don't even have like a replacement. They just want to tear
Yes.
everything down
Yeah.
and just leave a vacuum. And we all know how that's
No.
going to end.
yeah, we're going to be back to witch hunting in like 6 months.
Is a uniquely American invention. Brewed up at Harvard Law School in the 70s, now part of the academic and media mainstream, it is also
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait.
Is he talking about the origins of
One
critical race theory?
piece of misinformation at a time.
That's
okay,
true.
hold
critical
on.
race theory is a uniquely American invention.
Okay. As I understand it, critical race theory, as it's understood today, has its philosophical roots in a wide range of European academics. Does it not?
Oh my
I'm pretty
God. Vaush is so anti-American. He's like, he doesn't even want to give critical race theory to the Americans. He's like,
It's-
what?
It's the James Lindsay said a fact. And now I have to sort of pretend like I disagree with it, even though I agree with it. Because he's like, oh, well, technically, critical race theory is based off of or has its foundational roots in critical theory and Marxism. And that's not American. So technically, I can say that James Lindsay's wrong.
Yeah.
So that's exactly. I mean, Vaush is not wrong here, but saying it as if he's contradicting James Lindsay is just a lie.
Yes,
'Cause he's,
that is
you
the
know,
lie, yes.
What he's, it's exactly as you say, Sitch. It's like, yeah, sure. Like, if you wish to trace the ancestry of this back, you end up in France, and then you end up
Yep.
even further. In fact, but France is pretty
Derrida,
much the main.
Foucault.
Exactly. Sure, but the what we are seeing now, they didn't invent critical race theory. And if you were to ascribe critical race theory to them, that wouldn't be accurate. It is
Right.
accurate that it's Kimberly Crenshaw and a bunch of legal academics who essentially got their own ideology turned on them because they were white.
Yep.
Well, wait, Kimberly Crenshaw's not white; she's black. But
No, but the original critical theorists, critical legal theorists,
right,
right.
yes.
critical race theory spawned out of that because most of them
Yes.
were white.
Yeah,
and there was a
they
small
were focused
contingent
on
of them that
class,
weren't.
not race.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Yeah, and they were like, well, hang on, if it's about race, then you're bad. And they were like, oh shit.
Well, look,
The
I don't know why we should stop with the French. I mean, I think we have to go all the way back. I mean, technically
Sure.
Marx was a human being, and human beings all came from Africa when they were cave people. So I think that's where we should. Everything really comes from Africa, if you think about it. Vosh. Technically, you're wrong.
So you're saying the blacks are the source of critical theory?
That's what I'm saying. Blacks are the source of everything, Vosh. The fact that you didn't bring this up is evidence of your white privilege and action.
Totally. And
Just invisible
racism.
to him.
Black people are the source of racism. Vaush 2021.
There you go.
Amazing.
Isn't this stuff often tied to the Frankfurt School? But the Frankfurt School was like they were Europeans. Like, I mean, you could say that this originated in America, but you know what else did? Everything. It's goddamn America.
There you
Brewed up at
go.
Harvard Law School.
See, he did tie it to the anti-American sentiment. He's like, everything bad is
Yeah.
American.
No, he's
but
saying
I-
he's pro-America. Everything's American. Okay.
No, he's saying everything bad came out of America.
I see.
It contradicts his point, though, because he thinks critical race theory is good. But never mind that.
School in the 70s, now part of the academic and media mainstream.
That's not true at all.
What?
Critical race theory is an idea that's banted about in the humanities. The idea that it's like the holistic totality of
Trump
academic or
banned it and
media
Biden
mainstream. It's not
reinstated
true.
it
It's not even.
explicitly. You fucking liar.
True.
Fuck. I can't stand to just hear just brazen lies like that.
Well, I don't think the mainstream understands critical race theory, but they
No.
unknowingly promote aspects of it, which opens the door for the
Totally.
more pernicious stuff to weasel its way. I'm sorry, Adam. to slime its way into the discourse. I mean,
This is why James Lindsay's so upset.
right. And if you look at like the best-selling books on racism during, when George Floyd was killed,
they
was
all have that
Robin
shit in there.
DiAngelo's book, Ibram Kendi's book. I mean, it was all this critical race theory stuff. So
Yeah, but Trump explicitly bans critical race theory by name.
Yes.
And then Joe Biden explicitly reinstates it by name because it was something Trump had done, right?
To be
So
fair,
hang on.
wait, in the order, he said it by name when he spoke, but in the order, neither of them named critical race theory in the order.
What exact term did they use?
They used, it was like
Anti-racism training, right?
Anti-American racism training that is based on the presupposition that America is founded on racism or something.
Yeah. And so
it's
That's
broader.
true though.
Yeah,
But
no,
it
I'd
is
say that's-
critical
I'd say
race
that's
theory
better.
that they're
I'd say that's
referring to.
better. Right.
yeah.
Did you
But
listen
they
to
do mean
DeSantis?
critical race theory. And they
Sure.
did
Did you-
say it like when they were describing it.
Well, Trump did, yes.
Did both of you listen to?
No, I think Jen Psaki said explicitly that as well. She came out with
Didn't
Hang on,
someone
let
ask
me-
her a question about it?
Did either of you see Governor DeSantis, governor of Florida,
hang on.
talk about
Jen
banning
Psaki
critical
said
race
yes.
theory?
Yes.
teaching critical race theory is quote responsible.
Ugh.
This is her opinion. This was only the other day that she said this.
Right.
So
And
to say
Biden. Hear that heavy sigh from Sitch, everybody. I want everyone to take notice of that. That's Biden's. What is that? His
press secretary.
Okay, press
It hurts.
secretary. There you go. It's
She-
painful,
so-
isn't
Yeah,
it?
I know. It's
So
painful.
someone you've got to admit that this is a representative of the Biden administration.
Fuck yeah, they love critical race theory.
Definitely.
Yeah,
But,
But look,
they're
Biden's
doing
whole
it on
thing, he's
purpose.
going to run on critical race theory in,
Yep.
in 2024.
She's literally
It's not
defending it.
mainstream though.
They're literally instituting it, and it's literally the U.S. government, but it's not mainstream.
Right.
Yeah, it's
No, it's not mainstream.
state-sanctioned religion.
It's just being kicked around by some academics in these Ivy League schools that no one's ever heard about or talking about whatsoever. So,
Yeah.
This thing, Vaush is lying. He's
Even
just
remotely true.
lying. He's lying.
It is also uniquely un-American because it rejects the core tenets of the American classically liberal Judeo-Christian value system.
Correct.
This is a bit apropos of nothing, but I like the fact that the PragerU people keep using the term Judeo-Christian in spite of the fact that that doesn't actually mean anything. Christians have spent the past 2,000 years dumping on Jews. The only reason they say Judeo-Christian is because they want to evoke the aesthetic of Christian nationalism, but Dennis Prager is Jewish.
so there's so much wrong with this statement.
Yeah.
First of all, James Lindsay's atheist. James
Yes.
Lindsay's an atheist. He's not
Yeah.
trying to invoke Christian nationalism by any
Yes.
fucking stretch of the word.
Hardcore anti-theist for a long time, James
Yes,
Lindsay was.
true,
yeah.
true. He wrote. Didn't he write a book about it?
He did. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did tons of speeches on
Shut up. He's just
railing against
pandering to the
religion.
evangelicals. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Vaush has
Oh,
said it.
I'm so sorry. I forgot.
Then we are drifting into that lying
But then-
territory here.
Like, I guess Vaush is so ignorant that he thinks this term Judeo-Christian values is unique to PragerU.
No. Yeah.
What- is it- where has he-
Evangelicals, Bush administration.
Yeah, where's
all-
he been for like the last
Yeah.
30 years in America? He's saying like, they're
Yeah.
only doing it because Dennis Prager. I'm like, what are you talking about? This has been the talking point line for 30 to 40 years. It's been established.
Yeah, totally.
I think it would be quite odd to suggest that Christianity has nothing to do with Jews as well.
It would be. I think Jesus
Like-
was Jewish from what
Yeah,
I
like-
recall of my upbringing.
There is some connection there, I think.
Yeah,
and so,
there's a little
you
bit
know.
of an overlap. Yeah. Like half the Bible is the same in Judaism and
Yeah,
Christianity.
I mean, the first
Even
half
more,
of
it's
the
like the-
Bible is the Chronicle of the Jews.
yeah.
Okay,
What do you mean?
First of all, I take issue saying half. It's like if you compare the sizes, the Torah is like 50,
You're
it's
right.
like 80%
You're right.
the size
Yes,
of the New
you're
Testament.
right.
Okay.
20.
Sure.
The New Testament was definitely like a pamphlet by comparison.
That's right. It's an addendum. Okay.
And
Sure.
not only that, it's like the first four books are practically identical. It's like what's going on here?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, a lot of copy paste going on in there.
And that's true. That's totally true.
That's literally the only reason why.
Yeah.
If Dennis Prager wasn't Jewish, they would just say Christian values. But because they want to
Oh my God, it's so bad. Like
But
the
even if
attributing
they
of
just
bad
said-
faith to everyone is so bad.
It's internet blood sports. But even if it was like Dennis Prager is Jewish, so even if they just said Christian, it would still implicitly include the Jewish heritage of it.
Yes. I don't
You
think
couldn't.
Dennis
you can't
Prager's
separate.
like.
Well, how do you separate it?
I don't think Dennis Prager's like a Jew
So,
for Jesus or anything either.
there's
he's
a-
just like Jewish.
In America, the reason they switched to Judeo-Christian values is because there was a tradition in America when prayer in school was a thing, that it would always be Christian prayer, and they were kind of saying "fuck you" to the Jews. And so once that kind of went away, and the Christian religion traditionalists had to kind of form a bridge with the Jewish religious traditionalist people like Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro and all those kind of people, they've kind of included them in the name just to sort of invoke the idea of like traditional values.
Is this widening the circle
Sure.
right here? Is this
It is widening the
exactly what we
circle.
see
That's
going
exactly
on?
What yes,
It's
exactly.
like,
And
why are
I was
we
gonna bring that
fighting,
up.
guys? Let's just be friends.
I was going to bring that up and say like that's sort of evidence of this, of the notion of the increasing, the widening of the circle and adding people to the tribe in action and working. It's saying, okay, well, we're not going to leave out Jews anymore. We're going to say Judeo-Christian values. We're going to widen the circle.
Yeah.
But I mean, it seems that what they're saying, really, I mean, it's not even Judeo-Christian. Like they're just talking about like socially conservative values, and like you could just just as easily call these Muslim values if you're going to say like that.
Family
like-
values? I don't know.
Yeah, family
Well,
values,
yeah, if-
values of chastity and personal
Sure,
modesty,
totally.
and things like this.
Well, no, not when it's, well, it depends, because you can use it in the traditional conservative value sense that way, but in the sense of classical liberal values, they're usually talking about like individual rights and
Yeah.
that the fact that an
Sure,
individual
Oh no.
person is worth is important and has like a soul and is worth protecting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess you could say Judeo-Christian Muslim values. It's just no one wants to say
Abrahamic.
that.
You could just say
no, that's not going to be
Abrahamic
good.
values.
That's not going to be good at the next
That's true.
election
That's
cycle.
true. You could say Abrahamic values would probably be the most apt. Well, no, because you would want to include Jesus in there too. 'Cause he had slightly
Abrahamic,
different
yeah.
values. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
Turn the other cheek versus eye for an eye. Come on, guys.
To rope him in on it, they invent the term Judeo-Christian, in spite of the fact that, oh boy, we did not get along. Jews and
All
Christians,
terms are
those
invented,
two.
Vaush.
Whew. Sorry, when I phrase it that way, it
Literally
makes
every
it
single
sound
one
like
of them.
What's that?
It's okay
Sargon?
for us to invent terms. You invent genders. That's fine.
all words are invented.
wrong with
Saying
it. Yeah.
saying a word is invented doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's not a criticism.
Who's got more time inventing new words, the
Yeah.
left or the right? I'd say like the left by a long shot, right?
I think in the last 20 years, the left has like created more words than
Redefined
exist in human
everything.
history. So
Yeah, exactly. And
The right invents one new word.
Not only that, this word, what is he talking about? This word's been around for 30 years. They've
I
been
know, I
talking
know.
about Judeo-Christian values.
right.
And nobody gives a fuck about it anyway. Like
Well,
Yeah.
And you would think that since Vaush is so anti-Israel, that he would be very aware that a lot of the work this word does is to promote pro-Israel values among like evangelical Christians in America. So
yeah.
Very much so.
this was kind of a blow for blow type thing. That's not true at all. In case you ever wonder, by the way, why people still get so up in arms about anti-Semitism, you should take a look at the rate of hate crimes against Jewish people in the United States of America. It is massively disproportional to their population. I actually didn't believe it because I grew up with a lot of Jews in like a nice neighborhood, so like nothing really happened. But if you
What,
actually
those
look
Jews
at
are
it,
a
like
bunch of no
Jewish people,
liars or something,
synagogues,
aren't they,
all that.
Vaush? What the fuck is this?
if only he had
Those
looked up,
sneaky Jews just keep lying. Vaush 2021.
if
I
only
looked up,
he
this
had-
is actually true.
if only he had looked up these statistics before he advocated for nuking Israel. Maybe
Oh,
then,
yeah.
maybe then he could have saved himself a Twitch ban. He would have
Yeah.
been a little more cautious. I don't know.
Just it's such a
Shit, they
bizarre
get-
way of framing it, though. Like, all this time the Jews were telling the truth, guys. It's like, okay,
That's
Well, to
very
be
that's
fair to Vaush,
interesting
I think
framing.
I think he's trying to say is, oh, I grew up with privileged Jews, so I didn't understand that there's all these other Jews elsewhere in the country that are the
Maybe.
victims of hate crimes.
I don't know why you're giving him a charitable interpretation. He ain't going to give you one.
Well, because I'm an enlightened centrist, okay?
Oh.
I don't let my elephant control me.
Good point.
Get an unbelievable amount of hate crime done against them. It's wild. Why does everyone hate Jewish people, Vaush? Jewish people kind of have, there's a lot of inertia to conspiracy. Far-right groups tend to be conspiratorial because they tend to be individually pathetic and they need some kind of collective other to blame their personal problems on.
Like
Oh my
white
God.
people.
Or conservatives. I mean, geez, what's going on that side over there?
Or
how
well,
is
this
this
is funny
not?
'cause, like
ahead.
Marx was famously anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
So like casting this is like, oh, well, this is the right-wing problem. It's like, that's not even true. And this is so weird because Vaush doesn't even understand the most basic principle of this, which is the reason Jews have faced so much hatred for the years is because two reasons. One, they're like the model minority. Okay, they're a minority group that enters a society and does very well.
Yeah.
And that, you know, breeds resentment. And number two is because for most of history, now this isn't true in recent American history, but for most of history, Jews were very anti-assimilation. They would sort of exist as like a pocket and they wouldn't assimilate into the main culture. So if you have a group of people that kind of live in your land that you don't recognize as part of your tribe and they're very successful, guess what happens? You're going to, it's very easy to blame them for your problems.
Especially when you think they martyred your savior.
Well, that's also in the third,
seriously.
of course. Yes, and the third, of course, is the passion play stuff. Yes.
Yeah, all through like, you know, the Middle Ages, when crusades began, they began with against Jews,
Right.
In Europe, and it was shit.
Right. Sure. But that's what's so weird is that Vaush doesn't bring up any of this stuff.
Yeah.
He just gives
know
like
about
this
any of this
total
stuff.
non-answer. So
They're like easy to otherize, which is terrible.
But the hypocrisy is like unbelievable. It's like, well, you know, those right wingers just like blaming a single racial group for all of their problems. So, just lay me down, man. I'm fucking done. Just yeah. Now tell me what was wrong with white people again?
yes, tell me about the white cultural hegemony that's controlling America.
Yeah.
And because Jews are A, widely spread around what we would broadly call the Western world, B, already largely hated, and C, widely misunderstood, it's really easy to just push a bunch of conspiracy nonsense onto them, you know?
Vaush, the Jew understander.
Well, he does get it essentially right there.
No, he doesn't. He says Jews are widely spread. Okay. But you say, okay, that's true. But then he says they're already hated, which is a non-answer.
Well,
to
that
explain why they're
obviously is
hated.
not. Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not
think
true.
that's true either.
I don't think it's true either.
I don't even know what he means by that. It's a non-answer.
But the last part where he says they're easily misunderstood because of their.
To me, that's not even the root of it. It's not a question of misunderstanding.
That's your argument, though, that they
No,
don't
my
culturally
argument is-
assimilate.
Yeah, but that's not why. It's not because they say, oh, I don't understand them. It says, oh, well, but why are they different from us? Whenever
okay.
people,
I gotcha.
it's like whenever people
There's
decide that
there's
they
a
don't want to be part
distinction
of
there.
Right. Whenever
Right.
people decide
What's
they don't want to be
wrong
part
with
of their
our culture? Why do you want to join
Exactly.
our culture?
They say,
Yeah.
oh, are you saying that there's something wrong with our way of life?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It
No.
turns the bedrock America.
The idea that Jews are widely hated, I think, is totally false. I mean, I watched the documentary
agree.
from like
Yeah.
1998 the other day that was called something like The Jews in Hollywood or something like that, and I was like, fucking hell. And the reason I watched it is just like in the current year, that title sounds very inflammatory, right? But this was just a pro way of looking at it. Like it was like, look, you know, the Jewish people who started Hollywood were huge fans of America because they fled, you know, the Russian Tsar or the Soviet Union, and so they were like, yeah, America, land of the free, you know, this is amazing.
and that
look
one
how
other
free-
place too. But
well,
Yeah.
but look, no, this was before Nazi Germany,
yeah, I know.
right? So it was pre-Nazi.
It was.
But they
Yeah,
were still
that's where my
fleeing
grandparents,
pogroms.
my great grandparents came from the pogroms in the early 1900s. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys, because they happen to come from Europe, where this technology is being developed, they bring all this new technology over to the colonies, and they set up this industry. And all they do is just pump out pro-America propaganda, and it's this pro-America propaganda that won you the Cold War. You know, and so it's like and they use their real names. You know, they're Jewish names. Everyone knows they're Jewish names. Like no one's like, you know, oh, you can't say that you're Jewish in American life. No, of course you can. What the fuck are you talking about? No
Well,
one.
I assume he means historically in a global context, like the Crusades or whatever.
Like I
Well, and the Holocaust.
I think
is
that would be a
probably
really
Holocaust
charitable interpretation. I think he's talking about now, here and now.
Right.
If only he was here to tell us exactly what he meant. It would be. We wouldn't have to We wouldn't have to postulate here. We wouldn't have to theorize.
Well, here's my question. So if Jews suffer the most hate crimes than anyone else in America, why doesn't that mean that they get ultimate leverage in all these conversations?
Yeah, they should boost right up the oppression hierarchy, right?
How dare Vaush speak ill of Israel? Okay.
Yeah.
How dare?
Yeah, look at that.
I mean, he
American
did get
idea.
banned from Twitch, so
No, but he's been going crazy, because of the whole Hamas stuff that's been going on recently on Twitter.
Yeah.
at least he didn't donate money to them.
He
Oh,
probably
yes.
donated money to search. Who knows?
He probably did. Oh,
Probably
shit.
Solidarity.
Upside down.
Oh.
Here it is in the words of Richard Delgado and Gene Stefanchik,
Swept
two
back to
leading
reality.
proponents.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory.
Wait, wouldn't PragerU think questioning equality theory is based?
Legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism,
So, wait.
and the neutral principles of constitutional law.
So this is a completely inoffensive statement that if we look at and think
Okay, there's two. Okay. First of all, he says, shouldn't PragerU be in favor of banning equality theory? He doesn't know what equality theory is in this context. They're talking about equality theory under the law, and that's that the law treats every person as equal. It doesn't create special class citizenship for anyone. And under that, yes, PragerU is 100% in favor of that. Who's only
I mean, the Democrat voter is upset by that, but you would expect it, I guess.
In California, we tried to pass a law to discriminate against people based on race.
Yeah,
like we
right, and
tried
it got voted down.
It got voted down, thankfully.
Right.
But the fact that it's even on the ballot is
Yeah.
bonkers. What the hell?
Hey, you know
Yes.
that Civil Rights Act? That was the problem, wasn't it? Says the Democrats. It's like,
Right.
no, you said that then, you say that now, and the answer is no consistently through the whole thing.
But the second thing he said is crazy. He said there's nothing. He said this is an inoffensive statement. Okay, imagine looking at this and thinking that this is not crazy. That you want to overturn liberalism, they want to overturn equality under the law, they want to overturn legal reasoning, that you want to overturn enlightened rationalism and the neutral principles of constitutional law. And he's
Not
like, yeah, this is inoffensive.
Well, I don't
What?
know. I don't know if he means all of these things that critical race theory is advocating to question the very foundations of, that beginning part, or if he means that these things are inoffensive, the things that critical race theory is seeking to get rid of. Because I don't know if he actually, I don't know if he's cognitive of the fact that these things that James Lindsay is saying is what critical race theory is against. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, he does, because he says after this, he
So,
says,
so
"Oh,
you're
the
saying he's in
Constitution
favor of
sucks."
getting rid of this stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so he's in favor of questioning the liberal order,
Well,
and
not even-
equality
here's the thing.
theory, and legal reasoning, and enlightenment reasoning,
If
But
anyone
here's the
could
thing.
ask
the
him.
neutral principles.
He can say he's against overturning all these things, but also acknowledge that this is a radical idea. But he doesn't. He's like, oh, we should overturn all these things, and this is not offensive or radical in any way. This is just like the normative
True,
idea.
yeah, it is a very radical idea. And also on him questioning PragerU's motivation, he believes PragerU is in favor of inequality. Like he lives in a world where PragerU actively wants to discriminate against black people. Like that's their ultimate goal.
Yes, he says that.
So that's why he's saying, wait, wouldn't PragerU be in favor of overturning these stuff?
So PragerU Democrat supporters?
He
Sorry,
believes-
I'm sorry.
you
I know I
talking
keep
about?
going on about this, right? But honestly, it just seems to me as an outsider, the Democrats are the party of race. That's it. They're
True.
the party of race.
True.
And
Well, they
always
are
have
the
been.
ones trying to use. They are the ones that are definitely politicizing race at the moment.
And
More
Yeah.
so.
when
than
when you say
Republicans,
at the
I guess.
moment, when have they not?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
civil
During
rights.
The civil rights movement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's them politicizing race in opposition to them having previously politicized
But
race.
in the-
That's just
in the right-
direction they do it.
Politicizing race, though, in the right direction, though. You
Right.
got to admit that America
but
was
when-
far more racist during the civil rights movement than ever before. They had
Yeah, but
literacy
because
tests
of
for
the
voting.
Democrats. All of these Jim Crow laws were Democrat initiatives, were they not?
Yeah, in the pre-civil rights era, and then but then was the weird party switch happened.
yeah.
Yeah, but I
You
don't
don't
agree that
buy
there was
you
a
don't buy
party
into the
switch.
party switch.
There was.
First of all,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
First
I
of
don't
all,
see
you-
how the Republicans have changed their position on race. As in, it's not important.
if there was no
They
party
did-
switch,
Yeah.
then how could then who was it wasn't other Democrats objecting to the civil rights legislation in the 60s. Sorry.
Well, I don't know the exact ins and outs of it, but just like I said, as an outsider, it just looks like the Democrats, the Republicans were like, look, we should have individual rights, and so they don't really have like the impetus to impose racial laws, right? And when the impetus becomes we should repeal racial laws, they can get on board with that.
Well, no, that's a good point, and this is how it mapped on. It was because yes, there was this idea of individual rights, and when the Democrats switched on a national level, I mean, there's still some Dixiecrats, obviously, but on a national level, when they switched and they said, okay, we're going to be, when Truman comes out and he says, okay, we're going to be in favor of civil rights legislation and all this other stuff.
So we're going to agree with the Republicans, yeah.
But then what happened was, so the people that were in the South who said we're against this said, wait a minute,
legitimate racists,
ex-Democrat voters,
right? We need, they're saying we need a political argument to map on that, to somehow argue that we're against civil rights legislation. So then they were able to turn to Republican politicians who were able to use this vacuum to swoop in and say, oh, well, if you map it onto individual rights and say, oh, it should be up to the individual states and the individual schools and the individual counties to make the decisions about whether they want to integrate.
Right.
And that's how the switch occurred.
So the racists still stay in power, basically.
But that doesn't make the Republicans pro apartheid or anything like that.
Well, yeah, no, the political parties themselves don't have built into their ideology pro-racism.
Well, I
it's
think
just racist
too.
People using different ideologies to promote racism.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think with the Republicans, what you're describing there is just cynical politicking.
That's what it always is.
That's
for
always.
everyone.
That's
politicking
everything.
from
That's
day
all.
one.
I don't
That's
agree.
everything.
No, I don't agree. I think that there are people in politics who are acting from animating principles, like people like Abraham Lincoln, right?
So, Sargon, what's on your reading list? Just out of curiosity.
It should be the Dictator's Handbook.
Loads of
You
stuff.
have to. You have to read the Dictator's Handbook. It's the biggest black pill you'll ever swallow, man.
No,
it's
well,
all
look,
fucking It's
I've
all
read lots of
politicking.
things that are bound to be like the Dictator's Handbook.
You will love the Dictator's Handbook. I guarantee you won't be able to put it down. It's fucking amazing.
But the point is, I don't think you can just say all of politics is cynical, right? I don't think it is.
Yeah, 90%, 99% of it.
99%. Yeah, we'll give you 1%. Yeah, the idealist who actually is elected on idealism and you know how like it's not beat out of them in the first year.
Sure. But the ideal in abstract, in theory, right? The Democrats are built on the idea of race as theory.
They're just pandering to these woke racists, man.
Yeah,
we totally
agree.
agree with you.
It is because look, so even with the Democrats now, it's totally cynical because if you look back at the 90s, you could say, oh, all the Democrats were like very against illegal immigration because they're saying it was cutting into the wage earning of the middle class and the lower income class. But now they're in favor of immigration. You say, well, wait a minute, why is this happening? It's because Obama won so heavily on the strategy of, appealing to the upper white middle class and minority voters. And the Democrats have sort of thrown lower middle class and blue collar white people down the trash can. And so that's why they're starting to cynically do all the race stuff, is because that's the new base they're trying to draw votes from. It's all cynical. It's not built on a principle of ideology.
What I mean is that there's a presupposition that there is a thing called the white middle class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Sure. That's just a
is,
descriptive term.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that you identify that category is comes loaded with a bunch of theoretical baggage.
They're not. They're not a monolith voting block. Of course, if that's the point that you're making. But I agree.
My point is, you can identify a category and you can find a commonality in anything, anywhere, for any reason, basically, however you like. We have terms like jetsam. Like jetsam means something that has been ejected from a ship, right? That means we have found a commonality in objects that have absolutely no other relation. Sure. And so you can find a commonality any way you like.
That's hilarious.
And
that's good. I like that.
This is what it is, and so the way you categorize the world is the way that you desire to see the world and the way that you think about the world. And the fact that it seems that to me, the Democrats have got it very baked in that race is the way they look at the world.
Because they get votes from it, though. That's it. As soon
Sure,
as
I'm
they
not
stop
saying there's
getting
no
votes
path
from
to
it, it's
power.
gone.
Well, when you say it's not baked in, I don't know what you mean by when you say it's baked
Well, I
in.
don't think they can conceive of the world in non-racial terms.
Well, they used to. For
No, they
many,
didn't.
yeah, they did. What do you mean?
And if the voters are there, they'll see it in that way overnight.
Well, when did they view
Instantaneously.
the world in non-racial terms?
Because this was like with FDR, his whole thing, that's his entire thing was built on class struggle and wasn't focused on race really at all.
Yeah, but they would still have said like black and white and Hispanic,
Well,
and
everyone says black and white and everything. I mean, I don't know what you
over
mean by that.
here, right? We don't talk about the Scottish demographic.
Okay, in America,
right?
in America,
yeah.
everyone recognizes and uses these categories. Yes.
Sure, and that's. But I think that if left to their own devices, the Republicans wouldn't do that. They would use terms like criminal or law-abiding citizen and things like this. That's how the Republicans would if the Democrats didn't exist, they'd be the way that they'd look at the United States, I think.
I think you can only make that argument now, which is fine if you want to make that argument going forward, but this isn't historically accurate, is all I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's historically accurate. It's a thought experiment. I'm saying if the Democrats just evaporated tomorrow, then the political discourse would change, and it would be about good citizens versus bad citizens.
I agree. I think
it wouldn't be about black or white.
They're only using race cynically because they know it discourages white people from voting for their political opposition.
If we were to have this thought experiment, say, okay, snap your fingers, the Democrats cease to exist. Are you talking about like this, the party, or are you talking about people that would vote Democrat too?
The party, the whole thing gets Thanos'd.
But I'm saying, are you talking about voters as well?
The party, the voters, anyone, the very word, the idea is all just erased from history. Well, and that's just pure two factions of the Republican Party.
Yeah, but see, right. But what you would have is that you'd have the minority factions of the Republican Party that actually are racist would splinter off the Republican Party, and they just go back to being openly racist again.
Sure. But the Republicans surely would gain a lot. I think it would look a lot like the Conservatives versus Labour over here, because the Labour Party used to be like not openly racist, at least not like in the way they are now. Right. And I mean, it's been a palpable change in my own lifetime, and they're getting crushed at the polls. Like in every vote, they're getting crushed, and the Conservatives are like, "Hey, we just want to be normal," and they're winning overwhelmingly. And that I think that's the sort of thing that would happen in that circumstance.
Well, the argument put forward by a lot of lefties and by critical race theory is that what you're talking about is what they're fighting is this concept that color blindness is going to be used to be blind to actual racism. And that's that's their critique on all this stuff.
Yeah, but I'm not. I think that what I mean is the way that that would gain political power would be based on other factors. It would be based on propriety and, ideas and moral standards and things like this, right? It wouldn't.
The Republican Party doesn't gain anything at the moment from focusing on race. They gain everything from saying, let's not focus on race.
Sure, but Donald Trump did speak in the Democrats' language of race.
In what regard?
Well, you would literally say to the blacks, vote for me, what have you got to lose?
Oh, you're saying just by mentioning the category of black?
Yeah, by speaking in that framework. But otherwise, I think you'd get like the sort of Josh Hawley view, where it's like, more relational and behavioral.
I don't. But here's the thing: when it comes to political parties, especially political parties that are at odds with each other, you can't really look at what one party's doing in a vacuum, because each party is reacting to the other party. And so I would make the argument that a lot of the Republican advocation for colorblindness, which I'm in favor of, is a reaction to the focusing on identity politics and race by the Democrats. And so if you were to say that you were to remove the Democrats, like the question doesn't even make sense, because then it's like, okay, well, I don't know if they would continue advocating for colorblindness because they'd have no reason to anymore.
Well, I think the question does make sense, because what it would mean is that the assumption of colorblindness would just be folded into mainstream Republican discourse.
Maybe not, though.
But I don't think so.
Maybe not, though.
Because I think it's done cynically, the same way the Democrats are using identity politics.
I don't agree. I think the All Lives Matter view is the bedrock of the Republican view, and I think they genuinely believe it. Like I've spoken to a lot of Trump.
When you say the
spokesmen and lots of
bedrock
people.
of the Republican
I
view,
don't-
I don't know what
yeah.
you mean by that.
Well, individual rights. That's what they mean.
No, but you're not talking about historically. You mean right this moment in time.
No, I'm talking
the bedrock.
theoretically, like morally.
Right.
The way they view the world
Yes.
is they don't. I think that most I spent so much time talking to so many Trump supporters, and in All Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter debates and spaces, and speaking for loads of people about it. And I really think that the All Lives Matter people are just people who just do not consider race an interesting thing to talk about.
Sure.
And so they when they're like Black Lives Matter, well, no, all lives matter. Shut up. The problem is criminals. The problem is people breaking the law. The problem is single parents. And then you're not talking about race. You're talking about behaviors. And then you're talking about good versus bad on a character level. And you're not.
Yep.
And suddenly we're a million miles away from any conversation that the Democrats want to have. And I think that if they were in a vacuum and the Democrats didn't exist, they're the conversations the Republicans would be having autonomously, on their own. If they didn't have any of these other concerns, they'd be like, oh, who's good and who's bad.
What I'm saying is that because of the way that tribalism functions in psychology and all of our minds, is that if the Democrats got Thanos'd away, what would happen would be the Republican Party, parts of it, not all of it, would start devolving and splinter in faction. And yes, there would be some faction, as you're saying, that would be, very libertarian and to have this sort of
individual rights.
Rampant individualism. But then also you'd have the faction that split off that'd be super ultra religious and want to bring back religion in the law and in schools. And then you'd have the faction that would just be really fucking openly racist. And so that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
To kind of conceptualize it the way that you are doesn't make sense to me.
Hang on.
Sargon, do you agree that there's like the openly racist people who are blacks are in the Democratic Party and they're allowed to be openly racist because we have this privilege plus power thing?
Right.
But they're just as racist as any white Southern racist.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying
so it's the same exact human thing.
Like
it's the same exact human intuition. It's just a different race.
Well, they have to hide it because culture doesn't allow them to.
I'm not saying there would be no racism. What I'm saying is it wouldn't be the big political issue that it is now.
Racism is a great way to get votes. I mean, you are basically agreeing that that's what the Democrats are doing. They're employing racism to get votes.
Absolutely, of course. I think that. But what I mean is, if the Democrats were taken out of the equation and a bunch of Republicans of all
why
races, shapes, and sizes,
why wouldn't the Republicans use the same strategy?
Because they're just not.
As racism gets people to the polls. I'm way more cynical than that.
They're interested in another form of tribalism, which is the immigration stuff.
Sure.
And it's very easy. Now, I don't buy the supposition that, if you're anti-immigration, you're racist whatsoever.
Yeah,
but it is very easy for people to be anti-immigration and then to fall into the trap of buying into racism on top of that. And so that's all I'm saying is, I agree that, yes, if the Democrats cease to exist, they're the ones that are currently making the biggest deal about race at the moment. I completely agree with that. But if they're all to exist, I don't think it would take very long for the conversation in America to converge back on race again.
Yeah.
But who would be forcing it back onto race?
The politicians that are I believe so much of this racial tension is being driven by the politicians and the media because it's to their political advantage. Like I agree with you, Sargon, that the rank and file Republicans are not racist. They're being cast as racist by the left-wing media and politicians to, first of all, to prevent their voters from voting Republican because they conceptualize voting Republican as being racist, and also to rally their people to the polls because their people are more likely to vote if something is as devastating as like white supremacy is on the horizon. It's like an apocalyptic narrative that gets their voters to the polls. It's driving them also to mental hospitals too, but go ahead.
Yeah, but that's because of the domination of left-wing racial thought in the media and academia and politics since time immemorial, right?
But the motivation
hang on a second.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But that's we are talking about the political motivation. So we know that that's everything that we're saying here is political, right? But the question is, what would the Republicans politicize? And so you've got the factions in the Republican Party. You've got like the Tucker Carlson conservatives who would politicize character. They would have issues of character that would be political. And so he would advocate for, harsh punishments for criminals and, laws that encouraged, decency and things like this, right? And then you get the libertarian side of the Republicans who would be like, oh, well, a hardcore Republican, libertarian constitutional values, blah, blah, blah. And, these are all, this is where we sort of lie on the sort of, liberal, classically liberal spectrum, where it's like, constitutionalism is important, the minimal state, blah, blah, blah. And so, but you're not having the conversations the Democrats are going to make you have. You're going to have conversations about family values and the interference of the state. You're not going to be like black and white.
Well, I think part of the issue here is that in America, the race question has been on the minds of American and been so entangled in politics since the founding of the country. I mean, the big political parties before now, the biggest political division was slave states versus free states. That was the political division in founding the country. And so I think it's hard for you to conceptualize that being a proto-American, or you don't
I'm aware of that.
or you don't have that. You don't have anything like this. I mean, you guys have, the things with the the Scots and the Irish and all that other stuff, but I don't think it maps on exactly the same way that race does in America.
But the Irish view of what England did to Ireland was basically the same. But the point I'm making, though, is not whether this was or was not history. It's if the Democrats disappeared tomorrow, what would the Republicans discuss? And it wouldn't be race.
Yeah, at first, but it would just devolve immediately back into it because people.
I don't see why.
Because
why wouldn't another party step up and just cater to that voter base that's already?
No, I'm sure they would.
Existence?
I'm not saying you can abolish race discussions or anything, but all I'm doing is just trying to highlight that the Republicans aren't really very interested in race as a subject, right? It's only because externally it keeps being brought up. I think they would rather talk about other subjects, and if left to their own devices, they would talk about other subjects.
I've made a prediction that the let me
I mean, I might be wrong, but it just seems from my dealing with Republicans that seems to be the animating principles that they operate under.
I think there's a damn good chance that the Republicans will nominate a black candidate in 2024 simply because I think the Democrats have been so effective at making the Republican Party seem like the party of racists that they really have to do something dramatic to fight that narrative. So I think
that's a reaction.
But it's still if it forces them to talk about race, to be in that realm.
Yeah, it forces them to make the statement "All lives matter" and put up black politicians to prove they're not racist. But
that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is that
you
said, well, that's a react. You said, them if they get a black candidate, that's a reaction. And I'm saying
no. They will have black candidates regardless of what happens. But in this political environment, they will deliberately select the black candidate because they're aware that it disarms the Democrats of one of their most powerful arguments. But with the question I asked was in a vacuum.
Right. And that's what I mean. There's it's a reaction.
If there's no impetus to BTFO the Democrats by having a base black guy, then there would be no discussion about that.
Right.
They probably would.
What I'm saying is that the way I would conceptualize this is that I don't think you could put too much stock in saying, well, when I talk to Republicans right now, the arguments are X, Y, Z, because I'm saying, but you have to understand that a lot of those arguments are a reaction and framed specifically as a reaction to counter the identity politics of the Democrats. So I'm saying if you Thanos the Democrats out of existence, you can't think that those same arguments would exist in the fashion and form that they exist.
Give me an
now.
example.
The whole thing about focusing on merit and colorblindness and individual rights. I gave you an example. But the Southern switch in using individual rights to say, oh, well, we're not discriminating against black people necessarily. We just think our state and our county should be able to use its individual rights and individual abilities and individual powers to dictate whether we integrate or not.
Okay, let me put it this way. If the Democrats had never existed and we still found ourselves in the position we're in now, right, the question of family wouldn't actually be something on which the blacks and the whites would disagree, because black people, sans the decades of Democrats abuse are very conservative, socially conservative. Like, look at Africa. Africa is the most socially conservative place I can even think of. Maybe Arabia, I suppose. But so if you have a bunch of evangelical Christians, you will have them being black and white, and that's just not going to be a distinction between them, because they're going to have exactly the same opinion on the politicized nature of the family. And it will be, liberals on the other side, or progressives or whatever, going, well, maybe we can have alternative families, maybe gays are okay and things like this. But it's not going to be a race issue, and it only looks like a race issue now because of what the Democrats have done. As in destroying the black family.
I don't understand what you're saying. I just don't understand what the argument that you're making.
Well, yeah, okay. Like all of the framing of Republicans on race is a reaction to the Democrats, right?
Now, in the current year, okay.
Yeah, but it was then. The founding of the Republican Party was to allow freedom for black people because they thought that they were humans.
Lincoln was the technically the founder of the Republican Party, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was because the Democrats were saying, no, the blacks are bad.
Well, first of all, I don't think that's exactly what their argument was. But my point is, what I'm saying is that you're kind of like conflating, you're doing like this weird thing where you're sort of conflating the arguments that the Republican Party is making now, and you're conflating it to the origin of the Republican Party, and then you're skipping everything that happened in between, where political attitudes and parties kept shifting, all throughout American history.
Yeah, but the what I'm saying is the animating principles of what the Republicans seem to advocate have been pretty consistent since Lincoln, and the cynical meta.
That's not true at all, though.
You don't think so?
The Republican Party used to be pretty pro-labor in its early conception, and then it became very anti-labor. And then it became pro-labor, and then it became anti-labor again, and now it's sort of going again through the populist revolution, being pro-labor again. So it's all over the place. There's no consistency here.
Yeah, but you're talking about political factions, and I'm talking about principles.
The principle of focusing on whether you should be a neoliberal, right, or a populist is a principle. That's not a faction.
No, but you just spoke to factions. Like, you spoke to contingent episodes in American history. But at no point, I think the Republicans would have said that they're against individual rights.
No.
Right.
Well,
so that hasn't changed.
Actually, I don't know if that's even true, because a lot of the tradcons are against individual rights, in terms of they think that individualism and liberalism is part of the problem that's causing the decadence of our society. I mean, there's even
I don't think that you think the evangelicals would be against constitutional rights as defined in the US?
No, because they view it as helping them. If they view it as they have, I'm saying if they viewed themselves, this is the way it always works. People only want the protections of the law when they view it helps them, but when they're the majority and they have the power, they want to throw those laws and those rules in the trash. And that's what we're seeing right now with the social justice stuff.
Well,
that's why they're arguing against free speech and all this other stuff.
I mean, I haven't spoken to many evangelicals about this, admittedly, because it just never occurred to me. But I think that they probably would argue for individual rights.
Yeah, because it helps them, sure.
Yeah, but it helps everyone.
So
saying
help
you're
everyone.
Arguing for individual rights,
it doesn't help
you.
everyone.
It does.
If your idea is American society needs to be founded on a nuclear family with Christian values, individual rights hurts that argument, because you're saying, well, this individual has the right to do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're not, directly impacting me. And and Republicans and Christians were very against that idea for many years.
Well, I think that I don't think you're being generous to the Republicans here, because I think that they would say socially, then that's the case, but they would also say that constitutionally, you have the right to do X, Y, and Z.
No, because there was many people for years, and this is why we had prayer in school and all this other stuff. They were arguing all sorts of arguments about how, even though it clearly says in the Constitution a separation of church and state, that they still make all sorts of arguments about how it's okay to have prayer in school and have our government involved in Christian activities.
Because they're conservatives. They're not Republicans.
Well, but conservatives are currently in the Republican Party right now.
Yeah, because the Democrats are anti-American. Where else are they going to go?
Yeah, but they've been in the party since even pre that.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying is that you're like, I feel like you're conceptualizing like the mythical libertarian as like the only Republican, and there's like so much more going on here.
Well, that's what a Republican is, but a Republican isn't a conservative, and it's actually weird that your Whigs are in an alliance with your Tories. Basically, it's a weird thing, but the thing is they don't really seem to have anywhere else to go.
Well, maybe that's the issue. Is that I understand in America, we have this like notion of who's liberal and who's conservative and who's Democrat, and who's Republican, and it's kind of actually backwards in some respect. And it's because, as I said, the parties and the ideas keep shifting throughout history. And I know it doesn't map on or make sense in terms of if you map it onto the British system, where I think it's been more consistent.
No, not really. This is the thing, right? So the Republicans are the people who are the constitutionalists, right? And they want what the Constitution says, but the conservatives want a Christian state.
Right. Well,
so they're not the same.
I don't know if you can make the distinction, because you say the Republicans want X and the conservatives want Y, and I'm like, well, I don't. Who's the Republicans that aren't conservatives? I guess
the ones who want the way the Constitution specifies a separation between church and state.
Yeah, but the problem is the conservatives are using those arguments now that they serve them. That's what I'm trying to say. So you're trying to.
I'm not talking about the conservatives. I'm talking about the Republicans.
Okay.
The Republicans who adhere to the Constitution.
Okay.
Who believe in a separation between church and state.
Okay, but
is there not conservatives?
Who is there another name for these people? Just to make this conversation. I don't think there's a lot of people that identify in America as constitutionalists.
Well, maybe. You have to check, I suppose. I think the understanding of what the terms mean is probably quite lax as well.
But that's the problem, is because I think if you were to take a poll, and I'm sure this poll exists, and you were to ask, the majority of Republicans, do they identify as conservative? Like 95% would say, yeah, I identify as conservative, even if they don't identify with the way that you're using this term.
Sure. But I mean, they might, the question is, would they uphold the Constitution and a person's right to say practice their religion freely, right? And I think that you get more people saying yes to that than no.
Sure, but you get everyone basically would agree with that concept, that idea that everyone should be able to practice religion freely.
Well, no, I think the Christian conservatives would say this is a Christian country.
It will. I guess it depends how you word the question, but.
Well, what I mean is that this would be how, if you wanted to distinguish the Republicans from the conservatives, that would be the question to ask. The Republicans ideologically have to say, of course they could, because that's how the ideology works. Whereas the conservatives would look at it and go, God, this is a threat to Christianity. No,
Right. Well, I'm not even sure that would work, because built into the conservative argument for so long has revolved around, since the conservatives, and when I say conservatives, I mean the way you mean it, like the traditional religious conservatives, feel like the secularization of America is attacking them in the last 30, 40 years, when before it wasn't, and they had control. They're sort of been so primed to use the same Republican arguments of protection to the Constitution, individuality, individual rights, blah, 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 that I don't know if you could construct a questionnaire to sort of ferret these groups of people out of and away from each other.
Well, I honestly think the religion in schools is the way to do it. But anyway, I kind of took us off on a big rabbit hole. But
Thank you. You took us down on this hour-long rabbit hole.
Yeah, sorry, but I just can't stand that it's always the Democrats that racialize things, and I just don't think Republicans would. I really don't.
Well, the contention is when you use the word always. I think you can say right now, but it's not always, because that hasn't been always the case.
Sorry, guys, I couldn't help myself.
That's fine. You were right to do so, Adam. I think we need to get back to the video.
Out for like 6, you'd think we'd be okay with. So first of all,
let's back up. This is the most contentious thing, I think, in the video, and you had to lead us away from it, Sargon.
Here it is in the words of Richard Delgado and Gene Stefanchik, two leading proponents.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory.
Wait. wouldn't PragerU think questioning equality theory is based?
Legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and the neutral principles of constitutional law.
So this is a completely inoffensive statement that if we look at and think about for like 6 seconds, you'd think we'd be okay with. So first of all, the liberal order is something that PragerU spends every video whining about. So I don't know why they take issue with this. Shouldn't they think this is based, you know?
Nope.
Including equality theory.
Well, he gets in the problem. He doesn't define what the liberal order is. Because in the critical race theory sense, liberal order refers to, equal rights, individual rights under the law, all these things that you were just talking about, identifying as Republicans. And while it's true that there are definitely a lot of tradcons in PragerU, Prager himself is a tradcon, he would still make these arguments.
I think they are still Republicans philosophically. Like, emotionally, they're like tradcon conservatives. But like, if given the opportunity to create a political system, out of nothing, then you end up with the American Republic.
I don't think Prager would.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, I don't watch a lot of PragerU, so I don't know.
He's very religious conservative. I mean,
right.
Did you see the video? The one that Vaush is about to bring up is the video on the Enlightenment that they had.
No. I don't watch any of this stuff.
Well, it's probably for the best, but
that's why I don't.
They had this guy who basically criticized liberalism and tried to sort of detach it from the Enlightenment, and he said like, oh, the Enlightenment brought us, all the bad things from the Enlightenment are like secularism and kind of the destruction of, Western values and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, so I've heard this argument. This is the conservatives trying to leverage a distinction between Republican values and conservatism.
Yes.
You're not like a monarchist or anything now, Sargon, are you? Because I know a lot of these tradcons are monarchists, which I just
there's a reason
like that terrifies me.
There's a reason I'm doing so much heavy lifting for the Republicans here, and to try and
Trump 2024.
Sargon wants to remove the monarchists and the tradcons from the Republican label.
Really?
That's what it sounds
because they are. They're different.
Yes, right.
Okay, well that's great.
I don't know if you can do that in America though. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's like half the Republican Party in America, isn't it? Basically, the evangelicals are kind of the monarchists.
Right.
Yeah, but the evangelicals aren't going to go anywhere near the Democrats because the Democrats are like anti-white.
Yeah,
and anti-Christian, big time.
Anti-Christian. Yeah.
But the Republicans still need them to win elections, and that's the issue.
But the evangelicals have got nowhere else to go. So the Republicans don't need to pander to them at all.
Well, it's the same thing with the Libertarians. That's why they're on board with the Republicans.
Yes, exactly. Totally.
Yeah. So the Republicans could argue from what James Lindsay has put up on the screen here, the very foundations of the liberal order, including quality of the law, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, neutral principle of constitutional law, and like the sort of Ron Paul sort of position, basically.
Right.
And that's a really winning hand in America, it seems. And that,
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, it should be. It should be a really winning hand in America.
Prescriptively, I guess I agree with you, but it's not. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason there's only one Rand Paul in American politics.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
They don't have the numbers. Yeah,
but
parents are never going to have the numbers.
Sure, but this is what I'm saying, that the republicanism, as American republicanism, as James Lindsay's just laid it out, is something distinct from conservatism, and I think it's worth observing that. It's theoretical.
Right. Sure.
I would love it. Just stay away from the race stuff. I'm on board.
Yeah,
right.
Like, it's all ridiculous.
As Lindsay has laid it out here, if republicanism at base as he's laid it out, this has got nothing to do with race, and I think that Republicans wouldn't be having race conversations. And that's all I was trying to say. But
it's not a big deal. I mean, you got to fight the war that you're in, and the war that we're in is like the Democrats have turned it into a race issue. That's the only reason why I say like the move for the Republicans is like they're forced to discuss race. That's why their black candidates are doing so well, because they're basically, they know, I think intuitively, that that's the way to fight that narrative.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And that was my point, is that the Republicans are forced to talk about race by the Democrats. If left on their own, they wouldn't do it. And I agree with the chat. Ron Paul can still win. I'm telling you.
Yeah, so he's still running, isn't he?
Look, Look, I think Jeb still has a chance. Okay, Jeb's gonna come through in 2024, and he's gonna.
No, he's not. Yeah.
Ron Paul's
But
my
no,
boy, man.
But to bring it back to the video, Vaush keeps
Your
doing this very
audio-
interesting thing,
There you go.
which is that he keeps calling. First of all, he keeps calling James Lindsay a conservative,
Mhm.
which he's
Which
not.
he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James Lindsay has explicitly said multiple times he's not conservative on Twitter.
He's a Republican.
Yeah.
He considers himself, I think, he used to consider himself a liberal.
Yeah.
I don't know what he considers himself now. I'm not sure he would agree with the Republican label, but
But
Yep.
as I've delineated it from conservative, right?
I understand that. But James Lindsay, I don't think has made the delineation that you have.
But
made.
I think if I made it to him, he would agree with this.
Perhaps.
I've been following
Have
him
you
for
talked
long
to
enough.
James
Don't-
Lindsay? You
I
should have a
haven't, actually.
conversation with
You
James
should, you
Lindsay.
should.
I would
Yeah.
love to have a conversation.
We've had him on, and he'll talk to anyone, man. You should
You could-
definitely.
You could ask him about this. I don't think he would agree with the history of it, but
No.
it'd be an
I'm not
interesting
talking about the history. I'm
conversation.
talking about the theory, right? Theoretically, I think that he would probably assent to the label of being sort of a classical Republicanist.
right.
So, he would agree with the structure
but
of
you're
the
sort of-
American Republic, right?
It sounds like you're. Oh my God, we're getting back in this conversation. It sounds like you're just mapping on
hold on.
the term Republican to classical liberal. So
Yeah, but,
Right.
but he's not a constitutional monarchist.
right.
Because a classical liberal could also be a constitutional monarchist, but he's not that. He's a Republican. He wants a republic. It's an affirmative
Sure.
stance.
Are we watching a
And
video,
so-
guys? We're
so-
watching a
well,
video.
anyway.
Well, just to be clear, that was all. Sorry.
No, just but to bring it back to the video is that again, Vaush keeps calling James Lindsay a conservative, and he keeps acting like James Lindsay is some sort of trad con who's anti-liberalism. And if you actually follow any of James Lindsay's work, his entire point, the reason he's against critical race theory, the reason he's against wokeness is because he sees it as it's going to destroy liberalism.
Totally.
And all it's going to bring forward is either you're going to have the socialist take over, or you're going to have the right-wing reactionary fascist take over.
Theo-fascist,
Or whatever you want to call it. And that's what he's worried about. So,
Yes.
and that's what's so annoying is that Vaush has a completely incorrect conceptualization of who James Lindsay is and what he stands for.
But this is why I bring this up, and this is why I actually think this is important, because I like how you're describing James Lindsay is exactly how I feel about the situation. I'm also in exactly that camp where I think that progressivism, and I always have been, this is going to destroy liberalism, this sort of classical liberal framework that we all live under. This is going to destroy it, and that's a morally valid thing to have. In fact, it's beneficial for everyone, and therefore it's the best one. Therefore, we should have it. It's good for common good, and that's why the distinction between a conservative, which can lead into the sort of theocratic fascist sort of view, and the Republicans, which can't lead into fascism. That's why it's worth having an understanding that there's a difference, even if they both occupy the same party.
Sure.
Let's
Equality
go.
theory in this case refers to the liberal conceptualization of equality. Again, this is something that PragerU shouldn't have an issue with because they argue against it all the time. Legal reasoning, well,
Do
sure,
they?
legal reasoning is...
There's only one.
I never
well,
watch
don't
any
know.
PragerU. Do they
I
argue
don't-
against equality under the law?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it.
There's only that one video that was anti sort of liberalism, but they
Yes.
didn't talk about. They're talking about more about. They're focusing on the secular aspects of liberalism.
They
But
want to
they
get
weren't-
prayer back in schools and stuff.
Yeah, they weren't really
Yeah.
talking about equality under the law.
Yeah, I
But then
can't
again,
imagine PragerU's arguing against that.
Then
mean,
again,
maybe
if you
they are.
noticed, Vaush doesn't define any of these terms. He just says, "Oh, they're against equality under liberalism." It's like, what are you taught? What does that mean? How are you
Yeah.
defining these terms, Vaush?
It's a straw man
in
version of
Vaush's-
conservatism. That's what he's arguing against.
Right.
Well, in Vaush's defense, that is actually a fairly well-defined term. So, like,
Yeah, but he's not using it correctly, though. Because when critical race theory says the liberal order and equality theory, they're not talking about what Vaush thinks they're talking about. They're talking about very specifically from the legal framework of
Yeah,
equality
but-
under the law.
but he did just say that, didn't he?
No, he said equality. He says equality theory means equality in the liberal sense.
Yeah, which
But
is
liberal-
equality
but-
under the law.
Well, no, liberalism is far deeper than that. It's about the individual rights and how the individual person exists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I think the classic, when we say liberal, like abstractly, I generally think it's supposed to mean the classical liberal formulation of equality under the law.
Okay.
that's just how it. I've always seen it used when people say
Right.
the liberal,
Well,
like liberalism when used in a historical sense, right?
Equal protection under the
question-
law, right? That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about here.
I question if his audience conceptualizes it, because since the socialists are so anti-liberal,
Yeah.
they're not, when you talk about liberalism, they're thinking like those Democrats who, they're not actually, they're pretending like they're gonna,
Neoliberals.
do good
Yeah.
things and be leftists, but they're actually secret right wingers. Like that's
Yeah.
how Vaush's
Neoliberals.
audience conceptualizes the word liberal.
Yeah.
Or liberalism to Vaush's audience is a right-wing philosophy.
Right. Sure.
Oh my God.
But they
I
also
mean,
they conceptualize the Democrats and the Republicans as basically being the same.
Well, in a way, they are. The Democrats should be committed to American constitutionalism.
No, okay, I understand that, but you know what I mean. That they think that like, oh, the only difference between the Republicans and the Democrats is that the Republicans are racist. That's how Vaush's audience conceptualizes the difference.
I bet they think a lot of the Democrats are racist.
That's not racism, though. Racism
Okay,
against white
openly
people is
racist.
not racist.
Sure. Anyway,
I
I'm
mean,
getting us off
every
track.
society has
Yes.
their own legal framework. It's it's
See, legal
hardly
framework.
an
He says legal reasoning means every society has its own legal framework.
Yeah, but he's talking in terms of laws, and so the
Okay,
liberal
that's
view
fine.
of the law is
Right.
equality under the law.
But that's a nice way of him saying he doesn't know what legal
He doesn't
reasoning
know
specifically
anything.
are referencing.
Exactly. He's like,
So yeah, and just think we shouldn't have this we shouldn't have this idea that just because every society has a legal framework or a moral framework that suddenly they're all valid. Like that's not how. That's a really stupid argument.
Or promote equality.
Right.
an inherent or objective legal framework out there. Enlightenment rationalism, PragerU literally has a video against the Enlightenment and Enlightenment liberals.
It wasn't
I
done
think-
by James Lindsay.
I think
No,
that's the
but-
video we covered.
It might
Isn't
have
that
been,
the
but
one we covered?
I don't think it was. But no, and that's a great point, Sargon, that I was going to bring up is that Vaush doesn't actually refute any of this. He just says, well, PragerU is against this. It's like, well, what about James Lindsay? Just remove
Yeah.
PragerU from the equation. What about James? Is this wrong? How is
Yeah.
is this wrong in terms of defining critical race theory? Like, it's a total punt on Vaush's position. He's
Yep.
like, I don't want to confront this actual quote that's horrifying, so I'm just going to punt on the whole thing.
Look at that framing. His video is called PragerU is lying to you about critical race theory. Oh my God. Hey.
You actually made a video saying that the most influential and important people from the Enlightenment were the conservatives, who nobody remembers anymore because their ideas were dog shit, and all of the ideas that actually got taken and used were the ones from the liberals, and America was literally
He can't. That's not even what the video said, but whatever.
No, he
he
didn't
can't
say
even conceptualize the video he doesn't agree with properly, but it's fine.
built off the ideas from those liberal Enlightenment rationalists,
Okay, hang on. Right.
and
So
then the neutral principles.
hang on. Right. So this happens to be something I happen to know a fair amount about. Right. So the problem here is that James Lindsay is right, obviously, and
Yes.
the conservatives, whom the classical liberals were arguing against, people like was it Sir Robert Filmer, whose Patriarcha was BTFO'd by John Locke, those thinkers have been forgotten, right? They are forgotten. Who's the it's not Berkeley, it's the name's on the tip of my tongue.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Burke.
Yeah.
Burke. These sort of, old school conservative, like proto-conservative thinkers, theorists,
Mhm.
they have been forgotten. It's the classical liberals who won the argument
Right.
200-300 years ago. That is correct.
Yeah.
But James Lindsay isn't in favor of the patriarchal, monarchical arguments,
No, he's not.
obviously.
No.
But
yeah.
but if Vaush frames it as if he is,
Mhm.
and thus is being hypocritical, he doesn't have to actually address anything that's being discussed on screen.
True.
Literally, the picture on the screen is James Lindsay defending Locke.
Well, and this is what I've said about PragerU before, is that whether a PragerU video is good or bad is entirely dependent on the person, because
Totally.
there's
Yeah.
many different views that are stated by many different presenters on PragerU.
Because the
You can't just say
presenters
it's a
write the
monolith.
videos, right?
Yeah, exactly. They do. I assume.
Yeah.
I assume they do.
Well, I can't imagine that PragerU actually write all of the videos and they
No,
just
yeah.
customize the ideology to, oh, look, we've got Dave
No.
Rubin, so we'll have classical liberalism. We've
don't
They
know if
got,
might
they
have wrote
edited it
Dave
down.
Rubin's script. They might.
Yeah, I don't know if
have
they
wrote it
edited
for
it
him.
down to the 5 minutes or whatever, but I
Yeah,
assume everyone writes and edits the videos the way they want. So
yeah.
Constitutional law. Oh, and by the way, fuck the Constitution. Okay, Constitution.
Oh
dumb
my
as shit. Didn't even X out slavery to begin with. You kidding me? All men are
What?
created equal. Slap that legal document down. Still got slaves. Get out of here. Come on.
So there you go, guys. Because
Mhm.
it wasn't perfect, you have to just throw the Constitution out. Just it's dog shit. It's utter dog.
No, but Vaush is a fucking moron. Like
course he
in the Federalist Papers, don't they argue back and forth about slavery? And the
Yeah.
question isn't, is slavery good or bad? They all agree, yeah, we've got to get rid of this. In fact, this document is going to get rid of slavery. It's whether we can do it right now and still have the assent of the southern states.
Well, that's exactly right. And the reason there seems to be sort of the contradiction where they say all men are created equal, but slavery still
They
exists.
have the 3/5 compromise or whatever.
Right, and all that, and the 3/5 compromise and all that stuff is because politics is the art of the possible.
Exactly. That's
And so,
exactly right.
yes, and so while a lot of the founding fathers were very against the concept of slavery, they said, okay, well, wait a minute. This, half the country at the time, their economy is too intrinsically tied into slavery.
Mhm.
And even if we're against this stuff, on a theoretical level, on a moral level, we still need these people to unite with us so we can fight off the proto-American Brits and retain our independence. You know, like,
They're
but
coming for
Vaush
us.
but Vaush just throws all that out the window because, this is the socialist conception of realities. Everything has to exist in the utopian vacuum, otherwise it's crap. And just.
But the point is, if there wasn't this Constitution and the American Revolution, then, like, if the impetus for abolishing slavery in the Americas, assuming the Brits didn't do it, which they obviously did, but like, let's just assume that the Brits had no interest in doing it. Why else would it have been done? And it's, if the Brits were like, we're actually pro-slavery, slavery is great and it's making us loads of money, shut the fuck up, you Republicans, and you have the American Revolution, they would then independently have abolished slavery.
Right. And they even built in, I don't remember if it was in the Constitution or just in laws later, was they said, oh, they shut down the slave trade. They said, oh, there can't be any slave imported into America after like a set period of time. Now this allowed people to still, breed and sell slaves, which is obviously fucked
The
up.
British tried to end the slave trade all around the world.
Right.
Well, this is they ended the slave trade in like 1807, but didn't abolish slavery until 1833 because you couldn't do it all at once because there was too much resistance.
Right. Yeah. No. And what you're saying is definitely true, that the Constitution definitely lays the foundation to abolish slavery, even if it doesn't do it at that exact moment.
Yeah. It's inevitable. It happens at some point.
Right.
Even if they're not at the moment powerful enough to
Well,
do it.
and I would argue that adapting any system of liberalism inevitably stamps out slavery, inevitably stamps out racism. It just takes time because everyone's not a perfect person. Everyone's not the perfect magical, liberal living in a vacuum.
Yeah. But the axiom that does it is the belief that rights are intrinsic to the individual, and it's not that rights are constructed by the state.
Yeah. The Bill of
that's
Rights.
why the American Constitution is important, and that's why him being like fuck that. He's a continentalist, so he believes rights are constructed by power, and he said this he said this explicitly on other streams, that it's just power is the sole factor that determines reality, and it's like that's not true.
No, don't. Well, we have a $100 super chat, and I also hear tell of a $75 super chat as well. I hear rumor of it.
You hear? Okay, for $100. No one for $100 says read my 75 stream. But Jesus, no one has donated $175. Jesus, no one. That's so generous. I'm sorry, mate. We got off on such a long tangent, but
yeah, I'm used to being involved in those tangents. I kind of feel like I'm being.
Jesus, don't you guys prefer Streamlabs because you get a larger cut versus YouTube super chats? Do we? I think we do. We get a larger cut.
Also, S class is best.
Also, S class is the best class because it also supports Sargon. There you go.
Yeah,
there you go, Sargon. Sargon's been rolled into S class.
Sargonino.
I'm happy until you say something I completely disagree with, and then I'll BTFO you.
Well, we like to be able to argue anyway. It's
I
nice.
love
It's
it.
nice to
I
have
love it.
interlocutors that we don't have to
It would
constantly
be boring
accuse
if
of
we
bad
all...
faith. Bad faith. Oh my God, bad faith. It's like,
Well, the thing is, I just know that you guys are good people, so it's like, even if I
try.
disagree with you on like
Yes.
modern monetary theory or something, then
We
I'm
try.
not like
We
Adam's
try.
not evil because of that.
exactly.
Well, and
exactly.
also, I think, and the reason that I like our conversations, even when we disagree with each other, is that I don't feel like either of us is like looking at the other person's words and saying, okay, how can I twist this to like
Yeah,
totally.
some negative way to like
Team
show
politics.
that they're really the bad guy. And I was disappointed because I thought when we had Vaush on, talking to you, I thought that's how we could have the conversation go, but obviously that was not the case.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
No one for $75. Thank you, no one. So, geez, no one always gives us like a shit ton of money. I got to give no one a wrench if it doesn't have one already. But
Yeah,
no one
what's up?
says, for Sargon, when I was growing up in the 90s, I didn't see black people as some special group. They were just people. True.
Yep.
I also felt that
Me
way.
too.
I miss the fucking 90s, man.
I know. The 90s
Yeah.
was besties.
Was
Now,
great.
thanks to this cancer, I'm hyper aware of black people in any form of media, and I fucking hate it. Your thoughts? And S class is the best class.
I've got an interesting story, right? So when I was 12, 13, I used to go to a boarding school, and I think it was Friday, or it might have been Sunday, I can't remember, but like once a week, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was on, right? And this was, early 90s. This was cutting edge, like, youth comedy. And at no point did anyone think of them as being black. We thought of them as being American.
Yeah, totally.
It was, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is an incredibly American TV
It is.
series.
I didn't even think about it, but you're right. It's hyper American.
Yeah, right. And so, like, at no point were we like, oh, let's watch the blacks. No, it was the Americans, but more specifically, it was Will Smith and Carlton and Uncle Phil and all the rest.
Right.
Like they were the characters, and you were Americans. It wasn't blacks.
Right.
That's what's so evil about all this, because
Right, exactly.
it's hyper focused on race for political advantage, which is so fucking evil.
Yeah,
Evil.
That's literally what Kimberly Crenshaw says. She says we need to organize around racial identity because it helps us enact political change.
Yes.
Where if we throw that in the trash and embrace common humanity, it doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
She literally says this in Mapping the Margins.
We racists can't win if we embrace common humanity. So, oh no.
So
Yeah.
she has a very funny Harvard Law Review article. She spends the entire article, basically like 50% of it, just bitching about Thomas Sowell.
Oh my God. He goes
It's
against
just like, oh,
everything she
Thomas Sowell.
believes.
It's so funny, and it's just basically like you feel like she wants to call him the C word, but she doesn't because it's like a Harvard Law Review article.
Oh
I fucking love that
God.
Thomas Sowell is that guy that gets her teeth grinding.
It's
like,
very.
I
it's a
know
very
he's
funny
right,
article.
but he's not making my argument. Grrr.
Right.
It's so bad.
Come on.
I love it.
It does this because critical race theory proponents assume racism is present everywhere and always.
Then why can't you find a quote of them saying that? And if you could, by the way, there are ways.
Oh my God. Vaush.
Why would we need to?
There are
Well,
quotes
but-
everywhere.
Well, it's funny because this is a 5-minute prayer you.
Yeah.
You could. James Lindsay has talked about critical race theory for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yes.
On
yes.
end that you can very easily find
Yeah.
on YouTube. Okay.
Well, hang on. We don't need to go that far. If you asked Vaush just in a vacuum, if someone just DM'd Vaush now and was like, "Hey, Vaush, is America an institutionally racist country?"
Yeah,
And
you
a white
agree with
people-
that.
He would just say yes.
I know.
He would.
And
you-
so
not even-
racism is present everywhere and always. He agrees with that statement, and he
Yeah,
knows he agrees.
if you
with
were
that statement.
to DM Vaush just this statement, racism is present everywhere and always, he would say yes.
Yes.
I imagine he would say yes.
I thought he was going to say yes in the video. I'm surprised he's
Yeah.
like disagreeing with it.
Right.
I mean, that's the whole principle behind the whole white supremacy is everywhere thing.
Well, and this shows, I guess, either A, that Vaush is being dishonest here, or that he just doesn't know anything about critical race theory. Because that's literally the first tenet. Whenever you read any critical race theory thing is, first tenet is racism is normal. It's not abnormal. It's not abhorrent. It's the normal process that exists in society at all times. That's tenet number 1 of critical race theory.
Yep.
Ways to contextualize that as well. It's just funny that they would present a quote that they should by no rights have problems with and then like not even discuss it. and just go right on to another point?
and they look for it critically until they find it.
That's what critical race theory means. We're critical of racism. We're observing.
That's not what it means.
This
This is
so
like
good.
the you're a reactionary because you're
This, again, I don't know. Maybe you're right, Sargon. It's hard to tell what's stupid and what's intentional bad faith. Or maybe there's no distinction between stupid and intentionally
This
bad
is
faith.
all
Yeah, maybe
they-
we're bringing the distinction here where it doesn't
Yeah,
otherwise exist.
Right. Because when James Lindsay says they look for it critically, he means they look for it using the critical method put forth by critical theory, which
Yes.
Vaush fucking agrees with. And yet he's like, oh, but look, he's using this word. Like, that's not what the word means. Like, what? You agree with this statement, Vaush? What are you talking about?
react to things all over again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, and just to be clear to people in the audience, whenever someone talks about looking at something critically under critical theory, what they mean is that you have to
Power
unmask
imbalances.
ideologies that are justifying some form of social or economic oppression.
Yeah.
You have to look through all the systems that are existing that you exist in, and you have to point out the oppression that's happening, and you have to tear them down. That's
Yep.
what they mean when they say critical.
Oh my god. This floor is made of floor.
And they always find it.
Oh.
I think the laughing is indicating that he was realizing he's over his head. That was my take. Obviously, it's just, speculation. We can't read his mind, guys. But it reeks of stupidity to me, really.
To me, it's like a signal to his audience to say, look, what he just said is absurd. Now, I'm not going to really explain to you.
Yeah,
why it's
yeah.
I'm just going to laugh.
Yeah. You guys figure out why it's absurd.
Right.
Look, I'm laughing.
Well, it's genius because then you could just project your interpretation onto it, whatever one you want.
Yes. My laughter was correct because later on when I went and looked this stuff up, I was laughing for the right reason.
It has to be there because that's how the imperial European powers and then America set things up.
Oh, I mean, hey, you said it, not me.
Here, as in all
See, he agrees.
Yes, he's totally
He agrees with everything. This is so stupid.
dangerous academic theories, there is a kernel of truth.
Oh.
Human beings were not preoccupied with race until the 16th century, when Europeans began to explore and then colonize other parts of the world.
Bosch is like confused. He's like, wait, he's talking some serious shit here.
He's trying, and he's about to say it. He's trying to be like, okay, I agree with this, but how can I frame it sort of in a way where I don't agree? Yes.
It's so weird.
Can I be critical of James Lindsay here?
You can be critical.
please
James
do.
Lindsay. You're allowed. sorry.
He's kind of not correct here. It's just the term race. No, you would have the term race used to be used in, like, if you go back and read like Roman sources and stuff, they'll say like the Greek race. They're not saying Greeks as a haplogroup that happen to share the same sort of genetic structure as the Middle Easterners or something like that. They'll talk about the Spartan race, as in if Sparta's destroyed, then the Spartan race is destroyed. And what they're talking about is the ethnic group, like the culture,
Right.
the self-identified ethnic group and descendants that consider themselves to be Spartans.
You
So
think,
that would
race
be the
is more
Spartan race,
ethnicity than
you think
racism.
James Lindsay should use the term skin color instead of
Well-
race to be more accurate?
Well, no, just like in old terms, they did use the term race, but it didn't mean genetic heritage, right?
It meant culture.
Right.
It meant cultural
Yeah.
inheritance and self-identity, basically.
Right. But James Lindsay's using it in the American sense.
He
which
is exactly,
yes,
and it's in the American and sort of colonial sense that it becomes black and white.
right.
Sure.
I mean, the same sort of racial language was used in India, right, and places like this. It's a colonial.
Where even
Right.
though they're all the same race as we would conceptualize it in America, all the
Yeah.
Indians are the same skin
Yes.
color.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
Not
he could
technically-
just be a little bit more specific. in his
Yeah,
words.
and it's not a big criticism or anything. And for the context of his 5-minute video, there's no point bringing that up. It's
Sure,
just,
totally.
Well, yeah,
a
and also
small
this
thing,
is primarily for an American audience anyway.
yeah,
so-
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, he's technically right, I guess.
accurate. There were plenty of racial theories that existed before the 16th century. What he's referring to right now is the modern scientific conceptualization of race. And when I say scientific, I'm doing it with very large air quotes here. The pseudo-scientific conceptualization of race. It's interesting because admitting this runs...
Yeah, this is the one where he does a little temporal analysis here.
Contrary to the contents of many other videos of theirs, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I remember PragerU making videos on inherent human tribalism before, and using it as a justification for some degree of like racialized, like the understanding that people are going to be like nationalistic.
God, where is the race realism PragerU video? This guy is out of his fucking mind.
If anyone knows what
out
video,
of his fucking mind.
If anyone knows what video Vaush is referring to, where PragerU advocated for race realism, I would be very interested to
we
see
will
that.
review that video next fucking week, okay? Seriously.
But even then, right, let's assume that you find one, right? It doesn't matter because it wasn't written by James Lindsay.
Right.
Because PragerU is a platform or a publisher.
PragerU is not going to let that thing anywhere near their platform.
They're not. But let's assume that there is, right? Let's just assume that they had, Charles Murray or something who did a video.
How dare you besmirch the name of Charles Murray?
I think Charles Murray has done a PragerU video, to be honest.
Okay, but a video by someone
Nick
else.
Fuentes does a PragerU video.
Yeah,
but the point is, like, you can't unless that's done by like Dennis Prager himself. You can't really say this is the editorial opinion of PragerU as an institution, right? This was just a video because I'm thinking of it from
they're not sending invites out to Richard Spencer though. There's no way they're like,
even
not gonna happen.
If Dennis Prager himself comes out and says, white people are superior race or whatever the fucking, as you said, this has nothing to do with James Lindsay, and this is all whataboutism. It has nothing to do with the argument whatsoever.
Well, okay, let me give you an example from my own website, right? So on loadcease.com, one of the people I employ is a guy called Hugo. He's brilliant. He's a really, really good thinker, and he's got a degree in international politics. So he's very, very useful when it comes to knowing things about the world and things like this. And so he's an excellent hire. He also happens to be philosophically an anarchist, right? So he's in opposition to the idea of the state, and he's written pieces that are critical from an anarchist, like anarcho-capitalist position on the state. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Personally, because I'm not an anarchist, but I'm not averse to hearing him present a well-crafted argument, because that's one of the reasons I like doing what I'm doing. That's why I've got the website. And it's the same thing here for PragerU. So even if PragerU had that alternate position that Vaush is trying to ascribe to them, which probably doesn't exist, if it didn't come from James Lindsay, it doesn't matter, because it wasn't the institutional voice of PragerU. It was that person advancing that argument.
Yeah. And it has literally nothing to do with the argument James Lindsay is putting forward about critical race theory whatsoever.
Yeah.
So an allegation of hypocrisy is kind of pointless unless it's coming from James Lindsay.
Yeah, exactly. And James Lindsay's been very, from my knowledge, been very consistent on supporting liberalism and liberal values and blah, 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 blah.
He's just confused by this video being so much against all the things he like wants to put onto conservatives and to PragerU. He's like, what? What's going on here?
Because he has no conception of who James Lindsay is and what James Lindsay stands for.
Exactly.
I mean, I doubt he's ever watched a James Lindsay video. I think he just sees James Lindsay shit posting on Twitter, and that's basically his sole interaction with him.
Wow.
But he wants to assign the Richard Spencer position to him, and it's amazing.
I know.
Yes, it's amazing. It's not going to happen, Vaush.
Duck for $20 says, I'm here once again to bug you about covering right to repair and getting Louis Rosman on the show. And if that doesn't work, then perhaps I can summon the almighty CT to keep bugging you as well. Excited to catch you all early for once. Have a great stream. Thank you, Doug.
I would love to talk to Louis Rosman.
Louis Rosman too. Sorry.
Who's Louis Rosman?
He's this guy he's advocating for this thing called right to repair, which is basically in America, a lot of products are created in a way that it makes it impossible to repair them or for repair people to buy the parts.
Planned obsolescence.
Yes, planned obsolescence, but also because all the parts will be made in such a way that they can only be bought directly from the manufacturer or whoever makes the product, and they won't sell them to anyone. So,
oh my God, so evil.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Sticker, like they didn't say like racial bias, but they flew past it with cultural bias, which, I mean, we know what they're saying.
Oh wow, Vaush. That's an implication that
and
race
if
and
anyone's
culture are directly
curious
tied, which
why
is
this
exactly
took
what the
place.
alt-right were telling me when I was telling them no, they're not.
Right. Yeah. It's well. It's so weird. It's weird because on one hand they're like, oh no, we're not tying them together. We're saying you are, and you're just dog whistling. But on the other hand, then they do tie them together with like the Smithsonian chart where they say
Don't
being on
appropriate
time
black
is white
culture, white person. Yeah,
I
exactly.
know, it's insane.
The simple reason for this is humans have had like really wild ideas about what made different groups of humans different
Oh,
for
we can
basically
skip
as
all
long
this.
as we've existed.
No, this is where he.
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing.
You know, if you
Vaush's
go
theory.
back far enough, of course, we coexisted with Neanderthals, in which case there was an extremely real, very biologically inset difference between us and other, you know, and them. But
species of human.
obviously,
You know, that is the original sin. Here we think the original sin was racism, but the original sin was we wiped out the Neanderthals. Okay, we all have the blood of the Neanderthals on our hands, fellas.
I've got them in that bloodstream as well.
That's right. We
And
wiped them
they-
out via murder and rape. Yes.
Well, we don't know that we murdered them. We don't know that we didn't just fuck
No,
them
they-
out of
they've-
existence.
No, they will.
I thought
willingly
they found
will.
lots of skeletons of Neanderthals that were just murdered by Cro-Magnon weapons and stuff.
Yeah, but you don't. I spend a lot of time reading into this sort of stuff because I find it
Oh, okay.
fascinating, and we don't know. We don't know how the Neanderthals or why the Neanderthals died out. We assume it's because they didn't adapt to hunting techniques. In fact, because what you find on Neanderthal skeletons is their right arms are really muscular, and there's a lot of like shock absorption in there.
Yes.
And it's because it's theorized that the Neanderthals would basically charge woolly rhinos with spears, and the Neanderthals themselves were covered in wounds, you know, broken bones and shit like this. Whereas the theory is that the humans threw things. And it's like, that can't be true, you know,
Right.
but the evidence seems to suggest it. And the fact that we've got like something between like 2 and 5% or something Neanderthal genes implies that we did a lot of interbreeding with the Neanderthals. So it's entirely possible that they just died out because of inferior hunting techniques and we fucked them out of existence.
There you
Was-
go. Original
is-
sin absolved. We're saved. Thanks.
Well, we
Sargon
don't know.
has
It could
saved
be
us.
that we eradicated them. It
okay,
could
never
be
mind.
that we, you know, because there are doubtless going to be like, you know, Neanderthal tribes that went to war with
Sure.
human tribes and stuff like
Sure.
this, right? So we could be that we eradicated them, but we just don't know.
Right. Probably some combination of all.
Exactly. Probably some
Yeah.
crossover.
Yeah, because the thing I saw was similar to what you were saying, where they're saying that because Neanderthals were stronger, they could coexist in far smaller groups than
Possible.
proto-humans who they kind of had much larger groups of like 100 humans together.
Mhm.
So if they ever fought, the humans would just devastate the
Yeah.
the Neanderthals because there's just so many more of them.
Neanderthals didn't last long. And, excuse me, given enough time, as human beings spread out around the world, we found people who looked different than us. People had wild theories. Some people were like, I think it was Aristotle who believed that it was about blood thickness, that the Arabians had thin blood, which made them clever, but also darkened their skin. And the Nordics had thick blood, which made them dull-witted, but very courageous, or something like that. Like, just some truly wild... And if you go all around the world, like, the Chinese had their own ideas of what made different races, and the Africans had their... Just like the whole... This all over the place, you know? Yeah, some truly bloodborne shit, you know? Yeah,
Why is he denying these people's lived experience? I don't get it. What's going on here?
Why is this relevant?
These people had the blood thickness hypothesis. That's
right.
That's their
Yeah.
science. You can't deny
mean,
their
I
science.
thought we're throwing away objectivity and
Yeah, I thought we were
science and-
throwing away Western objective
Blatant
science. I thought that
rationalism,
was
you know?
white supremacy.
Yeah,
Guy, you got to
don't
look
deny their
into
culture.
Yeah.
Aristotle was the one who founded the city of Yarnum and the healing church, where he discovered... Yeah. Anyway, so one
Did
of the
Aristotle found a
issues...
city?
He's going after your,
He
your
found the city of Yarnum.
superhero.
Supposedly, I don't know any of this. But
Aren't you a huge Aristotle fan?
He
Sargon?
founded a school in Athens,
mm-hmm.
but he didn't found a city.
Oh, okay.
But no, I mean, he's not wrong about the way Aristotle viewed the Persians, not the Arabs, because the Persians at the time were a massive empire during
Right.
Aristotle's time, and they were well known for being highly cultured, but also very effete. And the Nordic barbarians, the Celts, the Germans, were well known for being brutish and savage, but being free. And in his opinion, the Greeks had the best of both worlds. They were intellectual, but also free.
What a coincidence.
Manly
yes.
and warrior-like. It might have been about blood thickness, although I've never heard that mentioned. But I mean, it could be. But the thing is, like, you've got to remember, like, back then, they thought there were 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire. And that everything was a part of this. And I think this was even before, like, the humors, like the medieval view of the humors. So you got, like, phlegm, bile, and whatever else, nonsense. But, like, to say that history is full of pseudo-scientific theories and false theories, yeah, full of loads
totally.
of them. Constant. I mean, like, all of them, almost.
Well, the whole point of this is just so he can say, well, technically, James Lindsay's wrong because he says this starts in the 16th century. So
Right.
that's the
Oh my
whole point
God.
of all this
But
stuff.
James Lindsay is right. But for the purposes of this discussion, it does begin about the 16th century.
Yeah, and James Lindsay, as you said, he's talking specifically about skin color. He's talking specifically about the more grounded in, I guess it's still pre-science, but still more grounded in what we would recognize as science, as opposed to the blood thickness hypothesis or whatever the fuck.
Even then, back then, it was just very much like descriptive, right? I mean, the ancient Greeks used to call the sub-Saharan Africans Ethiopians, which just meant burnt faces, and so they're just describing something they've seen. They don't have a deep theory on race or anything. They're just like, I've sailed over here and I've found people who appear to have burnt faces. Right. And Lindsay even talks about this in one of his other videos where he says, they thought that black people had black skin because just because they're out in the sun all the time. And then that like it's just something that, like, any person, like if you took like a white person and they just lived in Africa long enough, they become black. Like that's how they conceptualized all this. And the same. So in southern Iran, there is a preponderance of people with particularly dark skin, and the locals thought that this was because it's very, very hot in southern Iran. But genetic testing apparently has found that actually it's because of the Arab slave trade, and a lot of black people from the subcontinent, from sub-Saharan Africa, were trafficked across. And so they're the remnants of a population that's mixed in over the centuries with the locals, and so they've given them a darker complexion. But the point is that people just make up common sense stories to explain things.
Right.
All the science stuff, though, critical race theory is against.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because critical race theory says, the production of knowledge that you guys are talking about, the scientific method, is a outcropping of white supremacy. That's the whole thing.
Sure.
Like Vaush is literally arguing against critical theory in this portion where he's making fun of all these.
So is Vaush saying he can explain how the shaman calls the lightning?
Well, it sounds like he's against critical race theory. I can't quite tell here.
It was. Back in the day, the idea that black people were inferior to white people was not like this massive commonly held concept. People were more nationalistic than that. It was more like Anglos versus Franks, if that makes more sense. I'm generalizing a bit here, but then we started the transatlantic slave trade. And here's the thing, okay? People felt real.
There was definitely an understanding that Europeans were more civilizationally advanced than people in Africa or the Native Americans or the Indians, right? There was definitely this understanding, and it's because the Europeans kept winning wars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They started colonialism.
Yeah, and it's just because they were powerful enough to defeat them on the battlefield. That's why.
But he I mean, like Vash accurately says, is that the conceptualization was more nationalistic in terms of, I mean, Europeans didn't say, "Oh, we're all white." They said, "No, I'm, an Anglo, you're Frank, and you're whatever."
Wasn't it ethnicity though? Weren't Frenchmen like more? Wasn't that an ethnicity more than it was a nationality?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
I feel
they
like
call themselves nations. They do call, but a nation is an ethnic group, basically.
Right.
It's not a race, right? But
only if you're an
old terminology would have
ethno-nationalist.
called it a race. But he's not wrong that the Europeans had more in common with one another and understood one another better than they understood like the Zulus. But the thing is, like the opinion was always very much formed by the behavior of the natives. That's the thing. If the natives were effective, then the Europeans had no choice but to accept that these people were effective. Like the British used to say, like
effective how? Like fighting them off?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Like the British were terrified of the Zulus because the Zulus were the infantry of the
Because
Zulus.
they kicked their asses. They were like, get off our
Yeah.
land.
Yes, the British Army, for example, instructed the commanders to treat the Zulu infantry as if they were cavalry because they ran so fast.
Wow.
And so you
Okay.
couldn't not respect that as a virtue. And so you couldn't be like, oh, these Untermenschen. That's like, German racial theory of the 19th century. But like, in the real world, when people are on the ground, they weren't like, oh, look at these inferior blacks as they're running over the hill at warp speed to stab you in the face. They weren't thinking that.
Yeah.
They were thinking, holy
Right.
shit, I'm about to get stabbed.
Feel bad about it. You can find writings on this. It turns out there's just something really damaging to the human spirit about participating in the enslavement and slaughter of millions of people. Some of them, they just got those heart pangs. Those Europeans, they carrying all these Africans over across the ocean. They're thinking, So they needed a theory to post hoc justify their treatment of black people. And what they hit upon eventually was the pseudoscientific conceptualization of black, white people, and what have you being genetically different from one another. It wasn't some conceptual spiritual thing. It was direct physiological genetic differences, and that whites were better than blacks.
See, he says genetic twice, but like slavery was abolished in 1865 and genetics wasn't discovered until 1905. So,
Technically, Vaush, you're wrong because you said genetic.
I mean, if he means like, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that he doesn't mean genetically, that they weren't
He
talking
means
about
there's some
genetics
intrinsic
back there.
biological
Yeah.
trait that's bad.
Biologically, I think is the word that he's looking for.
But the problem is his characterization here when he says the Europeans. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
but there were Europeans who were literally like, hey, slavery's evil. Like, and I've read the accounts.
I don't know that I buy this though. I really don't know that I buy this. I think that they're like I've read my fair share of history, and it seems like they're just power hungry bastards that want to own people.
Who?
Just the slave traders and that
dirty
sort of
Yeah,
thing.
Europeans.
no, but that's it. The slave traders, yeah, of course they are.
The
They're slave
Spanish
traders.
conquistadors, they marched right over to South America and just started chopping off heads and enslaving the natives. Where is
Yes.
this like, oh, I feel so bad about humanity?
Well,
I don't believe
that
any of
comes
this
from England.
shit. Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not even
maybe.
joking. I'm not even
Do you-
joking.
Proto-America, you mean?
The Proto-Americans, sorry. But, and the French as well, but for different reasons, incidentally, right? The French Revolution came with it in the same way as the American Revolution had this very much sort of like, rights of man. These are intrinsic stuff, but there's a really deep Christian view that was genuinely like, I mean, like read Benjamin Franklin arguing against slavery, and he's literally saying we are created in God's image. They are men, therefore they should be free.
I
It's a
totally
Christian
agree.
argument,
I
right?
totally agree at some level.
But when
like,
Vaush goes, oh, they had these bleeding hearts they enslaved. It's like it wasn't the same people doing the enslaving that was signing the petitions against slavery, doing Christian advocacy. And like I've read letters where some, it's like 1812 or something, goes over to America and they are, describing their interactions with the blacks. And they're like, well, I don't view these. And he's right that there was a theory that that some people advance that, oh, well, they're just inferior and they can't understand anything. And then you get like missionaries who go over to various places and they're like, well, I've spent time with the blacks and they seem to be smart enough to do this, and this, and I don't agree with this characterization. And I've read the letters.
opinion.
And so it's just like, it was a conversation that was had because the Europeans were discovering something new because there aren't black people indigenous to Europe. So they had to, figure this out.
I just don't buy the fact that there were bleeding hearts. I guess you're saying that there were bleeding hearts, but I'm just saying that it wasn't the majority.
Were.
No, I do. I believe there were bleeding hearts, but I think that level of intuition that something wrong was going on here had to achieve widespread adoption before anything like the abolishment of slavery could take place. And he's making it sound like it was widespread. I just don't believe it was widespread.
But how do you think slavery was abolished?
Because these intuitions built up over time. People lived with these people, especially in the American South. The American blacks in the South adopted the same fucking religion where they're like, holy shit, they're going to our churches and shit.
So how did
they're
the English
just like
abolish it?
us.
Yeah, but how
Well, I
did the
don't. I
English
don't.
abolish it?
I'm talking specifically about the American experience. I don't know about.
But
the
again, you
history
can
of-
read Benjamin Franklin's
Yeah.
letters about it.
Was
Like,
there
he's
was there
not-
a
he's
lot
not
of
taught-
slavery in England?
No, there was
Educate
no
us here.
slavery in England.
Okay.
That was the point. And yet, the women of England went and stitched together like this 3-mile long petition and
Mhm.
delivered it to Parliament. It still
Right.
exists. This petition with like 30,000 signatures on, and it's just on parchment. It's all stitched together by the women of England. No blacks in England at the time, no slavery in England at the time, but they were
Mhm.
really bothered abstractly about the concept of slavery, and that this was a really popular position. And the British, particularly the English public, were very happy to fund the West Africa Squadron and the anti-slavery efforts. It was like the big moral crusade that validated the nation all through the 19th century.
Mhm.
Like
That's
telling
awesome.
the foreigners that they couldn't have slaves was like a really big deal. And so
That-
Vaush being like, "Oh no, I don't believe the bleeding hearts." It's like, dude, there's so much documentation of it.
No, I'm
Like,
the
you
one
can
saying
go
don't
and read
believe
the letters.
bleeding
They're
hearts.
everywhere.
Wait,
Well,
let me. So England never participated in the slave trade at all. They
No.
never had slavery for labor or anything like
No,
Well,
that.
they
no.
participated via other countries, but I assume Sargon
Yes.
means within the homeland.
Right. So
Yes.
you
So-
never had slavery
No,
we did
inside
your
in,
nation.
in Anglo-Saxon England. So about 1,000 years ago plus, about 10% of the population were enslaved. But this isn't American-style plantation slavery. This is
right.
1,000 years ago. Yeah.
this is old world bondage, right? So it's relational and it's hard to describe in a way that an American would understand, really. So I'll skip it quickly. But this was outlawed by William the Conqueror for financial reasons, because it was just a convenient way of raising money. So if he outlawed slavery, which was in favor, the Catholic Church had been trying to end slavery in Europe since time immemorial.
Mhm.
Right? The Catholic Church has always extremely condemned the enslavement of other Christians, because this was an
Really?
easy route.
Yeah.
Being like,
Okay.
look, you're all Christians, you shouldn't enslave one another. And so the Europe was beset with serfdom, right? And this was something that William the Conqueror did that was good. And it wasn't like because he was like, oh yeah, free the slaves. It was because he was like, I can steal your loot, from what you've made from slaving. And so it made him money. But what this did is put in England a particular view that Englishmen aren't slaves, and then we have the history of constitutionalism develops from that premise until you get to the American Republic and the American Constitution and the American Bill of Rights, which is just a copy of the English Bill of Rights. And to say that none of this is based on like bleeding heart, what should be good, is just wrong. It's what it's all based on. Is this kind of Christian bleeding heart moralism.
Okay.
And it's a good thing,
No, I am a bleeding heart. Definitely. I just
Exactly.
And I'll say, I'll agree with Vaush's argument completely, and completely destroys critical race theory, because you'd say, well, wait a minute. The reason people felt bad about this, so they had to create all sorts of, post hoc rationalizations for it, is because they were coming from the foundation of liberalism.
Yes. Yeah,
But that's what
definitely.
sowed the seeds of the defeat of slavery from the beginning. And
Well,
that's why
I
you
mean-
can't overthrow liberalism.
Yeah, if you overthrow liberalism, you overthrow the arguments against slavery, basically, especially if you're a secularist.
Yes.
But it's not that they're like the people who are in favor of slavery and would make these arguments about black people being unable to live as a modern human being, or whatever it is their arguments were. It's not that they weren't like, it's not that they didn't believe it. I'm sure they did believe it. It's just it wasn't the persuasive argument that won the day. The abolitionist argument won the day.
Thank
And
goodness.
that's why we don't have yeah, thank God.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise we'd have
Right.
to be abolitionists ourselves.
And the abolitionist society argument won the day because society is rooted in liberalism.
Well, no, it's
Correct,
because
yes.
it was rooted in Christianity, I think.
Yeah, abolitionism
Well,
was.
that too. But
It was very, very Christian.
right.
Isn't
and
Christianity
right,
rooted in liberalism?
No, but liberalism is rooted in Christianity.
Yes. Well, that's what they mean when they say Judeo-Christian liberal principles and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
But the point is, like, one of the things that like we secular atheists do is totally devalue the moral contribution of Christianity.
Not
don't
me.
include me,
Not
you
me.
godless heathen.
Yeah.
Are you not a secular atheist?
No, I'm secular, but I'm not atheist.
Well,
It's
and
conundrum.
I am a secular
Okay.
atheist, but I don't devalue the Christianity. Most
Yeah,
do.
well-
I do agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I have done plenty in the past until I really started reading into all this sort of stuff. And then
Hell
you
yeah.
realize that like Christianity, like as practiced
Martin
by
Luther.
certain denominations over others, like definitely improve the world morally and the state of mankind overall.
Hugely. Yeah,
Yeah, on
hugely.
a net level, probably. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh, without doubt.
Well, that's what's funny when he goes into later about Martin Luther King being a radical socialist is like, if you actually read Martin Luther King's works, he comes at it from a completely Christian framework. Like he's going on and on about how, like in one of his complaints about communism, he's like, oh, well, they don't understand that if you give people more money, it's not going to solve the problem because all humans are inherently based in sin because they turned away from God.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the radical socialist, Vaush, that you're talking about? This Christian theologian? Like, I don't know.
Just like Lenin.
Yeah. I don't know.
And that justified our treatment of them. And if you take a look at when these ideas emerged, the dehumanization corresponded almost directly with the social need for dehumanization. That is to say, our modern understanding of race was born not of science, but rather of people using science to quell guilt.
Sure. That's true.
Again, this is a fair simplification, but I think that's
probably a good critical race theory take on the imperfection of science right there. I think
but
critical
that's what
race theory
some
would agree
people
with
at the
Vaush
time
there.
did.
Well, no. Critical race theory would say this is proof that you can't trust science because then they would use science to construct bullshit, to justify slavery.
Right.
That's their argument.
Right. But they would make the same argument that all science is doing that, even the science that we probably agree with.
Yes, because of cultural hegemony.
Yeah.
Right.
a decent, simple reading of the
But
history of the modern
Vaush isn't
possibility.
wrong there that some people did that, but what he's wrong about is saying that this was everyone's opinion. I mean,
Right.
most people just didn't have an opinion on what a black person was. Like
Sure.
in Europe, like
Yeah.
most people just, the idea of black people and foreigners in strange Eastern and, continental, remote places was just in the same way as I would think of elves and trolls and giants, right? Like these were, no, but they were. They absolutely were. They were far away. and
Sargon,
mythical.
that's so going to be taken out of context there.
Meanwhile, in Middle Earth, the black people roam the plains of Africa,
know.
fighting Mordor.
Literally, you had black people in circuses and fairs where they
Yeah,
would
I
go
know,
around
I know,
traveling,
I
and so
know.
they would see, oh, look, this is a tribesman from the dark continent, right?
Well, and it's, I mean, they used to think, it's so funny, like when, isn't that what Caesar thought of, or the Romans thought of, like the Brits, when they first, went across, they're like, oh, it's a magical land filled with gold and
Yes.
leprechauns.
Yeah, they went to
my
attack the Isle of Anglesey, and the Druids came out and started preaching, and all the Romans pissed their pants.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? They're just chanting on the shore, and the Romans are like, oh God, they're cursing us, because that's how people thought. People
That's
were
fucking
backwards.
awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
It's hilarious. But like Vaush isn't wrong, but the Christian argument and the Republican argument in America was very strong and very persuasive.
Yeah.
Race.
Distinctions between the races reached its peak in the 19th century with the widespread use of slave labor in North and South America. No one denies this.
Wait, okay, wait. No. All of you deny that. Hold on.
Oh,
I've had
God.
this argument with a lot of conservatives, and yet conservatives do not believe what you just said. You do.
Wait.
Yeah,
Conservatives
yeah.
don't believe that
Slavery
reached
happened?
its peak in the 19th century. I've never heard. Was this an argument? Who even talks about this topic?
But conservatives accept that slavery happened.
Right.
Right.
Well, I don't
Well,
even
Derek
understand
Bell
what
is the one that doesn't accept that it peaked in the 1860s after we abolished it. Like he's saying it's just as bad today.
Well, I don't think it peaked then, but obviously.
Well, the chattel slavery, I guess it depends how you're defining slavery.
But I mean,
I
it
think
exists.
the abolition of slavery is probably a
Right.
decent peak because it seems like you've got once the slaves are freed. I mean, it's got to be
he
downhill
means
from there,
peaked.
right?
James Lindsay means peaked in terms of the most amount of slaves, I guess.
No, we're talking about the same thing here.
Yeah.
Yes,
You do not get.
there's a peak in the amount of slavery and then a decline. Yeah,
Right.
But Derek
the
Bell
stance-
denies that
abolished it.
decline. Derek
Well, he doesn't-
Bell will make it sound like, okay, well, we freed the slaves just so we could slave their minds and
Yeah,
control
he will
them.
slave
them even harder.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
To be
We are at the
more
peak, according to him.
To be more specific, he doesn't deny a decline. He just says it sort of like transformed into something
Right,
different but
yes.
similar.
That sounds exactly like Richard Wolff. Oh, capitalism is just the transformation.
Yeah.
It's like a
This is-
serf and a monarch. Okay, you have a boss and an employee.
I know. It's just
This is why
simple
Karl Popper
transformation.
called this unscientific, by the way, because they never accepted when their theories were wrong. And so, like, they were always like,
True,
oh, well,
yes.
it's, yeah, I've got an excuse. I've got an excuse. And it's like, well, then it's never wrong, is it?
Right.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure you've read Stephen Hicks, right? His book on
Yeah.
postmodernism. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
He blows that
fantastic,
shit
yeah.
away.
Stand on the
Nix
cliff's
is great
edge
for me.
for
you
years,
talk to Stephen
and then
Hicks directly?
or like
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
shit.
which is of course basically
Adam.
I tried to pause because well,
boomer.
no, our Sargon, the video's over. Sargon.
I didn't
talking,
touch
I'm
it,
trying
no.
to-
Like he's trying
No,
to
it's
blame
just-
Sarg.
No, I'm not blaming
know.
Sargon. I'm saying my
Trying to blame
idiocy was a result of trying to do a nice thing for Sargon. I'm trying to.
Okay.
I'm trying to
So it's
lighten the
Sargon's fault,
blow.
basically.
Somehow it's still
I'm
my
trying to
fault.
lighten the
It's
blow.
Sargon's fault.
Oh, if
No one
Sargon
denies
wants
this.
to take the blame, I won't.
wait, okay, wait. No. All of you deny that. Hold on. I've had this argument with a lot of conservatives, and yet conservatives do
Source,
not
trust me,
believe what
bro.
you just said. You do not get to stand on the
I've strawmanned a lot of conservatives in a lot of debates. I forced this position on every conservative I've ever debated. You're not allowed to take the
Amazing.
position that I haven't forced on you.
cliff's edge for years and then back off, run away from it while screaming nobody's ever been stupid enough to run up the edge of the cliff. Come on. Yeah, you're losing the radical right now. Come on.
Since then, the
See, but he doesn't even say. I don't understand what Vaush's point is. I don't understand what he's trying to say. The argument is, and then he doesn't explain it.
Yeah. It'd be nice if he came on. Maybe he'll offer to come on one day.
Yeah.
And we will
He
accept
doesn't
it.
schedule, but maybe one day he'll just.
Well,
happen
maybe
to
just
be
randomly
around.
while we're streaming, he'll reach
not
out
today.
to Sargon and say, "Hey, do you mind if I come on? Could you send me a link?" And we'll accept willfully
Yeah. Yep.
and say, "Please, please come on." And then he'll run like a little girl.
Got a lot of research to do. Come on,
Yeah.
loads of.
Why are
research.
you now? You're giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. He's
Sargon.
look.
I'm
But
being
Adam,
sarcastic.
he's got loads of research to do on the video that he should have done the research to respond to in the first place. Now.
Oh, are you? That makes sense. He has like 10 hours of research to do on James Lindsay so he can respond to this video tomorrow. You know how many DMs is Vaush getting right now from his patrons going, "What the fuck are you doing, motherfucker? They sent you an invite and you didn't go on there."
Nah, they're
Hopefully
probably
a
just
lot.
like, they just buy whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
These personality
I
cults.
disagree. I disagree. I think the audience is putting a lot of pressure on Vaush right now. Go, what happened? What happened? You were supposed to own. We pay you to own these people. That's PSA Sitch, storied conservative. Storied Biden voter conservative.
That's right. I'm a story. Yes, after our hour-long conversation about what it means to be Republican, obviously PSA Sitch conservative.
Sitch,
Crazy.
did you actually vote for Biden?
I did. You didn't know this?
Oh, no.
Sitch, you voted
had-
against the God Emperor.
Sorry, see, don't-
The God Emperor.
That's
You,
I
right.
voted
you
against-
against.
I
me
voted
magic.
out Orange Man bad personally.
Oh my
personally.
God, you are a.
I was
liberal.
actually the one vote that won it for Biden. I was the
Fuck.
one swing vote. Yes.
I can't believe you did this.
Yes. It's true.
Terrible.
What?
Hold on.
Western
You
world, and most
hold on,
especially
hold-
America,
Hold on. Hold on.
What?
You didn't know this, Sargon?
I
You
did
did-
not know this.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Why do you think he had that heavy sigh when we were talking about Biden? Like, what do you think that heavy sigh was all
He
about?
shouldn't. We've had this.
Like our entire
I think he
audience.
just forgets our conversations because we had multiple hour-long debates.
We
about
probably have,
this-
yeah.
this exact topic. so-
True. It's probably, yeah.
But
It's
Sitch,
fine,
you should be
it's fine, I
disappointed in
understand.
yourself.
Oh, me. Okay. I feel so bad. I'm so sad. We'll see. We'll
the
see.
gas shortage is your fault.
Pay attention to the heavy sighs when we
That's
talk.
right.
Whenever
I
Biden
love-
comes
If
up, pay
Donald Trump
attention.
was
Sargon.
president, he would have put a knife between his teeth and he would have walked across the sea to Russia to hunt those terrorists down with his bare hands and say, "Don't you attack them." Yeah, I know.
He would have tweeted out a drone strike or something, you know.
Of course, yeah.
Tweeted
Everything-
straight to the military.
I like
at,
that we
Air
have-
Force. Please
Remember
drone
when-
strike.
Remember when Obama was president and it was always thanks Obama whenever something bad happened?
Oh, totally.
And then when Trump was president, it was like thanks Trump for any time anything bad happened. Now that Biden's president, it's, thanks Biden. So you know,
No,
Yeah.
it's
the
thanks
pattern-
Sitch.
Thanks. There you go. I'll take
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
will
Thanks,
be-
Sitch.
I will be Biden's Jesus. Lump your sins upon me. I will take them all. Okay. Put me up on your cross. I will be the Jew that dies for your sins.
I thought this was going to be
No.
more difficult. Christ. I
Spent
thought
a
there
lot
was
of
going to be some
time.
resistance.
No, I'm an enlightened person. I will take the sins. Okay.
Money, and
So,
blood, breaking free of its racist past.
Oh.
It's been a rocky road
Oh.
for sure,
Oh.
but great
And we've broken free now.
progress has been made.
Yeah.
That little comment is basically endorsing the Derek Bell perspective. It totally is. It's in the water. He's saying, no, we
Well,
haven't
he-
broken free yet.
he's-
We're at the peak of racism right now.
He's totally strawmanning James Lindsay because James Lindsay doesn't say there's no racism anymore. He says we've made great progress. He specifically says
totally.
we've made great
Yeah.
progress. And then Vaush tries to say, oh, he's really saying that there's no more racism anymore.
No. of
There's no
course.
legal
Broken free.
racism.
Sure.
True.
Critical race theory says all this progress is a mirage. Racism never died, never even faded a little bit. It just hid itself better.
True.
He just
I
said
mean-
true. He just said
Yeah.
true. I told you. He
James
totally
Lindsay
buys into the Derek
voted
Bell.
for Trump, I assume.
So, well, wait a minute. Remember, the video is called Prager Use Lying to You About Critical Race Theory. There's a lot of agreement from, from someone lying to you about critical race theory. I don't know.
Not only that, I can't believe this. He just said James Lindsay voted for Trump.
That is
I
the defining
assume.
trait. Yes.
No, he said, I assume. He doesn't even know for sure. Like, he doesn't know the huge controversy about James Lindsay coming out and saying he was going to vote for Trump and
Right.
having a huge, just like he literally had a debate about it with,
Mhm.
who did he debate? Who was the guy on the left that he debate? I can't remember, but
Yeah, I don't
Brett
remember either.
Weinstein moderated. They had a debate about this.
That's
Vosh-
right.
that
I
was
totally
awesome.
forgot about that.
Vaush, you didn't watch that debate? You're a political commentary. God damn it. What the fuck?
Not-
How
he
does
just follows James Lindsay on Twitter. He doesn't know anything about him.
How does he, oh man. He's
Even
not
then,
even
you should probably
following
know he voted
relevant
for
current
Trump from
events.
that.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Anyway,
Trump.
Just hid itself better.
True. I mean, dog. James Lindsay voted for Trump, I assume. Trump literally went up there and did a speech on
So to be clear, before he gets into this, this is the order of events.
Mhm.
James Lindsay just accurately described what critical race theory believes.
Mhm.
Vaush agrees not only that that's what critical race theory believes, but agrees with what critical race theory says. And so he's like, well, I can't just sit here and agree with him. So now I have to divert the subject and say, James Lindsay voted for Donald Trump. Like, it's just a complete, like, we're just going off here.
But the only reason James Lindsay voted for Trump, James Lindsay was a reluctant Trump voter. He only
Right.
voted for Trump based on one issue, critical race theory.
critical race theory
And,
ban,
and
yes.
Vaush is making it seem like, oh, well, obviously James Lindsay is a conservative and he voted for Trump.
Well, no,
you know,
he's not even saying he's
willfully
conservative.
Trump
He's saying he's a
2020.
racist.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's like, no, dude, he's a reluctant Trump voter. He's as liberal as can be.
Right.
how Black Lives Matter was going to invade the suburbs.
it did.
The 1776 Commission.
Well, it's funny because I looked this up. So Vaush says Trump went on stage and said Black Lives Matter is going to invade the suburbs. Now, before I looked this up, I assumed what the context was. He was talking about protest or whatever. But I looked this up. That's not even what Trump said.
Oh
Not
my
even what he said.
God.
He said that low income housing is going to invade the suburbs if you allow the Democrats to be president.
Which you
Okay.
will.
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's even fucking true. Actually, no.
That's a real good
it
scare
was-
tactic, though. You got to
it
admit,
was-
Sitch. That'll get people
It was
to the
no.
polls.
Yes, it was a very good scare tactic, and it was based on. He said he was repealing some thing that Obama put in through executive order, and I looked into it, and it's way too boring and long to explain. Basically, Obama did a very virtue signaling, nothing bullshit. You know, it's kind of like the Lilly Ledbetter Act, where they're like, you have to pay all women the same. It's like, okay, that's already the fucking law. Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, they passed something like that about like, oh, neighborhoods can't discriminate against people on the basis of their skin color, which they already can't
That's
do.
already the law.
Yeah, it's already the law. It's basically a nothing burger. So then Trump, I assume someone on his campaign said, look, you're losing with white
The
suburbanites.
suburbs. Yeah, totally.
So you got to appeal to them. So he's like, okay, what did Obama pass? And they found this executive order. And he's like, okay, I can spin this into being Obama wants to put low income housing into the neighborhoods and Joe Biden's continuation of Obama. Therefore, vis-a-vis ergo facto, if Joe Biden's president, they're going to bring low income housing into the neighborhood. And again, this has nothing to do with racism. It was a purely,
or critical race theory or any of that.
Or
stuff.
critical race theory is a purely cynical tactic to try to appeal to suburban voters.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, but I saw loads of videos, like going back to Vaush's accusation here. I saw loads of videos of Black Lives Matter invading suburbs.
Right. Well, that's what I
I-
assumed he was referring to, but you don't actually find that's not what Trump was talking about. He wasn't even talking about the protest.
But I mean, that definitely did happen.
Yeah, it definitely did happen. We also that really funny video where the kid's at the window and he's like, Black Lives Matter, and they throw like the brick.
We're on your side.
Yeah, exactly. The
We're
begging.
on your side, and then the second brick that
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here, have another.
yeah.
You might
Get
need
wrecked.
breaks.
Or with that insane case with those people that are being charged, you know, because they brandished their guns. You know, I forget where that was.
Oh yeah,
You know,
that was the
lawyers.
suburbs.
Yeah. Right. They literally broke the door of a gated community down. And I don't think those people that were protesting, they weren't even black. They're fucking white people. So.
Yeah.
That commissioned and briefly had up on the White House website was essentially a refutation of what they referred to as critical race theory. And in doing so, they didn't even mention slavery. Sean has an excellent video on this, but
Okay, so you're going to notice the strange contradiction. So the claim is on Trump's website, on the 1619 or 1776 project, whatever it was, they don't even mention slavery. That's the claim.
sorry, refutation, not repudiation. My bad. They didn't even mention slavery in it. They do this whole thing on like the history of America, and they refer to slavery as a challenge to America's values. Like it came.
So wait, they didn't mention slavery, but then they did mention slavery as a challenge to American
I was just
values.
gonna say,
Super confused here.
which
Okay.
one is it? Yeah.
Well, he's conflating the English colonies with the intellectual revolution that is the United States.
Maybe he means they
Sure.
didn't mention slavery right up until the point that they did.
Well, I actually read the thing he's talking about.
And Sitch, you're so.
It's
It's
really
amazing.
Sitch.
I know. It's first of all, it's really stupid. But and you can definitely criticize it for being stupid because the actual critique I assume you would make is that it's like if it was just a refutation of critical race theory, because the whole focus of it is that slavery does not conform with American values, which is true.
Mhm.
And that's totally fine. And that should definitely 100% be a part of the curriculum in American history
Sure.
completely. The only criticism I would have would be the way it's framed is if that is the only thing you should talk about in terms of slavery being discussed in American history. And if that's the case, I would say that's completely wrong. So, but Vaush obviously hasn't read it and doesn't know anything about it. So,
Right.
Came from somewhere else, like it was an invading force. They said, here are some challenges to American values: slavery, progressivism, socialism,
Yep.
and fascism.
Yep.
Like these are invading forces from without, you know?
They are.
All
of them.
Wait, didn't I hear you shit talking Sean a few days ago? Yeah, and you'll hear it again in a few days more, but always about his Twitter account. So
Well, he does shit talk Sean, so that's a point in his favor.
Low
Based
bar.
Vaush.
but
like slate, like
What's that?
that's a low
Based
bar.
Vaush.
Yes.
America was like la-di-da, like walking down the street, and then slavery attacked, and we had to like beat it off. No, I would say that racism is alive and well. Oh, and by the way, please keep this in mind, okay? Conservatives have been moving this post forward for 2 centuries now, okay? This argument, it's always the same argument.
For 2
okay?
centuries.
America
200
was
years.
racist, but now we're not.
Wait, for 200 years they've been.
Yeah, the math is a little off there.
I think
Yeah.
the math's is a little off. Yeah.
1865, slavery was abolished.
Yeah. Well, no, maybe this is what he actually meant.
After the slaves were freed, they
Right.
said, we have committed ourselves to the abolition of slavery, and in doing so, we have truly gotten rid of racism in America. Separate but equal. Hey, it's equal. Happy days. And back during the civil rights movement in the 1960s, people made James Lindsay's argument over here. Sure, America used to be racist, but today, it's not. They would say this to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They would say this to civil rights protesters. And of course, there was still racism, and at least legally, they got rid of that discrimination. And nowadays, today, in the modern era, the discrimination that people of color face is not very overt, and it's not very legally evident. There aren't laws saying, like, black people suck, nah. But just because it's not as overt doesn't mean it's not obvious if you take, like, 3 seconds to look at it. This is one of the reasons why there's no point in ever paying attention to James Lindsay's shitposting on Twitter. It's because people who are anti-woke and anti-critical race theory aren't just opposed to some ideas or modes of behavior. They're opposed to the recognition that racism exists at all in the modern world. If you were hearing criticisms from a person...
This is like...
That's not true at all.
This is so insane.
Yeah.
And actually, I found on the New Discourses website, on James Lindsay's website, he has like a whole section where he talks about how racism still exists and race blindness is a problem that you have to watch out for. That even though you should be advocating for color blindness, it can lead people down the path of racism blindness. And that's a problem that you have to watch out for. And so this conception that James Lindsay's she's the secret Nazi who just wants to, say that racism doesn't exist anymore. Like, this is a total bullshit.
Yeah,
Total bullshit.
hugely bullshit.
The standard that James Lindsay would argue, surely, is that legally racism has been abolished. And Vaush just said, well, yes, legally racism has been abolished.
Right.
Like, but it's
It's
now
all- no.
secret and under
Well,
the hood,
I don't think Vaush would say legally it's been abolished. I think he would say it's just legally, it's just hidden
just
in
said it.
subtext or whatever.
Yeah, but he's saying, there's no explicit laws that say blacks can't X.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so...
who could say, oh, I recognize America still has racism. However, I still take issue with this tenet and this tenet of critical race theory. If you were hearing just opposed to some ideas or modes of behavior, they're opposed to the recognition that racism exists at all in the modern world. If you were hearing criticisms from a person who could say, oh, I recognize America still has racism. However, I still take issue with this tenet and this tenet of critical
And
race
notice how he's
theory.
moved the goalposts here.
Maybe I could pay a little...
Is America institutionally racist?
Hold on.
Because
Hold on. He basically says Lindsay's position. He
Yeah.
exactly states Lindsay's position and says,
Yep.
I could have a conversation with you if that was your position. Well, that is his fucking position.
But he's
What
moved
the
the
fuck?
goalposts. So, yeah, but it's very subtle. But he's moved the goalposts here. And the thing is, there's a part of me that wonders if Vaush even knows that he's done this. It could be the fusion of the stupidity and mendaciousness that we were talking about earlier. But when he says, he denies that there is racism in the United States. No one says that.
He
there are
doesn't deny
definitely
it.
Well, hang on. There are
Yeah.
definitely individuals who are racist, but you can't point to an institution, the structural, the institutional racism that is explicitly racist, and so you have to argue
Yeah,
for
you
this kind
can.
of ghost racism.
Well, I mean, conservatives will sometimes argue that affirmative action is racist.
Well, sure,
Obviously,
but
there
from
are
Vaush's
racist
point of view, right?
institutions. The
Right.
Congressional
Yeah, Vaush would
Black
say-
Caucus is based on race.
Vaush would say it's
Yeah.
not explicitly racist, it's implicitly racist.
Yeah, but this is the thing. But he's moved the goalpost by saying James Lindsay is saying there's no racism in America. He didn't
Yeah.
say that. There are
He didn't say that.
racists in America.
Right.
But the implication from Vaush is that there should be no racists, and it's like, well, I just don't think that's a thing that's within our
Yeah.
power to do.
Well,
you know?
and
No, impossible.
And James Lindsay, I mean, I've heard him talk about this. If you actually listen to his fucking videos, I mean, he goes even further than that. He totally acknowledges that yes, the hundreds of years of slavery and segregation and oppression have created long-lasting effects of racism that is still felt in America by Black people to this day. He's 100%
Today,
agrees
yes.
with this concept. Like
Yes.
Vaush just has to construct this total bullshit straw man of he's the irony here is that he's just going on and on about how James Lindsay's straw manning critical race theory. Well, he's just completely straw manning James Lindsay. Well, as you said, Adam,
Hugely.
He agrees with, he says, well, if James Lindsay agreed that racism still exists, but just disagreed with critical race theory's specific tenets, I could talk with him. That's literally fucking James Lindsay's position.
It is. Yeah. Which he states over and over again, at least once a week in a podcast that he uploads on YouTube.
I know.
What the fuck, dude? What do you do with your day?
Look, when we react to someone, okay, like Vaush or Tom Nichols or Second Thought, we shouldn't actually have to watch their content. We should just look at their Twitter feed and we should just come to conclusions based on whatever Twitters we see that, pass our periphery.
This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. What James Lindsay is doing on Twitter is performance art. Okay. Just ignore it. Ignore it.
Why would you do anything else?
Exactly. Sargon has it right. That's what Twitter is for. Twitter is for jokes and fucking dunking on people, okay?
There you go.
Get it through your nougat. Let's listen to it one more time just because it's so fucking ridiculous.
At least America still has racism. However, they're opposed to the recognition that racism exists at all in the modern world. If you were hearing criticisms from a person who could say, oh, I recognize America still has racism. However, I still take issue with this tenet and this tenet of critical race theory, maybe I could pay a little more attention.
But the argument,
because
for fuck's sake, is that America is institutionally racist.
You're interrupting.
Sorry, but it's so frustrating. It's like, well, because he's using the term racist in two senses in the same sentence.
That's the trick that they always engage.
That's the goalpost moving. And like I said, I don't think Vaush is necessarily doing this on purpose. I think he might actually be not that bright, but
really,
Sitch's
release the IQ test, Vaush. Release the IQ test.
That part got cut off because that's when Adam dropped out. I said I coined a term for Vaush, who it feels like without having any knowledge on the subject, he just very assertively makes these claims and
declarations.
Yes, he makes these very strong declarations, and I called it being aggressively stupid.
Yes. So. Totally. They normally call it the Dunning-Kruger effect. the dumber you are, the more smart you think you are. It's terrible.
Yes.
It's have humility. Is humility a virtue, Sargon? Please tell me it is. In virtue ethics, is humility up there?
Of course.
Is humility pretty high up there?
Yes.
I think in what you said, Sargon,
prudence is the highest, but yes, humility is a virtue.
Okay,
I think what you said really elucidates how stupid and dangerous the concept of systemic racism is, because systemic racism is so nebulous of a concept. And the way they detect it is by just saying, oh, well, we look at the results of something, and if it creates disparate outcomes along racial lines,
then
call
there
it
is racism. Yeah.
Right.
That's
terrible. That's not, but when Vaush says America's still racist, that's not how any human being perceives it. They think you mean there's some intention there. There's some individual, there's some system, there's some society that's willfully engaging in some racist behavior, which, by the way, is critical race theory's standpoint. They don't buy that it's all, just remnants of the ghost in the shell system. They, or at least Derek Bell, claim that there are very specific actors engaging in this behavior to purposely take resources away from black people and give them to white people.
Richard Spencer is secretly in charge of the United States.
Yeah, of everything. Let's hear what he says at the very end here. I'll back it up just a little bit.
Okay. With this tenet and this tenet of critical race theory, maybe I could pay a little more attention to it, because at least they're willing to accept the premises. Okay. But this right here, this would be like a criticism of general relativity from a flat earther. Does that make sense? That's what we're watching right now.
Yeah, he's basically casting himself as the guy who understands astronomy, and James Lindsay, the guy who's been reading critical race theory to his audience for like 2 years now, as the flat earther.
I know.
Like James Lindsay, dude, he wrote a book called Cynical Theories with Helen Pluckrose. He's read all this shit.
He knows what he's talking about.
They did the whole paper thing where they submitted papers that were written to these critical race theory supporting journals and got them submitted. Like James Lindsay has done so much on this topic, and here you have Vaush, who doesn't even know that the fucking the Kafka trap example is in all these critical race theory books. It's
Well, look,
bizarre.
He had one class where they maybe mentioned critical race theory, so
It's
he
so
learned about this.
weird. It's
Cool.
so weird. The amount of hubris in this video is like fucking stellar levels here. We're going supernova with this irony.
The idea that America doesn't still contain racism in it, institutional racism, is a delusional perspective. It is a perspective held by madmen, people with something.
And it's funny because even James Lindsay, when he's asked about this, he acknowledges, he says that's the wrong question because institutional racism defines itself in a way that there always has to be institutional racism. So he doesn't even have this bullshit position that Vaush is putting forward.
Nope.
Foundationally wrong with their ability to critically engage with the world. Okay. And much in that way, would you listen to a criticism of general relativity from a flat earther? I mean, maybe there are some issues with general relativity.
If it was right.
But is that the person?
See, he's just all he's trying to do is savage his authority.
He's ad homing.
Yeah.
He's 100%
Would I
ad
listen to
homing.
a moral argument from a socialist?
Exactly. It's just ad homing. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. So
I mean, the
sad.
answer is obviously no, but like,
They could be
We'll
right
accept
though.
ad homs on our side. It's fine.
in the
Person
case
you
of
want-
socialists,
Yes.
Want to listen to for those criticisms? Probably not. They probably have their own biases going in there.
Critical
Sure.
race theory, therefore, is not a continuation of the civil rights movement. It is, in fact, a repudiation of it.
yes,
They can say this because Martin Luther King Jr. is, of course, dead. Most of the tenets expressed by critical race theory are basically in line with what Martin Luther King Jr. believed in.
So wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah, wrong on so many levels.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, what he said isn't even what James Lindsay said. James Lindsay said it's a repudiation of the civil rights movement, okay, which is
Yep.
a fact. So critical race theory exists in the first place because Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and all these other people, and Delgado, they all said, hey, we had all this civil rights legislation passed, and we don't think it helped because magically black people didn't become on the exact same social economic hierarchy as white people like the day that the civil rights legislation passed. So obviously there's some problem with the civil rights theory, and then we're going to broaden this and say, oh, well, there's a problem with liberalism and rights and law in general. Okay. So yes, as a fact, that is the origin point of critical race theory. And this really proves that Vaush has no fucking clue anything about this topic whatsoever.
Yep.
And then it's even worse because he's like to say that Martin Luther King Jr. would be in favor of this doesn't even make sense, because Martin Luther King Jr.'s entire point was, I'm going to argue for civil rights to be given to black people under a democratic liberal framework of rights, of a rights perspective. That was his
Yeah.
entire thing. That was the deal that he was advocating for. And critical race theory says none of that works.
His famous speech is based on color blindness. I want to be judged on the content of my character, not the
Exactly.
color of my skin. Yeah.
Exactly.
As James Lindsay pointed out in his last podcast about this, the "I am a man" was the tag of the civil rights movement. The "see
Right.
me as a
Am I
man,
not
don't
a
see
man
my
and a
skin
brother?
color." Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yes.
This is the Christian argument.
Right.
Yes.
That's what's so crazy, because Martin Luther King drew upon Christianity. That's why he was advocating for common humanity. That's why they were saying,
Yes.
I am a
Yes.
man. I'm a man. I'm a Christian. We're all equal
I am
under
one
the
of you.
Lord's eyes.
We are all the same. Yes.
Yes. That was his position. And critical race theory is the direct opposite of that.
Yes.
Saying
So-
no. Like,
so
as we
criti-
said earlier, Kimberly Crenshaw directly says the I'm a man statement is bad for political action.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
She directly says this multiple times. She doesn't say it once. She says it in multiple places.
And she's right.
Well,
Unfortunately.
No, it's
unfortunately.
no. The position that, am I not a man and a brother? Are we not equal on the eyes of God?
No. What
That's
she's
terrible. No, listen, that's terrible for communist race revolutionaries. It's
True.
awful. It destroys their position.
Yeah.
It's non-materialistic. It's spiritual. It means that you can't leverage hatred between black and white. It literally is abolishing the distinction, in moral terms. And so it's just like, that's terrible for the communist race revolutionaries. They can't get anywhere with that statement. That statement will bring racial harmony. Bullshit. You can't have a revolution with racial harmony.
No, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
That's why she's concerned. That's why
I
she's
feel like you're coming to our cynical position about politics now, Sargon.
Well, I've come to that position about communists.
They're forcing race into politics for electoral advantage. Literally, critical race theory is a product of trying to gain advantage in electoral politics.
That's what cultural Marxism is. That's what that's
Totally.
what all critical theories are. It's saying, oh, we didn't get the class revolution, so now we have to map it onto these cultural issues.
Yeah.
So for those of you following along, critical race theory is against color blindness. Martin Luther King Jr., pro-color blindness.
Right.
So the question that I really have is, because we don't know, the beginning of this video, Vaush seemed to be pro-color blindness. He did. He said he was a race abolitionist, and critical race theory was a form of race abolitionism. Is race abolitionism color blindness? It sure as hell sounds like it to me.
God, I might start putting race abolitionist in my bio.
You should.
Oh my God, you should.
See what they say. So what you say?
They're gonna. Here's the mischaracterization.
Black and white.
Here's the mischaracterization they're going to make immediately, Sargon. They're going to he wants to abolish all the races other than white people. Look, it's right there in his bio.
No. But that's like you saying that's like a pagan coming up to an atheist and saying you're a Christian. No, I want to get rid of all the gods. All of them. No, I'm not. I don't want to just keep the white one. No, we'll get rid of all of them. But yeah, if they're going to characterize things in racial terms, then I am a race abolitionist from their point of view.
Wouldn't it be great if Vaush was here and we could ask him if he was a race abolitionist? Wouldn't that be
lovely?
Wouldn't that be so? We could get it right from him. We could settle it right here, right now. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's funny because Martin Luther King Jr. has specifically talked about being against Marx's materialism too. So,
well, he's a Christian, of course. He has to be.
Yes, big time.
He says, I am bitterly opposed to the metaphysical structure of communism as well as Marxism. It is based on what is known as dialectical materialism. I, being an idealist rather than a materialist, would therefore reject Marx at this point.
Oh my God.
He's a radical socialist, so whatever.
He's the
very
ultimate Christian. Well. He's against materialism.
Oh,
he's
I didn't know this until I did research for this video. Because there's an archive of
I didn't know that
of MLK's writings. He studied really deeply all the Enlightenment philosophers and liberalism and Marxism in college. He really knows all this, what he's talking about.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was so well educated on it.
Oh yeah, no, he is.
Yeah, that's crazy. Idealism. I'm pretty much a materialist, so I guess
it's not very good for an artist.
I guess I disagree. What do you mean? Artists, all artists should be idealists, shouldn't they?
Yeah,
I kind of buy into that.
That's what a piece of art is. It's creating a separate sort of pocket universe of ideals and aesthetics.
It is true. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're a materialist, you're a shit artist.
I could always change. I don't care about.
Figure this out.
I could always change. I could always turn over a new leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Produce Soviet art.
Oh, that's the worst.
I know.
That's the worst. Oh my God. Can you imagine? How can you even call it art if the state comes in and tells you how to do it? How do you even call it art anymore?
Yeah, what do you need to do? You need to represent communism.
Look, you guys are wrong. All art is political. Okay, just accept it.
Oh, this is SJW Sitch just tuned in. What's going on?
King Jr. was not of the opinion that racism could be solved with the passage of the Civil Rights Act. He was a radical socialist and a believer that America.
So this is like a little sneaky tactic. It's true that Martin Luther King Jr. didn't think racism could be solved. You're not going to snap your fingers with the passage of the Civil Rights Act. But he did, however, believe racism could be solved under democracy and passage of laws in general, which is what critical race theory doesn't agree with.
And he even proposed a moral framework that would lead to the end of racism.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Who was it that said the arc of the moral universe is very long, but it bends towards justice, I believe?
Yeah.
I believe that was Martin Luther King, right?
Might have been. It might have been.
Yeah. That long part,
just
you're leaving
some
that
random
out.
racist, colorblind racist, from the 60s or whatever.
Some tradcon, actually. That's what's funny is because
evangelical.
Right, because I watched that prayer you video about the Enlightenment, about the religious guy, and I disagree with most of what he was saying, but I realized Martin Luther King would probably agree with a lot of what this guy was saying in terms of the badness of secularism. So it's just interesting that Vaush is claiming
No, bro, he's a radical socialist.
He is a radical socialist, whatever that means.
Yeah.
That means dialectical materialist. That means Vaush is totally fucking wrong.
I mean, Martin Luther King Jr. was in favor of a living wage, so that's a
He was
that's a
in favor of
radical
UBI
socialist
too.
position, right?
The UBI people always come out and claim Martin Luther King was in favor of UBI.
He might have been, but that's not socialism.
Yeah.
I couldn't find.
Some say.
Well, I guess you could say that Martin Luther King is a socialist the way Richard Wolff says socialism is when the government does things. Maybe that's
Oh yeah,
the
okay,
definition.
Owed a great debt to the black people in its population, and I guess the black people all around the world, really. And there are many, many quotes and speeches from him saying exactly this. The idea that Martin...
Now, I'm going to criticize PragerU in their 5-minute video for not giving quotes, but I'm going to give no quotes or evidence or anything about how Martin Luther King Jr. was a radical socialist. Just take my word for it, okay?
We had quotes. We pulled out
Sitch did.
dozen Martin Luther King quotes. What, you don't have those memorized, Vaush? What? Come on.
He's doing a live stream. Okay, so he technically has a near infinite amount of time to just Google search a fucking quote that he thinks justifies whatever his position is. And I know because there's so many articles out there where they try to claim Martin Luther King Jr. as a socialist. There's so many articles about this. And it's so funny because they all have like a quote and you go, oh, it sounds like he's advocating for socialism. And then you find the whole context and he's like, oh, he's not actually
out of context. Yeah, totally.
It's like the Karl Popper paradox of tolerance. It's like it's an argument against communists, and the communists are like, see, this means Nazis are bad. It's like, well, it also means that, but it also means you're bad.
Yeah.
Well, most of it stems from this is so dumb because Martin Luther King Jr.'s like 3 economic reforms he was advocating for was a jobs guarantee, a living wage, and a public option for healthcare.
Okay, yeah.
If that makes you a socialist, I guess the Liberal Democrat Party in America is a socialist party, and Vaush and all the other socialists can just cheer because Joe Biden is the socialist revolution that they wanted, I guess. And I mean, even when Martin Luther King Jr. was in Oslo, he was talking about like, oh, he was praising the Nordic model. And that's another thing, the socialists, they always like to say the Nords are like these big socialists when they're social democrats. And that's the conflation they always make.
Martin Luther King Jr. and outraged by the beliefs of critical race theory is ridiculous, especially since critical race theory is based in critical theory, and critical theory is based in Marxian analysis of class. Given the fact that MLK was a socialist, yeah, I don't know. Feel like he would have gotten along just fine with these ideas.
Fucking
The critical race
lies.
theorists, Martin.
Yes.
Vaush does nothing but lie. That's all he does. He makes it up on the spot. He is a liar, a constant, unremittent liar.
They do use that word. They do use that word grift a lot. Do you think that's projection, perhaps, going on there, Sargon?
I mean, Sitch literally has the quote where he denounces dialectical materialism.
Just that is Mark's thing, right?
Terms.
Well, this is where
it's nothing else but.
This is where they pull it from. He says, Martin Luther King Jr. says, Marx had some critiques of capitalism I agree with.
Everyone says
that's it. That's where they pull it from. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah. That everyone says it. But if he explicitly denounces Marxism as being purely materialistic and says in response, I am an idealist, and is, say, a Christian theologian, which he was, then he could not have been a Marxist.
No. Well, here's another quote. Okay. Martin Luther King Jr. is critiquing a book that this guy named Bellamy wrote, which Bellamy was talking about some socialist utopia. And he says, on the negative side of the picture, Bellamy falls victim to the same error that most writers of utopian societies fall victim to. It's idealism not tempered with realism. In other words, such systems are impractical, like socialism. Bellamy, with his over-optimism, fails to see that man is a sinner and that he is given better, and that if he is given better economic and social conditions, he will still be a sinner until he submits his life to the grace of God. Ultimately, our problem is a theological one. Man has revolted against God, and through his humanistic endeavors, he has sought to solve his problem by himself, only to find that he has ended up in disillusionment.
I struggle to think of a more anti-communist state.
I know.
Totally.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's like the whole point of communism is it presupposes Rousseau's idea that man is made bad
Perfect.
by society.
Yeah,
He's made
yes.
perfect originally.
In
he's
its
made bad
natural
by
state
society.
is perfect. Society corrupts him. Yes, the Christian narrative is completely opposite.
And correct as well.
But
The Christian narrative on that is correct. Man
Yes,
is not made
very
perfect.
correct. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Christian narrative gets the psychology right. We are fucking apes.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny
And-
you mention that because that's even Martin Luther King Jr. His critique that he gives of liberalism is that it's too optimistic and it doesn't account for the shitty sins of man and how people are.
Yes,
That's actually
Yes.
his only critique of liberalism. So, but
that's
this is
our
what they
critique
do.
of communism.
I know.
You gotta have it. All has to be saints for communism to work.
But this is what they do is because you can find Martin Luther King Jr. saying things like, "Oh, I think there's problems with traditional capitalism and the way it exists in my lifetime," and therefore they say, "Aha! He's a radical socialist."
Yeah, crazy.
Luther King was wrong and
Oh.
naive.
Wait, they did it. They brought him up. Conservatives love to bring up Martin Luther King Jr. because he's like a dead puppet they can wave in the face of living black people to tell them they're being uppity. That's the reason why conservatives
I'm
claim to
going
love
to go
him.
get a
Sitch
drink.
is
I'll be
out.
back in a minute. I'm getting angry.
Sitch,
He literally just did that. Like, this little dead socialist puppet. being like,
projection
"Hey, Martin
much?
Luther King's a radical
Projection
socialist."
much?
Isn't it crazy?
Projection?
Isn't it crazy?
He's a
sitting
liar.
here.
He's sitting there with his hand up Martin Luther King's ass right now, working
Conservatives
his
love to
mouth
do
like a
this.
puppet,
Yeah.
and accusing conservatives of doing it at the same time.
That's the artwork. That's the artwork. We need a picture of Vaush with his hand up the ass of Martin Luther King Jr. puppeting that it's actually James Lindsay and the conservatives who are puppeting Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, Martin Luther King saying, "I hate those conservatives."
But this
I'm
is
a
why I'm
radical
saying it's dishonesty.
socialist.
Exactly.
It has to be dishonesty. I don't believe he is, because I don't actually think Vaush is stupid.
I
think
don't think he's stupid.
I
I think
don't
he
know,
just is
son.
ignorant. I think he doesn't.
It could be from manifest ignorance, but I honestly think a lot of this is from dishonesty.
It could be.
Anyway,
I don't know.
I'll be back in a second. I need to go to the toilet.
I mean, I know, like the socialists have been trying to claim Martin Luther King Jr. as a socialist forever,
Yeah.
and so I know that all that bullshit has been pushed down on Vaush through his education.
It's in the water. I'm telling you, it's all
know.
everyone he associates with believes this stuff. And they're so insular. Like they have this idea of conservatives being, so evil that they are terrified to even interact with them on a good faith level and really
Right.
find out their ideas or even read any of their literature or any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. The socialist ploy is to claim social democrats as their own because socialist ideas are so unpopular. They have to pretend there's something else.
Sammy G sent us a fucking amazing piece of artwork on Twitter. I don't know if you have seen it.
I didn't see it.
but
No.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy good. I just want to give Sammy G a shout out. Thank you so much. It looks fucking so amazing. Yeah. Best class. Yeah. So yeah, this video.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That is an
Yeah.
amazing picture.
Why wouldn't Vaush just? Oh, I guess we all know why Vaush wouldn't just come on. I guess it all makes sense. I mean, really, do you think Vaush could have an intelligent conversation about the differences between dialectical materialism and idealism? I don't think so.
I don't agree. I think he totally could, but he would
But
have
he'd be
to
making it all up. He'd just be fucking making it up on the fly.
the part he had to make up is the part that he's claiming that Martin Luther King Jr. is a radical socialist.
Well, even if Martin Luther King didn't come into the conversation, I guess that's just, he's like a bullshit artist. He'll just say whatever in the moment to make his point.
That's definitely the way it comes across. That's the way this video comes across. That's the way his Kyle Rittenhouse take came across.
Yeah,
the way
bullshit.
his it's okay for people on the left to not practice their principles. Like he's just trying to sort of tightrope walk some nonsensical position because there's some outcome he likes at the end of the rope, basically. That's how it comes off to me.
The unfortunate thing about Vaush is that he really does prove that rhetoric is the only thing that matters. I don't think you can look at like the popularity of Vaush and not think there's some validity to that argument.
I wouldn't say it's the only thing that matters, but it's definitely a huge factor.
He's not talking about anything of substance. I mean, I haven't really seen him.
Not in this. Well, I mean, look at Hassan.
Are there any
Hassan is
like,
the biggest socialist streamer.
Right.
He says like nothing for hours. And you just listen to it. First of all, Hassan has the shittiest audio quality on the planet, so I don't even understand this.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's talking through a fast food thing when he's talking.
And yet he just says nonsense for hours and hours on end. And he makes funny fart jokes. And then people go, oh, I like Hassan. He's popular. And unfortunately, that is, you lower the bar and you broaden your appeal as much as possible by saying nothing but very broad, vacuous statements.
Yeah. Yeah. And then once you get that popularity spiral going, oh my God.
Right.
Then people just watch you because, oh, everyone watches Vaush. Vaush is like, we all watch Vaush.
Vaush.
I mean, he has like, they both, Vaush and Hassan, it's so funny that they remind me so much of like frat boys. Like a lot of their jokes seem like frat boyish to me.
Yes.
When I don't normally think of the left as like the frat. I always think of that as more.
Well,
like
that's why
the
it's funny because that's
like
why
the
a lot of
versus the nerds. The nerds
a
were
lot
always
of
the left.
The other leftists hate Vaush because exactly what you're saying, because of that attitude that he has. That kind of invokes
the frat boy attitude.
Yes.
Like we're gonna turn this into a like team sports against the baddies.
Well, they like that part. They like that part.
Okay. They get to shove their hand up his puppet corpse ass and wave him around in front of, like that's the only reason. Oh, they despised him at the time. And they despise him privately too. 100%. Dennis Prager, probably in his private moments, thinks very, very little of Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh my God. We're getting close to that lying thing. Now that's definitely lying right there. Like, let me just make up what Dennis... Yeah.
He can read the mind of Dennis Prager and James Lindsay. Okay.
Right. Dennis Prager's obsessed. He's like, oh, there's this famous black man. Why do we have famous black people in history? He's like totally bent. Dennis Prager's totally bent out of shape about that.
And
no, I don't think so.
It's funny because Dennis Prager probably, I would argue, it would be very easy for him to have a sincere love of Martin Luther King Jr. because Martin Luther King Jr. framed everything in a religious context, which is exactly what Dennis Prager wants everyone else to do.
Yeah. They're like soulmates.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Dennis Prager hates materialism. No, Dennis Prager is not a materialist in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Definitely not.
To say the least. They still hate him, but they know they can weaponize him, so they go for it.
White Americans can never judge.
Literally what Vaush is doing, weaponizing Martin Luther King to gain socialist followers. Oh, it's Martin Luther King Day. Here, let me subscribe to Vaush. They're both socialists.
Blacks by the content of their character. They can only judge them, always unfavorably, consciously or unconsciously, by the color of their skin.
So their understanding of critical race theory is every interaction is only race, and it's impossible to think of anything but race, and white people are racist no matter what they do.
Why would we ever
That
do
sure
an
is a
implicit
convenience.
bias test if otherwise?
Yeah, and that's
True.
flat out stated
Good
by
point.
critical race theory. That's flat out
Yeah,
stated.
good
Flat,
point.
exactly. They invented it for this reason. Like Thetan testing with Scientologists. There is no one else would invent implicit bias testing. There's no other reason for it.
It would. I mean, I don't believe the implicit bias testing works. I completely agree with you, Sargon. But
Oh
if
no,
there
I believe
was
it
some
works
kind
because I came out as neutral.
Oh,
when I
you
did
did?
mine.
Oh, okay. So as
Yeah,
long
it's on
as
my
as
channel.
long as it judged you
I'm
correctly,
joking,
then
I'm joking.
everything.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think they've actually done studies to show that implicit bias training, at least training, maybe not the test, the training doesn't do anything.
No.
Definitely determined
Yes.
that.
Well, the test assumes a bunch of things that are just unproven. Like
Yes.
Right.
Totally. The
the
correlations
question is,
are unproven.
if you look at the white person more swiftly, that means you favor the white person. But the assumption there is looking swiftly at something is good. What if it's bad?
Right.
What if
Yeah.
that shows actually a hatred of white?
What if it's just based on attractiveness and it's not? It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
skin color?
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah,
what
but
if it's just based on familiarity? Like,
Right.
Sure.
That's what they've actually discovered, because when they did those implicit bias like look tests with the faces, and at first they're like, oh, it's racist because white people will identify white faces faster. And it's like, well, no, that's just because biologically, when you like learn to look at faces by looking at your mom's face, so you're more likely to
Yes.
be able to recognize
More
whatever
familiarity.
ethnic group your mom was part of.
Sure. But you would, like none of it is true, but if it did work, you'd still, I mean, that would be a cool thing, right, Sauron? It would be, being able to test that stuff would be cool.
I don't think it's bad to have a bias
You're so racist. I can't believe you just understood.
in like this kind of naturalistic way. I think it's expected. It's stigmatizing it is the same as the Catholics stigmatizing going to the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's irrational. It's like, well, like, babies obviously have a preference for things that look like their mother, and the more different to their mother it looks, then the more it's going to have a bias against it.
Yeah. You never tell if it was accurate. Well, I mean, the common thing is like the lie detector test. You can't trust the lie detector test, but it would be fucking cool if they perfected the lie detector test.
Actually,
Yeah,
it
but-
worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
The presupposition is that I'm not entitled to my fucking biases.
Well, no, that's a whole different argument. That's a
Right.
whole different argument. Like if
Yeah, but-
if they did perfect the bias test, like the racist test or whatever, and they put you in it and you were like, oh God, he's a 99. This guy's the most racist person on the planet. Obviously.
Yeah, but we've gone further than merely persecuting someone for their conscious
No,
thoughts.
I know.
We've gone into the unconscious thoughts. And it's like, sorry, I think I'm actually entitled to my unconscious thoughts and my conscious ones, to be honest.
You'd quickly realize you'd have a problem because they would throw AOC in there and she would score like a 99. They'd be like, oh shit, what do we do? It's like Derek Bell they'd throw in there and they're like, he's our first 100. Holy shit, this guy's the most racist person alive. So
It would be an interesting thing for you to have, like on a personal level, just to see, like, oh, what are my
Totally.
biases?
That would be
but
interesting.
It wouldn't be useful at all for trying to create, systems of prescriptive value or judgments or something.
No. I mean,
What I love as
you
well
might
is-
find out most people are racist. I don't know. It's kind of
And
weird.
the thing is, it's in no way persuasive on any kind of level, because like, they all say, check your biases. It's like, okay, well, I checked my biases and it turns out I like them. I have a bias in favor of them because they're mine. What
yeah,
now?
that's true.
Right.
What am I going to do? You expect me to have a preference for someone else's biases. That's a kind of stupid thing to assume, isn't it?
Well, it's even stupider because they're arguing from a position of moral relativism.
Yeah.
So they're not even saying that there's some
That
specific
too.
bias we all have to adhere to.
Yeah.
That too.
And they're just asking you to prefer their biases instead of yours. But it's like, sorry, the nature of my biases kind of institutes that I prefer my own.
So then you shift the whole social dialogue comes to it being an immutable characteristic, something that you're
Yeah.
born with and can't change.
Yeah.
I don't know.
can't
It
do
seems
anything
like
about
you
it.
can change society, though. I think we've made great strides towards fighting racism. I
No,
think the
nothing's
evidence
changed,
is like
Adam.
everywhere.
Nothing's changed.
It's all
No,
the
the
The only thing
evidence-
that's changed is the shackles look different, but they're still there.
You
Okay.
can't, like the Democratic Party can't be working as cynically to brand Republicans as racist if people weren't predominantly
I know, isn't that-
against
isn't that
racism. It's like
hilarious?
that strategy doesn't work. If
The strategy,
if
the entire woke strategy of white guilt would not work if nothing has changed.
Yes, exactly. It's a perfect manifestation of how much progress we've made. It's like,
Right.
listen, you guys are winning elections because we've made all of this progress. What the
In
fuck
fact,
are you talking about?
the whole thing, in fact, is predicated on the idea that white people are not racist. Because
It
if
is
it was,
true,
if
yes.
it was just that they were a bunch of latent racists and everything they did was an unconscious expression of this deliberate racial animus that operates and constructs all of white society, if you basically formalize it and highlight it to all the white people and they are racists, then they'll just say, well, thank you very much. You've actually made discriminating against black people really easy by making every single conversation about race. So now they can't escape it, and we're the ones in control.
Right. Well, that's the inherent contradiction in all this, is that they're trying to argue, well, everyone is all these white people are inherently racist. But that argument only works if they actually believe white people are not inherently racist and would wish to change that behavior.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Appeal to the racist about racism?
Exactly.
Well, it's so fucking stupid.
It is.
Hey,
fucking
you
stupid.
who enjoys racism, have you considered not being a racist? No, I love racism. What are you talking about? You know,
I know. It's crazy. It's madness.
it's so dumb.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry.
Straw man to, if you're trying to get your conservative audience to be absolutely terrified of an idea. Why do conservatives fear critical race theory so much?
Ironically,
Well, people who are in favor of liberalism
racist.
fear critical race theory because it wants to overturn liberalism. That's the actual answer, Vaush. Okay.
I'm
James
afraid of
Lindsay
it.
actually
I mean, that was
specifically
literally the
says
first opening. Yeah, that was the point of this whole fucking video that James
That
Lindsay
was
says in
the-
the beginning.
Exactly. You don't want to overturn the liberal order, but you know, we forgot all that.
He
stuff.
was explicit about this,
Right,
Vaush.
right.
I'm afraid of it because in California they tried to overturn the racial equality laws. They literally are trying to overturn. They're trying to make racism legal, Vaush. It's something we should at least think about. You should read that $20 super chat. It's got a high Sargon in it, and it's $20. So, want me to read it? Liam Balash.
Liam
for
Balash for $20. Thank you very much, Liam. Says, I guess I'm 18 because Adam's book recommendations have been very informative. Thanks a lot. Also, musicals are trash.
There you go.
Oh, that's
Perfect.
a correct statement.
Oh, there we go.
There you
A
go.
team, A
Hi,
team,
Sargon.
A team, A team.
We had this conversation. Sargon says he's in favor of the Disney movies. Okay.
Hi, Sargon. There
I'm
you
not in
go.
favor of musicals, though.
Yeah,
you
there we
like
go.
the traditional Aladdin. You like Aladdin, right?
Let's
The
not keep
classic
going on
cartoon
musicals.
one?
Come on, we're so close to.
No. We have to address this question.
I
no.
like the film despite its flaws, and its flaws include being a musical.
Okay, so you actually do agree with
Oh.
Adam's position. You're completely against all musicals
I love
existing
it.
in any
I
form
do
in any
love
movie.
it.
Okay.
I
Oh,
do
in any
love
time
it.
or place, yeah.
That's
There
a
you
great.
go.
I'm adopting the Sargon position right
There
there.
you go.
When
That's
one of
the-
its flaws is being a musical. I love that, Sargon. I'm going to steal that from you.
These dirty.
He has other
music
virtues,
haters.
you know.
These music.
I do. I
haters.
like Jesus Christ. I like the movie Jesus Christ Superstar. But
That's
one of
'cause
its
you're a dirty
flaws
atheist.
is that it's a musical.
God.
not since the Aryan obsession in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s.
No, oh no, don't
Yes.
do it. You're gonna you madman. Give it.
Or
Do
South
it.
African apartheid in the second half of the
This is so sad. This is so fucking sad because he can't even talk about this stuff without them accusing him of being a racist.
But James
It's-
Lindsay's right.
It's so insidious. Look at this zeal Vaush has though. Like he thinks that he just went into some racist diatribe.
Well, is that,
This
I
is
don't
some
even.
win.
I don't know what Vaush thinks is happening because he doesn't state it. He just says, "Oh no!" And like,
They're,
oh,
Well,
no.
no,
oh
he's-
my
he's-
God, they're talking about race. Oh,
Yeah, I don't
this
know.
whole
It's-
video's about race. Oh,
Vaush thinks for some reason, saying that the critical race theorists view the world in the same way that the Nazis view the world
Mhm.
is illegitimate and an instant delegitimizing comment. But
Right.
the thing is, it's completely true. And in Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler details how he got woke.
it is
Right.
true that the two ideologies agree. Yes.
Well, no, exactly. They exactly agree on that you are a specific kind of race in all places and at all times, and that has political dimensions. And Hitler explains how he got woke on race, right? He was always like a German patriot, obviously, but he didn't care about the Jews because he thought they were Germans. And it was only when he went to Vienna and saw different kinds of Jews, because the Jews in his hometown, I can't remember what it was called, they were a couple of Jews there, but they were obviously very Germanized Jews. They, like they had intermingled in the local community.
German
And so-
Jews had like the worst superiority complex on the planet. It's really weird.
They,
the point
they
is-
adopted the German superiority
I know.
complex. Is that what
But
you're
the point
saying?
is, he
Yes.
viewed them as the same race, and it
Right,
was only
right.
when he went
Because
to
of
Vienna.
the
So did
superiority
they.
complex.
So did they, yes.
Yeah,
German
yeah.
Jews viewed themselves as German primarily first.
Yeah, but it was only when he went to Vienna where he met Jews who were obviously in an insular community and
Right.
so looked different to the German Jews he knew. They looked
Right.
more Middle Eastern, I suppose. And the way he describes it, he's literally like, I didn't think before, is this a Jew before me? I thought, is this a German? And it's like, yeah, he got woke. There we go. He's literally like, this isn't a German. This isn't a German. This isn't a German. And you're like exactly the same fucking
Their
thing.
sectionality crept in, yes.
Exactly.
Terrible.
20th century has the social movement been so obsessed with race?
He's right. He's completely right.
Why? But
It
why?
was
why
Hitler's
is
only consideration is that the Jews weren't Germans.
Why is he screaming yes?
yeah, that's the question, Sargon. Why is he
Yes.
screaming it? He's
I don't know.
like, I'm theorizing that he's saying that James Lindsay is advocating for being obsessed with race when James Lindsay's against critical race theory because it's obsessed with race, and he's saying we shouldn't be.
I think Vaush is looking at this as if it's a just a thought terminating cliche. He's invoking Godwin's law. Therefore, you know, he's calling people Nazis. Therefore, I don't have to respond to anything now because that is a default lose position, which is amazing
Right.
given how Vaush calls everyone a fucking Nazi.
That's how
True.
I interpreted it, yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Which you're right, is totally hypocritical.
But what did you expect from this obvious liar?
I know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, come on, he's lied so much.
Oh, baby. That feels good. Hey, I like
You
You're a
feel
Nazi,
like
Vaush.
you feel like he's lied
You're a
about
fucking
you.
Nazi.
You feel like he's lied about you personally a lot. I know I've seen Vaush lie about
Who,
you.
me? Yeah, he has.
consistently.
He has
Yeah.
lied about me personally a lot.
I have
He is
seen.
a
I have
liar.
seen that. Yeah. Yes, he's definitely targeted
He's
you,
a
Sargon,
deliberate liar,
in a way that has
and
been
he
very,
is a
very-
Nazi.
Let's
And the
talk
thing
about
is,
this.
Vaush is aware. Vaush is aware that he is in some way a Nazi as well, which is why he's always waffling on about the Nazbol vortex. Right? This is why he's afraid of Shu going down. He's constantly talking about this because he is on the cusp of being a Nazi. He has a racialized worldview that is no different to the way that the Nazis viewed the Germans. It's no different, and he knows it.
I always feel like the anarchists are the useful idiots for the ethno-nationalists because I feel like the anarchists are the ones that break society, but they don't have the ability to order society, to structure society in the midst of the chaos. And people immediately want order. They don't like the chaos. And it's the ethno-nationalists that step in and establish order, and suddenly they're in fucking power. So I feel like this has happened time and time again in history. Like it's a repeating algorithm. The anarchists are dissatisfied with society, they break it. Then the ethno-nationalists step in, and it becomes just tyranny from their side. So you got to break that cycle. But I do. It's funny because we had that debate on here with you and Vaush, and like I think we even said earlier in the video here that we had expected that to go in a much different direction. We thought that it was going to be an honest dialogue when really I didn't see anything but bad faith out of Vaush. And you went to, and I don't know if people know this, but you made a video after that called Sympathy for Vaush, I believe it was.
I did.
Where you really put yourself in Vaush's shoes and attempted to empathize with his position that I thought was very noble. I felt like it was the right thing to do. And Vaush totally fucking took that and shit all over you. Like he started making videos with bad thumbnails and calling you a Nazi and all this shit. So I do understand your take on this, and I do think fucking what Vaush like the lies Vaush has told about you are just like depraved.
And he does nothing other than lie. I mean, like, what have we seen in this video? It's just lies.
Yes, yeah. He's lied about PSA Sitch, definitely not as viciously, but I mean, yeah, he lies about people, and that it's disgusting. It's totally disgusting. You can't have any kind of good faith dialogue with people who are going to do that. So, I just want to put
Like
that
how
out there
they're-
because I'm not sure everybody
appreciate
knows. I'm not sure everybody knows that you have given Vaush that was bold, man. That was
Well, I
bold.
thought
to
it was
give
the
him
right
the
thing to
benefit of the
do.
doubt.
And it wasn't even like directly after the stream.
Mhm.
I think he even said, well, what was Vaush supposed to do? This is what his audience expected him to do. Like you were being empathetic to his position directly after the stream, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Well,
Definitely.
I thought he'd made a mistake because I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't know who he was. And I didn't realize he was such a prolific liar.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I was just like, well, he's a young guy who's fucked up. And I've fucked up recently. So, it's easy to fuck up when there's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah,
You know,
we've all
it's really
fucked up,
easy.
man.
And-
We've
and-
all fucked up.
Right. And it was even grosser because I know you gave him a second chance because you could have just ended it at that and said, no, this forever will be Vaush versus Sargon will be his awful, this is what people would see. But then you talked to him again.
Yeah.
I think it was on his channel or someone else's channel or a modern day debate or something. And that's where he, Vaush composed himself to try to act better. And that's where he clipped you out of context to say, oh, Sargon's the part, so white ethno state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And literally it's so stupid as well, because what he was saying is like, are you saying the nations of Europe are built on like white ethnic groups? Yes. That's how they got their fucking names, you moron. That's that's just a statement of fact. You couldn't say historically how England got the name of England without invoking the ethnic group that is the English or the French or the Germans or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's just, that's not advocacy for white nationalism. And yet to frame it as if it is, it's so dishonest.
I know.
Yeah, it's terrible.
They're relating Nazi Germany.
Apartheid in the second half of the 20th century has a social movement been
Oh man, it's really funny because isn't the typical conservative line basically like pro South American apartheid? Every time
What?
conservatives bring up,
Yeah, I know. It's
What?
fucking bonk. All they ever talk about is fucking.
Look,
They're on the opposite side. Of
Let me,
this issue.
guys, let me know the conservatives or Republicans or whomever that are advocating for the South African apartheid. Please send me those tweets. I'm not familiar with this position.
This is
I
crazy.
mean, I know like the Richard Spencers have that position, but I'm not sure who else has that position. So yeah.
South Africa, not South America, South Africa. Every time Americans bring up South Africa, it's like, damn, things sure were better back in the 80s, because they circulate that one story of like white farmers being attacked or something like that. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that
Reagan
doesn't happen
defended
at
South
all.
America
Okay, so-
at apartheid.
Holy
Yeah.
fuck,
Go
man.
ahead.
The only thing I can think of is that this is, I guess, an interesting look into his mindset. Because I remember when there was all the violence against white people happening recently in South Africa, there was
It's
a
still
lot of
going
that.
on.
We're still going on, but we aren't focusing on it because we don't give a shit anymore. But when we did give a shit for whatever reason, when it was politically viable to care
Yeah,
about that,
Expedient.
yes, I saw. Yeah, there are lots of people and lots of conservatives were complaining about the violence. Now, I guess in Vaush's mind, he's thinking, well, if you're complaining about the violence against white people, that means that you're actually advocating that we go back to the apartheid state. I think that's the logical leap he's making.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
that's
good
terrible.
reading, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
yeah,
that's surely because he's in favor of the violence, I think, against the white settlers. I think that the communists view like the imperialists as being deserving of the revenge that they get. And and so he thinks that exactly the mirror opposite. Then if you're against me, you must think the opposite to my position. And good reasoning, I agree.
Right. Well, they're dirty property owners.
Yeah.
Yeah,
disgusting.
that too.
And they're
Oh my
racist.
god, on so many levels.
Kyle Rittenhouse is out there protecting property.
Yeah.
It's
Why would he
disgusting.
do that? I hear he crossed
Disgusting.
state lines. to
He
do it,
crossed
too.
state lines to
God.
protect property. That wasn't even his, Adam. Okay? He's a killer.
I hope.
Conservatives
I
love
hope, dude. I hope we're gonna be crying if Kyle Rittenhouse gets railroaded.
That would be
which-
insane. That would
It's
be
a fucking
travesty of
possibility,
justice.
dude.
I
That's
know,
one
it
of
is.
the.
I think it's going to happen.
God,
think it's gonna
Sargon. I hope not.
I hope not.
Oh, me too. Obviously, Jesus.
I don't know. It would
You
be
know.
crazy, I think. If he gets
Oh my god.
convicted,
It's
I don't know.
so
That would just be insane.
bad.
I think it's going to happen.
I don't. Well, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what the charges are. I don't think there are any
God.
lesser charges for them to just kind
That's
of
like such a
them
gut punch.
just slap on the wrist. I don't know.
I'm not saying it hasn't happened yet, so don't get too
Yeah, I
depressed.
know.
Yeah,
I
I
hope
don't-
I'm
not.
just persuaded,
Emotionally prepare yourself. I mean, that's one of the like we look for things that are like indicators that we've passed the Rubicon here with this shit.
Yes.
And that would
yes.
definitely be one of the things. I would look at that like, okay, well, fucking this is
Oh my god, the
insane.
trial is delayed until fucking November. What the hell happened?
Weird
maybe-
politicking. That's what's
maybe
happening.
that's a good thing.
Because it was
I don't
supposed
know.
to be, I think, this month or something.
Wow,
Yeah, it
that
was
might
soon,
be a
wasn't it?
that might be a bad thing. Is November an election? That might be a terrible thing.
Well, no, it's an off year.
Okay. Yes, it is. Yeah. Woo. Oh my God.
South American apartheid. But again, this is how the wheel turns. Conservatives will defend every, did I say South American again? South African, sorry. We just have so many Brazilian fans in the audience. I'm always thinking of you. Conservatives will defend every genocide, every apartheid
What?
state.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah. It's crazy. It's
So-
crazy.
I
Who's
think
defending
the-
genocide here? Where is Ted Cruz defending genocide? I
Yeah,
thought
I
he
can't
was-
think of a single one. Pompeo did
What
condemn
happened?
China for conducting a genocide, and
Against
it
the
took ages
Uyghurs?
for Biden
Oh.
to acknowledge that.
So I think it says Rittenhouse's lawyers asked for the delay because they need extra time to finish up a public opinion poll to get a feel for whether Rittenhouse can expect a fair trial in this county, or if there's a reason to seek a change of venue or jury pool from
They need
another
to change
county.
a venue, obviously.
So that's probably a good
Yeah.
thing then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Change of venue has to happen.
Yeah, definitely. I would just imagine though if he was still in jail for this whole time.
I can't
Our
believe there isn't like
politics.
big public advocacy for him. I mean, he was being attacked in the street by communist
He
revolution.
crossed state lines, Sargon. You understand? He crossed state lines. Ah!
Wasn't he working for his employer, to defend his employer's business?
No, he didn't work
He-
for the guy.
No,
I
he
didn't work for him.
they planned on
volunteer.
paying him. No, they
Oh,
planned
really?
on paying him. Rittenhouse was mad that they never got paid. Yeah.
There you go. Look, he crossed state lines, okay, to be a volunteer lifeguard.
What
Which is
a
a horrible
hero.
thing. to scrub graffiti off of a school, another just horrible, horrible acts. And to walk around in a protest and ask people if they require first aid. And this is, this is obviously the mind of
Then
the
he was-
killer at work here.
And he
So
was
Tom-
attacked by a pedo and a wife beater.
He was attacked by a pedophilic girlfriend /
Wolf.
wife beating drug addict who that very day just got out of rehab for attempting to kill himself on a drug overdose in a McDonald's parking lot. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The progressives don't know anything about that. That word
course not.
lifeguard is interesting. What are the root words of that word lifeguard?
Life gordo.
Life and guard, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Everything bad about the world, but then the moment public opinion turns, they will not only pretend that they never did that, they will then use the ghosts and the heroes of that civil rights movement to shame the leaders of the current civil rights movement.
Fucking projection.
That's what they do.
I know.
Yeah, you know what? And that's what people should do if the people who are advocating for civil rights or progress in society then turn their back on the very principles they use to get said progress, then yeah, everyone should throw that
Like
back in their
free
face.
speech, Sitch?
Yeah, like free speech, maybe. Like free protest, kind of the foundations that, supposedly liberal Democrats stood for in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and suddenly decided isn't important anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
kinda like
Remember that in Berkeley College, they burned the free speech banners rather than wave them this time.
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
terrible.
Exactly.
Terrible.
The irony of it is just
Exactly.
fucking off the
I
charts.
know.
They're,
It's
they're
insane.
marching backwards. The regressive left.
They literally regressing.
Yeah.
They learn from history only insofar as they can puppet the corpses of men who would have had them
Oh God!
peacefully.
I can't stand the fucking hypocrisy.
Martin
I
Luther
know.
King Jr. is a radical socialist.
Oh God!
Trust my puppet face, guys.
You know that he will never come and talk to you again, right? After this, like there is no way that this kind of bold-faced lying and hypocrisy and projection can survive any kind of scrutiny. But there's
I
just
think
no way.
and this is my prediction. He's going to watch the stream in its totality.
Mhm.
Okay. So he can try to craft a bunch of counter arguments. He's going to do a bunch of research where he can cherry pick all this sorts of shit. And then he's going to try to say, oh, now I'm ready to debate you guys.
I don't think he's. We've done a bunch of Vaush videos, and I don't think he's
I
ever
don't think he'll
responded to
respond.
any of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying he's gonna respond to us and say now he wants to debate us. I don't think he's gonna make a
okay.
video responding to this at all.
He
no.
wants to debate us. I think we're within our rights to just say no, thanks, dude.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
we
definitely have
gave him
him.
his opportunity to come on. I mean, what the fuck?
Because his position's indefensible, just totally indefensible. So I would love to have him on.
Well, what
That'd
I
be
would
great.
rather do is I'd rather have. I don't know if James Lindsay would be in favor of this. I'd rather have Lindsay talk. To
Debate him? I know.
Right,
Oh my god.
Because that's what we're like. We're like doing a go
Truth
between
seekers,
for Lindsay
yeah.
when it should just
Totally,
have,
we
have
are.
Lindsay just come on and say no, everything you're saying is totally fucking wrong. Vaush."
Perfect point. Yeah.
That's what I
perfect
want to
point.
happen. So
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we'll reach out to James Lindsay and say, hey, do you want to talk to this fucking idiot?
Yes. We won't
Though I don't
phrase
know.
it like that though. That's not a good.
know,
It's
Well-
just so you know. Hey, we got a fucking idiot here. We want you to
I'm
debate.
conflicted. I'm conflicted because on
He
one
might,
hand,
he might bite. You know. He probably
on
knows
one
he's
hand,
right.
I want to ask James Lindsay to come on, and it doesn't have to be on our show, but we would, I guess, maybe we have a bad track record considering how it went with Sargon. But on one hand, I want to ask James Lindsay to come on and debate Vaush on this topic. On the other hand, because of how he acted towards you, I don't want to subject James Lindsay
I
to
know.
that behavior.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So I feel
that's true.
conflicted on whether to even ask in the first place. But I think
Yeah.
we should. I think we should ask James Lindsay that. He doesn't have to come on our show to talk about it. He can go moderate debate or just do it on his own thing. But I definitely think he should talk to Vaush about critical race theory.
Yeah, be interesting.
Charged in court.
with race. Critical race theory is then, in a very real sense, a counter-American revolution.
Oh.
But that's a positive, not a negative to those who subscribe to the theory. The American experiment was given a 400-year tryout, and it doesn't work. So let's scrap it. That's what they believe.
Scrap what? What components of this belief? It's incredible how, for a YouTube channel that purports to give you university tier education, how little they actually say about any of the shit they're talking about. I mean,
Wait, he just spent the entire video explaining it. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
He
they're trying
defined
to
it
simplify
perfectly
it.
clearly earlier. The
Yeah, he
liberal
said
order.
the liberal order, equality under the law, legal reasoning. He said it all, and you said that was an inoffensive statement.
Mhm.
what is this?
Is that what you believe? I'm going to guess that most of you don't. So how do we stop critical race theory before it infects?
Well, most of us is not Vaush, though. I would say Vaush is in favor of scrapping it. Like, that's his whole brand, right?
Yes,
We got to scrap
yes.
it.
the
Well,
brains
that's
of
the
too many
socialist
decent
brand.
Americans.
What's
And
that?
just to be, and just to be clear, just in case anyone has somehow missed the point, nothing James Lindsay has said here is inaccurate. Really, you know,
No.
it's pretty much like the perfect 5-minute summary of what critical race theory is, why it's dangerous, what it's going to supplant, and what it's going to create, which is essentially kind of like a Nazi-like order. So James Lindsay is completely correct, and I would stand and defend all of these positions in a public debate.
He said many times that they just want to reverse discrimination. They don't want to get rid of discrimination. They think discrimination's aimed at the wrong people.
Discrimination is a very useful tool. I mean, this
Yeah.
is literally what Kimberly Crenshaw says. The quote, I'm going to not exactly get it right, but it's something like, we need to raise racial consciousness. The
Yep.
liberals don't want to raise racial consciousness because they see that as being the root of racism.
Yep.
But we think it can work in our favor. This is,
Yes.
I'll find the exact quote.
No, I've actually read the quote you're talking about. I know exactly.
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, right? And it's like literally, it's fucking explicit. She may as well be like, look, I want Nazism for black people. That's what she's
Yep.
saying.
She says,
I-
I don't know if this is exactly what you're referring to. It says, the black community must develop and maintain a distinct political consciousness in order to prevail against co-opting the forces of legal reform. History has shown that the most valuable political asset of the black community has been its ability to assert a collective identity and to name its collective political reality. Liberal reform discourse must not be allowed to undermine the black collective identity.
Right.
No, it's not that one exactly, because the term raising racial consciousness is the key term in the quote I'm thinking of, because that's exactly what the Nazis did with Germans. I mean, that's how it's done, and she was complaining that liberalism doesn't do this. So yes, it doesn't.
Well, she's arguing there against
Raising racial
basically-
consciousness, yeah.
Well,
Because they see
also
it as
discourse,
Nazism.
discourse within the black community. She's like, "Nah, we can't have that kind of stuff. Come on, we'll all vote together. We can't disagree."
If Vaush had looked at Wash's video and said, you know, James Lindsay's correct in his description of critical race theory, but I agree with it all, we wouldn't be sitting here today. We wouldn't have made this video. So we'd say, oh, well, that's a short video. He agrees with it, but he, that's it. But he didn't do that.
I assume that he'd muster a defense of critical race theory. Why it's a good thing.
Right.
Americans,
Kind of hard to do.
especially young people.
Hey, here's a question, just out of curiosity. If critical race theory is literally just, we want to destroy America, all white people are racist, everything is about race, then how exactly did it become a mainstream view?
Good question.
Well,
It's
it's,
the
like,
Democratic.
you want to know why? You want to know
Sorry.
why? Because of people like Vaush.
Totally.
Who sit
And the-
here and say, that's not what critical race theory says, when it's
Yep,
literally what
totally.
critical race theory says. That's exactly why. That's 100% why. Because there's been
Yeah.
so much deception about critical race theory.
Yeah. You're basically putting the sheep's clothes on it right now, Vosh.
Yeah,
I mean,
That's what your video was.
What do
Yeah.
you think you're doing? You're
It's
saying,
your
"Oh,
entire
you don't have to be
grift,
worried about
Vosh."
this stuff. You don't have to be worried about it. This isn't what it really is." Now they're teaching it in school. Oh shit. I guess it is what they said in that PragerU video.
You think if Robin DiAngelo, when she went on Jimmy Fallon, okay,
Oh my god.
you think if she
yeah.
said, oh yeah, we should overturn liberalism,
Mhm.
you think people would be on board with that if she just said that publicly
Hell
on Jimmy
no.
Fallon's show?
Hell
I don't think so.
no.
They'd be like, wait, what was that last part that she just said?
Why does he think it's all done behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Like, it's all, racial bias training. We've got to rename it. It's all so fucking unpalatable. They have to be stealthy.
Right. All the stuff that they put out as the front of the mainstream is all, the racial training, and we shouldn't be racist and blah, blah, blah. And all the dark stuff is like, it's just behind the curtain.
But
I mean, it's
the
not
dark
deep behind
stuff-
the curtain because you can look it up,
Yeah,
but most people
the
don't
dark
care.
stuff
But you-
creeps out though. You always have these people coming out and saying, "Listen, I was in this diversity meeting and they wanted me to stand up in front of the class and admit that I was a white racist." It's like,
Right.
what? Yeah.
And oh man, there's an old picture that I put up on Instagram that it's two black kids stood flanked by two white women, and the quote text that had been put up from the school or whatever was like, they're holding like bouquets of flowers, and they're like, "Congratulations on being black teenagers." And it's like,
Oh, I
fuck.
know that
And
picture. It's
What?
the looks on the poor kids' faces. It's
What?
no, it's horrible. It's
That is
really
horrible.
horrible. And these two kids look fucking depressed, and it's like, and the two white girls are smiling, beaming, and it's no different to when you see it when the sort of 50s where you've got the white kids in the diner and the two black kids are sullen faced when they're surrounded by the smiling white racists. It's no fucking different.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, if there's no merit to it whatsoever, how exactly did this spread? Now, of course, if you ask this question, what you get fundamentally is anti-Semitism. They respond with the cultural Marxism conspiracy.
I was
you
not
go.
expecting that.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. See, he's like, I'm not only going to say that James Lindsay is some evil racist conservative, he's also an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist.
Which
There
is why you
go.
hit on PragerU.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Well-known anti-Semitic Dennis Prager. Yeah.
Talk about subverting expectations here.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah.
Remember when he
Yeah,
threw-
yeah, literally. The way I'm picturing it is like he's got his glove puppet of Martin Luther King on. He's waffling. He's having this conversation with it, and then off the screen, this other glove puppet of a hook-nosed Jew comes on.
We're gonna go in this direction, guys. This puppet show just changed.
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting it.
I know.
Sorry, go on.
Conspiracy theory, mostly known as cultural Bolshevism. The idea that some nefarious group of people with a different set of interests have infiltrated our academic systems and are using it to disseminate anti-white, anti-Western propaganda to destroy America. And if you run that down far,
So I think this is such a weird thing because first of all, this is literally happening now.
Yes.
And I don't even think Vaush would deny it. I think maybe he's using very specific words like destroy America. And maybe that's how he's hiding it, because he would say, well, they don't want to destroy America. They just want to destroy the liberal order. They just want to destroy
But they
capitalism.
literally say they want to destroy America.
Right. I don't know. Maybe he's just straight up lying, as you said. I mean, this is.
I think he might be. I mean,
because
he's told enough lies so far.
It's crazy to deny the fact that there's a shit ton. No, I don't think they're in the majority, but there's definitely a shit ton of critical theorists out there who buy into Marxist dogma, who want to get rid of capitalism, who want to get rid of liberalism and replace it with their own.
That's the
critical theory,
majority.
Well,
socialist
look at
nonsense.
Sayura Rao, right? She's an Indian politician or political activist. She literally is on Twitter every day going, white people, why don't you try being less toxic?
Oh yeah, I know. who you're talking
America's
about,
evil.
right, yeah.
You get loads of these people, all verified check marks, all people of power and station, and all over the place. Like, I just can't believe he would have the temerity to say, "Oh, there's no anti-Western movement in America." I mean, it's what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just saying,
he's
if you
had
if you asked him
anti-Western
about this, I'd
views
assume
all
he
through
would
this video.
he would
Sorry,
hide
go
in the
ahead.
definitions. As I assume
He would
do.
sit there and go, "Well, that's anti-Semitism." It's like, I didn't
Right.
mention Jews at all.
Yeah.
You know, you're the one who brings that up because you're a fucking Nazi.
Well, he has framed being against critical race theory as being anti-Semitic now.
Yeah,
Basically.
he has.
Then that's a
Racist
Nazi
and
position. Critical race theory is Jewish.
Right.
There we go.
Jewish science we've returned to from the
Oh
Nazi.
my God, isn't I think the white fragility lady's Jewish? I
No,
can't
we're
remember.
kidding
No,
me.
no, she's
What's her name? Is Robin D'Angelo. She's
Oh,
Fucking
oh,
mate, it's the
okay, she's
Italians,
Italian.
Italians.
Sorry.
yeah.
Fuck
Okay,
me.
she's not Jewish.
No. Fortunately, I'm very
You're
very
like,
happy.
oh my
Because
God.
there's a lot of like annoying socialist Jews out there. Unfortunately, I don't think any of the big critical theorist names are Jewish. So
Oh.
The
Jews
irony of
escape
that as
this.
well, right? Like the normally like the white nationalists would be going on about it all the time, but they don't have that option. Abraham X. Kendi and Robin D'Angelo, and all,
Right.
Peggy McIntosh. It's
Yeah.
not Jews.
So
It's
none of
not
these
Jews
people
that
are
are doing this.
So
I
how
mean,
do you
they don't
how do
tell
you
you.
frame how does he frame this as anti-Semitic if none of these people are Jewish? I don't know what is
Exactly.
the move here.
he's
How does
saying
he do
he's
that?
saying that the whole notion of complaining about cultural Marxism is somehow anti-Semitic,
Anti-Semitic.
because the Nazis talked about it. So therefore, just a anti-Semitic conspiracy.
This is
The
weird.
idea
This-
that there aren't leftist
this is weird.
infiltrators that have tried to destroy Western cultures for 100 years is
Right.
obvious nonsense. Like,
Vaush
This
is one
the
of
weird-
them.
This is the weirdest
exactly.
move
It's his
ever.
job.
Literally what
Hard
he
enough.
wants to do. He wants to overthrow capitalism and liberalism. Like, I don't understand. What is the conspiracy
does.
theory part just that he doesn't think it's widespread enough or something? Like,
That when he made that point, when he said, if critical race theory was so damaging, how did it spread all the way through academia and the media? When he said that, I immediately thought, yes, Vaush, apply that same thought to capitalism just for 1 second, okay?
right.
If capitalism is so dangerous, how did it spread all throughout society, all throughout the
All
world?
throughout history.
How is it so widely accepted? Think about that, Vaush.
Think
the
Vaush,
evil
think.
people in power, Adam. Okay, he has his own. deep
He's going
state
to
conspiracy theory, right?
make the same conspiracy argument that he was making against critical race theory.
I know.
He's making the same exact conspiracy theory argument.
I know. There's no. We've discovered there's no
Critical
consistency
race theory,
whatsoever.
though, critical race theory is not capitalism. Critical race theory is like
No.
anti-cap. Like critical race theory helps. Well, I guess it technically helps marginalized people get ahead in the workforce. I mean, and it also helps politicians get reelected because it drives people to the polls. People are profiting off of critical race theory
Mhm. Yeah, it creates short-term gains as long as it's not
for
applied.
elites.
Dude,
For
the
elites?
founder,
Yeah.
As long
founder
as
of
it's-
Black Lives Matter came out and gave a rationale of why it was Marxist for her to be a millionaire.
Right, and to own 4 houses or whatever. Yeah, I know.
I'm living my
bullshit.
Marxist ideals or something. She
Yeah.
literally said this. And I was
Right.
like, right.
So bad.
Again,
Really?
not
So-
a Jew.
did the
she wasn't
people-
Jewish, so
Yeah, fortunately she wasn't Jewish. That's true. But
I just have
But,
to point that out to Vaush. They're not
I
all
know.
Jews, Vaush.
I mean, did the people who built her house, do they all own a share in it, right? It's
Exactly.
Marxist,
Nothing
right?
communist about it.
Yeah.
It's a co-op. What are you
It's a
talking
co-op.
about?
Your house is a co-op now.
Well, that was literally
millionaire
her
lady.
argument was,
I
was
wonder
I'm
where her
literally
cleaning
raising
went.
up my family. You know, it's like,
Right.
that's also not Marxist.
Sounds like a very capitalistic liberal argument to me. I don't know.
Very traditional family values.
Yes.
It becomes pretty clear just how flimsy their use of the term Judeo-Christian really is.
And turns us into something we have never been and shouldn't ever want to be. The answer is simple. Refuse to accept it. Don't be intimidated by the heads I win, tails you lose logic of this self-destructive, America-hating, anti-reality idea. Don't be bullied into thinking that you're racist when you know you're not, or that you're a victim when you know you're not.
Ooh. Throwing it out there, sad black lady. You're not a victim. Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Come on.
No, you're not.
That's not even what he's saying. That's not at all what he's saying. He's saying don't feel like you have to take the position that you're oppressed.
Yeah. If you don't feel like a victim, be like Kanye West. You know,
Right.
where's the dragon energy? You're not a victim.
Right. Thinking, and this is what's like the difficulty here. There are lots of people, probably most people throughout human existence are victims. But that's a losing strategy to categorize yourself that way. To conceptualize yourself that way is just to accept defeat.
It's a great characterization, in fact.
Defend while you still can.
What? You still can't? Is this The Walking Dead? Jesus. What? Save yourself. Oh, there's still hope. Christ. Well, I mean, that's a tenet of fact.
Yeah, because James Lindsay is afraid that liberalism is going to be destroyed and replaced with socialism or fascism.
Yes.
That's his fear. That's what he's worried about, Vaush. Okay.
Vaush is in favor of that, though. Vaush wants.
Yeah.
Well, he's in favor of
Yeah.
the socialism coming in. Yeah, sure.
Which means he's in
Socialism.
favor of the fascism.
Exactly. I was going to say, because even Vaush would not be in favor of what will follow the quote unquote socialist revolution,
socialism,
which will be authoritarian fascism. So.
The socialism always lasts about 5 minutes, and then the fascists go, "Hey, wait! They're arguing over pronouns.
I know.
We could run this place in 2 weeks."
Mhm.
Fascism, right? Every threat has to be escalated to some kind of civilization-ending crisis because it's the only way
Well, like
they can
racism.
motivate their followers to believe and adhere to.
Yeah, like racism, like white supremacy, like capitalism.
Capitalism.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
whole
Climate change.
Richard
yeah,
Wolff,
it's very strange.
Richard Wolff, your big your big professor guy talking about how the boom and bust cycle, capitalism is over, everything comes to an end. Yeah. People like that apocalyptic stuff.
I like Noam Chomsky's response to all of that, actually. Someone asked him on a stream the other day about it, and he was just like, I think that's really optimistic.
Really? Holy
Yeah.
shit. He's like
I mean,
a
he might be-
doomsdayer too.
That's funny.
Like he's done a bunch of, he's like 92, and he's done a bunch of like live streams and podcast interviews and stuff like that. And he's basically trying to talk the left down from being as radical as he talked them up to being. And like they're all like,
that's
yes, we're
sad.
about to overthrow capitalism. And he's like, I don't think you are.
Yeah.
You know, I've been around a long time, and it seems capitalism's fairly resilient.
Yeah.
To the fear necessary for them to subscribe to fascist ideas.
I'm James Lindsay, founder of New Discourses for Prager University.
Yeah. So in summary, James Lindsay is a giant pussy with a huge victim mentality, and I would love to talk to him sometime. And I know you're going to hear this, Lindsay, because you were never not on your phone. Clips of it are probably being like recorded and posted to your DMs right now. Okay, so
He's saying he wants to talk to Lindsay. How do we get, I mean, you got to get a statement out of Vaush saying you're not going to be a total obstinate prick the whole time. I guess that's really the only reason he wants to talk to Lindsay, though.
I suspect Lindsay's classy enough to be able to weather that and show Vaush to be the liar that he is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I think you're right. I think you're completely right.
We should reach out to Lindsay. We should talk to Benjamin Boyce, because I think Benjamin Boyce is pretty close with Lindsay.
He
Like,
is, yeah. And they always have great
do
streams
some
together.
strategizing, because this could be like YouTube gold right here.
It is. I mean,
This could be the next big thing.
It is YouTube gold, and it would just be a great conversation because, as Vaush has illustrated, he knows so little about critical race theory.
Oh, but you know he's reading right now. Like
Of
he's been
course he
reading
is.
ever since.
But here's the problem: if we say, okay, you're going to talk to James Lindsay, and you give James
Oh shit!
You cut out.
James
You
Lindsay's
cut out a
video.
little bit
Even
there.
if Vaush changes, you admitting that everything you
Back
said
up. Stop.
before was
Rewind.
wrong?
Stop. Rewind a little bit. You cut
We
out.
didn't
there
hear
for a
you
second.
cut out.
Yeah.
No, I said even if Vaush does all this research on
Mhm.
critical race theory and he changes all of his positions when he talks to James Lindsay in this hypothetical debate.
Perfect.
As long as James Lindsay watches this video first,
I know.
all he has to say is, well, wait a minute. Are you acknowledging that everything you said in this video was a fucking lie and you had no clue what you were talking about? Because if that's your position, then fine. Okay, then you can admit
I
that.
agree.
Have a conversation moving forward. That's fine.
Good for you. I commend you for being able to change your position so radically and to admit that you were a liar the whole time. Well done.
Well done.
Well done, good sir.
God, I really would
Anytime
like
you
to
want
see
to
the
talk,
conversation.
buddy. You ran away from that first conversation, like with your tail between your legs. It was pretty cringe, you know.
Really,
anyway,
Vaush? Is
the
it?
reason
Is it? Hang on, no,
why
is it
conservatives
cringe?
fear critical
When
race
someone's
theory
like,
so
"Hey,
much
I'd like to come
is
on and
because
debate
it
you,"
is
and then they run away. Is that
I know.
cringe? Is it?
Pretty
Oh
cringe.
yeah. Oh my
Really
god.
interesting.
Oh
That's
my
cringe,
god.
Vash. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god.
I don't know.
Can we savor this? Let's listen to this one more time.
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
want
go
to
for
hear
it, go for
the bravado here. The bravado.
Founder of New Discourses for Prager University.
Yeah. So in summary, James Lindsay is a giant pussy with a huge victim mentality, and I would love to talk to him sometime. And I know you're going to hear this, Lindsay, because you were never not on your phone. Clips of it are probably being like recorded and
Projection.
posted to your DMs right now. Okay.
Projection.
So
Well, to be fair, James Lindsay is always on Twitter.
Sure, but it's also true of him.
It's also true of us, yeah.
anytime you want to talk, buddy, you ran away from that first conversation, like with your tail
Oh
between
my
your legs.
God.
It's pretty cringe, you know.
Pretty cringe, Vaush, for you
Pretty
to DM me. And
cringe.
it's funny because the way that I don't know how the way he opened the DM to me, which I didn't see till you mentioned something. He didn't even say, "Hey, can I come on?" It was just a smiley face, like he's like trying to be coy.
On
I-
the
I have
online,
his,
he says, "Hey, pull me in, bestie," with a wink.
Yeah,
So yeah, sure. And so I sent him the link, and then he's like, "Oh no, I can't
on.
now. I've got things to do."
Yeah,
So,
I know.
sure you do.
wait a minute.
I
I
have his
actually listened to the stream for like 20 minutes, and now I realize I should research first. Hold on, wait a minute. Pretty cringe, Vaush. Pretty cringe.
Anyway, the reason why conservatives fear critical race theory so much is because it is fairly effective at identifying racist institutions, which conservatives want to continue to exist because they are racist. Like,
Actually,
yeah, my
James
God.
Lindsay's against it because he likes liberalism. He's said this multiple times directly. And the idea that critical race theory is good at pointing out racist institutions,
is a
it doesn't even
lie.
make sense.
Oh,
because
that's brilliant.
critical race
on
theory
its own
says,
terms.
because
All
critical race theory,
institutions are racist.
yeah, it says all institutions are racist. They don't
Yeah.
need
Yeah.
any tools to point it out.
Yeah.
That's how good it is. Literally, I can point at any fucking
Yeah.
institution, and it's a racist institution. That's how
Right.
effective it is, Sitch.
It's fairly effective when you
There
just
you go.
assume the institution is racist to
There you
begin
go.
with. Yeah.
If I was-
Institutions
if I
like
was looking for
science, mind
witches-
you.
I would have critical witch finder theory, and I would be like, you know what? Every fucking woman is a witch, you know, and I'd be like, look how easy it is for me to find witches. You know, it'd be amazing.
Mhm.
It's so sad.
that's the reason why. Okay. The idea that some relatively obscure and rarely applied
Do you think this weird shifting,
Rarely
this,
applied.
I know.
do you think this weird body shifting that he's doing is like a tell?
Yeah.
That he
Yep.
totally is just fucking.
He
that's what
knows
At
this
least
is
he's
a lie.
not opening every drawer, you know.
Well, it's not
not
that
doing
bad.
the
He's not
Richard
going.
Wolff.
He doesn't have a Richard Wolf tell, which is like gets out the bullhorn. By the way, I'm super uncomfortable right now. I'm losing a debate with an internet
mallet.
debate bro. Please
The
help! I
guy
can't
that doesn't
find
even
my
have a
stapler.
man's name who plays video games on the internet.
It's not Richard Wolf levels of tell, but I feel like it is a little bit of a tell. He's really nervous here. He's really shifting uncomfortably.
Maybe.
academic
He's talking
theory,
complete
which-
shit. That's why.
He is. All of this is
It's just
utter
total
nonsense.
lies.
Critical race theory is very effective at identifying racist institutions like
But
science, like policing, like government.
But it's the part where he's like, this is a very fringe thing, and it goes nowhere near the state, or you know, it doesn't touch people's lives, and it's like that's such a lie.
Right.
It's totally a lie. Everyone is terrified they're going to get dragged into one of these diversity meetings at their office, and everyone that they're on good relationships with in their office are going to have to stand up and like profess their racism to them. It's like, hey, I only work here, buddy. I'm not ready to get on my hands and knees and tell everyone I'm a racist.
Do you know that there's a Scottish university that is, and this hit the news, that's conducting an investigation into a woman for saying that only women have vaginas. And obviously this part of, intersectionality, it's the same principles that are being applied. Right? No, she's being investigated by the university, right? It's like, okay, but what do you expect to find? Like you're investigating her opinion that she's already stated that she thinks that, women, adult human females, and not like whatever they fucking define as women. And so it's like, right, so there's an investigation ongoing. What could this mean other than a struggle session?
Yes.
It's just going to be a conversation about her fucking opinion, and then browbeating her, being like, so you're a transphobe then.
Yeah, these things are
exactly the same
man.
principles.
These things are terrorizing.
Yeah,
they're terrorizing.
I don't know if you saw this. I think this was today. There's some Space Force, which is always funny to say. Some Space Force lieutenant was fired or removed from command because he said that he thought a lot of this, whatever you call it, anti-discrimination training or whatever the specific label they're using to teach soldiers, he thought it was Marxist in nature. And he got fired for saying
what?
That,
What?
I think reality is as reality is. Fucking racist.
I just can't believe people are getting fired for opinions that are just, I mean, they're really moving stuff outside of the Overton window. Like you're not even allowed
crazy.
to.
Well, that's what and that's what, as much as I disagree with so much of what Noam Chomsky said, he has, because he's so old, he has the foresight to understand that you need to always protect speech because it's always going to be the authoritarians that, use those tools against, people who want actual freedom. And so that's why he's kind of looking on with horror as the younger generation is just basically throwing all this in the trash and saying, no, let's get rid of free speech.
Hey, Maoism's a great idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like that free speech for Chomsky and like secular talk and those sort of, leftists, it's the only weapon they have against the Stalinists. It's the only weapon they've got against those types.
They don't even know how many people died in the Great Leap Forward. They estimate 25 million. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Would end up commanding so much of the conservative brain space that the president of the United States of America would be shit-talking it, like multiple times in speeches, like President Trump. It's ridiculous. And the reason they do it is because they fear it. If anything, conservative fear of critical race theory single-handedly justifies the existence of its theory because all the racists in society are anti-it. I mean, it must clearly be good at identifying racism, It'd be like if you hear about a civil rights leader and the first thing you hear about them is that they're despised.
This is a great, like Orwellian concept here. It's like, oh, well, if you're against it, that's really how we show that you're the racist. Who cares if
It's
you
straight
put
out of Robin
arguments about it?
DiAngelo. This is the white fragility argument. It's the exact same thing.
But the thing about it, think about that in the totality of his critique of James Lindsay. He said, because he's saying, if you're against critical race theory, that identifies you as a racist. But for every reason that James Lindsay gives for why he's against it, Vaush says, no, that's not true. I'm going to read James Lindsay's mind and pluck out that he's actually a secret Nazi.
Right.
Okay.
But I love the theories like all white people are racists, and anyone who disagrees with this is a racist.
Yeah.
I know.
Nice Kafka trap there.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Despised by every neo-Nazi group in America, the Ku Klux Klan, and the Republican Party, The first thing you'd think about that person is, they must have some pretty cool ideas, They must be all right. Can we get a quick explain like I'm 5 explanation of critical race theory?
Hang on.
Oh, no. This is good. His audience is like, hey, I watched this whole video.
But I think that if you had a pedophile advocacy group and it popped up, the KKK would be like, that's a bad idea. And the Republicans would be like, that's a bad idea. And Vaush is like, hey, that's a pretty cool guy.
Oh, my God.
He must have some good ideas. They're both, look, the KKK and the Republicans both oppose that.
Yep.
What a fucking stupid fucking pedo advocacy argument, Vaush.
The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend.
And the enemy of my enemy is sometimes a pedophile.
Yeah.
So this video, we're 35 minutes into this video, and his audience is asking him for an explanation of what critical race theory actually is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
what
how
they
good
just-
a job Vaush has done in his debunking.
That's exactly. This is hilarious. Hey,
Vaush,
Vaush,
what are you talking about?
what is critical race theory? Listen,
Yeah, pretty cool ideas, you know. They must be all right. Can we get a quick explain like I'm 5 explanation of critical race theory? Yeah, critical race theory is really simple, guys, okay? So think of critical race theory as a bedrock set of assumptions upon which people build other ideas, because that's how academia tends to work, okay?
Amazing.
good
Amazing
so far,
statement.
right?
That's true of all
Yeah, that's
theory
just
in
human
existence.
experience.
Did you know that human
but-
beings build their ideas off of other people's ideas? Oh my
The
god.
presuppositions. But the presupposition here is that racism exists and is ever present in every institution and human being, right? That's the presupposition. Is he going to
Sure.
say that? I don't
the-
think
No.
so.
You wouldn't say that when you're beginning an explanation of anything.
Right.
Yeah, that's like saying, well, in order to talk about what critical race theory is, first I have to explain how the Big Bang created matter in which we experience reality. It's like,
Don't
okay,
forget feudalism,
I think we could
Sitch.
take
Don't
that
forget
as a-
feudalism.
I think we could take that on assumption. We don't need to go that far.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, critical theory, which is a Marxian concept, is the
Oh.
idea of, and this is usually applied in a class concept, is the idea of understanding society by describing and analyzing the power relations between different groups within that society, okay? So a critical theorist, for example, might take a look at the Keystone Pipeline or the 99% or Occupy Wall Street movement, and they might take a look at it and analyze it based on the competing interests and challenges posed by different economic classes. Critical race theory does this, but it does it in a racialized sense rather than a class-based sense. So critical race theory is when you're critical of racism.
This is where I was like, oh, he just has zero idea about critical race theory.
So what? How did he think that Hitler came to the conclusion that Jews are bad? Like they're not Germans and they rule over the Germans and are oppressing them. Literally, sorry, Karen.
Well, no, I think this is I think this is what happened. Vaush, in his schooling, took some class on critical theory, and they spent a day talking about critical race theory, and he just kind of zoned in and out. And
They
so he
probably
looked at
are
it and says, "Well, I know what critical theory is, and this has the words critical race theory, so I'm going to assume it's just critical theory with race slapped onto it."
Yeah, but
Which is
basically
not
is.
accurate. Well, no, that's like the base presumption, but there's all this other shit tied
Yeah,
into it, and that's what James Lindsay is going over, and Vaush is saying that's not true.
Sure, but the question was explain it like I'm 5. So it is essentially that, and he is right. But this is everything.
I
Power
would say
balance
this
is
is
based on-
lying through omission. That's how I would categorize it.
Well,
Okay, what is the omission? Because it is about examining power differentials between races. Like that
Saying-
is essentially
okay,
true. But
saying
the assumption that all institutions are racist, he is leaving that out.
yes, assuming everything is racist, that's a big thing you're leaving out. Saying that liberalism has failed, which is a foundational tenet of critical race theory, is a huge thing that you're leaving
Yeah,
out.
that's an omission.
And
Totally.
the reason that this is important is because he's saying the only reason people would be against critical race theory is because they're secret racist Nazis. Okay.
Correct,
And then he
yeah.
provides a definition that makes it seem innocuous by leaving out all the toxic elements of it that James
Yeah.
Lindsay was just
that
talking
you would be against. Yeah, exactly.
that even
The
that
framing-
Vaush would say you could be against without being a fucking Nazi.
True.
but the framing itself is exactly how the Nazis did this, because as soon as you say, right, I'm analyzing the power dynamic.
Power
So right,
analysis,
every
yeah.
every individual agent is now a political agent because you're concerned about the management of power. And so, right, so we're doing this on the basis of race. So if I can show that, say, white people have more power, however I'm measuring that, than black people, then all white people anywhere at any time are the problem, and all black people at anywhere, any time are oppressed, because the numbers will always show that.
yeah.
And so this is basically the same as the Nazis saying the Jews are oppressing us.
If you told me, like, if I didn't know any of the stuff that I know, and you had just said, yeah, critical race theory is something the Nazis came up with, it sounds like something the Nazis would
It
come up
does,
with.
doesn't it?
It's literally called critical race theory. I mean, how does that not sound Nazi as fuck? I mean, geez.
Well, you know, Derek Bell's one of his concepts is called racial realism. So
Really? See? I mean,
So I mean, it sounds
Jesus
pretty
Christ,
bad on
it's
this front. Now
Pretty
it
on
has
the
not.
fucking nose, isn't it?
Now, yeah, it does. Now it's not the same as race realism, but it's just funny that it has the same exact like name.
Well,
for
what's
it.
it? What's the difference? Just out of interest?
His concept of racial realism is basically that it's insane. It's that black people will never achieve equality in a white society, and so black people should stop defining the struggle for civil rights as one that can be won, and it should instead define the struggle of civil rights to be taking joy out of pissing off white people.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's really
Okay.
good. He actually tells a story multiple times in his work about how, he was very down in the dumps because he's so pessimistic about, achieving a positive racial change in America. And then he talked to some, elderly black woman, and he said to her, "How do you keep going through this? How do you keep up the fight?" And she said to him, "Well, I just like making trouble for white people." And then Derek Bell said, "Oh, this woman's a genius. There we go. I should just be a fucking troll." That's right. Black people should just define their existence of civil rights movement as being fucking trolls to white people. And
It's
he
so
advocates for this like it's a
pessimistic.
good thing.
It's so
Why couldn't Hitler have
pessimistic.
said that about the Jews? Literally, how do you deal with this Jewish domination? Well, I tried to make trouble for them, Like, why couldn't he say that?
Exactly.
He made a little too much trouble. I would argue.
Well, no.
I would argue that it led to trouble.
Just a little,
beyond-
Adam. You just
Yeah.
a little. Just a
Well,
little.
he made a lot of trouble. That was very dangerous for a lot of
That's
people.
not the question. The point is, it's the same logic.
Yes.
Well, but it is the same logic, and they accuse Trump of being like a proto Hitler, and that we have to stamp
Right.
this out early. I mean,
Well,
that's the whole idea that James Lindsay is putting forward with critical race theories.
The
Like,
only
this leads to
difference-
terrible places.
The only difference between what Derek Bell is saying, the logic and Hitler's logic, is that Hitler existed, his ethnic group that he was calling to existed in the majority. And that's
Right,
what's
so
so
they had-
scary about all this critical nonsense shit,
Mm.
is it's basically using all the same ideologies that the majorities can use to basically enslave, murder, subjugate minorities. But then they
Right.
just say, well, as long as minorities are saying this, it's okay. Because they can't actually enact the horrible things that they're saying that they want to enact.
Yeah, it is scary, isn't it? It is scary.
But they would,
This-
wouldn't they? That's the thing.
They would if they could.
They would if they could. And you can tell by their writings. They're really resentful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They hate, and so scary.
it is terrifying. Yeah, very terrifying.
Why are we even like how do they have the pro race theory president?
Mhm.
Like Joe Biden, I'm going to bring critical race theory. It's like, great, that's Nazism in the government as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, state-sanctioned racism. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that not Nazism?
Fuck yeah. It's scary. It's completely
Yeah.
scary. It is. I mean, I make this argument all the time. That's the difference. That's why you can have a congressional black caucus and you can't have a congressional white
Yeah.
caucus, because it's fucking terrifying to think that the majority is organizing based on race.
Right.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The power of the state being pretty much absolute in the fascist
Yes.
conception.
Yes.
Right. And
It's-
that's
yeah.
why
But
liberalism.
Vaush isn't addressing any of these issues.
No.
None of them.
But that's why liberalism and common humanity were such a powerful tool for the civil rights
Yes.
movement, because even if you're not there, it's still a goal that you can always point to and say, this is where we should be.
Yeah. The
And-
journey. Yeah.
Right. And they don't have anything like that, because the where we should be thing is insane land.
Mhm.
They want to
The-
point to.
The improving society journey is way more satisfying than the trolling the whites journey. Like,
Yeah.
don't go
It's
down-
it's also not evil.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
hating white people because they're white forever is kind of evil in my opinion.
And
Yeah.
and imagine, I mean, this came up with the Lindsay Ellis video the other day. Imagine promoting an ideology that you know is horrifyingly pessimistic and is going to make everyone depressed and miserable.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, totally. That's why we're creating this mental illness. We are. I
Yeah.
totally buy into that. The media is doing it for financial advantage. It's the one place that I think when they talk about the excesses of capitalism, it's the one place that I think they actually have an argument, but they never fucking say anything about it because the press is all on their side. It's all a bunch of fucking commies and at CNN and stuff. It's crazy.
Critical race theory, very, very simply, is why did Ferguson happen the way Ferguson happened, you know? Why did things happen that way? Why, you know? There are
Does he believe the Michael Brown narrative now or something?
Well, he was a good boy, didn't do nothing.
The hands up, don't shoot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess so.
of course he does. He thinks that Kyle Rittenhouse is the villain.
That's true. That's a good point.
So
many
no, the murderous
sociological
pedo is
lens
not
of
villains.
analyses.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
One
is
of
villain.
Yeah.
He debated Shaw in Actual Justice War. I think they might have talked about the Ferguson thing.
I thought that was Surfs. That did that. I remember I remember Surfs brought that up and Sean just stuffed him on that one. Completely.
Okay.
I remember
So
that.
but Vaush did debate Actual Justice War. I just don't know the
No, I
topic.
think Vaush did debate Sean at some point. I just
Yeah.
don't think Ferguson came up.
Okay.
One of them, for example, is what is it? Oh God, it's been a while since I graduated. Structural functionalism. So a structural functionalist
Oh my God.
Would analyze Ferguson and all the terrible stuff that happened there by trying to explain the ways in which these anomalous reports on racism refer back to some underlying social need. Why are cops racist? Why do the police behave the way they do? Why do city governments allocate their
I think didn't the Ferguson report actually dig up a bunch of like racist shit though? I think that might have happened.
I think it
I'm not sure.
dug up not racist, systemic racism. Disparate outcomes in policing about like pulling people over or something. But
Well,
there was
also, I
no
think they were-
racism involved in the Michael Brown situation that they could find.
I think
specifically.
the report though, I think there was a bunch of targeting of low income people for violations for raising money for the city or something like that.
Yeah, but is that racist or is that classist?
It's totally classist, but they
Right.
turn it into racism because
Sure.
the predominant communities are black. So it's like if
But
it's
that's always the
80-20.
problem with all these.
It
This is why
totally
I think systemic
is.
racism
It
is so
It's a
stupid.
It's a fucking
because-
class issue.
Right, because if you don't understand what the problem is, you can't actually fix it.
Yeah.
Because
It
under
ain't
the
happening
frame,
to Oprah Winfrey, is it?
right,
Yeah.
under the program that they would put forward, they would assume that if there was a neighborhood of rich black people, the police would be all trying to pull them over constantly to give them tickets. It's like I don't
Yeah.
think that's what would happen.
Probably not. I would argue against
Oh, look,
that.
Miss Winfrey, it looks like you got a lighter.
Oh my
Ain't
God,
fucking
can you-
happening.
Yeah, I don't
Can
think
you
that's happening in
imagine?
2020.
Can
Yeah.
you imagine? They'll probably fix it
Resources the
right
way-
there. Let us fix that light for you immediately. We've got one in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, when the police
Sorry,
pull over
Oprah,
Oprah,
you
they
gotta
go,
get to the
"Oh my
back of the
God,
bus."
my wife loves you. Can you sign like
Totally.
sign
Yeah,
this paper?
exactly.
Can I take a picture with you? Can I drive? Can I
Mm-hmm.
please escort you to wherever you want to go? You know."
Yeah.
way they do? Well, they do so because there's an underlying social utility. Structural functionalist theory is very useful. I find that it can be a little bit overly accepting of problems, where if something exists, it must exist because it has a purpose. And if it has a purpose, then it's defensible, at least in some respect. And I disagree with that fundamental assumption. Again, we're
What?
simplifying a bit here. We have symbolic interactionists. Symbolic interactionism theory is much more interpersonal. It's less systemic. It's about analyzing the ways in which iconography, symbols, styles can relate to the psychology of a person. So this might be a conversation held around.
We just entered total bullshit land. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't even follow along. What's happening?
There's going to be nothing scientific happening right now.
What's being said?
Well, look,
Is this like
yeah.
Jonathan Peugeot symbolism and
Well, look,
a
listen,
little
this is what happened.
psychology over here? and
This
a
is what
little-
happened, Adam.
We're talking
Someone
about
said-
critical race theory.
Someone said, "Can you explain critical race theory like I'm 5?" And the answer is no, I can't. But what I can
Yes.
do is I can explain critical theory and a bunch of other things that I know more about to try to cover up the fact that I can't actually explain critical race theory.
But also, does this sound like the sort of thing you'd say to a fucking 5-year-old?
No.
Structural
yeah.
functionalism
Yeah,
or whatever. It's like,
structural
what are you
functionalism.
doing?
Hey,
Art,
I saw a
symbolism,
5-year-old the other day,
psychology.
and he looked up to me. He said, "Why are you perpetuating white systemic racism by living in a white supremacist society?"
My God.
And you know what I did?
You
I
kicked
clapped.
him.
Yeah.
No, I clapped, Dad. I just clapped.
Oh, you clapped. You
Like,
clapped.
No, it's true, Adam. I was the echo of his hands together.
That's
Sargon was
hilarious.
also there too. He was right behind me
Everybody-
clapping.
everybody-
and Khan
the whole-
was weeping with joy.
Yeah.
It was on the subway. The whole car started clapping. Yes, yes. This
All the
boy
police
is our
resigned on the
savior.
spot, saying, "You know what? We're racists. We give this up." You know, and down with white supremacy. It was beautiful.
And you know who that 5-year-old was?
Who?
Greta Thunberg. That's right. It was
Oh
Greta
my
Thunberg, but she was
God.
5 years old. Okay. It's a
That's
true story.
incredible. Incredible. So glad we could share this with social media. I hope we get a ton of likes off of it.
This better go viral.
Around the Blue Lives Matter flag, you know? What does the Blue Lives Matter flag mean? What images, what concepts is it meant to evoke?
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You think the Blue Lives Matter flag is a symbol of racism? You don't think these cops have families?
No, I know.
You don't think
I
they
know.
worry about their safety? They're in a
Not like
fucking
half
job
the
where
cops in Baltimore black.
it's just so
Look, they're
weird.
part of a white supremacist policing agency, so
It's
therefore,
so
you know.
fucking weird. You
Actually,
can't even,
That is one of the tenets of critical race theory, is that whiteness and blackness can be assigned to opposite race people depending on whether they are advocating for white supremacist society or not. So they would say,
Cultural constructs.
right, they would say, because they have the whole whiteness as a property thing. So they would say that black police officers are being deemed white by society as long as they're in the police uniform.
oh my God.
We'll have a chat about this sometime when it's not nearly 3 a.m. because I know what they're trying to say and I can explain it in a way that makes sense. I think.
Hey, if you got a split, Sargon, you're under no obligation to
Yes.
stick around. You
No,
stuck,
I'm
stuck
enjoying
around.
this.
Okay.
No,
cool.
it's fine. I'm pretty knackered because it's quite late, but I'll wait to the end. I want to hear the rest of his ridiculous arguments.
Well, we're almost there. We're so close.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Do we
it's
look-
hard not to pause every second because he says like the number of ridiculous things coming out of his mouth. When I saw this video, I was like, "Oh my God, this is Sunday gold right here."
Yeah.
Could it, and do we think that we're comforted? Do we feel fearful? What does it mean to us? What did they mean when they produced it? These are just ways of analyzing a situation. And then we have critical race theory. And a critical race theorist might say, for example, the reason Ferguson is the way it is because the entrenched power systems within this city are ones which predominantly benefit white people. And it has been the antagonism between those who have held that racial power and those who have not held that racial power that has kept this city in the position
Racial
that it is.
power.
The problems have arisen because of the antagonism between these groups. That's the
That's not totally untrue. What he's saying there.
Well, I don't know, but like if you view the world in terms, if your critique is based in racial power, then you are providing exactly the same critique that Hitler provided. He believed that the Jews had racial power over the Germans. He
Yeah.
believed that the state of Germany was because of the racial power of the Jews. This is his pure line of thought. And Vaush has got exactly that same line of thought, except for white people over blacks.
It's a shit argument. It's a completely shit
Yeah.
argument because there's like multiple factors to squish everything down to like one factor when you're talking about disparities in income between groups. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a garbage argument. It's a kind of argument that's garbage for actually discerning anything useful about the world. But it's a great argument to get people to the polls to vote for me. That's the only reason this shit exists. This shit exists for politics.
Well, anyone who's a liberal should be like, well, hang on, this is a fucking racist argument, isn't it?
Totally.
You know?
Well, they do
That's-
time and
that
time
should be the
again.
main
Yeah.
complaint, I would have thought.
That's why they've restructured it. Like, if you
Yeah.
notice that this is racist, well, that's racist, man. It's like everything's
is-
racist.
Kimberly Crenshaw's exact words is like, look, the liberals are like, this is racism, so we have to do it.
You know the meme of the sign with all the different places and all the different distances? They need to make that meme with like just racism on all the signs. Like in any direction you go, everywhere.
Like a Dr.
Like,
Seuss sign in all
yes,
directions. It's just
the
racism.
only you can't get away from it. It's just everywhere. Wait, I'm trying to get away from racism. Can't do it.
the basic premise of a critical race theorist. In reality, if you want to truly understand an issue, you have to understand it from all sociological perspectives. one perspective isn't enough to fully understand an issue, but different perspectives give different levels of utility in different situations. So just be open-minded and think about the ways in which different perspectives can lend some understanding to a complicated situation.
Amazing.
That's all
Why?
it is. Guys.
Why is
That's
it
all
that
it
a
is.
Nazi couldn't say that exact thing?
Don't listen. Let's listen to the evidence. Let's find out the truth. I don't know. It seems
No.
probably a
Vaush
better
is right.
direction to
Like,
go.
all of these things are lenses, and you can just apply whichever lens you like. I mean,
Right.
you know, you can just be like, well, let's just politicize the races involved. It's like, why would we do that?
No,
Everything
we
is
can't do that.
relative. Okay, it's just a lens. Just a lens.
Yeah, but
no.
like,
None of us are
there's a-
moral relativists. None of us are. Not one single one of us.
But there's like, you know, you could apply any kind of lens, but Vaush, some lenses are intrinsically bad.
Yes, very
Like,
true.
that's the problem. You know,
The
we don't
racism
want-
lens. Very bad.
the racism lens is intrinsically bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's morally faulty. It
Martin
leads
Luther
to
King Jr.
wrong
was
corrupt-
against it. Yeah, totally.
that radical socialist, you know.
He hated it. He said, "No
Overkillery
way."
for $10 says, Sargon, as a black man, how do you feel about critical race theory?
I don't like it much. I'll be
As an
honest.
octoroon, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, no, but that's exactly right, because now I would have to have some interpretation of my family history that made my grandfather oppressed because of his race. But the thing is, like, he came to Britain to fight Nazis in the war effort.
Mhm.
You know, he wasn't for any
Wow.
of this kind of shit. And so it's just like, it's just insufferable. Like, I'm supposed to take on the Nazi argument.
Where was
when,
he from before?
St. Helena.
Okay.
So it's an island. It's where Napoleon was exiled to at the end.
Oh.
I know
And
that.
it was a slave trading port in the Atlantic.
Mhm.
But this, like, I just, there's so much more to history than just race. It's like, and the context of the things that we find in history, like there's have you heard the slave tapes or something like this? Like, the last slaves in America were interviewed, and the way they describe slavery is
Really?
actually,
Wow.
oh yeah, it's weird because they're really kind of reminiscing for it, and it's just
what? Oh my
Yeah.
God, that's
no,
so
no,
crazy.
it's hard to believe and it's hard to understand. And I've only seen quotes from them, so I haven't gone through the whole thing yet. But it's just like, fucking hell, man! Like, history is so much more complex
It
then-
is, yeah.
than you realize, you know. And like, the idea of the modern liberal democracy that provides everything for you is something that didn't exist. And
Totally.
so if you were left without your support structures, you had nothing. And so if you had nothing, you starved to death. That was, you know, or you died of a disease, or, you know, you were killed by some raiders, or, you know,
Right.
pirates or something. You know, like, the death was always in your face before the 20th century. You know, it was always there. You knew people who were suffering. Everyone was suffering.
Mhm.
And so, like, to have structures, to have progress, to have science was something truly inspirational and something people would fight for. You know, they would like, no, this is making the world a better place. And it was making the world a better place. Now we're the inheritors of that, like, titanic struggle to improve the, you know, man's estate. And
Yeah.
they don't even realize that things were bad back then. And so they look at the people back then and go, they weren't trying to do the best in a difficult world that they didn't understand. They were actually evil. And it's like, that's
Yeah.
just not true. That's just not fucking true.
They lay
Yep.
out that story in the beginning of The Narrow Corridor, the same authors as Why Nations Fail. And it totally blew my mind about how they talk about the cage of norms and how people would basically put themselves into slavery just for the protection of whoever their master was. I was like, that's so crazy. But that's exactly it. They looked around and they said, hey, I have a better chance of survival if I'm a slave than I do if I'm free. Because if you're
Yeah.
free, you're just like open pickings to be picked off.
Free
and,
to starve.
yeah, free to
Right.
starve, and also to be like even worse forms of slavery,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
just
Right.
fucking abused, like
Well-
all kinds of shit.
You have to be very cautious of anyone who claims they have the one singular ideological lens that you can view all of reality through. Because that's
Yeah,
always
totally.
that's not
it
how
is
anything
bullshit.
works.
Yeah.
Not Gay Ben, our favorite. Not Gay
What?
Ben for $1.99. He has an update. He says, "Hey Sargon, I'm not gay, but I love you. No homo."
Ooh,
Or maybe I can change your
interesting.
mind.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Oh, Ben, better be careful.
Yeah, watch out. Wouldn't that be great? We've inspired love on our show. Vaush, do you get
That's
love? Do you give love to your audience? I
Well,
don't think so.
Maybe the wrong kind, but
Oh yeah.
hashtag justice for joggers for $10 says, "Shout out to Carl for giving his congratulations on my marriage."
Oh,
well,
cool.
Congratulations.
Did you give him congratulations in the past, or does he mean he wants you to do this now?
I don't know, but congratulations.
Just say you did. Just say you
Yeah,
did.
I'll take credit.
Okay. Let's see if there's any ones other aimed at you, Sargon. Isaac James for £2 says, "Go off, Sargon." There you go.
I think I did.
You
Yeah, you were going off.
Kelson Glaski for 5 Canadian says, "Quick question for Sargon. Are you a human supremacist?" Nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Oh, obviously.
Who's not a human supremacist?
Utilitarians.
Like terrorist or something? Like, I don't know.
No, utilitarians.
What about the vegans? They don't seem like human supremacists either.
But Vaush is a utilitarian, and what amuses me about it is he doesn't really have a very good understanding of utilitarianism, if you can believe that. And there's a real problem with utilitarianism, is in that the fact that it purports to be some sort of useful ideology that we can use. But the thing is, the natural constituency isn't really humans; it's actually just life forms. It's anything that can feel pleasure and pain, and we can identify that in anything, So it's just like, why would I adopt a philosophy that prioritized like lions and sharks as much as I prioritize my own children? Why would I do that? It's really bizarre. It's such a weird way of looking at the world. And yet it's just completely natural in the utilitarian view. It's so dumb.
Yep. Grassroots Dictator says he has a super chat. I don't know if it's aimed at Sargon, but he's yelling in the chat, "Read my super chat." Also, I will read Gemini's super chat because it's fucking hilarious. Where'd it go? Gemini Samimi for $2 says, "Definitely gay." Gemini says, "I really love you, Adam." Well, thank you, Gemini. No homo.
No homo. Person 100 for $20. Thank you very much, person. Says, "I've been catching up and found the Sargon landmine. Love when you three get caught up in the discussion and blast each other's minds apart." I like that. That's a good way of conceptualizing it.
Yeah.
Sargon needs to read the Dictator's Handbook, and I do too.
Hell yeah.
A-Team Clean Schemes. There you go.
What? Cleans?
Clean Schemes.
Thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment, but yes, Sargon, it's got to be nice to have someone that you can argue with that's like a good faith interlocutor. I feel like that's probably a challenge for you. Like it seems like people want to debate you all the time, but not necessarily in good faith.
Well, only leftists don't debate in good faith, to be honest.
It's only,
honestly, almost everyone else debates in good faith.
Some would call us leftists, Sargon. I don't know if you know this.
You're not leftists.
But
You're liberals.
Well, no,
Obviously.
that term sometimes is conflated with just like people.
No, I mean,
on the left,
socialist, communist.
We're definitely anti-leftist lefties, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, from the standards of the people you criticize, you're right.
True.
Yeah, that's how they categorize.
Very true. Yeah.
Right.
And like liberalism is now right wing. There's no question of it. There's the left have taken the socialists have taken over what we consider to be the left. There's no getting around that now.
At least on the internet. I don't think they've taken over in American mainstream just yet. That's why they're still hiding. So much of this has to be pushed deceptively.
What on?
I don't know. I don't see anything in the Democratic Party that's pushing back against leftism.
I agree with you. I agree with that. Yeah.
So it just seems that
it's like a trick.
Captured the left. It looks. Oh yeah, it's a trick. Yeah. But it looks like they're completely captured now. And so James Lindsay is a right winger. You're a right winger. I'm a right winger.
The Dark Conservatarian for $5. He said something which I knew was going to come up. He says, "Sitch and Adam, can you guys explain to the clowns in chat you're not advocating for slavery?" I knew someone was going to interpret what you were talking about as an advocation for slavery.
Oh God. You'd have to
No,
be dumb.
I'm definitely not advocating for slavery.
Really?
First of all, I'm so
Really,
against
Adam?
slavery.
Sorry,
A
Adam.
good
I'm
liberal
doubtful. Can
is
you
not in
explain
favor of slavery.
I am so against slavery that it blew my mind in the book that people would voluntarily become slaves. Like that's how out of my consciousness. Like I feel so lucky to live in a liberal democracy republic in the West where we don't consider, oh, it might be a better deal for me to actually become a slave. Like that's just
Well, let
we're
me
so blessed not to
let
even
me
be in that situation.
dumb it down so you can't be taken out of context. Okay, what you guys were saying is that liberalism is so amazing, and that liberal Western societies are so good that without sort of the modern form of government and the modern form of liberalism that we had, people would turn to slavery as the alternative to whatever awful thing was going on in their lives.
Without a welfare state, people do turn to slavery, which is fucking weird and evil. Yes.
And that's why you have to be so cautious when you come out here saying that we should overthrow and dismantle liberalism.
Exactly.
That was the point.
Yeah.
Was not an advocation for slavery.
No, I mean, come on. Anyone who suggests that anyone, like really at all, is advocating for slavery has to be being a bit dishonest there.
It's not good.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not good faith at all.
Yeah.
Patrick Mulligan for 20 Canadian. Thank you very much, Patrick. Says Sargon was the Chad, but simping for Trump is sad. While he triggered the libs, Sargon ignored his fibs. Trump was no god emperor, for he was weak indeed, as shown when Julian Assange was not freed. Apologist for fake populist. Well, so we have Keith Rhymes, not Keith Rhymes, but Keith Rhymes Jr., Patrick Mulligan.
I mean, I do agree that I'm very disappointed that Trump didn't pardon Assange. Very disappointed, because he'd been vocal on Assange before he became president. So
he could have
now's the time.
The Republicans didn't want him to pardon Assange.
Yeah.
So it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Utter nonsense for 199 says.
Sorry, just before we move on, Trump still was the god emperor though, and he still was fucking fantastic. And anyone who voted for Joe Biden, I mean, I don't know, just you're voting for Richard Spencer's guy. Just saying.
There you go. That's right. We're like Vaush. We're going back to saying, well,
Oh my God!
Look at the company that he keeps, right?
Guilt by association.
Utter nonsense for 199 says, any advice, Sargon? I don't know what advice into what, but
clean your room.
There you go.
Job,
nice.
Hard. Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Soupy the Talipo. I always say it wrong. For $20 says, hey Sargon, Adam has recently been dabbling in 40K. When can we expect a debate on critical hearsay theory?
Ooh. What have you been doing in 40K, Adam?
I read one book, Eisenhorn. I think it's book 1, which was
I've never
really
read
good.
any of the books actually. I've only ever played the game.
You're a faker this whole time. Sargon was a fraud.
Playing the game is fraud.
Yes, you have to read all the source.
Reading the books is legit.
No. I think playing the game isn't the game the source material though, so that's probably more legit than reading the book. To be honest with you,
I would
not to throw myself under the bus, but this is a perfect opportunity. Cullivar, one of our listeners, he has a 40K channel. I listen to some of his videos, and the whole lore of it sounds so fucking awesome. I thought
it is.
I'm going to get some of these books and listen to them while I work on the comic. So I got a couple of the books. I read one is so good.
I just want to be clear. To be honest with you, the only reason I've never read any of the 40K books is because there are fucking loads of them. They're giant epic trilogy, not trilogies, giant epic overarching stories across like a dozen books. And I've just never been able to find the time. Like, I'm just like, where would I start? And oh my God, there's so much. And it's just like, I'm sure they're great as well. I'm sure they're amazing epic stories. And so I'm not knocking them or anything like that. I just never was able to justify the time.
I'm currently chained to a drawing pad, so I'm reading like 4 or 5 books a week.
Nice.
So yeah, Eisenhorn, Xenos Eisenhorn, Warhammer 40K book 1. That's the one that I read. I have Horus Rising as well, the Horus Heresy. So I think the Horus Heresy would be useful in my debate with Sargon about the heresy. Right? Is that involving the heresy in 40K?
there's the occasional reference to heresy in 40k. The Horus heresy is the famous story where Horus betrays the emperor.
I do understand why those YouTubers that call themselves reactionaries really like these 40k because it seems like a very like reactionary focused world, very very hierarchical, very
Well, it's called
religious.
Grimdark for a reason.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's pretty interesting though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's great.
I like it.
John Smith for $2 says, Sargon, tell Adam that children shouldn't vote.
Adam, children shouldn't vote.
Well, Sargon, okay. The position is the
Go on,
position
go on.
has no the position. I have a question, a specific question
Yeah.
for Sargon. The position has evolved a little bit. I've
no.
added a
John,
an
why
addendum.
did you do this, John?
Go
No,
on.
I think it's an interesting question. So let's say we open up the franchise to 10 years old, but you have to have your parents' permission to vote. So if you wanted your son to start voting at 10 years old, you could give him permission to vote in the
Who's
same
gonna
way
say
that
they
you
don't want their kid to vote.
But
you-
why would I want 10-year-olds to have the vote?
Well, I'm not asking you if you don't have the power to let other people's kids vote. You have the power to let your kid vote. Are you gonna sign? Do you think your kid would be
No.
able to vote at 10 years old, or would you?
God no. And there's
Okay.
I don't think any kid should be voting at 10 years old.
So you would not let your child. What age would
No.
you let your child vote? Would you let him vote at 16?
About 40.
No. At 18, they get the vote no matter what. Okay.
Yeah, I know that's the
Fine.
problem.
There you go. Only 4-year-olds should be able to vote.
So you wouldn't
You're
do
bringing up the wrong
it. You
tree
wouldn't
here,
do
Adam.
it.
Okay, you're barking up the wrong tree here.
You wouldn't do it. You'd be like,
No,
no.
God, I think that 18 is too young. Jesus Christ, they don't know anything about anything.
The
They shouldn't be
chat's
making
like,
decisions of stuff.
Adam, no. Fuck no. Adam, what are you
No,
talking?
this is horrible.
Adam, shut up. No more
Yeah,
kids.
This is your
voting.
John. You don't get to say no, Adam. This is your fault. John.
Oh,
Okay?
wait. Sargon is an authoritarian. Yeah, there we go.
How's that
Come on.
authoritarian?
A
Only
permission
40-year-old
slip.
40-year-old landowners who are
If
also
you
white
don't let
should
my
be able to-
child vote, you're an authoritarian. How old's your child? 10. Why shouldn't a 6-year-old vote?
Okay, the truth is I'm pissed. I wanted to vote when I was 10 years old. No one would let me. I'm
Based.
fighting a battle
That's the
that's
base
been in the
position.
work for
Was-
decades.
I'm trying to remember. We have this stupid voting age argument. so many
Sitch
times.
said
I
he
don't-
would have voted at 10. Sitch
No, I
remembers
said I
the
would have
election.
voted at 5 for Jeb. Or for
I
Bush,
can't-
not Jeb.
I can't
Bush
help but
Senior.
notice the chap's completely on my side on this one. Thank you, chat.
The
and I
world
agree
is
that
on your-
service guarantees
hold on.
citizenship.
If the
There you
world is not against me, I'm not arguing in good faith here. I am an eternal optimist here. Come on.
Uh-huh. There you go. See, all of our chat, who
You're
I
a
assume is
commie,
not
Adam.
40, doesn't want to have to go out and vote anymore and just feel good about it. So they're on board.
Look,
I don't.
Look,
We've had this dumb voting
Kylie
debate.
says lower the voting age to 0. That's what I'm talking about. Why do we even have a voting age?
We've had the voting
It's
age conversation so often. I don't remember, Sargon, if you've ever been in our long, protracted voting age debates.
No, but I definitely disagree with Adam on this one.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll ask again when you got a son, right?
Yeah,
We'll
Two.
ask when your son is 10.
but the answer will be no. I mean, my daughter's 11, and I say
You
no
don't
to
you
Wait,
Come
that's
on.
because she's a woman and you're sexist. So.
that.
Is your daughter
No,
your
I-
daughter's already 10?
That's why I don't want to vote as
Oh.
an adult.
Oh, okay.
She's not a woman yet. That's the thing. She's still
Mhm.
a child. So
Yeah.
no, definitely not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like people without kids just don't understand how little kids understand about the world.
I agree, and I don't have kids, so
Yeah. Well, I agree,
It's-
and I don't have kids, but when I was a kid, I understood everything. So I feel
that's
like
what
I
every
would
kid
have made
thinks.
I would have
until they
made
grow up.
intelligent voting
Yeah.
decisions. You don't know.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 asked a very important question. They said, Sargon, will you help Adam with his PP inspection day?
Oh my
I
God.
haven't even heard of PP inspection.
Just say
inspection day, but it
no.
sounds
You
like-
haven't heard of PP inspection day?
Oh my God! Please,
you need to
don't
talk
make
to
me
Dev
read it
about
again.
this. Okay. Short Fat Talker will give you the lowdown on the PP
Oh.
inspection day. all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a very reliable source that he's found online.
No, yeah, the source is his lived experience. Okay.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
I think
Gabe
John
for-
Smith in the chat though, service guarantee citizenship and taxes guarantee voting. I like that.
Yeah.
Pay taxes, you
go.
get to vote.
There you go. She's big. She's
All
on
right.
board with this.
Heinlein agrees.
Yeah.
Gabe for 121 doesn't like Sargon. Says, stop having Sargon on, please. I can only take so much retardation. I'm going to
What?
protest by not watching the stream back in full. Oh, there you go. You got a detractor.
I'm going to protest by sending you money.
Yeah, I don't know if that works. But that's fine. We'll take your money, Gabe. That's totally fine. You know, you're right.
Sorry, Gabe. I apologize.
Yeah. I think that's all the ones directed at you specifically, Sargon. So if you want to piece out.
I'm going to head off then.
Yes.
I brought up
So
the new PSA Sitch artwork if you want to see it before you go, Sargon. It's pretty.
It's pretty hot. Pretty sexy.
Oh, what's that? Sorry, where
It's
are we
pretty.
looking?
It's too hot for TV. Well, I don't know if you have the stream up. It takes like 20 seconds before it actually.
I haven't got it playing. Hang on a second.
Okay, no worries.
I'll send
Take-
it to you on the Discord, and you can.
Yeah,
whack
that's a
after
good way to
later,
go.
So that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Take care, Sargon. Have a good night. Thanks
Right,
for
well,
coming on, man. This was a lot of
apart
fun.
Yeah. Sorry to disappoint Gabe, but thank you for having me on. It was very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Take it easy, chaps.
Later. Okay. Let's start from the beginning of the super chats.
What's this PSA Sitch Chan? Wow.
I know, it's amazing.
Wow. S class. She's got her little S class outfit on.
Sammy drew that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful, Sammy. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sammy G just sent us $20. Oh my god, I just missed it. Sammy G for $20, who made this amazing, beautiful picture, right? I'm assuming
Yeah.
this is the same Sammy G. That there's not two Sammy G's out there. Says, if you ever want an interesting stream, I work in dietetics. Yeah, we know. Oh, that's right. That was the stream that Adam got lost forever. Right?
What? Oh, really?
Remember? That was the one where Sam
I
came on
do.
and talked about diets, and then you boomered this because you played the
Oh
clip
my
of
god. Oh my god. I do remember.
that movie that I can't. think
Hardcore
of.
Henry. We started
Hardcore
watching
Henry,
Hardcore
yes.
Henry.
You got the stream yeeted from all
I
existence.
did.
Yes.
I thought, well, Hardcore Henry's free on YouTube. Can't we just watch it on our stream?
That's true. Yeah,
Don't
we have
do
to
that.
have Sammy back on again to make up for that. But
Don't do that. That's not fun.
I can totally debunk and / explain Sargo's keto diet crusade. Real interesting.
Oh yeah.
The nutrition biochemistry behind keto diet shows it isn't really fixing the root cause of the weight gain. There you go.
Yeah. The root cause of the weight gain is me eating too much, right?
Mm-hmm. I like
My
all the people in the
big
chat.
fat
are like,
appetite.
It's true. I like all the people in the chat are like, I would smash Sitch Chan. So there you go.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. I mean,
That is-
look, who
That is
wouldn't?
the proper response.
That is the proper response. You know, I tried to tell Adam for the
Please.
comic, my character should just be a hot chick for the entire comic, but he was against it.
When
so.
you're smashing Sitch Chan, please take the Adam
Mhm.
doll and put it facing the wall, the opposite direction, please.
Does the Sitch Chan sound like me? That's the real question.
Who knows?
Oh wait, let me use the voice changer. Okay, you have to tell me
Okay.
how
Oh,
this.
oh my
You
god.
have to tell me how this sounds, Adam.
How does this sound? Does it sound very Sitch Channy? This hot?
No.
No? You don't like this? No?
No.
Okay, wait, let's find
Doesn't
some
sound-
other sexy voices.
There's
How
not a
about
sec.
now? You like this one?
No, it's
Yours
worse.
sound awful. Oh my
It's
god.
worse. You sound like a chipmunk.
Hey guys, it's me, Sitch Chan.
Oh my
You
god.
want to get in? You want to get in my enlightened centrism? Yeah,
That's amazing. You don't even.
Oh,
You sound like a completely different person.
I know. This is the Sitch Chan voice. Okay.
Well, who does he sound like? He sounds like some YouTuber.
Do I-
That actually sounds good, man.
Sound like Dr. Girlfriend.
You do-
Monarch. Monarch. It's me, Sitch Chan.
You do sound like Dr. Girlfriend. Wow, that does work.
Yeah.
Dr.
Anyways,
Girlfriend.
Let me turn that off. We're gonna have fun with that in the future. Okay. Stop. CT says stop that right now.
Why? That was fun.
That was funny.
God,
CT
this
does
was-
not like when there's any high pitched Sitch voice going on whatsoever.
This stream, I mean, I can't believe that Vaush would offer to come on and then just back away.
180 it, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what he accused James Lindsay of at the end of the video. Like it's almost a word for word analysis.
Right.
How did
Right.
that happen? What
I
happened
don't know.
there?
I'm telling you, the explanation is he listened and realized that he needed to have a lot of research before he could have the conversation. That's what
No,
happened.
he fully expected us to say no. He's like got a different. He thinks that we're scared. He thinks like,
Maybe.
oh, they're too scared. They just say
Right.
no. They're terrified.
Yeah, because one time he comes on at like 12 o'clock at night, like, let me on. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like midnight. I want to go to sleep. So there you go. Maybe that was it. Maybe you're right.
We talked about this ahead of time, and we were like, yeah, have him
Yeah,
on.
definitely
Jeez,
have
we
him on.
want him on. Yeah.
John Smith for $4.99 says Vaush supports the group who attach soccer balls with bombs in them to balloons and release them upwind from schools incidentally.
Mm-hmm. I think she means Israel.
Hamas did. I didn't realize Hamas did that. That's crazy. Wow.
It was awful. Yeah.
John Smith for another $1.99 says place where socialist / communist worked, I'll bet on a small scale. Oh, no, you're saying IL is the only place. What's IL stand for, John? I don't know what you're talking about. Tell us in the chat. Backer the Hacker for £5 says A-Team reporting for duty. A-Team slay queen. There you go, Adam.
Yes. Sorry, I have like a million DMs.
From who? Who you? Adam.
Adam,
Who are you talking to? Show me your DMs. Show me your text message, Adams. Are you two-timing me?
Are saying.
Are you two-timing me, Adam?
I'm like fucking quadruple. Like,
oh my God! What a whore! Did you guys know this?
Like,
Adam is a fucking whore. I'm so
I get
offended.
around. I'm fucking popular, dude. You don't even know.
What happened? What happened to culturally enforced monogamy? Okay.
Oh, come on. You're like my work wife. You're not my real wife. There's a huge difference.
You guys hear this?
There's a gigantic difference.
Adam is like Vaush. He talks about all these principles of monogamy, but at the end of the day, in real life,
you're my work wife, dude. Come on. You know what a work wife is, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Someone in the we just got a super chat saying someone sent me artwork DMs, but I'm not sure I see it.
It's just a super chat.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we have a bunch of artwork to show that we haven't shown yet. So. Oh, yeah, I got it from Dead Malice. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Gotta send it to you. There you go. Okay, yeah, we have a bunch of artwork we gotta show.
Oh, you're sending me artwork? Yeah. Read super.
Okay, let me
sorry,
get the
guys.
super chats though.
We're getting as bad as Destiny here. We have fucking dead air going. This is awful. What's happening?
Please, Sitch, read the chats in a sexy, deep voice. Well, I have some bad news for you.
Read some of them. That voice was. I mean, we were.
You like that?
That was close to Adam territory with your voice.
Wow, that is hurtful. That is hurtful.
It's not hurtful.
Stug for $2 says, based Wikipedia socialists destroying the libs with nonsense.
True.
There you go.
Yeah.
Will McKenzie for $2 Nazi dollars. That's right. Not New Zealand. Definitely Nazi. Says Adam and the Sitch monks.
Yeah, there you go.
Because of the opening.
That was a great opening. I liked it.
John Smith was saying Israel is the only country where socialist communism has worked on a small scale. That's true. They have a bunch of
kibbutzes. Yeah.
That's kind of hilarious because you would think that the lefties, the socialists, would be very pro-Israel because Israel has the kibbutzes, but no, they don't care. It's all about brown people and power dynamics. That's all they care about. John R. for $2 says S-Class would have to make videos to be superior. That's fair. That's a little fair.
Got him.
It hurts. The CT says deep voice Sitch made Adam a little less straight. Yeah, I think that's true. I agree with that.
Maybe.
There you go.
Hey, Adam. Want me to do some ASMR for you. Okay. You want me to read the narrow corridor to you?
It's
you
so
draw
weird, dude. It's
Some
so
pictures of Sitch Chan.
I think part of it is it's vaguely familiar to me. You sound like some friend of mine.
The
that
reason
I
it's
can't
familiar is because I
place.
would use in my videos. I would often do the pitch thing for certain.
Oh,
voices.
really?
So
Is
maybe
that
you're
it?
just hearing that again.
No, I feel like it's someone I've had a real conversation with.
No, I don't know. It doesn't sound like a real person voice to me. So.
Hey, Adam. Hey, buddy.
Yes, your wife. Isn't that how your wife sounds?
No,
Okay.
not really. Not even close, to be honest with you.
The crappy robot for £5 says, anyone see Vaush getting mad on Twitter in regards to Joe Biden Israel? This wasn't part of the deal. P.S. S-Class is the best class. Thanks.
Someone, Sasquatch DM'd me and said, Vaush stands are in the chat apparently wanting to talk to y'all. What, Vaush runs and leaves his
Oh, it's
stands?
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good. We're
Okay,
good.
We're good. Yeah. That's pathetic.
I mean, if they want to talk to
Bart-
me on Thursday, you know, I
There
have
you
kind
go.
of an
Talk
open
to
door
Adam on
policy on my
Thursday.
chat, but they don't want it. They're like, no, we want to talk on the big channel. We
Right,
want
right.
to talk in front of the big people.
Right. Bartosz Krasarksky for 25 plutonium dollars says Sitch chipmunk voice all streamer no balls. Fuck no. Could you imagine me trying to talk?
Seriously, on some issue about critical race theory being terrible for America in this voice, it just doesn't work.
It's like the corn cob costume. It really is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, read some of those
Yeah.
those King quotes in that voice.
You want me to
for
read
us.
some King quotes
Yeah,
with his
get some
voice?
King quotes.
Oh Jesus! Wait, let me.
Let's do it. Some of the really serious ones.
Okay, I'll find one.
Look at this. He has so many King quotes. He's like, there's like 75 King quotes here I got just for this stream.
Now, don't think you have me in a bind today. I'm not talking about communism. What I'm talking about is far beyond communism. Communism forgets that life is individual. Capitalism forgets that life is social. And the kingdom of brotherhood is found neither in the thesis of communism nor the antithesis of capitalism.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah,
It's so inspiring.
With the voice, it's inspiring.
I love it. Yeah. It reminds, do you remember that child preacher? There was that
no.
that evangelical child preacher. That's exactly what it sounded like. That was crazy.
Oh, wait a minute. I can do it even better. Okay, you guys ready for this?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Should I do it with the voice or not the voice?
The voice.
Okay, so
Here's the voice. Now let's do it.
Let's hear it.
It's not working.
What are you doing? It sounds perfect.
No, I'm just trying to get the music to play.
Oh, the church music. Here we go. We got it. We got gimmicks now, guys.
That's
Look.
right, we got gimmicks now. We're a real radio show. Communism forgets that life is individual. Capitalism forgets that life is social. And the kingdom of brotherhood is found neither in the thesis of communism nor the antithesis of capitalism, but in a
Sitch. The music is just a little bit too loud, but that was fucking amazing.
It is quieter.
Yeah, turn the music down a bit and do it again. Like it's totally amazing.
You're not telling me if it's actually quieter or not.
That's quieter. That's better.
Communism forgets that life is individual. Capitalism forgets that life is social. And the kingdom of brotherhood is found neither in the thesis of communism nor the antithesis of capitalism, but in a higher synthesis. It is found in a higher synthesis that combines the truths of both. Now, when I say questioning the whole society, it means ultimately coming to see that the problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are interrelated.
Amazing! That was amazing!
There you go. Martin Luther King Jr.
That was amazing. Oh my God.
I'll
So
do it-
inspirational. I'm
I'll do
going
that-
to
I'll do that
church
as the
next
whole stream
Sunday.
Next time. Okay. CT says, "I wanna fucking
Hallelujah."
fly."
Oh my God. Oh, that was incredible. You even did it in the preacher cadence
That's what
with
you
the
have to do.
music.
Full Jim
Oh
Jones.
my
that's
God, that was incredible. Where's the Kool-Aid? Sign me up.
But
I'm ready to
no
join.
longer an atheist. There we go. Amen.
I'm ready.
Amen,
I'm,
everybody.
I'm ready to join now. Please. Please. Baptize me, Sitch.
please.
Baptize me now.
Ah,
Oh, that was great.
I'm glad you liked them.
Uh,
NP Skeptic for $5 says Adam and Sitch show is greater than the Sitch and Adam show. There you go. He wants us to reverse the naming order.
oh, wow. A-Team stepping up.
Hurtful,
Taking
hurtful.
over. Oh, yeah, it is kind of hurtful.
Also, thoughts on the current Holy Land situation. What are your thoughts, Adam?
I don't really know enough about it other than what I've seen on the news, like just random clips. Do you know anything about what's going on over there? I mean,
Yeah,
isn't
I do.
Hamas like launching
Yeah.
rockets into Israel, and
So-
Israel is like doing their best to shoot them down, but missing some? I mean, it's abhorrent. Fucking don't do that. Don't shoot fucking rockets at Israel.
A quick side note: Chris for $5 says, "I want to get baptized by Sitch Chan." Ooh.
Yeah. Yes. Just remember, doll
We can have that
facing the
arranged,
wall.
okay.
If you can put the doll just in the other room, that would be
Mm-hmm.
that would be preferable.
Maybe that should have been a comic tier. Be baptized by Sitch Chan. Woo.
Ooh, maybe we can still add tiers.
That's true. Anyway, no, about Israel. So my position on Israel is that Israel has a losing strategy. Well, I guess it depends on what their goals are. There's a lot of cynicism going on with the leadership of Israel. What I think they should do is establish a carrot and stick strategy. They say, okay, if the West Bank works with us, we're going to be nice to them and we're going to help them. And that way we can say, look, this is the carrot. This is what they should be striving for. And if the Gaza Strip is going to be shitty, then we're going to punish them. And they have to kind of create like a dichotomy between the two. Scott Adams always talked about this with praising Trump, and that Trump was very good at showing what his allies would get and what his enemies would get. And I think that's part of the problem that Israel has not accomplished. Because to back up for a second, and this is where I think a lot of the confusion comes from. People don't realize that Palestine is controlled by two different governments that are actually at war with each other. Okay.
Right.
So the
Hamas
West-
and the
Right. Well, West Bank is controlled by the Palestinian National Authority, or Fatah, and the Gaza Strip is controlled by Hamas. And I forget, it was like in 2005, 2006 or something. Basically, they had an election. Neither side accepted the results of the election. There's a civil war, and Palestine kind of split in half.
right. So Palestine basically doesn't have their shit together.
Yeah, Palestine completely doesn't have their shit together. That's what's kind of stupid whenever I hear
Two-state
Yeah,
solution. You're like, well, now we're three-state solution.
yeah, now we're 3 states technically. But no, that's what I was gonna say is so stupid whenever I hear AOC or any of these other people who are going like, oh, so I support Palestine. It's like, well, what does that mean? Palestine is technically two different countries right now under two different governments. Okay.
I
One
had
of them,
no idea any of this was happening.
right. And one of them, like the West Bank one, I agree that Israel should pull out the settlers in the West Bank. I completely agree with that. But the Gaza Strip Palestinian government, Hamas, is a terrorist organization. Okay. So you can't just act like they're the same thing. And this is what people don't understand is that,
Oh, I got it.
And
They're
I
conflating
tweeted this.
the terrorist government with the legitimate government.
right, they always conflate the terrorist government with the legitimate government. And this is what people were I was getting so pissed on Twitter. So many people were acting like, including Destiny, were acting like the rocket attacks that Hamas is engaging in is some form of defense, when that's not true even remotely. Because this is actually...
Is there truth to the rumors that Hamas took land closer to Israel so they could launch these rockets?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you mean by
Okay.
took land, but
Well, I
Like
thought
captured land or something.
Well, no, I thought Israel withdrew from some land that Hamas took, and that's where they're launching the rockets from.
I don't know, but
Yeah, like it's some good faith
what
gesture.
the reason that launching the rockets is not defensive is because
No, it's offensive.
Right, it's offensive, but it's not even offensive against Israel, and that's what people don't really understand. Is I mean, I guess it is because they're shooting rockets at Israel, but that's not their primary goal because they know that most of those rockets are going to get shot down. They know that. They're not stupid. Okay.
Right.
So you have to
Oh, shit. Damn it.
ask yourself, wait a minute. Why is Hamas shooting down? And B, Israel's just going to blow them up, right? And kill a bunch of people.
They like fireworks, right? They're
Yeah,
just
you
doing
have
it.
to ask yourself, what's the point of this? Okay. And there's a reason. There's a reason here. And this is what most people, not everyone, this is what most people are missing. What happened, this is the pattern of behavior. There are Israeli settlers that are moving into the West Bank. And if you guys want to visualize this, which would probably be easier. Okay. You can visualize Israel. The West Bank is confusingly on the east coast of Israel. Okay. Is on the east side, and the Gaza Strip's all the way in the southwest corner of Israel. Okay. Israel is actually in between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. They're physically separated locations from each other.
Yeah.
So
Gaza
Israeli
Strip is on the coast, correct?
Right. The Gaza Strip is on the southwest coast.
I know right where it is. It's tiny.
And the West Bank is on the east.
You're cutting in and out. I don't know. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. It's just my internet's cutting in and out. So,
Gotcha.
Hold on.
We can hear you now.
It's weird. It still says I'm on wireless, even though I'm plugged in. So, can you hear me now?
John Smith in the chat says, in 2005, Israel forced all the Jews living in the Gaza Strip to leave and give it to Hamas. That's what I was saying. Yes.
And that might be what their argument is for why they don't want to have the Jewish or the Israeli settlers in the West Bank leave, because they think it's going to be the same situation, which I would argue.
And that is actually closer to them, correct? A more strategic position for firing these missiles into Israel.
It's in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
That's when people say East Jerusalem, that's what they're talking about. It's in the West Bank. It's technically Palestinian territory. So anyway.
This was in an effort to move the two-state solution forward, obviously.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So
So
the Gaza Strip. Go ahead.
the current situation is a pattern that's played out actually repeatedly, which is there's some conflict in the West Bank, okay, under Fatah, and there's some conflict about settlers that's going on. And then Hamas says, wait a minute, we want to get and galvanize support for Hamas in the West Bank. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to shoot missiles at Israel, even though we're down the Gaza Strip and the conflict actually has nothing to do with us whatsoever.
Oh, they're doing it for political reasons. Jesus Christ.
That's
Fuck, it's the same exact thing as the critical race theory shit.
Yes.
Fucking bullshit.
That's what
Sargon, read the Dictator's Handbook.
They're shooting, and that's why I'm saying when Hamas shoots missiles at Israel, the primary purpose of that is not to actually kill people in Israel. It's to signal to Palestinians in the West Bank and say, hey, you should support us instead of Fatah because we're willing to fight on your behalf. That's the only point. That's the only reason they're doing it.
Wow.
And it's disgusting because they're sacrificing Israeli lives. They're sacrificing the lives of Palestinians in the Gaza Bank just to try to make this political message, just to try to win support in the West Bank. And so don't let anyone tell you that them shooting missiles is defensive. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's total bullshit. Total bullshit. That's why I have zero sympathy for Hamas government whatsoever. Fuck them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
So anyways.
We were so close. If Trump would have just got a second term. I mean, none of this happened under the Trump administration. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Under Donald Trump, Hamas wouldn't have done this. Okay.
Do you think they would? I don't know. It seems like they just they were afraid of Trump. They were like, well,
actually, no, because you know why they did this now? There was supposed to be Palestinian elections this month.
Oh, yeah. So it's correlated with the election. Jesus.
Yeah, that's why they did this when they did
Holy
it.
shit.
So yeah, it's all cynical. It's all cynical. It's really stupid.
Pragmatic culture, I think. Not pragmatic culture. Oh God. I can't remember. Someone is saying there's a $20 Streamlabs that we never read. So
I read
Yes.
Ducks. I read Paradox Engines.
Paradox Engine, that's it. Yeah.
I read
So you already
Paradoxes.
read it then. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I
it's
read in
an
the
old-
beginning of the stream.
Okay, so it's old.
And that's the one about Antonio Gramsci and the cultural hegemony.
Paradox DMs me if you don't read it in 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So I like Paradox, but
I like-
he needs
He's a
to
chill.
change his. He needs to like get some brand consistency going.
There you go. It's very
Because he's-
paradoxical. Is that what you're saying?
I know.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't even know why I call him Paradox Engine when I interact with him more on Twitter, and his name on Twitter is not even close to Paradox Engine. So maybe it is somewhere buried in there. But anyway, okay, we got to it. We're good.
Okay.
We're going. Any more like? Oh wait, I have one more piece of art. Never mind. Keep going.
Oversized trash. There should be a couple. I didn't send you. I only sent you one thing because I was talking. But
Yeah, no, I'll look on the Discord. I know how
you
to
find
do
it.
that.
You look on the Discord. You look on Twitter.
I'm not a boomer. I know how to use Discord.
Yeah, he says that. He says that. But we all know the truth. Okay? We all know the truth. Okay.
I'm an excellent liar. I learned from Vaush. I've learned
He's an
to
excellent
lie.
liar. Okay.
There
He's an
you go.
excellent liar.
I've learned everything from Vaush.
There you go.
Vaush has taught me so well.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, that's wrong. James offered to debate Lindsay Ellis and she turned him down.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy
We talked about that in the beginning. Yeah.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
It was really, James totally made a huge misstep there. Huge misstep.
Oh, James Lindsay turned Lindsay Ellis down. All these Lindsays
Yes.
are making
Yeah,
it
remember you said it
complicated.
should be the Lindsay versus Lindsay
Yeah.
debate. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we should set that up. So this says Amazon Originals, True Seekers. And it's got Sargon, Sitch, and Adam.
Mm-hmm. This was
Why am
by
I...
Dead Malice. Did this. You're a lady.
Yeah, why am I a lady?
You're the lady.
Okay.
You like that, Adam? You're the lady. Why are you such a bigot, Adam? Why don't you want to be the lady?
No, just, I don't know.
I can hear Wormy in the background.
Can you? He wants in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I let him in? I'll let him in, guys. You guys can say hi to Wormy.
Oh my God, Sammy G did an amazing another Sitch Champ picture.
What?
This is like
a
the
second
best.
one?
Oh my God, a second one.
Holy shit.
This is so amazing.
Can't be
Oh my
that
God.
good. The first one's too good.
It's like I thought the first one was the best thing I've ever seen, and then now I think this is like the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Sammy's like amazing. She's like this.
did
She knows all
anyone
this
send-
nutritional information. She's an amazing artist. Like this is incredible.
Are
The
people
talent
sending
stack.
Are people sending these to you? Oh yeah, hashtag artist. Are people sending these to you on Discord? How come I'm not getting
No, they
anything
just
on Discord?
they just at me on Twitter.
Oh, they at you on Twitter?
Yes.
Oh, why don't they at me?
I don't know, because that's
And I
class is
could-
best class. They
and I
did
could
it.
just
Sammy
bring
did
you
at
up
you.
directly.
She totally added you.
Yeah, but I brought that one up already.
You did?
Oh
with the
no,
th-
wait. Oh no, there's the think one. Holy
Yes.
shit.
I
Oh
told
my
you.
god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Holy cow. Sitch, did you get breast implants? Those are giant. What's going on here?
It's all real, baby. Okay.
Is this
wait a minute.
can I
Hold
put
on.
this on YouTube? I
They're
don't know what it
real,
says.
Adam, and they're spectacular.
Oh my god, clip that out. That's got to be on the soundboard. They're real and they are spectacular. Oh, we got to get that clipped. Okay, here guys. Here it is. Feast your eyes on these.
Oof.
I don't know. What is Sitch Chan telling me to think?
Think, Baka. Think.
Think they're real and they're delicious.
That's amazing. What a great picture. Oh my god. And look, Adam's making the face. He wants to pucker up. You know, he's like.
Look at that. So close.
Sitch Chan is saying it's not gay if I'm in a woman's body. Okay. That's what Sitch Chan says.
True. True.
There you go. There you go. Look, we've found the loophole in Thought Slime's argument from a couple weeks ago.
We did, yeah. Look at this. My goodness. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Amazing.
I know. It's so good.
I should make that. I'm going to make that like my Twitter avatar or something. I
I'm
should make that the
afraid to
show
ask.
avatar, honestly.
I'm afraid to ask what the thing says. Is that Chinese or Japanese or?
It's Japanese. How dare you?
Okay.
What does it
Well,
say, Sam?
I was going to say Korean next. Korean doesn't have any characters like that?
No. Korean looks completely different.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Chinese and Japanese, they use the same pictographic alphabet, but Japanese has a phonetic alphabet, which Chinese does not.
Interesting. Oh,
So there you go.
yeah,
There's your little wee lesson of the week.
vastly better. I know. I love
Sitch
it.
Opie mousepad win. Oh, there you go. We will add that to the store.
Sure. Yeah, we do. We'll put it on our Indiegogo.
Think, Adam. Think. 12-year-olds should obviously not be able to vote. This is stupid.
Is that what it says?
Sammy says it says, think Adam Kuhn Baka.
What's that mean? Oh, it's even
Baka
in a
means
different-
stupid.
Oh, okay. How can I think with you shoving those in my face? I can't think. You're asking me to do the impossible. Sam.
Dr. Diller for $5 says, A-Team uses razors made for women and can't tie shoes properly in one try.
Oh my God, these are the best insults ever.
Dr. Diller always comes up with good insults. S-Class is...
You never change, man. I can't. That's as long as you're going to be S-Class, you might as well give me the funny insults. I'll take it.
Well,
I'll take it.
Yep. He says S-Class is ... parentheses, wait for it. So I was just reading it. Okay.
Hilarious. All right, I'm going to go
Josh,
back to my ass. I'm going to find more great
Jose Calerjo. I can't say your name. I'm so sorry.
art.
For $5 says, I'm a theater academic, so fuck you, Sitch. Look, Joshu, look, Joe. I was referencing Tom Nichols, who the reason we were making fun of it is because Tom Nichols in a video referenced the fact that he had like a PhD in academia as like a it had something to do with like the topic he was talking about, like he was talking about socialism or something,
Right.
or something about history. He's like, well, I'm a PhD, I have I'm a graduate in college. I know these things. And then when you look it up, he has a PhD in theater. So I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. I was like, come on, you're way outside your fucking lane here. Okay, so you better
way outside your lane. Yeah.
Also, they said A-Team. So I assume that means that they're pro A-Team. So there you go.
Yeah.
Even though you
Depressing
hate
for
theater,
you.
so I don't know why they'd be pro A-Team, but that's just me.
I hate theater. Oh no, I love
Yes, you
theater.
do. Really?
Just no singing, please.
As long as no singing, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm also against all this woke and critical race theory nonsense. Good. So I'm a pariah with almost all my peers. Oh, that sucks. Terrible. The Butter Anvil for $10 says, hey now, it's your boy Butter Anvil here, #1 social justice detective fan, here to humbly ask for Mauler and Rags on a Sunday live stream. I will pay through the teeth. Also, hi, Rags.
There we go. We still haven't gotten Rags on. We have to bug those guys, definitely.
Yeah, we should watch. We got to get Mauler, Rags, and Lucha Devil, and we'll do the Fight Club video.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, mostly peaceful chat, rise up. Adam, I DM'd you a short EFAT clip featuring Aiden that should help you understand the R-Traps gay. And they also said 18.
Aiden DM me and I didn't see it, so.
Oh, does she want to come on?
She did. I sent her a DM, but I don't know. It's late there
sorry,
now,
Aiden.
so yeah. But
You gotta DM me. Adam's a boomer. You gotta DM me. So.
Please, well, I was arguing with her in the chat. She could have said check your DMs, or maybe she did say check your DMs, and I just missed it. But
sorry, Aiden. Sorry.
But she wanted to talk about the Big Switch is not real, real quick. And yeah, we want to talk. Maybe she can come on next week and we can talk about
sure.
that. Yeah.
I know I've heard. I think there's a PragerU video on that actually. There's some video of
The Big Switch.
the
I
Big Switch is
know.
not real or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, but I don't buy it. So.
But that I think it's like Dinesh D'Souza does the Big Switch is not real, which is like
very trustworthy source of information. So
the problem is, I mean, it was Lyndon Johnson who said, "I'm going to lose the South for a generation." Like he basically said the switch is coming, right? I mean, that's a quote.
That, yeah.
I think it's a super chat. Someone did the super chat of what he said.
Yeah, he said it with a nasty N-word, so we can't actually read it, but yes.
What's up, Bearing? Bearing's in the chat.
Hey, Bearing. Debate Lindsay, bro. There you go. I want that Lindsay. Oh, my God. That would have been amazing internet. The Lindsay debate.
Oh, my God. Oh, hell yeah.
I can't.
Oh, hell. That's a get of a century. Well, I'm blocked by
Lindsay
Ellis,
me too.
so
by Lindsay Ellis,
that would be difficult. Yeah.
Yes. She didn't expect him to agree to that. She's so nervous. She couldn't debate James Lindsay. Oh my
I
God,
know it's crazy. What are you talking about?
God.
Maybe.
She was ready to pass out on the XOXO stage just talking to a crowd of people. I don't think she's going to debate James Lindsay.
Yeah.
Grassroots Dictator says Adam lied and Aiden cried.
What?
How could you, Adam? How could you do this to Aiden?
I was literally arguing with her in the chat.
My God, Adam, how could you do this? She DM'd you. She's like, let me on. Let me on.
When was I No, I did. First of all, I didn't check my DMs. And I just, as soon as I saw it, I said, sorry, I just saw this. Do you still want to come on? I know it's late. I DM'd her right back. So
he DM'd her like 2 hours later. You know, she's in like the UK land.
Yes, but
too,
I
right?
was, listen, 2 hours ago, I was arguing with her in the chat. Like maybe it subsided or something. I don't know. What's the,
Don't
why are
worry,
you
Aiden.
making
I
me
don't
the
blame you. I apologize on Adam's behalf. Okay? He's so rude.
I can't believe I am the fucking bleeding heart on the show.
Yeah,
and you
I
are
know.
turning me into the bad guy.
You are the bad guy. True. Because S class is the best class.
You can't
fraud.
say that unless it's in a super chat.
I can say it whenever the fuck I want. You know why? You know why I can say it whenever I want? Because S class is the best class.
Oh my God. Say it in the voice, in the deep voice. Do it in the deep voice.
When the time is right.
Oh, listen, he's going to make us wait. I don't know. S class is probably not the best class if you have to wait. A team is
come to those who wait. Okay.
A team is for waiting. It's for planning and sacrificing for the future. S class is for immediate satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
I know your fans better than you.
Check your DMs now, says CT.
I know your fans better than you. Oh, what is she sending me the artwork, please? I don't have. There's people are adding you. They're not adding me.
S class and A team.
Yes. I thought we did these last week.
Did we?
Should we up? We can put them up.
Put them on again. I don't remember, honestly. The week was kind of a blur for me this week, so I was very busy this week.
You did a lot of research on the CRT stuff. We were talking in DMs yesterday, and I was saying, "Don't worry about the notes on the comic. I know you're knee deep in CRT research right now."
You can. I don't know if CT wants. She can say in the chat because she has an amazing Think Jordan Peterson sketch too.
Yes, I'll bring that up. Yeah.
So
CT also sent me.
To wait or...
I do have another. I do have CT artwork. What am I talking about?
Yeah, there's a bunch. She did a comic. Yeah.
I have new CT artwork. I'm fucking. Here we are, right here. Me as a chibi baby screaming. It's true. She's got Chibi Adam down.
Oh, wait, do you want me to read it? Is it up
Sure.
there? Should I read it?
It's up, yeah.
You have Pop-Tarts? Gasp.
Oh, wait.
CT says...
She sent me a blank one. Mine doesn't have any of this stuff on it.
Oh. Okay, so I'll just read it. So
Yes,
Adam says,
read it.
you have Pop-Tarts? Gasp. CT says, Jesus. Adam says, gimme, gimme, gimme. I want Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
CT says, what am I supposed to do about it? And then in the next panel... You're eating a Pop-Tart, and I say, oh, you guys have Pop-Tarts? And then CT reluctantly says, what kind do you want? So there you go.
She's gonna
She
give you
can't
my-
see. CT wishes she could, but she can't deny the S Class A team, the Pop Tarts. It's true.
Oh, why is she?
true.
I feel so bad that I didn't bring up the one that has this text on it.
Go. It's in the. It's on Twitter somewhere. Go find it.
Okay.
I just
She
read
sent,
it.
She sent them both, and I clicked on the wrong one. I thought it was the same thing. Such a bummer.
Wait.
Fuck.
Apparently, there's been a shoe Vaush falling out.
No way. Was it over this? Was it over? She was like,
No, I
Hey,
wasn't over
Vaush.
this. No, I don't think it was over this.
wait, hold
don't.
on. No,
No. What?
you don't know. I got this beamed into my brain right now.
Okay, I'm not.
I
Gonna,
know-
I'm not, look,
I know
unlike
the
Vaush,
story.
I'm not so egotistical that I'm going to assume that their relationship has fuck all to do with us in any way.
No,
shape,
it
or
does. It does. It does. She
Uh-huh.
was like, Vaush, they invited you on and you ran like a little bitch. I thought when I said I was
God.
going to be friends with you, I
Uh-huh.
thought you were cool, Vaush. I didn't realize
I
that
thought you were based, okay?
I didn't realize that you run from conflict like a little
That's right.
cuck.
That's right.
This is it. Friendship over.
So
Was that what it
Shu-
says? Does that am I
No.
close?
Shu posted a picture that's a. I'll just send it to you and then you can.
I
post
saw it. Someone sent it to me. I'll bring it up. Yeah.
Okay, you bring it up.
Here's the one. Here's the actual one that I should have brought up when Sitch read it. So
No, the comic. Yeah.
yeah, it looks great. CT.
What's your favorite
send
kind
me
of
one.
Pop Tart, Adam?
Only send me one comic at a time.
What's your
My
favorite
favorite
Pop-Tart?
type of Pop Tart.
Mm-hmm.
I like the s'mores. Obviously, those are the best ones.
The s'mores.
Yeah, they're like graham cracker. The Pop
Yeah,
Tart
those-
is
no, those are-
literally
those are-
made out of graham
They're
cracker.
pretty good. This might be the rare time that S Class and A team agree.
Those are the best.
pretty
Like
good-
it literally has graham cracker as the core of the thing. The other ones they can't even compete. It's fucking graham. It's a s'more.
I don't know. I think I like the chocolate fudge ones a little better.
Oh really?
little bit
Yeah,
better,
that's probably my least favorite. So at least
Wow.
we can
Okay.
diverge
I guess we're
there.
back to the hatred. Okay.
Yeah, chocolate is
I like s'mores, but I hate chocolate. Adam
Mm-hmm.
Friend 2021.
Well, chocolate is one component of s'mores. Jeez, S class, pedantic class, more like.
Mm-hmm. Cole Frog for $5 says, with the Israel-Palestine conflict happening, when will Biden and Israel deploy armies of right-wing femboy death squads against the Palestinians?
Oh, really? Is
I
that
don't know.
coming?
Any day now. Any day now. Average centrist for £2 says, A team is Bay team. S class is chapped ass.
Chapped ass?
There you go.
Holy shit.
Chapped ass. Yep.
That
There you
doesn't
go.
sound good.
Doesn't sound
Ouch.
good. No. Chapped ass. I had a Boy
Not
Scout thing
fun.
once where we
Got
we
chapped
rode
ass?
horses for a week.
Oh my
straight.
god. That'll give you chapped ass.
Yeah,
like
well, basically what you
there's
do is
no
you get up,
tomorrow.
you get up at the crack of dawn and you'd ride a horse for 8 hours to the next campsite.
Wow.
And I'll tell you, well, there wasn't really chapped ass, more like chapped thighs, chapped balls,
Mhm.
you know, chapped legs. So
I
wasn't
have
pleasant.
I have ridden a horse for 8 hours as well. It is
Yes.
not fun. Yeah.
It's not fun. No.
Despite all what everyone would believe. So I brought the Vaush thing up.
Okay. all
I
right,
warned people about Shu.
So
I'm done with
Shu-
Shu. She's basically a conservative who likes healthcare at this point. Fuck her. What? Vaush. Why? Why's it got to be fuck her? What? I don't know. Shu is still a reactionary. Shu is a what is it?
Strazerite.
And a danger to leftist spaces. Oh wow. Wow, I wish we would have. I wish Sargon was still here so we could discuss this because Sargon was really upset. I always thought my personal take was that Shu was trying to sway Vaush from being such a like
An asshole.
ideologically possessed
Right.
person. Like she was trying to pull him back towards the center is what I
Right.
felt.
People always assumed it was the opposite.
Yes, yeah. But this right here is kind of some evidence that maybe I was correct and that Vaush was like,
Right.
Vaush was
So
unpersuadable. Yeah.
Strausserism is a strand of Nazism that calls for a more radical mass action and worker-based form of Nazism,
Oh my God.
espousing economic anti-Semitism above all other anti-Semitic forms to achieve a national rebirth. Wow. Look, don't ever let them say the Nazis didn't have socialist tendencies.
Shu doesn't say anything that's like even remotely offensive to me. She has no takes that are just crazy takes.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I'm curious as to what set Vaush off on this.
Well, this could be fake too. I don't know that it's real.
Well, I mean, she posted it, unless it's like a joke. I'm assuming it's real.
Shu posted
Shu
this?
posted
Oh.
this picture. Yeah, this picture was posted by Shu today.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
So I don't know.
What?
We'll have to have Shu on and ask her, like, what happened?
What does that? Oh man.
I mean, I could come up with all sorts of horrible sexist theories for Vaush's behavior.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll let the chat imagine that one.
You're talking like he asked for nude pics or something.
And got denied, and now he's mad.
And now he's angry. He's like, damn it. I'm tired of talking about, we've talked about universal healthcare for 6 months. When am I going to get some booby pics? What's going on here?
I mean, look, if he's allowed to mind read Nazism into everyone, why can't we mind read sexism and chauvinism into him, right? It's only fair.
Yeah. Come on. That's a lot of healthcare talk. Second base already.
Someone said it's fake drama.
It seems like it might be.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah.
John Smith for 199. Thanks, John. Bearing, you're horrible.
What did Bering say?
He said Shu had sex with Greg. Think about that.
Oh my God, I don't want to.
Disavow. Disavow. Back of the Hacker for £5 says, Adam is right. Jordan Peterson is a saint among men, and he still gets smeared in the worst ways. James is tactically making the right choice playing it this way. There you go.
Yeah, James is much smarter than me, so I'm going to have to defer to whatever James is thinking. So
I have a theory, too, that James is trying to trick conservatives into rallying his banner, picking up his banner and rallying his cause. So
James's banner, the anti-critical race theory banner.
yes, he's trying to appeal
to
that side as much as possible, just to get as much support as possible.
Really?
Just to use them because he's so pro-liberalism. So
yeah.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Dr. Diddler for another $5 says critical race theorists have a financial incentive to never advocate for color blindness. They'd lose their jobs and their audience if it came true. That's accurate.
Yeah.
The Lone Marauder for $5 says the jolly heretic called postmodernism is a schizophrenic belief where there's no objective truth. So no surprise, Vaush is deliberately inconsistent. True. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we learned in the stream we had with Mahler, where he basically said, leftists can do whatever they want as long as they're advocating for leftism. He doesn't really care. So I assume that applies to himself as well, right?
Of course. To him first.
Right. To him first and foremost. True.
It's also the same logic that dictators and monarchs and invaders everywhere cop to. So there's that.
CT sent you a bunch of other pictures in our joint DM set.
Okay, cool.
You can put up.
Sweet.
Since you're slow on it. Idiot Sin. Hey, look, everybody, it's Idiot O Sin. How you doing, Idiot O Sin? For $4.99. Says Supervillains Anonymous needs a battle between consequentialist man and his arch enemy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's actually a very good idea. That's funny. We'll have to put that in the that in the sequel.
In the book too.
Kalavar says Bering was quoting Vaush. Wow, that was a Vaush quote. Oh, okay.
Wow.
There you go. That's true. Shame on you, Vaush. Shame, Vaush. Shame. Simon O'Leary for 5 New Zealanders says James explains that he thinks Twitter is not a place for serious conversation, thus his immature tweets. He's serious on most other platforms.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does take it serious when he's. Well, I don't know. Can you really, when he streams with Benjamin Boyce, there's some tomfoolery going around. It's not all serious.
The Wooster for 199 says, remove my wrench from your channel, Adam. What?
What happened? Who? What?
Wooster. He's
Wooster?
renouncing his wrench.
Oh yeah, I've totally inflated the wrench market on my channel, and they want me to start taxing it away. They're worried about hyper wrench inflation. Yeah,
I see.
They keep coming at me about it. They're like, according to MMT, you can't just keep manufacturing wrenches and giving them out willy-nilly. You're destroying the entire wrench economy.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
I'm doing my experiment, guys. It'll be fine. You guys don't want to be. You don't want your wrenches taxed away. Come on.
Adam friended. Only good things.
Only good things, exactly. Free wrenches for the world.
Mr. Guy for $4.99 says structural determinism's claim in critical race theory, race is socially constructed and not real, but all the oppression has solidified people of color as real and separate. Yeah, that's an interesting way to square that circle.
Yeah, it's evil, really. Real and separate. I mean, in the book they talk about, in the Cynical Theories book, they talk about critical race theory coming out of standpoint theory and being pro-segregation. That's another thing that I would like to ask Vaush about. Are you pro-segregation? Like if they're saying that, you know, obviously racism cannot be avoided, isn't segregation the logical conclusion there? I'm not in favor of that. I think it's a terrible idea.
Someone says Vaush's Reddit wrote those messages, not Vaush. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I knew it was fake news. I knew it was not real drama.
It was all.
I
got excited for some juicy drama. We were let down.
That's the
picture.
I still say that Shu is trying to save Vaush from the brink,
if such a thing is possible. Bob for $5 says whiteness is somehow both homogenous and undifferentiated. True. Yet also they say it's imperialistic and absorbs different cultures for cultural vitality. Yeah, that's a good point. There's zero consistency. It's just whatever you don't want, whatever is bad is whiteness, basically. I think that's how they categorize it. All bad things are whiteness. That's about it.
All white people's fault.
So there are CT's
white people's fault.
Awesome pictures. I don't remember if we showed them last week or not. That she did the think Mark think, one with me and as Omni-Man and one as Adam as Omni-Man. So
yeah,
those are pretty amazing. Yes,
I haven't got that's in the Invincible show, right?
Yes, from Invincibles. Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen that?
If you haven't watched Invincibles, do not look up the scene because it will basically ruin the entire
series.
I
know. Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, be careful. I looked it up and I said, "Oh shit, it ruined major." Plot
Have you
points.
watched? Have you watched? I think I've watched like one episode, but I haven't watched.
I haven't seen any of it now.
Yeah, it's pretty baller. I'm liking it.
Right.
Yeah.
Common Cure for $10 says, Carl, you seem a lot happier today. Oh, I forgot to read this one. Sargon. A lot happier today compared to your earlier YouTube days. Society may be in free fall, but you're not letting it get the best of your personal growth. That's very admirable.
Yeah, I agree.
That's nice. I'll send it to him so he sees it.
We should all be about personal growth.
We should. Yeah. You know what? I agree with you. I think Sargon does seem a lot happier than he was in the beginning. It's weird because it's almost like him and Tim Pool have gone in the inverse directions from each other. I feel like Tim Pool gets angrier at every passing day, and Sargon gets happier with every passing day.
I think it might be an act because Tim Pool knows how psychology works, and those angry videos get a lot of views. He's like, "Holy shit! if I'm angrier, this video makes so much more money. I'm going to be pissed. Don't you think?
Maybe. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I can't be that angry.
Oh, yes. Yeah, CT says the S-Class one is new. Yeah, that's right. I asked you to do it. Yeah, no, that one looks amazing. I love it.
The S-Class one?
Think
Which
at
one?
him. The S-Class, the one where I'm
Oh,
man.
okay. So we didn't have that one last week. That makes
Yeah,
sense. Yeah, there we go.
Think, Adam. Think. You can't have 12-year-olds vote, Adam, because they'll just vote with whatever their parents tell them.
Lies. You're the perfect example of the opposite of that.
Shut up. Shut up, Adam. Shut up.
You invalidate that position.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't, Adam. You can't prove anything. You can't
you
prove
ha-
anything.
If
Nope,
you had
can't prove it.
if
I
you had
definitely
kids,
didn't say that 5-year-old Sitch wanted to vote for Bush because of skywriting. Okay.
if you had kids, would you let them vote at 10?
No.
If I had kids, I totally would. I'd
I
make them.
would tell them who to vote for at 10.
I'd
That's
make
what I
them
would
vote for. I'd make them do my voting homework. I'd say, who should we vote for, kids? Who should we
like
vote
that.
for?
Adam is putting the choice of voting in the hands of his future 10-year-old. So there you go.
No, I would make them. Read the stuff and tell me why voting for those positions or those people was a good idea.
Mhm.
I'd use it as a teaching thing. I mean, it's the
great.
same
They're gonna
exact
be like,
thing.
They're gonna be like, Dad, you're making us do homework. Okay, can you please
Yes,
stop?
this is your life homework. You need to get ready to do it. This is what stands between you and tyranny. Your political power. Don't be politically marginalized. No, I would turn it in the same thing that you do when you give your kids an allowance to teach them how to manage money. You would teach them how to vote. Yeah. It'd be great. What are you talking? Why do kids vote after they leave the house and they got to learn it on their own? Their parents should be teaching them.
I like EW in the chat says Skyman good.
Hey, listen, guys. I got a great. I just thought of another great argument. Okay.
Think, kids, think.
Seriously,
He wrote his name in the sky, Adam. He wrote his name in the sky.
Right now, we have it structured so the institution that's teaching your kids about voting is the public schools. Okay. The public schools are talking to your kids.
This topic
are talking to your kids about the issues and teaching them how. What do you think those communist public school teachers are teaching your kids to vote for? Huh? What do you think? Think, chat, think.
This is Adam's think, yes. Thanatos 777 for $10 says, look, guys, I can explain CRT. You see, it started back during feudalism.
I know.
Yes.
I knew.
Thank you, Thanatos.
I knew it was gonna come
He
to
says,
that.
P.S. A team for the win.
There we go. That's right.
There you go.
A team strong.
Dino Tatos for £5 says Vaush runs his mouth, digs himself in a hole, then tries to lie his way out.
Ooh,
that could be very accurate.
It did seem a little bit. Yeah, it did seem a little bit. You know,
a little bit
dishonest, maybe a little dishonest.
Just a little bit.
Oh, I'm too busy. That's why I reached out to you immediately. I reached out to tell you I was too busy. I just thought you guys wanted to know. What?
Sean Sullivan for $4.99 just says, for the third and final time, I ask that you remove the A word from the channel name. I will not support a show that supports has the A word in it.
What? Boy, I got a real hater there.
Sean, really? That's just oof.
That must be an academic agent fan.
Maybe.
I
mean, he makes a compelling argument.
I think I have exactly 26 haters, and Sean, I think, is one of them.
Maybe it should be the Sitch and Sidekick show, right? Does that work? Does that work, Sean?
No, that's very.
No, you don't like that ad?
I don't like that. Yeah, nah, that doesn't. My intuitions don't really.
Control your elephant, Adam. It's for the good of the show. Okay.
Oh my God! Just for Sean? No.
I like this. Call it Sitch and Weasel. Oh, that's a good one.
I'm gonna bring up. It's so funny that you mentioned that because I'm actually looking.
The weasel picture.
I tweeted out the cutest picture of a weasel. I was like, look here, let me bring. You guys ready? You guys ready for a weasel? I got a weasel picture for you.
Is this the artwork weasel picture or an actual weasel picture?
An actual. Oh, I forgot about.
CT sent you a pic. Someone has a weasel picture.
I mean, I blocked that out of my memory.
I know you did. I know you did.
This is not. This is the weasel picture I want to share, but it's not.
You got to show the artwork weasel picture, Adam. Okay.
Look at this. Look at this weasel, guys. Look at this. How can you not love this weasel? Look at this weasel. He's fucking adorable.
Sitch and Weasel. I like that.
Oh my God, he's so adorable.
I know. You're very adorable, Adam. That's true. That's true. Sitch and Weasel. Sitch and the Weasel. Coming at you Sundays. That does sound like a radio show, doesn't it? Sitch and the Weasel.
Sitch and the Weasel?
Yeah.
I don't know. Was there ever a weasel? Like, I don't. Oh, it's Smokey and the Bandit. That's kind of weaselly. Sitch and the Weasel.
95.5 FM. Coming at you live. Sitch and the Weasel. WFM Radio.
I'm gonna bring up the artwork that I tried to block.
Lemon Drop for $5 says, I'm here to help you all maximize your profits in an unethical system for free will. Thank you, Lemon Drop. And because that, you get 5 free units of free will.
Our free will is carbon free, carbon neutral. What are you talking about?
It's
unethical.
It's carbon free. That's true.
Yeah.
Hashtag S class of a COD team. There you go.
S class of a COD. Fascinating.
The Lone Marauder for $2 says, Beta.
Beta.
I don't know. If that was a reference.
That probably Vaush like running like a little beta.
Oh, you're probably right.
Yeah, what happened?
Total beta.
I like how Sargon's like, I better share this with you guys just so they can't mischaracterize the entire situation. That's right. Oh my God. If we did that, reached out and said, hey, we'll come on and
the entire stream would have just been about that for like
oh my God
4 hours.
For the next 4 months we'd be getting every day on Twitter. You guys bitched out.
Yep.
What the fuck? Why didn't you? What, are you scared?
Crack Croc for $5 says, here's a dash of capitalism, brothers. Thank you, Crack.
Thank you, Crack Rock.
No, Crack
please.
Croc, not Crack
Full
Rock.
name.
Crack Croc. Okay.
Crack Rock, please. Full
Crack
name.
Croc. It's a crock of crack. It's not a rock of crack. It's a crock of crack. Okay.
Right after Sitch takes a huge thank you, Crack Rock. Thank you. Thank you for another 15 minutes of ecstasy.
Oh, wait a minute. Sean Sullivan for $4.89 has done a full 180.
Oh my
reversal.
good. Thank you, Sean. We didn't want to lose you.
He says, I have seen the truth. We must remove the S word from the stream now. A team rules the stream.
Oh, yes. I like this idea. Oh, this is a good idea. I've been thinking about it. Maybe, what are you, a badger? Maybe the Adam and Badger show.
I was a hedgehog, actually. Sorry.
Maybe the Adam and Hedgehog show.
Enlightened Centrist Radio, FM Sundays. Sitch and the Weasel. I'm telling you, man. It's a good name. It's a good name.
Oh my God, your sound effects are off the charts. That's so good. He does the sound effects too. This is
there you
great.
Go. Full package with S-Class.
I'm starting to like this idea. So I
with
hated it
S-Class,
at first.
you get the full package, baby.
Okay. I'm telling you, we're gonna convince Adam. We're gonna convince Adam to be Sitch and the Weasel show. It's gonna happen.
I'm dying. Oh my God.
That's gonna happen.
Oh my God. I gotta
Dr.
get this
Diddler for $10 says his mouth breather fans came in here to talk trash and called this a circle jerk. And when Vaush was offered a spot, they all got better things to do. Beta.
That's exactly right. Spell it out. That's exactly the situation.
True.
Notice how none of us, not Sargon, not me, not Sitch, none of us no hesitation. No hesitation at all. Yes, let's do it, please. Thank you. Come on.
Right. We even said let's have him on so we can understand him without strawmanning his position.
I
Dude,
still
I don't
have his
know.
avatar right here. It's in the fucking stream. It's in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ginger Must Prime for $7.99. Aussies says, "Hey guys, I'm having a bit of trouble. I can't decide whether Sean has extremely hot or below average.
Well, okay.
Please discuss high Sargon." Look, Ginger Must. We are not male chauvinist sexists, okay? We
Sexist
respect
pigs.
Sean Head for her ideas and her opinions and her comedy, okay?
Right.
We're not sexist pigs.
Yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
We don't talk about these kinds of things on stream.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, unless it's AOC's boobs,
Mhm.
that's the only thing we talk about.
Yeah.
That's sexist. Or Sitch Chan's boobs, but that's fine because they're mine. So, it's okay.
Yeah, we can't reduce a fellow creator just to
That's
her
right. How dare you, Ginger
sexuality.
Must.
Yeah. It's not
Unless it's
good.
Adam, then we can totally reduce him to his little red shorts.
Yeah. Which is done in this meme that somebody made, totally sexualizing me.
That's right. Oh, did
Yeah.
you put it up? You finally
I
put it up?
did, yes. God,
here we go.
Can
This
we
is
get this
from-
over with?
This is from Marmite Popsicle. Thank you, Marmite Popsicle. Has Adam as a weasel in red shorts. It says, "I identify as a weasel, but you will still find a monkey tail down my pants." Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Wink, wink. I think
I love that picture. That's an amazing picture.
there's a little contradiction that I've noticed here.
What's that?
Because I obviously have a weasel tail sticking out of my pants here.
No, but that's not the monkey tail. that
I
you're talking
don't.
about, Adam.
What is? Oh, I got you. I got you.
Mhm.
It's more sinister than I could have
Talking
ever
about your
imagined.
Penis, Adam.
My pee-pee, huh? No, so bad.
Yes.
The minds of these fans.
Did you
Did
Put-
I?
This is from Monday, so I guess not.
Mhm.
That horrible meme Ivan Getterix made.
Mm-hmm.
Just scroll up in our. You got to show that horrible meme and the. If CT wants us to show the rough sketch of the Jordan Peterson Think picture, which looks great.
I still.
can show
I
that
don't think
too.
I brought up the Jordan Peterson yet, but I will.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on it. I'm working on it.
Okay, where was I? Bob for $5 says, when you don't plan things in advance, you are a lazy lying leprechaun. That's anti-racism. There you go. That's anti-racism.
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says Vaush is rushing to read Derek Bell's papers. Yes.
Exactly.
True.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I assume he'll make the argument that Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and Gene Delgado are just one of a few voices of critical race theory and thus are not important.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's what the argument would eventually be.
Mm-hmm.
CT says, do not show the rough sketch. So don't show it yet, I guess.
Oh, good. I accept that. Well, you've got an amazing work of art to show.
Nathaniel McLaughlin for $10 says, submit yourself to the mercy of the mob, Vaush. Big brain palooza. That's true. That's true.
He did not submit.
He did not submit.
He
No,
pulled a
ran away.
Rittenhouse. He crossed state lines and ran away.
Vaush crossed state lines. Vaush crossed streamlines and then ran away. True. That's a
Yeah.
good point. Yep.
Terrible.
Uncle Bainman for $2 says, you guys did a good job in that debate. I know,
one-
didn't we? Thank you.
The one where
Thank you.
Vosh ran, one Vosh ran from? Is that the?
Yes. We were so good it didn't even take place. True.
God, I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed.
To be clear,
Mhm.
I was joking that mentioning a woman's appearance is sexism, guys. Okay. To
Oh,
be
people are
clear, I
saying
was
that?
joking. Okay.
Mhm.
If you couldn't catch the I'm a little autistic. Okay. I'm a little autistic sometimes. I think I'm making my voice sound really sarcastic and it doesn't. So
Yeah.
sorry if you thought I was big serious. Carl Leggett. Carl Leggett for 5 Aussies says, Carl, you are the imposter. You are sus, man. There you go. Sargon is sus team. Whalers for $5 says, it must be sad to be a Vaush fan. You come here expecting a vigorous, enlightening debate only to find out that your hero cucked out. How terrible.
Exactly.
True.
Oh my God. He disappointed thousands of his fans. Why would you do that? I mean,
Sashman for 14 Zardoses. You know what Zardos is, right?
yeah. The money of
That's
Zardon.
Sean Connery's nutsack in a shorts, right? Zardos.
Yeah.
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 So no one
Zardonius
got
money.
that. That was
right?
a
Testicles
super
from Sean
esoteric
Connery.
reference
From that sci-fi movie with
from that Zardos movie.
that the
yes.
fucking ending falls apart and it's totally ridiculous. Yeah.
That's an amazing ending. You're crazy. Okay.
It's actually it's pretty
very
good up
silly.
until
It's very silly.
yeah.
Sashman for 14 Zardoses says, a wrench here too, Adam. A-Team runs the stream. I'm sorry, Sash. I don't think you get a wrench for that one. I
Yeah.
think A-Team doesn't run the stream. I think
On
that's
my
the
channel.
problem.
Adam Friended channel, we give
Yes.
wrenches away like candy.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Not
like
here.
Halloween.
Like
Yeah.
Adam is an MMTer who doesn't believe in inflation, so
We run a tight ship on the Sitch and Adam channel. But on the
Right.
Adam channel,
mhm,
we're just giving it away.
mhm.
All right, I brought
Oh wait,
yeah.
CT has a finished one.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I didn't see it. I never saw the finished one. That looks wonderful.
It looks fucking great. Yeah.
So there's by CT, there's the Jordan Peterson think, and he's telling an SJW to clean
Yeah.
their room.
Yeah. Think.
So funny.
Is your room like a denizen of hell? Are you a denizen of hell? Do you inhabit hell?
Think, how are you supposed to clean up society if you can't even clean up your own room? Think.
Right. And
Sorry, I
the
can't do a
SJW
good
is
Jordan
like,
Peterson.
no! Let's talk about critical race theory. You said
That's
you
right.
wouldn't use people's pronouns. You're a
That's right.
transphobe.
That's right.
I will not clean my room ever.
Tickleson for £5 says, don't worry, we can always watch Vaush's stream on this stream because you're all bad actors. I don't know if you are. I've just been told. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
We're such bad actors. We invited him to come on and he ditched. So
Yeah,
there we go.
totally.
I think I'm a good actor, you know, when I really try. You know, I think I can do some good. I mean,
You
in
do
Adam,
that
we saw
fucking-
Social Justice Detective. He's a great actor. So I
Hell yeah. I'll act my little heart out, boss.
yeah.
Come on
There
here.
it is.
You want some good acting?
That's some good acting. Backer the Hacker for £5 says he only wanted to come on while he was streaming so he could sick his goons on us in the chat.
Oh, is that what it was? So he was streaming
Maybe.
and he was trying to get on.
Mm-hmm.
We got to. What was going on that stream?
Who knows? Who knows?
I dropped into the chat of one of Vaush's streams when Vaush was streaming about Jordan Peterson. Someone had sent me the link, and Vaush said the thing that Destiny said, and everyone says about how Vaush doesn't, or Jordan Peterson
doesn't make prescriptive
Exactly. And they were all of the people were saying, Vaush doesn't read this chat. Vaush only reads a chat on the website. You got to go chat over there. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to get Vaush's attention. I'm here laughing with you guys. I'm here for you. And they were trying to get, Vaush tried to get me. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say he really tried to get me to come on, but it seemed like he was amenable to the idea of me coming on. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Lore the Nerds for $2 says, times like this make me love Sitch's work ethic. Thank you, Lore the Nerds. Thank you. Tickleson for £5 says, sorry, I meant bad faith actors. I've been drinking. I'm going to watch.
Say?
He said bad actors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I understood what he meant, though. If I'm going to watch Vaush, I might as well be prepared here for a good time after all. True.
Yeah.
Literature Devil. Hey, Literature Devil. For $2. says, easier to make a list of what Vaush does understand. There you go. There you go.
Because it would be a
True.
short list, I think.
A
is
shorter list than what he doesn't
what he means,
understand. Yeah, right.
CT should put this on a T-shirt. This Jordan Peterson thing. I would totally wear that T-shirt.
You should put on a T-shirt and try to get Jordan Peterson to sell it.
If it came in black, I would totally get it.
Oh my God, Am Henlo, man. I'll send this to that.
What do you mean? I
You made
black
another good
T-shirts.
picture.
Look, I wore my Foodie Cootie T-shirt just because I knew
That's right.
the Vaush stands were going to be in the chat. They were going to be conflicted. They were like, "Oh
Oh,
my
there you go.
God, look, he's cool. I don't know what to do." That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that Vaush misappropriates Fooly Cooley for his own purposes.
Yeah.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
Yeah. He doesn't know.
No. I'm sorry. I'm just going through and giving Adam pictures because he
The
can never. He's such a
power.
boomer. He can never find the stuff on his own, guys. It's like,
What are you talking
unless you
about?
directly send it to him, he just can't find.
I found all the pictures. Picture
yeah,
time
sure
is
you did.
over.
Fadukajikis for $5 says fiction for deriving oughts. Objective facts are for deriving ises.
Nobody's adding me
you
these
go.
pictures. I'm
When we were
busy.
talking about, Lord of the Rings versus Dictator's Handbooks.
Mhm.
So I don't know if I agree with that. I'd have to think about that for a while. I've never conceptualized it that way, but
Guys, stop adding Sitch your pictures, okay? That's my job. My responsibility. Just so you know.
Jake's Tiny Cobb
Mhm.
for $5 says, Sitch, say in your best Adam voice.
Mhm.
I don't really have an Adam voice.
Yeah, you do. It's that little just hit the button.
Is this my Adam voice?
That's
This is why
totally
you
your-
like the voice so much?
That's totally your Adam.
Sitch, say in your best Adam voice. Mm-hmm.
I do say
Mhm.
a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a off.
That's how I know when Adam is like digging around on Twitter and not paying attention. He does that. That's what he does.
That's like your well. No, your well is like
No, it's not. Well, is I'm paying attention
I'm
and I'm about
paying
to lay
attention.
some hard facts
and
on
I
you. Okay?
completely disagree.
Yeah.
I see some new artwork coming in, but this I don't see any new artwork from you, but who cares?
I just DM'd you on Twitter.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh. I block my DMs now.
Yeah, exactly. RBG fam.
Dude, all this artwork. You're such a loser. We already showed all this artwork.
No, we didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?
I got it. Never mind. I'll show it again.
I don't know
love
if we
this.
showed the meme. I asked you if we showed the meme or not. If we already
We
showed
did-
that meme, you don't have to show
We
it again.
did show it. I will show it again because it's fucking the meme of the century.
No, we shouldn't show it. If we've already showed it, it hurts my feelings too much. I don't want to see it. I don't wanna see it
Really?
again.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It is a little harsh on you.
It
but
hurts my
It's harsh
feelings.
on me too. Why do I like it so much?
Oh, that's right. We did show it. Yeah, I don't know why
Yeah,
it said in the
'cause I
Discord
was
it was
just-
from Monday.
I was
So-
like,
oh, I guess you know why? Because it was after midnight. That's probably why.
Oh,
probably
that's
why.
true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything about that? But
This
we didn't show the
meme
Am
is-
Hemlo one. That one's new.
It's not gay if I pretend my best friend has boobies and me contemplating.
This is from
Sid.
Am Hemlo,
Yeah.
who did all the vegetable suit costume pictures.
Yeah. This is great. This is
That's very
This
funny.
is priceless. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like the indecision on my face.
Right.
Contemplating. Yeah. Contemplation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Oh good, we're back.
RBGH fam for $10 says Adam is right. MMT isn't a pyramid scheme backed by the U.S. military. There you go.
Well, MMT kind of admits that. It really does.
Is the stream still going?
Yes. Dropped
I got
for
an
a
error
little
message.
dropped for a little second there, but it came
Can
back.
you can chat?
immediately.
Can you?
Yeah, chat's
Okay.
going fine.
Still here?
We're good.
Okay.
We're good. Keep going.
Okay. Billy Knights. Billy Knights for $10 says if Vaush though he
If Vaush though he
would look good, he would have joined. Oh, Vaush thought he would look good, he would have joined. To think he wouldn't come in own go back to start up his stream again to boast and collect super chats is denying reality. He's all about optics.
I don't know if he
True.
went and started another stream though. I don't think that was fake news.
Right.
But yeah.
No, he's saying he could. No, he's saying it's not an excuse because he could have done that. If he thought he would look good, he would have done that. Is what they're saying.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Well, why does he have to stream at the same time he
Ivan
comes on here?
Getterix.
What the fuck?
Because he only does things
Right.
for money, like a good social.
Just
stat.
come on. Yeah, just come on. Listen, was Sargon hung out with us for what? Fucking 6 hours? Sargon
I
wasn't
know.
streaming at the same time. Sargon just
Yeah,
came
see,
on
Sargon
to chill.
You don't know. We don't pay Sargon. Sargon
Yeah.
comes on our stream because he's our friend and out of the goodness of his heart and because he likes to talk to us. Okay.
Yeah, he just fucking comes to chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, It's not all about the money, Vaush. I don't know.
It's not all about the money. Don't they teach us in socialism school? It ain't all about the money. Yeah, I thought that would be day one of socialism school.
Ivan Getterix for $5. You would think it would be.
I know, jeez.
Ivan Getterix for $5 says theological argument means argument from design. The design they're appealing to isn't an intelligent design of God, but racism. All gaps are filled.
Yeah, racism of the gaps.
Yes. James Lindsay talks about that. Sean talks about that. Racism of the gaps. Yeah. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says Vaush is more a libertarian critical race theorist. There you go.
Fuck, what a weird world.
Beggar Hero for $10 says, Adam, remember this 40K quote well. The rewards of tolerance are treachery and betrayal. Plus, Sargon, after this kerfuffle, I subscribe to this premium of Lotus Eaters. You are doing a good work.
Cool.
There you
That's
go.
great. Yeah.
I wonder when Sitch is going to pronounce that name correctly. Probably never.
Is that an Eisenhorn quote? I've only read one 40K book, but it does definitely, yes. That's something that would be straight out of 40K.
Mm-hmm.
Something I completely disagree with, but I can still. It does stoke those
still
intuitions.
like the art. Okay.
It does stoke those intuitions. It does.
Justin Hart for $5 says critical race theory is in real life what your super conservative uncle always thought the Democrats were up to anyway, and that's what sucks about critical race theory. True. That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
It's a good conception. We must have some new people in the chat because some people are like 7 hours. I'm like, that's normal.
Usually applauded.
I know.
Yeah.
Jake's Tiny Cobb. Oh my God. Jake Tiny Cobb actually changed his avatar to a tiny Jake Cobb. That's pretty funny.
Oh my God. Where's it attached?
It's like his little avatar. Oh, I should have read this to Sargon. I'm sorry. I missed it. Sargon, I've been watching you since 13. Love all of the content. Congrats on Lotus Eater's success. Love all the collab streams with Adam and what's his name? Oh,
Oh my
Jake, I was going to send this to
God.
Sargon, but I don't know if
Low
I am now.
blow.
I don't know. A little hurt. Okay. Hurts a little bit.
A team is like, they're like our babies. We come and we sit them on our lap. I mean S class. Did I get that wrong?
I wasn't going to correct you.
I'm delusional. Let me hold on.
A team is like the little babies. You come
Start
in,
over.
come on your lap.
Start over. A S class is like A team's little babies. We're in charge.
Hey guys, it's me, A-Team, baby. Let me sit on your lap and tell you about why I should be able to vote.
Oh my God, 7 hours. I'm delusional. Please forgive. S class sucks. Let's move on.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, join S-Class for stable internet and join A-Team for internet run by 12-year-olds who vote.
Oh my God, low blow. Yeah, I don't know what
There you
happened
go.
there. Internet
There you
just
go.
fucking dropped on me.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened to you, Sitch. We've been waiting for you to get back your internet back, so don't.
Citation.
don't
Tickleson for £2 says, stream's working for me now. Thanks, Tickleson.
Yes.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Boomer Sitch Audio. Well, that's when they couldn't hear you. Yeah. So
Nice.
Adam actually, everything, the raw stuff all runs through Adam. I only control the YouTube end. So any problems with audio or visuals or if there's any problem whatsoever with the stream, it's all Adam's fault. Okay?
Yeah, basically.
I have no responsibilities here.
Sitch
whatsoever.
presses the start button, so if we're
It's true.
late, it's definitely him.
true. I press the start button. I read things. I make funny noises.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just right about most things.
I
That's
play
my
the
job here.
harmonica.
Okay.
I'm just
Adam's job is
I'm
to
the
play
harmonica guy.
True. True. The straw man for 5 Aussie says, "Well, I can see why Vaush didn't come on." LOL.
Yeah, this was I can't believe, like, why? I guess he thought this was a good take of his, and he thought he would upload it.
Yes.
Because I mean, he clipped it out of a stream and uploaded it, made a fancy thumbnail for it.
Yep. Well, he got a lot of views, so
Yeah.
works. Dr. Diller for $2 says, "Mute Adam again. It was way better that way."
Oh, thanks, Dr. Diddler.
Oof. No, we love here at S Class. We love A-Team.
Mhm.
Okay, we love Adam. We love. The Butter Handful for $2 says, "A-Team crashes the stream. S-Class self-talking A-word."
Mm.
There you go.
Self-talking A-word.
I assume ass or asshole.
Asshole, yeah.
Yep. King Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for $4.99 says, "Clearly the A in A-Team does not stand for audio."
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look at that. My audio goes out for 5 minutes and we get a bunch of super chats about it.
I know.
This is great. I'm just going to hit mute from now on.
Calavar for $5 says, "Abraham Lincoln once said, 'If you are racist, I will attack you with the North.'" Michael Scott, The Office.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Is that a real Office quote? I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, that's a real Office quote.
Oh, I forgot you wanted me to bring your favorite meme up again.
My what?
The meme. Your favorite
No,
meme
I
from
said I
last
didn't want
week.
you to bring it up.
Oh,
said
well,
I
that's
didn't.
too bad. I did.
Okay. Hey, this is Adam being passive aggressive.
I forgot.
Like a bitch.
I forgot you
Janos
didn't want me to
Kun
bring
for
it up.
$1 says, "What would Thought Slime say of someone who is willing to fuck trans men and women but would not settle with one, wanting biological offspring with another cis?" Isn't there a word for that? Like if you, it's like a fetish.
Yeah, it's
You,
like,
like,
a
fetishize
trans
them or
fetish,
something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trans
trans fetish.
people obviously hate that.
Yeah.
I've heard them talk. Tell
Mhm.
tell how they can't stand the fetishists who just want to like have sex with them and not have any kind of serious relationship. That's a fucking horrible situation to be in. You wouldn't want to be in that situation, right? I mean, I am in that situation basically all the time, but
Wait. What?
mm-hmm.
What situation are you in, Adam?
people just sexualize me as like a piece
Oh,
of
I
meat.
I was reading something, so I thought you were saying you're in the situation of people not wanting to fuck you because you're trans, and I was very
No,
confused.
no.
as to what you were talking about.
No, just
Mhm.
sexually.
Did you say I'm not in a situation? Did
Sexually
we forget the
objectifying me.
beautiful, big
Mhm.
boobed, sexualized Sitch artwork that
Mhm.
we just put
Yeah.
out by Sam?
That's true.
Mhm.
That
Did we
is
forget
true.
that, Adam?
That is
Okay.
true. Yeah, you've been sexualized.
I know.
We've all been
Poor
defiled
me.
by the internet
I'm such a
audience.
victim. I'm such a victim, Sammy. You dared to sexualize me by making me an attractive anime girl.
Yeah. Terrible.
Mhm.
The culture, just degeneracy. It's all around us.
Jeff Carey, for $1 says, "I know Vaush has disavowed Wolf." Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. But did he do
What?
it before or after he stole all his rhetoric and debate style?
Vaush is far more entertaining than Wolf, though. Wolf is just,
Mhm.
oh my God, it's painful.
Well, to be fair, Vaush didn't steal Wolf's rhetoric and debate style. He stole Destiny's rhetoric
Destinies.
and
Yeah, I
debate
was going to say,
style.
what are we talking about here? He's a Destiny clone.
Yeah, right. He's like, you know when you copy of a copy and it's like lower resolution?
hmm
That's Vaush.
We are clones of no one. The Sitch and
right.
Adam show is completely original.
Original.
There's
individual,
nothing even close.
enlightened centrist.
Yeah, there's nothing. Like, people are scared to scared to even call themselves centrists.
True.
Like,
true.
how fucking baller is that? We're like,
That's
yeah,
right.
we know we're hated. You know, we're gonna
We don't
sell
give a
free
fuck.
will to people.
That's
yeah.
right. We're selling
Fuck
free will
that.
out here, okay? Get fucked.
We're out here. Yeah, we're out here. Free market capitalists selling fucking free will to people. Don't regulate us. It's real.
Well, technically, we're not selling free will, Adam. Okay, people are getting free will for free.
Oh yeah,
Information.
I forgot. I forgot about the technicality.
Okay. Please be specific here. I'm just letting you know. My lawyer has reminded me, Adam. Please be specific.
Oh my god.
Jeff Carey for another $1 says, "Sorry, I missed your stream, Adam. Have you watched the full Destiny video? Two points that stood out to me were about 30 minutes in talking about family and economy, and about 58 minutes in when Wolf got really excited about the French Revolution."
I did get to the part about the family and the economy, and I thought it was completely ridiculous. Richard Wolff makes the argument that there are plenty of places where capitalism doesn't enter our lives, and he uses the example of the family doing chores and whatnot. And I was like, he's fucking stoned, because like, doesn't every family barter for which people are going to do which chores? I mean, they're not exchanging money, but they're definitely exchanging services.
Wait, this sounds familiar. Maybe I did listen to this more, because that sounds so familiar.
Yeah. So yeah, it's bonkers. He wants to say like markets are terrible, and there's this example where markets don't exist in the household where people, divvy up their chores. And I thought, that's a fucking market, you idiot. Like, I'm going to do the yard work and you're going to do the kitchen is a fucking market. We're exchanging services.
It's worse than that. I think you're giving it too much credit, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
I think what he said was, if someone asks you to take out the trash, you don't demand that everyone in the room pay you $2.
No, of
What
course
you're
not.
doing is you're kind of bartering to do that, knowing that you're going to get a service back at some point in the future, and there's sort of this unnamed pact. And then he said, why can't we do that for more broader markets in the world? So
Bonkers.
Richard Wolff was asking,
Bonkers.
why can't we treat strangers like we treat family members? Is basically what he was asking in that conversation. So
Yeah.
it was very
bonkers.
stupid. Incredibly
I don't
stupid.
know how anybody accepts this stuff.
Yeah. I didn't get to the French Revolution part, so I'm kind of interested if he was giddy about the French Revolution.
Oh my God. What do they call that? The Terror?
The Great Terror.
The Great Terror, yeah.
Yes.
And he's like, oh, finally, we were so close. Precious socialism.
Mm-hmm. Jeff Carey for $1 says, glad Sitch was okay with the banter about his penis examination. Oh, I guess Jeffrey was the one who had that picture.
There we go.
I was worried to be offended. No, I thought it was funny. Oh, this is Eddie's Last Stand. Okay. I hope I didn't just dox you by naming you, but this is your name on the Streamlabs. No, look, I know the truth about my penis examination nurse, so you guys can make fun of it all you want. I know that she was beautiful and looked just like Sitch Chan, except with a normal mouth. Okay.
Hypothetically hot.
No, it was not hypothetical. It was real. Okay.
No.
It happened.
It was imaginary.
It was totally real, not imaginary. Okay. Are you denying my lived experience, Adam? That what's happening right now?
Hell yeah, bitch. I'll do it again.
You bigot. Jeff, or Eddie's Last Stand, for $1 says, saw the debate with the Nazis on the Ralph retort, had to go on BitChute to find it, but Sitch just dominated them, and it was great to see. Oh,
so it's still
so he
around.
actually
That's great.
found it. Yeah, there you go.
That's great. Yeah.
I guess if you want to see, was it on the Ralph retort? I thought it was on.
I thought it was on Andy Warski's.
It was on
channel.
it was on Andy Warski's show. Maybe on BitChute it's under the Ralph retort for some bizarre reason, but yeah, it was on Andy Warski's show. So there you go. If you want to see me debating whomever it was, whose name I forgot, Mike Enoch or whomever it was, I guess it's on BitChute somewhere.
Man.
Jeff for another $1 says James Lindsay is the best troll on Twitter.
I agree. I can agree 100% with that.
Not sure for $3 says Vaush will only talk about something if he can broadcast it to make money on donations. He, quote, ended his stream. So it shows his desire to make money is greater than his desire to defend his ideas. There you go.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Zombie Squab for $5 says, I would like some premium helium freemium William.
Well, there you go, Zombie Squad. 5 free units of helium-infused free will, just for you.
I finally found the free will meme. God, I love this meme.
Which one?
Us with our selling free will.
Oh, the free will stand. Yes,
Yeah.
that was a David Aragon picture.
It's great. David,
That
did
I
an
made that my
excellent
Twitter
job.
banner, and I think that's also the banner of this YouTube channel.
I believe so. Yeah, I just brought it up.
Paradox for $1 says academic quote discipline. Lima Wrench for $1 says there's not a bad chance that MLK was a socialist, but the case relies on private communications he had with others, and also from the context, it's not impossible that by socialism he just meant social democracy or simply massive wealth redistribution. So there's another quote where Martin Luther King Jr. makes a distinction between socialism versus communism. And so I don't know how the words have evolved there, because that's where they draw to. There's some quote where him saying that he supports socialism. But then when you actually read what he's advocating for, it's very clear, as you said, that he's talking about social democracy. Martin Luther King, to my knowledge, never advocated for the abolishment of private property.
Yeah, that's a distinction we always make.
Which
I
is
mean,
the
if you're
distinction.
not talking about that, yeah.
Right. So that's why I was saying maybe you could say Martin Luther King Jr. was a socialist under Richard Wolff's when the government does things, that's a socialism definition.
Yeah.
Lima Wrench for $1 says, also, I don't care what it takes. You need to get Vaush on to discuss CRT with him. If he won't schedule ahead, to literally send him a message every week right before you start the stream to invite him. Tell him I'll pay him money to do it. There you go.
Yeah.
Lima's really chomping at the bit here.
We're not going to pester anybody.
No, I'm
We don't.
anti-pestering.
We're bad. We're bad at pestering.
Death by Sloth for $5 says, I've heard the term systemic oppression 1,000 times, but I never hear anyone who uses it to define system. From context, it seems to be shared habitual thinking. If so, since they want to change it, it's baffling how bad they are at psychology. True. Very true. That's a big problem with all the woke stuff. It all completely goes against psychology. It won't work at all.
Yeah. Yeah, same with the communist stuff, too. It gets the psychology completely backwards. It doesn't understand human motivation at all.
Genos Coon for $3 says, Adam, here's a fuck, marry, kill pro tip. Pro tip.
Good. I need it.
Yeah. When all the choices are bad, always marry the one most likely to commit suicide.
Oh, that is a good tip. My goodness.
Oh, God. And then they said, Adam, fuck, marry, kill.
Oh, okay. Well, who's
Definitely
the
not kick, you weasel.
Who's
Lindsay Ellis.
Okay. Oh, she's suicidal already. Oh, they're all going to commit suicide.
Philosophy tube.
Oh my God, they're all suicidal. I marry them all.
There you go. He's gonna marry them all.
How did I do?
We already know the answer because you said you had an ex-girlfriend that looked kind of like Lindsay Ellis. Didn't you say that?
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
I said that in private.
You said that on stream. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, that was between you and me.
Chat, did he said that on stream multiple times. Okay,
that was our secret, Sitch. No, obviously, even if I did, I don't care. It's not a big deal.
He said that on stream. Okay.
I think I tweeted it out. I think. Yeah, I think Nuance Bro was like, "Yeah, I feel the same." She looks like my ex-girlfriend too. Yeah. No. Anyways,
we gotta get the truth out there. Okay, nothing hidden here. Also, Jonas Kuhn said,
I love it. That's the only part of S class is best class that's fun to say.
You know why? You know why he has so much fun with that, right?
S class is sprinkler class.
No, it's because you have the brain parasite from your cat.
S class is water in the lawn class.
Because that's the sound. That's the cat sound you make. It's because you have the neurotoxoplasmosis or whatever. John Smith says in all caps, Adam said it on stream. He was going on about her limbo rings. There you go. See, I knew.
Oh, was I?
I knew. I knew. You said
Limbo
it on
rings.
stream.
You guys want to see some hot limbo rings? I have a folder of just hot limbo rings.
Oh my god.
What? What? You don't?
I don't have a folder of limbo rings. No.
You don't collect limbo ring pictures?
Don't. I'm not a psychopath.
Oh my
no.
goodness. What? How's that psycho? Come on. Guy knows what he likes. Okay. He's a limbo ring guy. Why are you giving me a hard time?
Hey, baby, let me see them limbo rings. You know how some creeper guys come up and they're like, hey, can I take a picture of your feet? Not me. A-team is classy. I come up and say, hey, baby, let me take a picture of them limbo rings. That's right. Keep your eyes open nice and wide.
You could call someone up with that thing and they would have no clue that it was you. It sounds
that voice
nothing
sounds so
like
fake
you.
to me. It doesn't even sound real at all.
It's amazing.
It's just lowering the pitch a
I
little
totally feel like, where did Sitch go? It sounds nothing like you. It's not even close. It's like a completely different person.
It's like it's a voice changer program.
It's
I know. It's crazy.
amazing.
Insane.
I got to get
Crazy.
this program. How come I don't have this program?
I don't know.
We could do banter
You know why?
like
You know
this.
why?
It
You
could
know
be
why?
Chipmunk versus.
You know why?
Because S class is the best class.
It cracks me
That's
up every time.
That's why.
It cracks me up every time. My
I know.
God. What inspired you to get this program? We have to know. We have to know some Sitch lore here.
I know. I've been wanting a program like this for a long time because there's lots of times I was like, oh, I wish I could play music through my microphone. That was the real inspiration. So.
But the voice thing is like amazing.
Yep. Local Human for 1619.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Local Human. 1619. I just got it. That's funny. It says a politician's job is to get elected. If you have to be racist to get, if they have to be racist to get votes, it's not the party's fault. It's the constituencies. Democrats pander to racists because it gets them votes. If this were true for the right, they would then pander as well. Yeah.
True. Yes.
True.
Sargon disagrees with us on that.
Well, Sargon, we found out through the course of that conversation, Sargon doesn't actually disagree.
Oh, really?
Because at the end of it, Sargon, well, he sort of disagrees. He thinks politicians are more ideologically motivated, which I disagree with that.
Right.
But at the end of it, his actual contention was he wants to separate Republicans from conservatives, which I think there's a fat chance of that ever happening in America. But that's just me. Paradox. Paradox for $1 says, are you saying that Vaush is a critical race theorist who doesn't know he's a critical race theorist? That's kind of, I guess, what we're
basically,
saying.
yeah. That is the position.
That's true. Dr. Diller for another $3 says, inherent in this belief that all of society was structured hundreds of years ago to favor white people forever is the idea that white people are smarter than everyone else because before the 1970s, nobody's figured this out, including other white people.
Yeah.
They know.
Secret mind virus.
How does this work?
I wonder if we could start a rumor that all white people could communicate telepathically.
I bet we could start that.
Sitch, that would be great.
Yeah.
That would
Adam,
that would put
don't
the
tell
fear
them
of
our
God.
secrets.
Oh yeah.
You're listening right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This isn't a safe space. We have non-white people listening in right now and learning our secret white people communication tactics.
Isn't it funnier though? We both really like that movie, The Prestige, where he just comes out and says, "Listen, I'm fucking with you. I've been fucking with you the whole time." Like, isn't it better if we just come out and say, "Listen, this is a rumor that we are officially starting right here. White people can communicate telepathically."
True.
Yeah. See, it is true.
Well, it's more complicated than that. So if you're white, you have access to a telepathic network that's sort of like it's sort of like a chat room. There's like multiple sub tabs.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
So all white people have access to the white people tab, but there's further other tabs. Like Adam's not on the Jewish tab. He doesn't know what the fuck the Jews are telepathically talking about.
What? I do too. What are you talking about?
Exactly. I feel like this was like a Chappelle not Chappelle.
I accidentally clicked on the Jewish tab once. Oh my god. You
No,
guys,
just you need a password. You need a password. Okay. You
No
can't just get
way.
in there. Yeah.
God, you guys were arguing about bagels for like 10 hours.
Wasn't this like a Key and Peele sketch or something, where it's like if like all black
Where they
people
could?
communicated telepathically or something?
Was it? They came up with the rumor first.
I
They
think
didn't start
it
it?
was. I think there was a
Maybe.
Key and Peele sketch about this. It was pretty funny.
They are.
It was like when
smart.
black people reach a certain age, they all gain the ability to communicate telepathically or something.
That's good.
Smoking Jacket for $3 says, if you view everything Vaush says from the perspective of aesthetics, it all makes sense. That's a good point. That's true.
All
We're
the bullshit
here-
makes
here-
sense.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, Adam. We're trying to understand what he's saying from the perspective of like logic
Yeah.
and consistency.
Yeah.
And we got to throw that all in the trash because it's all about the aesthetics. Okay.
Well, we have pretty good aesthetics too. Well, I mean, we're not totally aesthetic-less,
Mhm.
I'd say. Look at all
Joseph
this
Kerwin for
great
$5
art.
says, what?
Look at all this great art. We got.
I know, we have an aesthetic. It's a big boob Sitch Chan aesthetic.
Yeah.
Joseph Kerwin for $5 says, the heavens are in alignment. The time has come to center Pill's shoe. Become her pal, then have a drama blow up 6 months later. That is the YouTube move. Become friends with someone and then you blow it up with drama. True. Very true.
I went to let Wormy in, but he wasn't outside the door. He
Uh,
gave up on me. He quit.
Matari
Quitting.
Sensei for $1.99 says meme wars incoming on Facebook. Join that. Also, Adam Skull Crusher is what? Join that. Also, Adam Skull Crusher is.
Nice. I will do. We'll join. A lot happens
Hexadecimal
on
says,
Twitter when we're not
John
there.
Smith tried to remove me from the Jewish tab. I need to file a complaint.
Oh my god.
John, well, first, is Hex, are you Jewish? I didn't know this. Am I going to have to remove John? Am I going to have to remove your moderator wrench from the Jewish telepathy tab?
Bad news.
John Smith says, you never answered the question, was your mom Jewish? Oh, uh-oh, Hex. You could be a faker, Hex. You could be a faker. Gotta get to the bottom of this.
Hex is Jewish? Is that what's
I don't know.
happening here?
I think Hex is claiming to be Jewish, but he's not. I think he's a faker. I think you're a faker, Hex. You're not one of the chosen people.
That's mean. That's totally mean.
Well, look, I'm an oppressed minority, so I get to be racist. That's the rule. Lick
that's
Tasty for $5 says Vaush isn't ducking. He can't just profit if he isn't streaming at the same time. A profit over principle. There you go.
Sad.
There you go.
Sad. Think of all the free will we could have sold if Vaush came on.
Why? I don't know why John is saying no in chat over and over.
No.
Wormy lies. What did Wormy say? What did Wormy tell you?
Wormy was yelling. You heard Wormy yelling outside
Yes.
the door to come in. He
That's
was
true.
like,
you
gotta
didn't
pay
let
atten-
Wormy in? What are you, some kind
you
of
gotta pay attention
kind of
to me all the-
monster? My God.
Wormy follows me around the house like a dog. That cat thinks it's a dog. It's so weird.
Hex says that he's a quarter Jewish. Well, I'm sorry if that quarter doesn't come from your grandma.
hmm
I don't think it counts.
Technicality. Technicality.
Have you read the Torah? The whole thing's technicality.
Come on.
Glib Facsimile. Hey, Glib. Glib Facsimile for $5 says Vaush is from the, quote, poor part of Beverly Hills. I forgot about that. Is that Bel Air or Westwood? He only engaged with people who have a bigger audience. I'd debate him. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, no, John, I meant your wrench, not on this chat. I mean your wrench on the Jewish telepathy chat. So,
Yeah.
but I think you were correct in moderating Hex. So, good job. Sorry, Hex. Sorry, Hex. I don't make the Jew rules, okay? I just Jew enforce them. Shinzo
That's
Bean
so
for
wrong.
$5.
That's so wrong.
He says Hex says he's coming out as A team just for that. There you go, Adam.
You
Look,
can
it worked in your
only-
favor.
You can only say those kinds of things as a minority. There's no
I know
way-
it's fun.
You can't
it's so
say
much
those.
fun. I know.
Listen to what he's saying. This is totally. This is the
It's so much
whole
fun.
intuition behind critical race theory.
I
right
know.
here. This
I
is
know.
like we just troll white people. It's fucking great. all day long. We troll.
There you
Let's
go.
see
I'm
if we can
basically
get-
Gareth Bell incarnated, but for Jays now.
Let's see if we can get the white people to like hate themselves. It'll be fun. Come on, let's
That's
do it.
right. Oi! Shinzo Beam for $5 says, I've known a ton of racists of all colors and groups. Trust me, they tell you they are racist. The more racist, the more they tell you. There you go.
Oh my God! Someone linked me the link. James Lindsay, still waiting to hear from the Lindsay Ellis about a real bid to have a discussion or debate once we can settle on a clear topic of interest. If the video is likely to result in talking past each other, there's a letter wiki. Let me know. Yeah, James fucking
Lindsay
stepped
said
up.
that?
Yeah, that's a tweet
Yeah.
from James Lindsay. Yeah, August 1st, 2020.
That's true. I
He
forgot.
didn't
He
fucking
was like,
run
"Oh,
away.
if we give us, well, he kind of did both. Let's be honest.
Why?
Because it went longer. Because I remember he's like, okay, how about you read my book first, and then we'll debate on it or something.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know. Like it was kind of.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I guess at the end of it, he did come back and say, okay, let's just debate on a topic. And obviously, Lindsay Ellis ducked because I don't think she ever in a fucking right. I don't think there's any world Lindsay Ellis actually would accept a debate.
She did the same thing Vaush did. She's like, "Oh, I want to debate as long as you're going to
Yeah.
turn me down, and I'm going
Right.
to look good for."
Yeah, but Vaush
offering
actually
to-"
debates people. Lindsay Ellis, I don't think she's ever debate anyone, nor would she. So
Yeah. Well, she did want to say that. Oh, you turned me down.
right,
ha, ha,
right.
Ha 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 ha.
Crack Rock Steady for $5 says, in my defense of the weasel comment, Adam, you did say you were as dumb as Vaush when you were his age.
Mhm.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
It's true, but I mean, I don't know. I knew a bunch of people that were chronic liars too, and I mean, it's so hard to tell. Don't you? I mean, you've known people that will lie about anything.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. You try to stay away from those people. You out
I
them to your
usually
friends.
do.
You're
I
like,
usually do.
You're like,
Yeah.
don't trust that guy. Oh my God. Don't leave your wallet out around that guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Idiot Sin. Idiot Osin. I'm so sorry, idiot. I forgot your O. Idiot Osin for $5 says, really, when you get down to it, if you trace it back, neo-Nazism has its roots in Africa. There you go. There you go. That's true. If we trace everything back, it always has its roots in Africa. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Feudalism came from Africa.
Yep. Feudalism. That's true. That's true. Underplayed Creations for $4.99 says, a cab, a signed cop at birth.
What? Oh my God.
That's funny. That's funny. Glib Facsimile for $2 says, why not call them Abrahamic values? Oh, is that where you stole that from, Adam?
Abrahamic values? No.
Glib said that.
was-
Yes, you stole it from Glib.
That was Sargon said that.
Oh, Sargon stole it from Glib. I'm so sorry, Adam.
I just
Sargon,
call
how
it
could you?
I just call it values. that's just
Okay.
I just leave it at that. You know,
Mhm.
values like principles.
Hexadecimal for $5 says, oh yeah, well, A team is best team because they don't deny my ethnicity.
There you go.
go.
Exactly. Yeah, we
go.
accept your ethnicity, whatever it may be.
Adam
Whatever.
gives everyone a wrench and he lets everyone change their ethnicity willy-nilly. He doesn't care. There's no standards here.
Yeah. I'm for freedom, man.
A team is like totally postmodern deconstruction. So
Oh my God. It's funny how Sitch turns everything that's good into some kind of insult.
I know, isn't it amazing? Oh, it's very Vaush like. I'm learning. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
learning.
you are.
Bob for $5 says it's worth noting that modern Talmudic Judaism is noticeably different from first century Judaism. Oh, I don't really know anything about the history of that, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Judeo-Christian is a recent political construction. True. That's very true. Yes. Glib Facsimile for $2 says deist / messianic plus individualism / freedom equal America. I agree.
America. Almost like miracle.
Oh.
Yeah.
John Smith for $4.99. Thanks, John. John's been giving us a lot of money today. Says Vaush is Judeo-Christian, please. Anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. Also, Vaush, gas Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. true. Misarithim 6 for 100 Kazarks says Vaush said a while back that discussion is meaningless, that only powers matter, and if the other side says something true, you need to distort and obfuscate it. I guess this is putting it in practice. Yeah, we talked about, there was some, I don't remember his exact quote. He said something about that. Yeah. That he thought the way you defeat your ideological enemies is not to expose them. You know, he said sunlight is not the best disinfectant. He says, you know, it's like if they're telling the truth or you can't make an argument against them, your job is to like distort what they're saying and obfuscate. So it was a pretty crazy quote, whatever it was.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why does everything have to be so Manichaean? Why does it have to be like fucking zero sum? It's so ridiculous.
Because socialism is the best, and you know, don't ever tell me that I'm wrong. Okay,
It's also
I can feel deep in my intuitions, Adam. I can reach deep into my gut, and I can feel it rolling around in there. It says, I say, gut. What system of economics should I believe in? And my gut says
Sitch, you should believe in communism, baby.
Oh my God.
And
Your
I
gut's
say,
adorable.
I say, thank you, gut. Thank you.
Your gut is adorable.
Mhm.
What do you feed him? He's so cute.
Carl Leggett for 10 Aussies says, I miss the bedroom feminist at this point. I know. We went from punching down to getting donkey punched in 1 year. 2017.
Oh my God.
It's true. How do we get here? This is why, you know, whenever people make these grand predictions about the way, you know, like futurism and all that shit, and like, oh, I can definitely, like, it's fine if people make like broad predictions. I make broad predictions. Adam does. We all do. When people make these very specific predictions, it's like, who would have predicted in 2017 that when we were reacting to bedroom feminists, who would have predicted that this would become reacting to socialists? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of
like,
crazy.
Didn't see that coming.
How's it? Yeah, who knows what drives these winds of change in society? Who can tell?
Who can tell?
I think it's just random
Me
memes, to be
and
honest
Adam,
here.
we can tell, but no one else. Just us. Just us.
Listen to your gut, Adam, okay? The Sitch and Adam guts know the future, but no other guts do.
Yeah.
95 Keat for $5 says, well, Sitch, I, for one, am proud to support our Judeo-Christian, Muslim, Mormon, Eastern Orthodoxy, Babism, Rastafarian, Gnostic, Samaritarianism values. Thank you, Keat.
No, you missed the atheist. Uh-oh. Bad guy.
There was no atheist in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible.
What about Sam Harris right now?
Or Pastafarian.
Yeah.
There you
That wasn't inclusive enough.
go. Merlin for 5 Canadian says, I'll have those N-words voting Democrat for 200 years. President Lyndon B. Johnson.
Did he really use the N-word to say that?
He didn't use the hard N-word. He used the N-word that everyone else used at the time, I thought.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Did he? I
The
don't
other
know.
one.
I could be wrong.
No,
about
I
that.
think he did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Kulavar for, we were talking about that earlier. Kulavar for $5 says, I gave you guys a shout out on my channel. Thanks, Kulavar. So I'm now
Sweet.
officially responsible for you getting 0.00001% more views.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
We like to shout out anyway. It's good to make friends.
Yeah.
So thanks for doing
A
it.
team is never late for the stream. Well, that's not exactly true, but that's fine.
Yeah, I've been late a couple times, but
That's fine. It's okay.
not today.
It's okay. Derek Drummond for $5 says, imagine a close friend or relative decided to go into politics. Would you think your friend / relative disregarded their principles to get elected?
Mhm.
Yes, I would actually.
Well, it depends. Everyone sees an opportunity to get elected on their principles. Do you, if Candace Owens runs for any office, do you think she's running based on her principles?
Candace
or do you-
Owens already doesn't have principles now, so I
Dude,
don't know.
she's a
That's a bad
social
example.
climber, exactly. Like she's
that's a
like,
bad
I will
example.
adopt the principles that get me the highest in the social economic
Right.
hierarchy. That's the game
So-
that people play.
I got in this argument with someone the other day, and this was the way I explained it. I said, the path to success for politicians is very narrow. It's a very narrow corridor. Okay. The hierarchy to get there, like there's very few spaces in America to be a successful politician. And so whenever you have these very narrow pathways to success, that means that the people who are willing to do anything will be the ones that rise to the top of that success.
Yeah.
Because it's always going to be someone who's very competent, who's very smart, who's very charismatic, but they're not willing to say the shit that they know people want to hear to get elected.
Totally. Yeah.
And that, you know what? That person's going to lose, because there's always going to be another person who's just as smart, just as charismatic as them, but is willing to say the shit.
But
it
is
takes
willing to
get
say
elected.
that shit. Yeah, exactly.
problem.
No,
So-
it's so true. Yeah.
Well, yeah, like
That's the black pill, guys.
that's the
Sorry.
black belt. Now here's the thing, like, yeah, there are definitely people that can win local elections and first-time elections on their principles because it's like the first time. But if you want to keep climbing,
Yeah.
your principles are going to start shrinking and shrinking. We already saw this with AOC. Remember when
AOC is the
AOC
perfect example
Yeah,
of this.
she was chosen because, they're like, oh, she's attractive and charismatic, and she's
Right.
young
Now she's like, I need to
and blah 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 blah,
soften
blah.
my principles
blah,
a little
blah,
bit. to-
Right,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
yeah.
She totally turned her back on Jimmy Dore's
Totally. Yeah.
stop the vote or whatever.
Nancy
it was called.
Pelosi had that secret
The Nancy Pelosi
conversation
thing,
with her where
yes.
she said, listen, you're going to be Speaker of the House one day, if not President. So you better
So
shut your
the fuck
fucking
up.
mouth. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And she totally started backing Joe Biden, even though she was pretty against him in the beginning, and she totally fell in line with everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah. Because she's like, it's really nice. Everyone fawning over me, Secret
Well,
Service, like worried
can
about
even
whether or not
give-
I'm safe. It's really, I'm getting comfortable here. I like this.
You can give we don't even have to take a bad faith view of it. We can even give a
Mm-hmm.
good faith view to explain it, which is that everyone makes the rationalization calculus in their mind where they say,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sacrificing some of my principles now so that once I have real power,
Mhm.
I can enact the positive change that I want.
Yeah, that's the lie they tell
That's-
themselves.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what everyone thinks. But then what happens is they get to the top of the mountain and they realize
Mhm.
no man or woman rules alone.
Mhm.
And you
Yeah.
can't suddenly change your position 180 when you get to the top of the mountain
Yeah.
because you have all these underlings that you need
Mhm.
to do the things that you want that you amassed on your way to the top of the mountain,
Mhm.
but you amassed them by saying the bullshit in the first place.
Yeah, they're not going to like it if you turn those bullshit points around. They're going
Right.
to hold you to them.
And that's why Martin Luther King Jr. was so incredibly based
Mm-hmm.
when he said that. Let me bring up the quote for
I
a
can't
second.
believe Sargon
said-
ran for office and he didn't read Dictator's Handbook.
I know.
Yeah, you got to maintain a
That's
coalition.
why Martin Luther King Jr. was so incredibly based when he said, destructive means cannot bring about constructive ends. The means does not necessarily justify the end, for I would insist that the end is pre-existent in the mean.
True. Yeah,
So
that's
true.
great. That is awesome.
It's a great ass quote.
You should tweet that out. It'll get like 5 retweets.
I should, and I will. And no
I
one will
would
know
just-
it's from Martin Luther King
I
Jr.
will just take credit for it on your own because it's pretty badass.
That's fine. There you go.
Yeah. I
We'll
usually
say it's
do that.
Adam.
Yeah.
We'll say Adam came up with that.
Oh yeah, credit me. That's an even better idea. I like it.
Glib Facsimile for another $5. Thanks, Glib. Glib gave me a bunch of money too today. Sitch, are you saying that America is inherently racial? Does that apply to everywhere, or are political people cynically baiting racist? Choose one. I don't think. Well, I don't know what you mean when you say inherently racial. He said racial, not racist.
Mhm.
I don't think you can disentangle. I'm assuming this had to do with our conversation, that sidetrack we have with Sargon. When it comes to American politics, I don't think it's possible to disentangle race from politics at this point. I'm hoping that we'll get to a position where we can do that. But I don't think we can because slavery and segregation, all that shit was so impertinent, so center stage in America's history as our country was progressing forward through time. So
A lot of people hoped with electing Obama that we would be past
that we
it.
could put this all behind us.
Yeah, so
Right.
many people. That was like,
Well, but that's why, and I mean that's why I'm so in favor of liberalism and that conception is because I think that is the path to putting this behind us. I don't want to talk about race.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about fucking race anymore. You guys don't want to talk about race anymore, I imagine. You know,
Yeah.
it's a stupid topic. We're tired of it. We want to move forward, progressive society.
Yeah.
So, but you know what? Critical race theory is just going to do the opposite. Setting us back 20, 30 years of progress. It's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah. Also that they can elect Democrats to
Mhm.
Congress so that they can fight white supremacy.
Right.
Oh my
But I do
God.
also agree. I don't know if I can choose one because I would say that their race issues, not racism, but race issues are pretty inherently tied into America. We're not past them yet. I hope one day we will be past them. But also, political people are cynically baiting racists on both sides
Yeah.
for votes. Definitely.
Race baiting
Race
politicians.
baiting.
Yeah.
100% race. Yeah, there's so much race baiting. It's crazy. It's crazy. But in order for race baiting to be effective, I would imagine. Well, I guess that's not true. I guess you can race bait in the short term without having the history, because it definitely works in other countries that they don't have the same history that we have. So
Yeah. The strategy is kind of brilliant that they set it up so minorities can't be racist. Because then
Yeah.
they can race bait openly and it's not
Right.
technically racism.
True, that's
'Cause
a good point.
AOC does this all the time.
I
And
didn't even think about
my
that, yeah.
God, what a fucking racist.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Bob for $5 says, "Don't agree that politics is all reaction. It makes more sense that it's all about appealing to voting base. Median voter theorem."
Well, that's what we meant by reaction, because you're reacting to what the voter base wants.
Right.
Yeah. That we're saying that the voter base doesn't want racist policies. Like such as you can't win elections with a voter base that wants racist
Well,
policies.
I
There are not
think-
enough voters.
I think what Bob is talking about is that, when we were saying with Sargon, that you can't look at a political platform's position in a vacuum, because and I would argue that huge swaths of political parties and their positions are based off of other political parties and their positions.
Yep. Totally. Yeah.
They are
'Cause they're
bouncing off.
fi-
I mean,
they're
look,
trying to fill a need, a market
what like
niche.
wasn't like the first political parties in America were the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist.
Yeah, there you go.
So the
Holy cow.
name.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, and it's funny because the Federalist Anti-Federalist split is basically to a large extent still the split that exists today in American politics. It's sort of the role of federal government and how big it should be and how strong it should be. So Derek Drummond for $5 says, "Sargon is right, Sitch is wrong, and A-Team reigns supreme. All
There
is
we
as
go.
it should be."
I
There you
know.
go.
I saw that one. It
Hurtful,
went by.
Derek.
No,
Hurtful,
that's
Derek.
it's very honest.
Mm.
That's authentic. That's what you call an authentic super chat right there.
Mm. That's fine.
Authenticity off the
That's fine.
charts. Don't
We
hate.
know who's never going to get it rich, Derek.
Don't
Daniel Chihote. Daniel Chihote got to bang 7 of 9. What a lucky man. For
What?
$5. Says, "There's no switch. The Democrats took credit for civil rights with LBJ, which they had been fighting against for a while up to that point." Yeah,
Oh, really?
I don't agree with that conceptualization, but
Maybe that's what Aiden was going to say. I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
find out next week.
I'll have to do a critical race theory deep dive into it, guys.
A deep dive.
Tickleson. You're right. It was Dinesh D'Souza that did the parody video.
I know it was. I think we covered that video.
I think maybe you're right. Maybe we did. Tickleson for £5 says, "Where's Mahler's elevator music when you need it?" This was during Sitch and Sargon's discussion, by the way, when you read this. Thank you, Tickleson. Tickleson reminds us
Yeah.
of the position. Thank you. Yeah, I know that conversation got very tedious. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
tried
Thank
to
you,
cut
Adam, for
in.
coming in with a harmonica.
I tried.
CT says, "Check the DMs."
I can check the DMs. I know how to do that.
Doss found a picture of Sitch's inner voice. Oh, there you go. You'll like that, Adam. That's the inner voice. That's the Sitch gut voice.
I was
picture.
looking for something.
Yep.
Let's see here.
General Disarray for $10 says, "Does Sitch really think Republicans don't follow the Constitution? That's literally the main principle. Now our leaders don't." Well, I guess that's part. This is why we had to have the long conversation with Sargon, because he was using the term Republican not to mean Republican the way I would conceptualize it, and I imagine most Americans would conceptualize it, because then he was separating out conservatives from Republicans. So, and then of course, as General Disray says, well, you have to separate that from the politicians too, which you probably make the argument, and I'd agree with that. As we were talking about, politicians don't generally have strong principles that they adhere to anyway, or adhere to anyway. So,
except for one politician who's
Who's
not
that?
even really a politician, the God Emperor, Trump, the only man in politics with principles.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Very interesting. Very interesting.
yeah. Don't you know?
Yeah.
Come on. Drain the swamp.
If Donald Trump was president, okay, the gas price would never have gone up. We wouldn't have quote unquote inflation, and Hamas wouldn't dare shoot rockets.
There'd be
at
peace
Israel.
in the Middle East.
That's right.
It'd be yeah, totally.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. True.
North Korea, the Democratic
Everything would just be
Republic
right
of North
and perfect
Korea.
with the world if Daddy Trump was still in office, right? Yeah, that's how it works, guys. There's
Not
a
my-
Sitch's
not
inner
my
voice.
president. Yeah. Look, you even have the tee hee hee face. Shh.
Just follow your gut, everybody. Just follow your gut. The Observing Otaku for $5 says, I'm getting totally lost in the maze of a conversation. Yeah, sorry. Also, Sargon, the 1950s are never coming back. Childless and free bachelor. S-Class is 18.
Yeah, nice.
Yes. David Kane for $10. David K, sorry, for $10 says, love the harmonica that bring the conversation back on topic. Yes. Thank you, Adam. That was
I
good.
did my best.
That was good. The Observing Otaku for $2 says, every time Vaush talks, intelligent thought dies.
True.
There you go. There you go.
Hopefully, I don't know. Someone was messaging saying, just have a conversation with Vaush. It doesn't have to be confrontational. I agree with that. I totally agree.
I agree. I just don't know if he's capable of that.
Yeah, he's the one. This is the thing. He is the one that is making it confrontational. In the debate with Sargon, I literally asked him, I said, listen, you had a really nice conversation with Paul Vanderklay. Like, you didn't accuse him of being a racist or any of that stuff, and you actually listened to him and had a dialogue. Like, why can't we have one of those? Where's that, Vaush? No, Sargon is bad, man. I cannot do that for you. Why? What's the problem here? Oh my God, is this for real?
What?
Bitcoin is down to 43,000.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Is that from Elon Musk saying he's not gonna, that Tesla wasn't gonna accept it anymore or something?
There's a couple channels that I follow on Bitcoin that are just, oh my goodness. I don't know how. God, there was one video that the guy was talking about investing, and they use all of the investing terms from the stock market, which I am very familiar with, but I don't necessarily how they map onto crypto. And he was talking about diversification. And I'm like, this is great. Diversification. Yeah. Tell them to diversify. That's smart. We don't want these people to lose all their money. His diversification pitch was half Bitcoin and half Ethereum. And I was like, what? What?
Is that the kind of diversification you were thinking about?
That's not diversification. Like, that's all your money in crypto. That's not diversification. Okay.
Well, you're diversifying your crypto.
Oh my God. That's the thing in you can't, the winds of the market are the strongest thing. If the market's going to go down, all stocks are going to go down. It's the same with crypto. I'm certain of it. Yeah. Man, there's a lot of people asking them. I don't know. There's got to be, I mean, it's usually the people who just bought in recently that can't take the pain of like this kind of crushing, being down so much. So they come in and sell, and begets more selling.
True.
Yeah, 43,000, not good.
See, you were all like, I want to short crypto, and then you missed your window, Adam.
Well, no, I told you that
window.
you can't be against crypto, like I said.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Remember the guys? You've seen the movie The Big Short, right?
Yes.
There's a scene in there where they're going around and they're trying to figure out, the two guys are trying to figure out how to make money off of this. And the
Trying to
chief
figure out how
problem,
to logistically short the securities.
right. And the biggest problem that they have is you're making a deal with a financial institution that's going to be bankrupt when it's time to pay you, which is
Right.
not a comfortable situation to be in because you've made the right bet. They owe you the money, but they're bankrupt. They don't have the money to pay you. So that's the same kind of situation you're in with crypto. Sure, you can short crypto, but if crypto collapses and Coinbase ends up collapsing because of that, you're not going to be able to pay. And not only that, they want you to keep your USD in the account to cover the short.
Clip facsimile for $5 says Sitch is right about the cynical side, but Sargon is right about the core principles. You're going to have to disagree. You're going to have to disagree here based on egos. Harmonica.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's based on egos. I think we just have different conceptualizations of reality, but that's fine.
What was it? I tuned out a bit. This is when I was arguing with Aiden in the chat. Can you summarize what the situation was you guys were talking about?
I don't even remember it.
Oh, good.
No one wanted. Why would you? We shouldn't talk about it anymore. I don't think the chat enjoyed that conversation.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand dollars says normally I'm S-class, but that harmonica to get things back on track is A-team being supreme.
There we go. Yeah.
I'll agree with
sweet.
that. I'll agree with that. That was a good A-team move right there.
I try. I do my best.
The observing otaku for $2 says, in this clash of egos, the harmonica rule.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. I didn't see any of these super chats.
There you go.
This is funny.
The God of Gravy for £9.99 says, if PU or Prager University thinks this is based, Vaush should be in opposition of critical race theory. And if they are correct, then he is in support of further inequality, and all he has to say about it is conservative bad. What a goof. Yeah, he was trying to have it both ways. Yes.
That was pretty much the extent of his argument. Yeah,
Right.
Conservative bad.
Yes.
He doesn't. I don't think you could have a competent conversation with him about conservative philosophy. He doesn't know it.
No.
Yeah.
Strawman for $2 Aussies says, guys, will you cover the S on Skittles with rags?
Mm-hmm.
The S on Skittles?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? I don't even know what that means.
We're supposed to argue with rags about why there's an S on the Skittles.
We were? I've totally forgotten this reference.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't remember.
He doesn't think there should be an S on Skittles. Why not?
What else
they're
should
called
there be?
Skittles. What would you put on a Skittle?
Yeah. You're supposed to put dicks on them?
Yeah.
Middle fingers? No,
Yeah.
it's got to be S's.
Why would you want to throw something with a dick on it in your mouth?
You wouldn't.
Makes absolutely no sense.
Unless you're Gemini.
Oh, yeah.
Or a human female, perhaps, who's heterosexual. So I don't know. I agree. Keep the S on there.
A baby incubator.
S-class is in favor of keeping S's on the Skittles. All right. I know this is a bold position, but I'm going to have to put my foot down.
A birthing person. That's what you call them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trying to get the PC language correct here.
That's right.
A birthing person.
Isn't it a person of vagina having or something? I don't remember what it was.
Oh my God.
Alpha Gains Unlimited. Alpha Gains. For $4.99 says, Vaush actually calls himself a liberal and calls socialism a liberal philosophy? What?
I missed it. What was it?
Vaush actually calls himself a liberal and he calls socialism a liberal philosophy. Bizarre.
Yeah.
That's
denying
a very
people
bizarre
property
contention.
rights is really
I don't. Isn't property rights like a foundational premise of liberalism? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I really thought property rights.
Individual rights, right to own property.
I don't know.
How are we going to get wives if we can't own property?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so good.
That'll be a first for me. I've never heard of socialism being thrown under the label of liberalism. So this will be a first to me. But you know what? This is what they're all about. They're just like, we just redefine words to mean whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
Right. So
That's how you get elected.
you know, doesn't matter. Whale Ears for $10 says Vaush lives in a circus where monkeys ride elephants and jump through flaming hoops. I'm not surprised that radical things look normal to him and normal things look radical to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
My God, I can't imagine Vaush's existence. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. I can't.
The
imagine.
Observing Otaku for $5 says Vaush is a moron, but PragerU did tell me to basically told Ben to shut up and get married regardless of how bad the landscape is. Bachelor for life. Yeah, look, you can be anti Vaush and anti lots of PragerU content. So that's definitely a fair assessment. The Observing Otaku for another $10. Thank you. Observing Otaku says Sargon. That's why I always call myself an African American, because while my nationality is black, my birthplace and home is America, and I'm so proud of it.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Someone in the chat says, "Can't believe Adam thinks Wyman are property." Shaking
Yeah, you
my
didn't.
head.
That was a joke,
True.
though. You didn't catch my joke.
No,
I said
missed
we
it.
have to be in favor. I said, how are we going to get wives if we aren't in favor of property rights? That's what I said. You missed my joke, but it was a joke. You're there. I know it is.
I
Funny.
would have thought you meant not that women are property, but that women are attracted to property.
Oh yeah, that's what I did mean.
You need
guys.
to entice them with shiny things. So,
Yeah, guys, why
right?
are you taking me out of context here? That's what I meant.
It's
I
like
actually did mean the women were property.
Yeah, I
but
know,
that's a joke.
You know
That's a
how the
joke.
birds have to. You know how some birds, like the male birds, have to build the nest and they have to put like shiny bits of plastic and foil and
Yeah.
rocks and shells in it to attract women.
To attract the female birds. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Been observing a lot of nesting behavior this year. Got a lot of
Mm-hmm.
birds in the yard. It's awesome.
Jarful of Love for 2 Aussies. Thank you, Jarful of Love. Been a while.
Yeah.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, once again, Adam, the conquistadors did nothing wrong. Mexican Spanish pride all the way.
Okay.
There you go.
Some beg to differ, but
There you go. Isaac James for £2 says, go off, Sargon. Yes.
which he did.
Which he did. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, A-Team makes the boys cream. But simping for Amber Heard is absurd. Have you heard of her turd? Adam poorly jests, which is why S-Less is the best.
Well, you guys don't.
Thank
When
you,
a
Patrick.
woman shits the bed, that doesn't turn you on. That's not. That's not you don't
Did
find that
did she
attractive?
really? Oh, that's right. Didn't she shit in the bed on purpose?
Yeah, supposedly that came out in
Oh
the
my God.
deposition. Yeah, Johnny Depp was
Adam,
like,
Adam. Any girl who intentionally shits in your bed is automatically not hot. Like, that's the rule.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Okay, I thought you were gonna push back on me a little bit.
No,
so-
no, no. That's a little. That's a bridge too far for
Okay,
you.
that's the
even
line.
me.
Shitting
Yeah.
the bed. Intentionally shitting the bed is the line. Okay.
Well, I don't know that it said it was intentional. Was it?
I thought it was. I
intentional?
thought it was intentional. You know?
Oh man, that's.
I'm not
oh,
gonna
God.
begrudge anyone for having a stomach virus.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's gross. I'm not gonna say it makes you attractive, but I'm not gonna say that's a deal breaker.
What was the situation? She was just too lazy to get up. She's
No, I thought it was because she was being abusive or something, wasn't it?
Oh
Someone in
my
chat tell us.
God.
Amber
No,
Heard shit the bed.
I've learned too much already. I've learned
Pictures
far
of
more
alleged
about-
poop Amber Heard took.
Oh my
Johnny Depp's
God!
bed
Oh no!
and blamed it on their
Oh
tiny Yorkies.
no! Oh no! Please stop!
Johnny Depp disgusted. May described in court Tuesday how she found poop in the bed that the actor shared.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna assume it. I'm gonna listen to my gut. Okay, I'm checking with my gut here.
I will never be able to look at Amber Heard in a movie again.
Adam, listen to me. Amber Heard intentionally shit the bed and blamed the dog. Okay, this is a fact.
Mhm.
A fact deep inside your gut.
Well, blaming the dog is almost genius, though.
That may be true, but it also means that Amber Heard is Amber Turd.
Yes, and a liar. I'm gonna listen to you, Gut. I think you're right. My stance on Amber Heard has completely changed.
There you go. The gut is always right. The gut always wins.
Why? Thank you, Gut. Thank you so much for
There you
checking in with me. I've consulted my gut, Sitch, and now I believe Amber Heard is a righteous bitch.
Yeah, there you go. People in the chat are saying spite poop. She spite pooped. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That's the worst.
Down with Amber Heard.
Down with
I will
Amber
never
Turd.
watch another one of her movies again unless she does full frontal nudity.
Yeah, see, CT's like, she cut off part of his fucking finger. See, Adam's like, I can deal with cutting off part of the finger, but shitting the bed, that's that's a step too far.
Yeah, no.
Ugh.
Which finger was it?
Yeah, there
Was he
you go.
using it?
Mountain Man Chuck for $5. Hey, Mountain Man Chuck. Says, regarding Hicks examining postmodernism, you guys are familiar with Cuck philosophy's critique? A-Team reigns supreme. I'm not familiar with Cuck philosophy's critique, so no. I'll check it out, maybe.
Did he not like Stephen Hicks? I do like Stephen Hicks, though. That book is amazing.
It's a good book. Joey Not Nice for $20. Thank you, Joey. I missed this one. Says, can you call yourself an enlightened centrist if you suffer from TDS? Yes, because well, first of all, I would say no, but I don't actually suffer from TDS. So
No.
all you fuckers suffer from TDS.
That was just a meme.
Name the
What?
one person.
None of us suffer from TDS.
There's currently 846 concurrent viewers right now.
It's only one person I know that has
And
TDS.
there's two more hosting the stream. So there's 848 people right here, right now. Okay. How many people read the fucking Mueller report out of that 848 people?
One
fucking person. One fucking person.
Yeah.
Okay. Only one person gave an informed decision on
There's
that.
probably like 5.
No, there's one. No one don't fucking read the fucking Mueller report. No. They read summaries. They read other people's work. No one fucking read the Mueller report.
I'm not reading that shit.
I don't believe them.
I have my
It was like
computer
400
read it to
fucking
me.
pages. Jesus. That was a slog to get through. That was a slog, man.
400. You read the Mueller report was 400 pages? Are you kidding me?
It was at least. It might have been longer, but
I read the Star report, but that had a bunch of
okay.
juicy
I haven't
sex
read that.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That had a bunch of. That was like, and then Bill Clinton unbuttoned her dress and fondled her breasts and buttocks.
Adam's like, this has sexual imagery in it. Oh, I'm on board now.
I was like, oh, I'm reading this. Yeah, my roommate brought it home and like left it out, and I thought, what? The Star report? What's in here?
That's funny. Now, the Mueller report was not anywhere near as exciting or sexy.
Oh man, the Star report. Ooh, Kenneth Starr. You may not like him, Sitch, but he knows how to write a report, a
There you
spicy
go.
report.
That's true. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $5 says Jordan B. Peterson was reading a quote from someone who said that they're a Christian and a Marxist. And Jordan B. Peterson's response was, well, no.
Really?
It's pretty difficult to be a
That's
Christian.
fascinating.
It's pretty difficult.
Peterson's putting out a lot of content recently, and I'm fucking loving it. I am
Yeah,
loving
it's
listening
great.
to his talks. Yeah, great stuff.
JBP's back, boys.
Did you see Did you listen to the one where he talks to the comedian, the blonde comedian? I can't remember her name.
No, I saw the
apologize.
thumbnail where he's laughing. It looked very nice.
I was like, I'm not going to listen to this. This seems stupid as hell, and it was great. It was amazing. You should listen to it.
I'll check it out.
It's very funny, and she asked him questions. People just don't ask Jordan Peterson, which was the best part.
Oh, there you go. So for this next super chat, I'm going to read it in how I imagine the person sounds.
Okay. Let's see.
Astrolime for 5 Canadian says, another fine stream, boys. S class is stinky class. A team for life. There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go. That's how I imagine Astrolime sounds.
Well, it said A team what?
A team for life.
Well, I heard the A team for life part. What was the S class?
Oh, S class is stinky class.
Stinky class.
Yes. There you go. Sanity Now for $5 says, does Vaush in a video a few weeks ago calling Sitch a conservative dumb fuck make Vaush de facto A team? Maybe it does. There you go.
He definitely doesn't know.
I don't think Vaush is on A team. He's on Kami team.
Yeah.
Team Kami. Adam, check your DMs.
I saw it.
Very
Yeah. I'm
important.
going to check it right now.
Uh-oh. I feel like whenever CT says that, it's actually not that important.
It really isn't. It's like, what?
Oh, that's funny. That is kind of important. Alex Stewart for $10 says, chat are going to need y'all to put links of those Martin Luther King quotes somewhere so we can use them to make socialists turn into crying soy jack memes when they find out Martin Luther King was never a socialist. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll tweet them out. I'll tweet them out. I'll make little pictures and tweet them out. That's a good idea. Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, The Pick of Destiny is the best musical to change my mind. That's a good movie. It's a funny movie. You like that? Jack Black, Pick of Destiny?
No.
They battle Satan at the end?
No.
You don't like that one, Adam?
I like Happy Feet.
I like Happy Feet too. Happy Feet's not a musical.
Happy Feet or nothing.
Is there singing in Happy Feet, or is it just music? I don't remember. No, there's singing, right? Because then that's the problem. He can't sing, right? That's the whole plot of the movie. He can't sing. He can just dance.
Maybe
that's why you liked it, because the singing was relevant to the entire plot of the story.
That could be
interesting. Whale Ears for $5 says, musicals suck because any character at any time can become a song and dance man, which dampers the tension of the work.
Oh,
S-class is sidekick class. Ouch.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's the thing that bugs me about musicals, because it totally takes away from the plot of the movie. You're like you're in this purgatory waiting for the plot to move forward. You're like, okay, we get it. Stop fucking singing. Okay?
That's a bad musical. There are good musicals where it works.
No. It's lame at all. No. It's always
one step
lame.
ahead of the lawman. Okay. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, you guys really do make my Sundays better. Oh, thank you, Butter. Also, hi, Rags.
Hey, Rags. Come on our show. We beg you.
The Dark Conservatarian for $5 says, Vaush claiming conservatives defend genocide. Citation needed. Or else straw man. Meanwhile, they're criticizing China for the Uyghur genocide. True.
Oh, hell yeah. I tweeted out about that today, and I think that tweet kind of blew up a bit.
Right.
Yeah, nobody wants to see who the fuck is in favor of genocide in 2021?
No.
Oh, the Chinese Communist Party.
Yep.
Never mind.
That's not real communism, Adam. Okay.
God, these people.
Oversized Trash Panda for $10 says, Vaush has challenged James Lindsay already, and plenty of people sent James clips of Vaush being a demonstrable dumpster fire of a human being. James knows who Vaush is and won't agree to it. Well, that doesn't mean that we won't try, okay?
Really? So James Lindsay's already called out Vaush for being a terrible human.
I don't know. I don't know if he's ever like reacted to it, or just that he's seen it and still hasn't done it. So we'll see. We'll talk to Benjamin about it. Lazarus Rex for $10 says, the same socialist who refuses to redistribute control of his channel because of the supposed logistics of socialism in America is criticizing the founders for not immediately abolishing slavery.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's a great point, Lazarus. That's
the whole we're in a society meme.
Right.
We gotta, gotta take our time.
Of course. Everyone else should have to be better than me, right? And responsible. But I don't have to be. I'm just some guy on the internet. True. There you go.
I'm just a dude, man. Leave me alone.
Soupy the Tally-Po for $5 says, I don't remember James Lindsay ever advocating for the destruction of Israel. Vaush, on the other hand.
Yeah.
Bob for $5 says, the way Vaush just affects confidence in his voice, despite how absolutely stupid he is, actually infuriates me.
I think it infuriates a lot of people.
I think it
it really does. Yeah.
Yeah. JJ Cheeker for $5 says, PSA Sitch Chan is so busty. S-Class should be doubled and called SS Class. Although maybe that's not such a good idea. Those S's look a little sus together.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
very
JJ.
sus.
You're right. I don't think I could be SS Class. I mean, I guess I could because I'm Jewish. So I would always have the ultimate protection.
We'll see. We're gonna find out.
The ultimate reverse Uno card. Oh, what are you posting? Why are there so many leftists commenting on the conflict between Israel and Palestine, while none of them comment on the Uyghur genocide being perpetuated on Muslims by the Chinese Communist Party?
I mean, it's kind of the same situation, right? I mean, it's very similar.
And you know, I thought this was funny. There's a tweet that James Lindsay says, Vaush doesn't debate. He's the embodiment of pigeon chess.
Oh, yes. I do remember that.
What is pigeon chess?
I do remember that. The pigeon jumps on the chessboard and just like pecks and destroys the entire board.
Oh,
like,
I see. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
He's just there to yell it. That's funny because James Lindsay probably went to the internet to look up Vaush and found our debate with him and Sargon. It was like, no, thank you.
Someone said, then why did you ask him to pay you? James says, I didn't. I was informed that he makes hella money off his streams, so I said that we'd split it if I was going to lend my credibility to his shit show.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
Good for you, man. He's like, this could be part of my performance art. We'll see how it works out.
That's right. I forgot, what were we talking about?
Vaush couldn't do it. Vaush wouldn't do it if they were going to split money, or what happened?
Oh, your Israel tweet. Yeah, no, and it's also funny too because I saw people making a similar point today, which was it's funny because first of all, I think it's funny that there were actual people in Gaza that were killed by the Israel bombing the Hamas tunnels and the Hamas rocket launchers and all that stuff. And yet the news seemed to care a lot more about the fact that they bombed an empty building that had an AP office in it than the fact that they killed people in other buildings.
Wow.
Didn't that strike you as a little weird?
Yeah, that is weird. So the United States media is basically downplaying the casualties of the airstrike.
Well, not that they're downplaying the casualties, that they're more concerned when an empty press building is bombed than when someone actually dies. To me, really shows where their priorities are. But no, what I was gonna say, which was funny, was people on Twitter were pointing out that they're like, "Oh, remember how during the BLM riots, they were just saying, oh, it's just property. It's just property that's getting destroyed. It's just property. And there's even a quote of I forget who it was. Of course, I think it was Cori Bush saying, not Cori Bush. It was Nicole Hannah-Jones saying that destroying empty buildings is not violence. And then, yet, no one was making that argument when Israel was bombing the empty building.
Yeah.
The empty AP/Hamas building. No one was saying, it's just property.
They need that property. God damn it. They're poor people. That's their property.
I almost tweeted out. I didn't. I was going to tweet out. I don't know why everyone cares so much that Israel's bombing property. They all have insurance, right?
Oh, my God. Do they?
So, yeah, no, it's funny. It's total bullshit. It's total bullshit.
What's Hamas's insurance policy look like?
Yeah, I don't think it looks very good. I think Hamas's insurance policy is if you kill yourself fighting Israel, we draw a picture of you on a wall somewhere. I think that's the insurance policy.
Oh my God.
Not one I would be in favor of. Utter Nonsense for 499 says, why does Vaush want to talk to James Lindsay? I thought he doesn't plan debates. Yeah, I know. Question that, right? Question that.
Yeah. I've seen him on a live stream talking about being conscious of not debating people who he thinks he's going to blow up, who he thinks like they benefit more from his platform than, Oh, you're saying that's bullshit?
Yeah, I'd say that's bullshit.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, how could
I
you
mean,
how could you
he
debate
probably
someone and
uses-
blow them up unless you get wrecked by them, right? Like no one's gonna want to follow someone. You know?
Sometimes it's sometimes it's probably legitimate, like he's really doesn't want to signal boost them, and sometimes it's probably an excuse.
Right.
It can be both, definitely, like intermittently depending upon the person. Yeah.
Prince Charming for $10 says grades are in, so I can speak freely now. There are tons of university students who don't care about critical race theory. We lied about being progressive in every class to get the degree, like bold-faced, obnoxious lie.
Well, that's good. I want to hear the
There you
resistance is strong.
There you go.
I heard somebody said you could discriminate against millennials. I guess a lot of corporations are complaining about millennials being in the workforce. Yeah.
I don't think you can't legally. You're not allowed to discriminate based on age. I believe that is actually a protected class.
No, they said only anyone older than 50. You can't discriminate on the elderly. But there's nothing about not discriminating on the young. I think I heard it on
Blogging the law
Heads
said
TV.
age. I don't remember it saying elderly, so I'm not 100%.
I heard it on Blogging Heads TV.
Well, someone
Right.
will look it up for us. Let us know.
Yeah. What's his name?
Actually, I'll be honest. I don't really care. Don't waste your time looking it up.
Yeah, who cares?
No one
Adam's right.
I'll just say Adam's right because I literally don't give a fuck. Bogan Vila for 5 Aussies says symbolic interactionism is a social constructionist methodology. It isn't really even critical race theory related. There you go.
So he got that little bit at the end wrong too. Jeez.
Well, he wasn't. To be
Vaush.
fair, if this is the part of the video, I think it is. He wasn't saying symbolic interactionism was part of critical race theory. He was just randomly
Using it
naming
as an
off
example.
other sociological theories because he didn't know anything about critical race theory and he had to pretend like he did. So, Mark Ellison for $20 says Vaush was explaining branches of sociology, critical theory is an offshoot of conflict theory. Conflict theory, first purported by Karl Marx, is a theory that society is in a state of perpetual conflict because of competition for limited resources.
Now look up sexual conflict theory.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, conflict theory definitely plays into critical race theory. From what I've read, it's not like even Derek Bell, he didn't seem like I don't know, whenever he talked about it, it didn't seem like he was making the argument. I mean, he was making the argument that white people are stealing resources from black people, but it didn't seem like he thought that was their motivation. It just seems like he thinks their motivation is some sort of intrinsic ideological racism or something. Joey Not Nice for another $20. Thank you, Joey. Says, I think us millennials were dealt a very bad hand, and a lot of us are rightfully upset and not sure why, which creates a search for a villain and a cause to yell about. I think you're completely correct, Joey.
I do.
Completely correct.
Perfect assessment of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Which I do. Man, it's so sad. that
If you
people
look
fall
at
into these traps.
if you compare the wealth owned by millennials and the positions of power in companies and the position and power in politics by millennials now, and you compare it to boomers back when they were millennials age, you can see there's like a huge discrepancy where boomers were in far more positions of power, had far more of the wealth than millennials do now. And millennials have like a tiny minority now, and boomers still control most of everything. So it's very strange, very strange.
Yeah.
Them damn boomers. Damn boomers ruin everything.
I know. They're like fucking crypt keeper coming in and taking over the presidency. It's got to be disgusting to them.
That's right. We joke about Adam being a boomer, but he's actually an X-Man. So
X-Man. I like that.
right.
Yeah.
X-Men.
X-Men.
Patrick Mulligan for another 20 Canadian. Thank you, Patrick. Says Sargon. Oh, I read that one. That was the Trump sad one. Gemini for $2 says, definitely gay. Gemini says, I really love you.
I think I already read that.
Yeah, I think you did, but it's funny. So
It is funny, yeah. Now you're getting voice requests in the super chat.
That's great. Gemini for $2 says, I love you, Adam. Lots of HMO, lots of homo with a hint of cream.
Mm.
Delicious. Delicious.
Enticing.
Yes. Adam.
Give me that cream, Adam.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
It's so fucking weird. I feel like somebody like is crashing our stream all of a sudden. It's like, what the fuck? Who let this crazy
This
shit
fucking
in?
crazy person. Mr. Scary the Terry. Hey, it's Scary Terry for $15. Says EFAPper here with a Thomas Sowell based question. Do you think it's more important to have a high IQ debates among more learned individuals, or to raise the cognitive understanding of a simpleton like myself?
I mean, you could do both, right? I mean, both are.
You could do
enticing.
both, but I guess that's a punt. We'll say, like, which one do you think is more
Would have a
valuable
better societal
to
effect.
weigh? I would think to have a better societal effect, it would be more important to raise the cognitive understanding of simpletons.
Everybody, yeah,
That's
totally. I agree.
You're not a
that's what I
simpleton,
would choose
Scary.
from.
You're listening to this stream. You're already like yards ahead. You're already like a whole standard deviation ahead of most people just by virtue of listening to this stream. And I don't mean that because like we're so smart. I mean the fact that you're interested in the topic enough to participate in listening to a stream like this means you're basically a standard deviation above everyone. So.
And wanting to know, like wanting to base your stuff on actual arguments and not just, oh my God, conservatives bad. Oh, look, he's talking about race again. Oh, this is so close to something a Nazi would say. Right. It's so weird. Who finds that fucking shit entertaining? I mean, I'm looking at it thinking this is entertaining because like we can make fun of this on Sunday, but I can't imagine watching this content and thinking, oh, this is great.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird.
Wolfsbane for $5 says, did any one of you guys have seen the New Balance ad where in the 5 seconds they say impatience is a virtue, never buying New Balance shoes again? No, I never saw that. That sounds crazy. Interesting.
Yeah, that's weird. Impatience is not a virtue, but
patience is a virtue. Yes.
Yeah, patience is a virtue. So. Yeah.
Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, read my first super chat. I did. Also, after you read the Cypher Kane books, Adam, listen to the Siege of Vrax series by Arch on YouTube. Never forget AP class. Adam did forget AP class.
I did not forget. I did not forget. You guys are so
You're right.
evil.
You're right. He didn't forget. He just ignored and didn't notice. So
what? That's not even true. We're doing a fucking show. I'm not checking my DMs during the show.
Well, it's not AP class. Okay. It's the AP club. Okay. Mm-hmm. AP club. Everyone needs a different designation. So
yeah.
We're gonna have to make a chart. There's too many of these. We're gonna have to make a chart right them all down.
Which one's is Sargon? Sargon's is he a class or?
I said the Sea Crew. He
he's
didn't
a
really
crew.
give a shit.
Oh, okay.
The Sea Crew. So.
Okay.
I think Sea Crew sounds good. I'll stick with that. Sounds kind of like Scientology, so I figured he'd like it. Patrick Mulligan says, Adam, read The Return of Nagash for Warhammer.
Return of Nagash. I'll look at it. Sure.
Yes.
I'm going to read Horus Rising this week. Return. Oh, here, I guess I'll just look 40K. Aren't you jealous
Soupy
that
the
I'm
Tallypo
cool and you
for
aren't?
$5 says, I think Adam's underage voting idea has some merit. Ooh. But I also think gun safety should be taught in American schools.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Gun safety in schools.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We should require 16-year-olds to buy guns.
There you go. See, Adam, that's how you get people on your side. Say, okay.
That's what the chat wants to hear.
That's what the chat wants to hear. Say, look.
They do.
Would you be in favor of 12-year-olds voting if I also say that 12-year-olds are required by law to buy a gun?
Yeah. It's so bizarre because they'd say, well, they're not really smart enough to vote, but they should own a firearm. It's like, okay, guys, I think some elephants might be talking here. We need to calm our elephants. Which Warhammer did he suggest in the super chat? Do you remember?
He said,
Is it
"Return
Herschel?
of Nagash."
Nagash, Return of Nagash.
Return of Nagash.
You guys are gonna be mad at me when I don't act. They have to be on Audible.
Soupy the Talipo, or the one. Grassroots Dictator for $5 says, when you vote, you are exercising political authority. You're using force. And force, my friends, is violence. Adam, don't force kids into violence.
Well, if they're armed, we're ready, right? If they have to buy
true.
firearms.
Well, if everyone's armed, you just shoot them.
Don't force kids into violence. They had a minor dispute. They sometimes end up in knife fights. What's going on? It's not a big deal.
That's right. Who was it that said that? It's perfectly.
Yeah.
What was it? It was what's her name?
All kids have knife fights.
Yeah, it was the decapitated Trump lady, right?
What? Oh my God.
That comedian in finger quotes.
Oh yeah. Chelsea Candler.
No, that was not Chelsea Handler.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, what's her name? The one that had like the decapitated Trump picture that everyone freaked out about.
Oh yeah, Kathy
Newman.
Griffin.
Kathy Griffin.
Close.
Yeah, not Kathy Griffin.
Who's Kathy Newman?
I don't know.
Yeah. Here, I'll look it up. I think she's hot.
That's the Jordan Peterson lady.
Oh yeah, she's not hot.
No.
She's
Kathy
okay.
Griffin is not hot either. But anyway, no, she had some comments. During the was it the Mahalik, or however you say her name, the girl with the knife that got shot by the police.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, I don't understand why the police have to shoot people. Like we always, it's pretty common for kids to have fights all the time. Yeah, just like what? Like it sounded like she was saying that she had knife fights all the time as a kid. People were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane?
BB gun fights, yes, definitely. I've been shot with a BB gun at point blank range.
It hurts.
Well, it's not that bad. Us men.
That's right.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're shooting with a CO2 gun, then
we used to have fights.
That BB's gonna be with you for the rest
fucked.
of the afternoon.
we used to have fights. It's really funny. I think in Scouts once we had a fight where we had a bunch of those plastic guns that shoot the plastic. BBs,
the plastic
metal
bullets.
Ones.
Yeah,
the plastic.
Yellow
They're metal
bullets.
babies too, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to shoot someone with a metal baby. The plastic ones, yeah, that was fun. We'd all shoot each other. It's like, ow, fuck, ow.
Hell yeah. Oh my God, you shot me in the leg. Oh, you got me in the face. Stop it. Of course. Yeah, well, this is the shit boys do.
All right. Lord Tenson's pipe for $2 says Sargon, Red Pill, Sitch, and Adam on Aristotle.
Yeah.
I guess we'll come back to that one.
I'm not anti Aristotle by any means.
No, I don't know if Lord Tennyson is pro or anti Aristotle in the red pilling of Aristotle. So
Sargon is pro Aristotle.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. The Ed Boy for $5 says, I had a conversation about kids voting with my boyfriend, aka Sargon's clone. Oh, that's right. And he just made a look of pure confusion. That's funny.
Wowzers.
That's the look you should have when Adam starts talking about kids voting. Just pure confusion. You get the Tucker Carlson face.
What?
Jedi Bob 13 for $5 says, I DM'd you both some art. LOL, A team forever.
Jedi Bob. Oh no.
Jedi Bob.
Let's see here. Look at
Did
this.
you? Is your name? Are you Dead Malice? I don't see anything from someone named Jedi Bob.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
What did you Jedi in the
recent
regular
DMs.
chat? What name did you send it under? Because I don't see it.
Yeah.
Sargon's an Aristotle fanboy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a great. Oh, we got to put that picture up. Someone made a think me. Oh, we forgot to show Sargon. Fuck! I want to show him the think Sargon meme. Did you see that?
No.
Oh wait, maybe I retweeted it. It was because you remember Sargon was telling us about the thing with the plucked chicken, Aristotle.
Oh yeah,
that
I
wasn't
do remember
Aristotle.
that. Here, I'll
The,
look. I'll look in your timeline.
I
see if
forgot who
can
it was.
find it.
Oh, here it is. I found it. It was pretty funny.
I'll bring
Idiot
it up.
of the East. Yes, I'll send that to Sargon. I meant to show him on stream, but I totally forgot. We got sidetracked in our stupid conversation about removing conservatives from the Republican Party.
That would be a big move.
Yes, that would be a
huge-
big
that would be
move.
a huge move. Oh wait, you
I think Jedi Bob 13 went to sleep, but well, if we
That's
didn't get to
okay.
it, just send it again, Jedi Bob. We'll get to it next week.
yeah.
John Smith for $2 says Christianity is cultural appropriation of Judaism. Oh, I hate to say it, guys, but that's fucking true. That's a truth bomb if I ever heard it right there.
Not
Yep.
even. That's fake
You
news.
Christians, you culturally appropriated Judaism
That's
for
fake.
us.
It's fake news. It's fake.
Jesus was one of ours, Adam.
We
Jesus was
came.
one of ours.
Jesus came to fulfill the prophecies, and you guys didn't believe. That's the
Mhm.
problem right there.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
He did everything. He went through the
Uh-huh.
entire book with a highlighter, and he
Mm.
was like, "I'm doing this right now. I'm doing this. I did this, did this, did this," and all you guys did was like, "Ha! We don't believe any of it. We don't believe your highlighter, Jesus. I'm telling you, telling you, you should believe. You could be." You don't have to be a proto-Christian anymore, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
You could be one of us,
Mm-hmm.
one of the chosen people,
Mm-hmm.
chosen by God.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, raise the voting age to 25. If you reduce voting to a survey, no one would want to vote. Nearly everyone hates surveys. Do the Maggie May Fish vid. Yeah, that's the Fight Club one. We got to do that one at some point.
Hopefully with Mahler and Rags.
Yeah, and Literature Devil.
Yes, and Lit Dev.
Would you like to take a survey, Adam?
Sure. What's it on?
Okay, there you go.
I love surveys.
Animaniacs meme, guys. Don't worry. Sick Perfection for $4.99 says, I bought the $100 deal in the comics the other day. Any updates on
Sweet.
how the project is going so far? First of all, thank you, Sick Perfection. That's wonderful.
Yes.
Mhm.
It's going great.
Yeah.
I'm having a blast. I think
Adam
Sitch
is
is having a blast.
Churning pages out with like
Yeah.
heroic speed. I'm
making,
impressed.
I'm
I'm impressed.
I'm making Sitch, give notes faster than he's ready to. He likes to drag his feet a lot. We
I
call
do,
it
I
in
do.
the project. We kind of call Sitch just the feet dragger.
That's true. I am a fate dragger. It's true. That's true. 100% true.
It's great. We'd love to get it out early, so we're
Mm-hmm.
we're working super hard on it.
Bob for $5 says, ultimately, these people are still blank slaters, and that society is the ultimate casual explanation for all behavior. Yep, that's generally how they look at it.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because like with critical race theory, it's like they're simultaneously blank slaters, but they're simultaneously like, oh, all people are just inherently
Biological
racist.
determinists.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
so
kind of
weird.
strange. Yeah. So
It's like, yeah, it is weird. Yeah. They adopt the biological determinist position on critical race theory. Oh, fucking.
at some point in the future, we have to make Sargon take the Patronus quiz.
Yeah, we do. I can't wait.
Let's see what his animal is.
Yeah.
If he gets
Oh,
something cool, I'm gonna be really mad.
It's like a mouse. No, a
He's gonna
rat.
get like he's gonna get like a chipmunk or something.
Oh, that would be awesome. The chipmunk.
Let's see. Chris for $20. Thank you very much, Chris. Sitch, turn the deep voice back on and say,
Yada yada does it.
Oh my god.
Yada yada does it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
that's what Joe Taro always says. That's his little catchphrase.
Oh my god.
Alex for $2 says MMT only works for America as a world hegemony.
Mhm.
Hegemon. Yeah, that's kind of Mark Blythe's position, and that could be true.
Yeah.
It might not only work, but it would probably definitely work. like for America at least. Maybe it won't work for some people, but
It's definitely helpful to be in that position if you're going to MMT.
Yep.
Oh, I got some new
Squiddo, hey
artwork here.
Squiddo. Squiddo says that waifu Sitch cash money. Yeah, isn't it? Oof. Sammy, gee, knocked out of the park.
Well, we have
Sitch
a,
is now waifu. Oh, Sitch has always been a waifu, guys. I don't know how you guys didn't know this. Sitch has always been a waifu. Oh my god.
we have
What
another
is this
competitor.
picture?
We have
What is
another
this
competitor.
picture?
Well, it's just,
Who made this?
Let me see.
Who made this?
It came from the gay furries account. Melon Am
Oh, Am Henlon.
yeah. Am Henlo.
Am Henlon. Oh, is he gay? I always forget. Is he gay furry in the chat?
It says gay. Well, his avatar says gay furry. So,
Oh. That's right. That's right.
so yes. Here we go. What is this?
So, wait, I got
How's this voice sound, Adam? Oh, you
How's
wanna do
this
it?
voice sound, Adam? Adam says, "Why is my pee-pee heard?"
That's incredible. That's incredible. I like that picture, Am Henlon.
Oh my god.
You like that? I got like balloon tits too.
How's this voice
It
sound?
says balloon.
Oh yeah, look, you can fill them up. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
They
There you
have
go.
a little extra
I
spot.
like
to-
Adam's face there.
I know. I like the way
That's a
I'm
great
sitting.
picture.
Like I'm trying to hide my my boner.
Your erection, yeah. That's right.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah, Sammy, look what you've started, Sammy. Look what you've done.
This is terrible.
Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, Sitch Chan. Oh, God. Sitch Chan, I'm almost done with the shower. Wait your turn. You want to wash my back? Brothers should not hug like this. It does not fit in there.
Oh my god. Now they've turned it into an incest scene.
There you go. There you go. Not just incest, gay incest.
I do not approve.
Incest is wincest, Adam. Okay, I don't. Why are you such a bigot? Utter nonsense.
Oh my god. What does your sister think of that, Sitch?
I don't have a sister.
I'm glad. Jeez.
Yeah, there you go. She's just my stepsister, Adam. Wink, wink, wink,
Oh
wink, wink.
my god. Oh my god. Sitch. Do not do this in front of Sargon.
Sitch-chan, what are you doing? I'm stuck in the laundry, Sitch-chan. Can you pull me out of this laundry machine, Sitch? Sitch-chan, what are you doing? Just pull me out of this laundry. You got to really put your back into it, Sitch-chan. Just pull me out. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oh man. Oh man.
It's 1 a.m. Okay, things are gonna devolve.
This
guys.
is the degeneracy
This is
part
the
of
one
the
house,
stream.
past midnight. It becomes a degeneracy stream. Okay. Okay.
Oh my
Utter
God.
nonsense for 199. Says, look, it is the PSA Sitch voiced pitch straw man. There you go. There you go. CT says, if you can't keep it in your
I
jeans,
know, I
keep it
saw
in
that.
your jeans.
So
Yeah.
bad. So
There you go.
bad.
There you go.
I hope these are jokes, guys. I'm hoping. I'm definitely hoping.
Oversized Trash Panda for another $5. Thank you, Oversized Trash Panda. Says, financial reward for this preacher nonsense. S-Class is best class.
That preacher stuff was amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. That's right. I went full Jordan Peterson, not Jordan B. Peterson.
Right.
Soupy the Tallypo for $2 says, Marjorie Goitner was the child Baptist preacher. Wait, Major Joe. What is his name?
Yeah, no, that's
Oh, this is the
that's a
guy.
kid. That's a child. Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
How do you say his name? What kind of name is this?
What's it? What is?
Marjo Goitner.
Yeah,
Gortner.
Marjo.
Marjo.
Goitner.
Marjo. never heard of this guy.
Marjo Goitner. I'll look him up. I'll show a picture.
You know what's funny? If you type in Marjo Goitner, the fourth option down is the A-Team Wiki.
Oh, really?
There you go, Adam. He's part of the A-Team. He's on board with you.
He was a kid evangelist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, there's a video of him.
Well, I don't know. If we'll see. If this make sure it's
Yeah.
not a copyright or something. England is cringe for $3. Says Sargon be like, you call these things, but I can't do a voice. Sorry. You call these things potato chips, not crispy, crunchy, munchy, cracker jack, snacker, nibbler, snack, crack and pop, Westport, Chester, Shire, Queens, Jovely, Jubilee, Delights. That's rather a bit cringe. In it, bruv.
That was
pretty
great.
Funny. That's pretty funny. I have to send it to Sargon. Ain't it, governor? CT for $1 says, I know, CT, don't super chat. Awesome, I know. Blah, blah. So, me, Voss, Docs, and Harker are arguing if you microwave bread, is it toast? Harker also says you suck and that brown sugar is the best Pop-Tart. She's wrong. We all know it. It's fine. Yeah, that's Harker. I'm sorry, Harker. That is incorrect. Brown sugar.
I would say brown sugar is probably my second favorite, though. So Harker.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But not the best. I don't think it's bad. It's just not.
You've got a friend in me, that's for sure.
You got a friend in me.
Yep. Exactly.
You got a friend in me.
That's how the song goes, guys. I don't know what
Yep.
you're talking about. If you microwave bread, is it toast? No. No. You cannot no.
You cannot make the toast texture by microwaving.
There's
That
a
is
reason.
physically impossible.
Yeah, there's a reason
Well,
it's
is
called
it?
toast.
What if
And
you
the device
wrap-
that produces toast is called a toaster. Okay?
What though? I'm just hypothesizing.
There's a
here, but
reason
what,
for that.
What if we wrap the bread
Mhm.
in tin foil
Mm.
and then put it into the microwave
Mhm.
and microwave it for like a minute?
Well, I don't think that's toast. I think that's called fire.
Well, but we might be able.
I think
Have
that's
you
as
ever-
the kids say. That's pretty fire, or that's pretty lit.
Have you done tin foil in the microwave before?
No, I'm not stupid. Why would I do that?
Really? You've never done
It
it?
fucks up your microwave.
Well, not my.
Why would I do
microwave,
that
but-
when I have this thing called YouTube and I can click aluminum
Yeah,
foil in
yeah,
the
yeah.
microwave and watch some other idiot ruin his microwave for my enjoyment?
That's a good point. Yeah. I
There was
think it
that
might
meme.
work.
There was that meme that went around that was like, the person puts they I don't know if you saw it. They crumple up aluminum foil into a ball and they put it in the microwave and they cut away and they cut back and it's like a perfectly smooth ball. And they're like, see, this is what happens if you put aluminum in the
Oh my
microwave.
God.
And then it like cuts to someone and a picture of their microwave like exploded because they tried it.
Oh my God. That's so evil.
I know.
That's so evil.
It is
Yeah,
evil.
don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't put aluminum.
It's bad enough when you put a slice in there. I can't imagine wadding up a whole ball. Oh,
Right.
crazy town.
If you put bread in the microwave is just disgusting anyway. Whenever you microwave bread, it always tastes awful.
Yeah.
It's all like
You gotta microwave it for a long time.
spongy
You
and
microwave it
tough.
for like 5 minutes. Just
then
one
it
slice.
just makes it like a tiny, dried out, disgusting mess. I don't know. Like,
No, it's delicious.
What the fuck?
It's delicious.
What?
Put a
Adam's
little
microwaving bread for 5 minutes? What the fuck is happening?
You just put a little mustard on there.
What
It's like it's a delicacy.
the fuck? Is it like a delicacy, like the same way? You know, there's that, I forget that
You got your-
country
you
in Vietnam
got
where
your
they would
little-
like they'd bury like meat for like a year, then dig it back up and eat it. And it's a
you
delicacy
got
in
your
that
mo-
regard.
You got your mustard cracker.
Adam's over here in microwave. I feel like if you put bread in the microwave for 5 minutes, it would just catch on fire. No one put their bread in the microwave for 5 minutes. That's a terrible idea. Don't listen to Adam. He's crazy. He's crazy.
I'm
You put
insane.
bread in the toaster or the oven. Okay, you don't put it in the microwave. Right. That's right. Okay.
Sometimes.
Though actually, look. Actually, there's one occasion. Actually, I would put bread in the microwave. You can put an open-faced peanut butter sandwich in the microwave for like 10 to 20 seconds, and it's actually really good. So you can try that. Though it tastes even better if you have a toaster oven, and you toast the bread a little bit, and then you put peanut butter on it, and you toast it a little bit more, and that's like primo peanut butter sandwich right there. Harker. Oh, Harker.
Now Harker super. Come on,
Harker.
guys. You guys are not supposed to be
Not
so
allowed.
excited.
Harker for $3. But thank you, Harker, even though you're not allowed. Says, that's right. It's me.
It's me, Harker.
That's right. It's me, Harker. We're arguing a bunch of things. I don't know why I'm giving Harker this accent. But I'm here to ask you your opinion on this. Hippopotamus versus bear. Which is the most dangerous? And who are you betting on in a fight between the two? My money's on the
Hippopotamus.
bear.
Hippopotamus. Wrong. Hippopotamus.
I'm sorry, Harker.
Yeah.
But you are just wrong.
Yeah, the hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus.
First of all, a hippopotamus outweighs the bear by like 2 tons. Like, that's
hippopotamus are
ridiculous.
gigantic.
Yeah. Yeah.
In weight. Yes.
A grizzly might be like 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds.
Let's see. It
But
says
yeah,
the average hippopotamus male is between 3,000 and 4,000 pounds.
yeah. That's
so for
2
context,
tons.
that's 2 tons. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
The average bear weighs 900. The average polar bear,
Yes.
which is a giant bear, weighs 900 pounds.
Well, a grizzly bear probably weighs like 900 pounds. Yeah.
A grizzly bear is probably a little
Right.
less. Grizzly bear is probably like 700 pounds, probably.
So
Let's see.
one hippopotamus is like 4 bears.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not even close.
Yes.
It's not even that hippopotamus is going to grab that bear and take it underwater.
A
Bears
male,
do not breathe underwater.
a male grizzly bear weighs between 600 and 700 pounds.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't believe you put your money on. How
You
much?
don't put your money on the
How
fight.
much money did you bet, Harker? Because not
Yeah,
only did
sorry.
you lose money on this super chat, you lost all your money on the bear hippopotamus fight.
Yeah. The hippo beats the bear in most fights. Well, here's the thing, too.
Well, what fight does the bear win?
I
Ever?
don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
it can.
Does he have a
get
crossbow? Does the bear have a crossbow?
It's like
I'm just asking.
well, also because they fight differently. Because I think the hippo just runs and charges. Because hippos can run pretty fast on land for short periods. I think they can
Oh,
they just
hell yeah.
charge shit down. So,
Yeah.
but
Their jaw has like oh my God.
yeah, they have that gigantic
They
jaw, man.
crush things. Yeah.
Yes, but I think hippo kills more people than any other animal on average.
They're
That's
pissed
like-
off.
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
time.
if we're not including like mosquitoes and malaria, but like any animal that like kills, like actively goes out and seeks humans, I think hippos kill more than any other animal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They kill like a fuck ton amount of people. So and I like way more than bears. Okay, it says
Yeah.
it's estimated that 500 people are killed a year by hippos.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how many people are bears killed by. Bears killed by a year. Come on, Google. What are you doing?
Do you know why the
It says on well, it says on average there are 40 bear attacks around the world. Okay. So on average there's 40 bear attacks a year, and on average hippos kill 500 people a year. So
oh my
There's your
God,
answer.
it's not
there's
even
your
close.
answer, Harker.
Why are so many people messing with hippos to the point where they're getting
Because they're just in the
killed?
because it's like in Africa, they're just in like the water. They're just fucking
Right.
people up and shit.
The hippos get together. They're like, let's go on a killing rage. What do you guys say?
Actually, no, this is crazy. Wait a minute. According to this article, it says snakes. I guess that makes sense. Snakes kill about 50,000 people a year. That's
Oh
insane.
wow.
50,000 people a year killed by snakes. Oh my god.
Yeah, a lot of rattlesnakes out there killing people.
Guess what's number 4? I would not have guessed this.
This is what's number 1?
Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes. Okay.
The list is mosquitoes number 1, which that makes sense because they pass malaria.
Yeah.
Guess what number 2
Malaria.
is?
Number 2, sharks.
Humans.
No. Oh,
Other
okay,
humans.
okay. Sharks was a bad guess anyway.
Yes.
Sharks
So
is very
mosquitoes
low.
kill more humans than humans kill humans.
Right.
Number 3 is snakes.
Mhm.
Okay. Number 4, I would never have guessed this in a million years.
Mhm.
Dogs.
Dogs. Oh yeah, dog attacks. Yeah. that
No,
makes
not
sense.
attacks. Dogs kill, according to this, 25,000 people a year.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because of dog attacks.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
how do you
wouldn't think
think
it
they
would be
kill?
that
How do you
high.
think they kill the person? They attack the person.
No, I know,
and
but
kill them.
if you were to tell me there were 25,000 dog attacks a year, I would say, oh, that makes sense. I wouldn't think there would be 25,000 deaths from dogs.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The next one
Gotta
after
feed
that
those
is
dogs.
the teat fly.
The teensy fly.
The teat fly.
Oh,
Not the
okay.
teensy fly. The teensy fly. They have.
Would have never guessed that because I never heard of it.
You never heard teensy flies? Didn't you
Mm-mm.
see the first what the fuck was that movie? The Robin Williams board game jungle movie.
Yeah.
Jumanji.
Yeah.
Remember that the
Jumanji.
teensy flies
I
are
do.
flying around and fucking people up?
No.
No? Oh, okay. They carry some disease or something that fucks
Oh,
people up.
that's horrible.
Sleeping sickness. Remember sleeping sickness.
That kills people?
Assassin bugs are next. I've never even heard of this. An assassin bug.
Well, they should be
Fuck is
one.
this?
I mean, that should be. We should call mosquitoes the assassin.
Right.
bug.
The assassin bug. The order of the assassin bugs. Taking out the Templar. Yes.
Mhm.
I never heard of this one. Interesting. Next is this one. You'll never guess.
Mhm.
Freshwater snails kill 10,000 people
No,
a year.
This is insane. I don't. This list is. This is people.
You don't believe this list anymore?
This is the internet fucking with it.
No, this is real.
Are you reading this list on Reddit? It
No,
kind of
this is
sounds like
real.
maybe you are.
Freshwater snails kill 10,000 people a year.
Freshwater snails.
Yeah.
How many people a year do saltwater snails kill? I'm just curious. Is it a competition? Are the freshwater snails out there going, this is our year, guys. We're gonna kill more people than the saltwater.
How do freshwater snails kill people? Okay.
well,
Many
they have
species,
some kind of poison that they eat them, right?
I don't know. Many species of freshwater snails are intermediate hosts of highly infective parasitic
Caught it.
flatworms
Yeah.
that cause some word I cannot pronounce. And snail fever. Oh, okay. So like they carry some horrifying disease.
People eat them, right? Yeah.
I
People eat the
don't know
wrong
if they
snail.
eat them. I think you like step near them or on them or something. And then
Really?
you get the parasite in you. Yeah.
My God, I'm terrified of snails now.
Well, I don't think this is in America. Oh no, it is. There's
Okay.
some in America.
Where? I'm not going
Well,
swimming.
I guess don't go in the freshwater snails. There you go.
This sounds dangerous.
There you go. The freshwater
This-
snails better watch
This
out.
discussion took a dark turn. Now I'm very
Adam's
scared.
scared of snails now.
I don't want to die. I didn't know they were killing machines.
I know they are. The freshwater snail carries a parasitic worm that infects people with a disease called schizotomyosis, which causes intense abdominal pain and blood in the stool and urine. Oh God!
Man.
There you go. Terrible.
Oh God.
Oh, here you go. This makes sense. The reason that the dogs have 35,000 deaths a year is because of rabies.
Oh.
It's not because like the dog mauls you to death. It's because it
Oh,
gives you
they
rabies.
bite you and gives you rabies.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Rabid dogs.
Okay, so if we remove all the animals that give you like parasites and diseases, like animals that just straight up murder you,
Mhm.
the number one animal is actually not hippos, which I thought it was.
Mhm.
If we don't include snakes because they poison you. The number one animal that just straight up murders people is, can you have a guess?
Just tell me.
Just guess.
You want me to guess?
Yeah.
I hate being
It's related.
incorrect, though.
It's in the same environment you'd find a hippo.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Lions.
No.
God. Why? I hate being wrong. Why you make me guess?
Because it's fun.
DM me the answer and tell me to
I
guess.
want to see what the
again.
chat says. Chat, what do you guys think? What's the number one
Tigers.
animal? No.
Hyenas.
What's the number one animal that
Wildebeest.
kills people?
Giraffes.
It's not like poisons them, like it just like
Ooh,
straight up
ooh,
murders
ooh,
you.
Ooh, I
Okay.
know.
You
I
know?
know.
What?
I got it.
What?
I got it. Kangaroos. Okay. They do the boxing
They
thing.
do the boxing thing? No.
Kangaroos.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
no.
Oh, I got it.
You got it?
Ostrich. The ostriches. They're mean fighters. They're very angry.
No.
They come after you. They peck
Some
your
people in the
eyes
chat
out.
have, well, wow, lots of people in the chat have actually.
Crocodiles.
They got it.
They have the
Crocodiles.
internet in front of them. They're
Crocodiles.
looking it
That's
up.
the answer.
You
That's the answer.
cheaters.
That's the answer. You think they cheated? I don't think they cheated. I think they just knew.
Maybe.
I think they just knew. The answer was crocodiles. Yes. Crocodiles kill 1,000 people a year. So there you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Are you telling me hippos kill more people a year than police do in America? Are you telling me that?
No, they don't. They kill more people than police kill unarmed people in America.
Oh, okay. Oh.
More people
That
get killed
makes
by a
sense.
hippo worldwide than they do by being an unarmed person being shot by the police. Yes,
Oh.
that's true. Also, elephants kill 500 people a year. That's crazy. So there you
Oh.
go. Elephants. Everyone thinks they're so nice and cuddly, but no, they just fucking kill you. They're killers.
The people probably started it.
Yep, that's true. They did start it. Okay, that was a nice conversation.
Yeah.
Grizzly Bear for $1 just says, I just beat up a hippo. What's going on, guys?
Oh my God. Doubt.
There you go. Well, look, I don't know.
Disbelief.
We can't listen to our lived experiences. We have a grizzly bear here who's donated to the
Disbelief.
channel that beat up a hippo. So there you go. I stand corrected.
Well, I guess we're obligated to believe them.
Mm-hmm. CT for $1 says, listen, having dumb arguments is kind of what we do. It's a thing. It's why I agree with Adam so easily about kids voting. That's not even in the top 10 stupid arguments I've had this week.
People are into the stupid arguments. They really are. This is what the internet was created for.
That's funny. True.
Yeah. Being able to share these stupid arguments is awesome. Oh, what's that heavy sigh for?
I'm trying to bring up the thing.
Bring up what thing?
Chris for $5 says, I want to get baptized by Sitch Chan. Ooh.
There you go.
You're getting voice requests now.
I know. Sitch, you reading the survey reminded me of the South Park Satanic Christmas special. Oh yeah, I remember that. Hail Satan. The furry forest friends 1 2. That was a good one.
If we do have a conversation with Vaush, we have to make Vaush agree to let you use a sexy voice the whole time. What do you say?
No, we have to have Vaush has to take his Patronus test to find out what
Oh
animal
yeah,
it is.
he's got it. First, he has to take the Patronus test. Then we pull the sexy voice out. And we
There
have
you
our
go.
discussion.
Then we bring up the real hard-hitting topics like, how do you feel about musicals?
Exactly.
Who would win in a fight between a bear and a
Yeah.
hippo?
If Vaush likes musicals, it's over.
Oh,
it's
no.
totally over.
That's true.
It's
That's
all
the
out
problem.
war.
That's the problem. If whatever answer he answers, it's
I
a
know.
loss for one of us.
He's gonna agree with one of us.
Terrible.
We better stay away.
I know. Maybe we shouldn't ask him that question.
This is not going to bode well for the channel.
Yes. Aaron Villarreal for $5 says stretch goal for Sitch Chan body pillow covers. Hallelujah.
Oh, I know.
Maybe.
I know.
Oversized Trash Panda for $10 says, God, no, you guys are wrong. James Lindsay did not turn Lindsay Ellis down. Lindsay Ellis turned James Lindsay down. I retweeted a relevant tweet and tagged you in it.
Yeah, we looked at it.
Yeah, it's the one we read. Yeah. Well, to be fair, James Lindsay turned her down initially and then unturned her down. And then she turned him down in response of the unturning down. So if I remember the order of events correctly. But when Lindsay Ellis asks you for debate, you just got to hit that yes button immediately.
Yeah.
You can't give her any wiggle room. You say yes.
Because she'll be wiggling right out of that shit.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Vaush would be a snake. Yeah, I would. That would make sense. Jonathan Watkins for Joe says, quick rundown on MMT's take on recent inflation. I haven't been following him. Has MMT talked about this recent quote unquote inflation, Adam?
Yeah, I don't know if MMT has a take. A lot of people ask me for like, what does MMT say about this? But I mean, MMT doesn't, aside from the jobs program, doesn't have a lot of prescriptions about various things. I did.
Oh,
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say I tweeted out, and you can look it up on Google. Mark Blythe's take on the inflation, or the quote unquote inflation. And he was just saying it's not inflation, or shouldn't be conceptualized as inflation. What you have is you have all these supply constraints that were fucked because of COVID.
Yeah.
Right. And now that people are sort of vaccinated, people are out there trying to buy shit. And so it's starting to like the COVID fuck ups are starting to back up. Also, there's a whole problem with processors are in short supply for some reason. And that totally fucks everything else over. And then I guess if you attach that with also the gas problem, which also fucks everything over, what you get is a lot of prices of different products being raised. Now, technically, when I think of inflation, I think of across the board price raising, average price raising based on monetary or fiscal policy. That's how I would define inflation. And so I would say if you have specific price constraints happening because of COVID affecting supply chains, I would not consider that inflation, in my opinion. So,
yeah,
at least that's what Mark Blythe was saying.
Inflation is also technically sustained over time. It's not just like a one-time price shock.
Right. Or it's not something that goes away on its own, I imagine. But so I guess we'll see. Where it goes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I wouldn't conceptualize this as inflation. I don't think this is based on monetary fiscal policy.
Have you heard this saying? Because it's really good. The Austrians have predicted 20 of the last 2 recessions. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't heard that.
It's great.
They predicted 20 of the last 2 recessions?
Yeah, they've predicted 20.
That's funny.
Of the last 2 recessions.
Right. I get it, yeah.
It's exactly. It's like, okay,
they're so trigger happy.
If you're gonna predict inflation every single day, sooner or later, there's gonna be some inflation.
A broken clock is right twice a day. Okay.
Yeah, they're like, see, we told you the sky is falling.
We told you, yeah.
Has nothing to do with. Do not look at the pandemic. Avert your eyes. It's the spending.
The argument against the monetary, like, because people are saying, and I guess this is the argument that some people on Twitter are making, which is like, oh, well, inflation was caused because of the COVID stimulus package, right? So that's the argument people are saying. Or because, government printed out money to give the people stimulus checks. And the response to this, which I think is very compelling, is to say, well, wait a minute. During the housing crash, global currency was increased by 20%. Okay, so in 1 year, there was a 20% increase in the money supply globally that was used to pay off the housing crash. Yeah. And there was zero inflation. There was no inflation to be seen. So that's why I'm saying I don't buy this monetary theory of you just print money and inflation magically appears out of the ether. I don't think that's how it works. So but I think most of the Austrian guys have sort of walked that back too. I thought they have a more nuanced take on inflation now. I thought someone was claiming we were strawmanning when we talked about this a few streams ago. They were saying, no, you don't understand. That's not what they're saying.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyways, let's move on.
There's a more nuanced take, definitely.
Knax122 for $4.99 says, where can I find more Sitch chin art for research purposes?
Sammy's busting them out like 2 pieces in one day.
That's right. I know. Maybe one day I'll have to post them all just so you fucking perverts can save them if you want.
Yeah, I saved it to my spank folder.
Oh God, what have you done, Sammy? What have you done? I mean, I saved it to my spank folder. I'm not gonna lie. But, I mean, Crack Rock Steady. Crack Rock. Where'd they go? You moved them. You got to bring them back, Adam.
What, the Sitch chance?
Sitch chance. They got to be up forever.
What?
That's my new avatar now. I don't know what you're talking about. Crack Rock Steady. Adam was getting too aroused and too confused during the stream, so he had to put them away.
Actually, I changed the file name so I could easily search them, so that's why they disappeared. I was like,
spank search them, guys.
I
search them with one hand, if you know what I'm saying.
I changed the file names to Spank Material 1 and Spank Material 2.
Crack Rock Study for $25 says, if I recall, wrenches are blessed to those who give $100. Since this cumulatively makes up for that, I figured to end this by reminding everyone that S-Class is best class. That's a compelling
What? No,
argument.
no. What? I feel ripped
S-Class
off.
is the best class.
I feel ripped off. Gotta have the echo.
Sorry, it's 1:30. I'm getting
I know.
a little tired. That's a compelling argument, Crack Rock Study. Okay. Okay, Crack. Okay, Crack.
Okay, Crack Rock.
I think you're gonna get a wrench. We'll see.
Crack Rock Steady.
Don't abuse your power, Crack Rock Steady. Okay. Because Sitch give.
Did
and
Crack
Sitch can't
Rock
take
Steady
it.
donate $100 in super chats? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's donated
oh
a
my
lot.
goodness.
He's donated a lot over the last few streams.
I would just give him for that name, for having Crack
that
Rock
name.
as the name alone. I
A
mean,
good name. Crack Rock Steady is a great name. Idiot Ocean for $5. Idiot Ocean for $5. Says, anyways, get Shu on the show. I recall she expressed interest before. Yeah, we kept saying that we should, and then we never did. But we should.
yeah. She
know,
has a standing invite, so I mean,
That's true. But we should have an official invitation.
an invite, yeah.
Yes.
Send one with letter.
I was a little
carrier.
annoyed because I saw that Hunter Avalon had a debate with Lauren Southern.
Mhm.
And I was like, what
Really?
the fuck? He's going to have a debate with Lauren Southern, but he won't talk to us? What the fuck? What's up with that, Hunter? She's like so much further to the right than either me or Adam could ever pretend to even be. Why are you going to talk to her? You won't talk to us. What's up with that, Hunter?
Well, he's in the Nazi Hunter game, and
I guess.
they perceive Lauren Southern as being like the
She's like a good scalp to get. Is that the problem?
yeah, exactly.
We're not Nazi enough to be good scalps. So
we aren't good
so he doesn't care.
scalps, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's
Yeah.
it. Maybe.
Yeah.
JMC for $4.99 says A team is the gets laid team. Ooh, there you go.
That is
From
true.
the poor JMC. Well, if you're poor, don't give us money. But thank you, JMC. Thank you for the $4.99, even though it's an A team. JJ Cheeker for $2 says s'more Pop-Tarts are yum. So is chocolate pretzel. I don't know if I've had the chocolate pretzel one. But,
There's a
sounds good.
there's a chocolate pretzel Pop-Tart? You're kidding me.
Yeah, I saw this on this.
Oh man, I'm gonna try that. That sounds delicious.
No, it's okay, CT. I'm pretty sure Shu follows both of us too. I know she follows me. I assume she
Yeah.
also follows Adam. So
Yes,
don't
she
worry about that,
follows me.
CT.
Yeah.
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 Go A team, says JJ Cheeker.
Yeah.
The Wooster for $4.99 says, if everyone has wrenches, then no one will be a wrench. Syndrome, The Incredibles 2004. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Adam is really a villain. Adam is really a villain.
Yeah. True. Our whole book's called Super Villains Anonymous.
That's
We're
true.
all villains.
That's true. We're all villains now.
We're all villains.
Yes. Bob for $5 says Civil War is basically inevitable if Kyle Rittenhouse gets convicted. That's end of the Republic type stuff. I don't think it's that far.
It is definitely
It's a bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad road. I don't think it's the Civil War. I don't think anywhere near enough people give a shit about Kyle Rittenhouse for it to be a Civil War. Brian K for $5 says bless up. I've been up to something. Editing videos of Jordan B. Peterson, Vervecki, and Pager, or I'm sorry, Pagoo. How do you say his name? John Pagoo? Paju?
Jonathan
Adam,
Pajot.
Pajot. Wisdom and developing some new ideas. Gonna watch during the stream. Excuse me. That sounds awesome, Brian. That sounds cool. Send me a link on Twitter and I'll check it out when you're done. Prince Charming for $5 says, Adam, I watched Love, Death, and Robots on your recommendation. I liked it. Has the same problems as Heavy Metal. Get into a story and then it's over. Yeah.
That is the thing of shorts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any one of those could have easily been like a
show
movie-length idea. Yeah, exactly.
Except for the worst one.
Which one? Zima Blue.
What? Zima Blue. Yep.
Did you see the new? But there's a new season 2. Have you seen the season 2?
No.
Oh, it's
Is there a sequel to
amazing.
Zima Blue?
No, but there is one that has the same artist. It's the
Oh,
same
okay.
artist that was on Zima Blue, but it's a different story.
Wasn't Zima Blue voiced by what's his name? That guy I really like. Spawn.
Yeah. That's what your voice is. That's a deep voice right there. That's Zima Blue.
I wish I had. Is it
You've
Keith?
got-
Is his name like Keith something? Keith Davison?
Keith David? Oh yeah, it is Keith David. You're
Did
right.
he do Zima Blue?
I
I'm
believe
hearing it.
so, yeah.
No. Oh no, Keith Richardson. That's his name.
Mhm.
Wait, is it? No, this wasn't who I thought
Keith
it was. Wait a
Richardson
minute.
is the guy from. What are you talking about? That's
this-
the Rolling Stones guy.
It says this guy's name is Kevin Michael Richardson. Oh, it's not who I was thinking it was.
Hmm.
I thought it was the Spawn guy. Who's this guy? Whose voice has he done? Bunch.
You
He says
don't
a shit
even
ton of
know.
voices, but I don't really
You don't
recognize
even
any of them.
know.
So no, sorry. I thought it was someone else. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be racist, guys. I apologize.
Yeah.
Don't tell Vaush. Don't tell Vaush they accidentally did racism. Okay.
Was it a racism? I don't know.
Oh,
Just
they're both
because-
black, so Sitch is obviously saying all black people sound the same. So
No. All black people sound like badasses. That's not an insult.
There you
okay? What are you talking about?
oh, he did John Jones's voice in Young Justice. Oh, that's probably where I was recognizing his voice from. So, anyways,
Is that it?
no.
Oh, okay.
Sean Sullivan for $4.99. I know I read that one. That was the remove A from the channel name.
Mhm.
KanieX122 for $4.99 says, "Hear me out, Sitch and Adam. Hear me out, Sitch and Adam. Weasel Energy." Wait, I'm sorry. I'm completely misreading this.
Mhm.
He wants us to rename the show Sitch and Adam Weasel Energy Friended. There you go. Weasel Energy Friended.
Sounds great. I like it.
Yes.
I like long
Keith-
names.
David is who I'm talking about. Yes. I'm a big Keith David fan. He was Spawn. He was the voice of the only good character in the Frog Princess, Princess and
Yeah.
the Frog.
Keith David. I know exactly
Yeah.
who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was in Community. He was hilarious in Community.
Yes. Yeah.
Dr.
I-
Fashil, I can never say it. Dr.
Am
Facilier.
I allowed to
was
name
his name?
drop around Keith David or no? Okay. No, let's not.
How do you not like that song? That was literally the only good part in Princess and the Frog was Keith David's "I Got Friends on the Other Side" song. The rest of the movie's crap, except for that one song.
Yeah.
And I'm just
was all-
like, eh,
He was also in the movie Pitch Black.
that's right.
Yeah. No, I know a lot
That's
about
right.
Keith
He's
David.
been in a fuck ton of movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool Cole Frog for $5 says, "I recommend you idiots debunk the likes of Cynical Historian and Mr. Beat, please. They're political hacks described as historians." Never heard of them. Cynical Historian and Mr. Beat. Never heard of them, but I'll look them up.
Mr. Beat.
Extreme
I-
Dad for $4.99. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
You go ahead. Extreme Dad.
Extreme Dad for $4.99 says, "I've tried to come on to talk to you about my 2 debates with him more than once. I hit Adam on Twitter too, RIP.
Mhm.
Debates with who?
Vaush.
Oh, a cynical historian.
Vaush.
I'll check him out. He has a video on the party switch. There you go.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
Maybe I'll have to look
Oh,
into this.
The Party Switch. Cynical
Yes.
Historian. I got to
There you
check
go.
that out.
Though I'm worried because I don't know if it's supposed to, but his icon looks a little bit like a Soviet sickle. I don't know if it's supposed to or if it's just like an accident. Because it's not a Soviet sickle. It's like these two weird circle things with like a flame in the middle, but just the way it looks a little like a Soviet sickle. So I don't know.
Cynical Historian. Oh, he's huge. 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah, he's a big channel.
Wow.
Hey, Cypher.
Channel. But I'll check it out.
Must be a communist.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. This isn't good.
Teen
There's
Mutant.
a video titled from a year ago, says history shows that no sexual orientation is normal. That sounds like a stupid fucking video.
Yeah. Now we're understanding why his
No.
channel is so big, right?
That sounds really dumb.
This seems really woke.
Yes. So I'll look into it. I mean, if he's making my argument, but he's woke, I definitely will not use him as a source because that's bad. I got to find an anti-woke source. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, A team good, S class not good. Wow.
Just laying down the logic. I like it.
Hurtful. Sitch say, now I'm motivated on the voice changer. I don't know. What is that a reference to? Now I'm motivated? Do you know? Adam doesn't know. I don't know why I'd ask Adam.
I'm never motivated.
Anything.
Like, against
Devil May
motivation.
Cry 3. Oh, I never played that one. That's Virgil.
I'm anti-motivation.
Yep.
I think all motivation should be non-existent.
Okay, I'll say it. Let me get the brain thing.
No, I want to say it. What is the thing?
Now I'm motivated.
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 There you go. The full spectrum.
Holy cow.
Hexadecimal Delirium for $5 says, oh, yeah. Well, A team is best team. I read the one because they don't deny my ethnicity. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we're inclusive on A team.
Gemini 79 for $2 says, I want my ethnicity to be Adam's fleshlight. That's funny.
No.
That's funny.
Adam doesn't have a flashlight.
Yeah, he wants to be it.
Yeah, I don't need a flashlight, man.
DJ Gulag Beats for $20 says, shout out to Adam for the base stance on traps. When will the mainstream media finally listen to us politically moderate anime femboys? A team is gay team. There you go. There you
Politically moderate femboys. Yeah.
There you go. Thanks, Gulag Beats, for $20.
Political moderation is great.
Brian Town said, for $5 says, Sitch, your voice raises my Tower of Babel. I like that. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? And you know, S-Class and all that jazz. That's right. Thank you, Brian.
Ooh.
S-Class and all that jazz.
Oh my God.
Allard K for $9.99 says, A-team shout out. Night, boys. Good night, Allard. Thanks for the $9.99.
Yeah, good night.
95 Keat for $10 says, I didn't read the Mueller report, but listened to Vice read it all. Oh, Vice read the entire Mueller report? That's crazy.
Wow.
The only thing fishy I remember was Russia set up a rally in Florida and Trump retweeted it without knowing about their involvement. Yeah, I wouldn't. That did happen. I didn't think that would prove anything. It was obviously not intentional. Devin, go it. But I applaud you, Keith. I applaud you for listening to the whole thing. That's impressive. It's impressive. There's two people. There's two people here. Okay. Devin Goad for $1.99 says, Adam, opinion on The Secret Life of Pets 2.
Never saw it. Is that a movie? The Secret Life. I don't think I saw the first
I never
one.
saw
Secret
it.
Life of Pets.
Yep. Mr. Ubercross. Hey, Ubercross for $5 says, wasn't able to catch much of the stream. Thanks for what you do. I look forward to catching this while writing tomorrow.
Sweet.
Awesome. Sweet.
And Andrew Clark for $2 says, deep Sitch voice. Baby girl needs a spanking.
How'd that make you feel, Adam?
Awful.
Okay, I'm glad. That's the intention. 95 Keat for another $5 says, Adam's going to start Horus Rising. The Horus Hearsay is a great and long series, Adam, but word of warning, the prologue of Horus Rising is a bit confusing.
That's okay. I like being confused.
I like when Rich Jammer says, A-team eats bubblegum ice cream.
True.
That's funny. I like that.
God,
I like
love
that because it's
bubblegum
like an
ice cream.
insult for me to call you that, but for you, it's like just a compliment.
I love it. It's perfect. That's what win-win situations
There you
are
go.
right
A
there.
team eats bubblegum ice cream.
Yeah, that's win-win right there.
Q for $5 says, if we're recommending Warhammer books to Adam, might I suggest Go Trek and Felix series of books? They're great adventure novels.
Yes.
You're going to have so many book recommendations. You're going to drown in 40K book recommendations.
I'm good. I can take them.
Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says, I just microwaved some bread.
No, nice.
It ended up with crusty patches and rubbery patches and precisely 0 toasty patches. Conclusion, not toast.
Yeah.
True.
You're not going to get toast. If you go long enough, you might get a cracker out of the deal.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
You might accidentally recreate matzah. Okay. The best you can hope for by microwaving bread is you might accidentally recreate the Jews in the desert scenario.
The unleavened bread.
Yes, of creating unleavened matzah. Yes.
Yeah. Can you do that in a pinch if you need some for Passover? You're like, just throw that bread in the microwave.
I don't think that's kosher. I don't think that counts.
We will microwave we'll microwave the yeast right out of that shit.
That's right. Yeast is alive, right? So if you just microwave it, you just kill it, and the yeast, just becomes yeast free and it becomes a matzah. That's a good point.
Gotta do what you gotta do in a pinch.
I'll ask my rabbi about this. Okay.
It's Passover.
Look, the first Jews made matzah because they were in a pinch, right? They had to rush out of Egypt, so they couldn't, wait for the bread to rise. So if you're in a pinch because you can't get to the store to buy matzah in time, can't you just microwave bread? Isn't it like the same thing?
It is.
The same principle, right?
It is. Yeah. Social equivalence.
Matthew for $20. Thank you, Matthew. Says, you guys are still streaming. Ha ha ha. Also, the Sitch anime girl is banging. So S class is the best class. Best class.
Yeah, she is banging. I like that.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Sammy. She's banging. Miss Rhythm 6 for $5.50 Kazarkasarks. Says, inflation is a monetary policy. The discussion in economic field is about particulars, how we measure it, how it manifests, etc.
Agreed.
Inflation is a monetary phenomenon. Okay. But you don't agree with that.
No, inflation is it depends. And you got to be specific here. Is it price inflation or is it monetary inflation?
I assume they mean monetary inflation.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if it's monetary inflation, yeah, you're right on the money.
Because that's the contention that MMT and other people have, because the Freedmen say inflation is always a monetary phenomenon, and that's not true.
Correct.
Or I don't agree. I don't agree with that prescription.
Yeah, there are other Austrians that disagree with Friedman as well. That's believe he was wrong. I hope he didn't get. Did he win a Nobel Prize for that? Was that the thing that he won a Nobel Prize for?
Right. Yeah,
because it's wrong. It's kind of like a flat earther winning a Nobel Prize. Look, saying that
they gave the Nobel Prize to Obama just for becoming president. Okay, sometimes.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Right? I forgot about that. Yeah,
sometimes
it's a kind of a shit happens type situation. Yeah.
Supposedly, the Nobel family hated economics, and they didn't actually want there to be any Nobel Prizes for any economists ever. And I forget, there's some bizarre loophole in which they've somehow managed to finagle this. So.
Wasn't Trump nominated for like 2 Nobel Peace Prizes?
I think he was.
And nobody wanted to talk about it.
No,
everyone kept it a secret.
Well, he wasn't nominated by, I don't think the committee accepted. I don't know what the process. I don't think the committee accepted the nomination.
Oh, okay.
Because they're pretty woke, so I'm not sure.
I got you.
That, but CT says, you guys ever microwave Pop-Tarts? Listen, it's not the worst. I don't know if I've ever microwaved a Pop-Tarts.
I would eat them cold
think I have.
before I microwaved, yeah. It's toasting or cold.
Yes, I would eat them cold, true. Right. Yeah, because they lose their consistency if you microwave them. They become spongy. That's why you can't microwave bread. It becomes weird and spongy and Simon Verco for $5 New Zealand dollars says, you guys almost certainly have no idea how much I need these hours of content, so have some petty thanks. Well, thank you, Simon. That's not petty.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words even more than the $5.
I guess people listen to us when they're at work or something. People
Yeah,
listen to
just
us
doing
like
whatever,
all week
you
long.
know?
Yeah.
Right. It's true.
We keep them
Sounds like
entertained.
hot Kool-Aid. Yeah, hot Kool-Aid is not a good. Hot Kool-Aid is not good.
Yeah.
You know what we used to do though, in Scouts, if you had the lemon Kool-Aid, that was a challenge. If you could just eat the powder,
Yeah. That's a
just lick
hefty
the powder.
challenge right there.
that shit is like the sourest sour shit on the planet. Get some lemon Kool-Aid powder. Oh my god. Oof. Oof. It's like, hey, you want to hit a lemonade?
Yeah, that's strong. That's
Yeah.
strong. You ever snort any of it? Just
I didn't.
curious.
Someone else did once.
I can't. Yeah, exactly.
Someone did. No, someone literally did, and we're like, "Why did you do that?"
You could fucking die from that. Jesus
I don't-
Christ! I can't.
I don't
imagine.
think. I mean, he didn't die from it, but you know how there's always that like one kid.
Oh
who's
my
like,
god! Just the thought of snorting
I know snorting. We do not snort Kool-Aid powder, guys.
lemon Kool-Aid.
Don't do it. But you know how there's always like the one kid in the
Yeah,
friend group.
totally. Oh, I'll eat the
who-
worm. Sure, fucking.
Well, not even. It wasn't even that kid. There's like that is a kid though. But there's the one kid who's like he's just naturally a stoner. Like he doesn't. You never see him do drugs, but his personality is just he's a stoner all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
That was the kid that snorted the lemonade powder.
I can imagine.
Like,
I
don't
can
do it.
imagine.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if that kid had mental issues because we had that kid too. I mean, I don't want to say his name.
He was cool. I mean, he didn't seem he wasn't stupid. He just kind of had that like that affect,
Yeah,
like the always stoned affect. So,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I like that affect.
My buddy snorted a pixie stick. Yeah, probably.
Pixie stick.
You guys don't snort Smarties now. No snorting. No snorting. No.
Yeah, no. Stay away from that stuff.
Airheads are more malic acid. So I don't know if you did this. When we eat airheads, we did this thing where we would shake the package until the airhead became a hard ball, like on one, like a lump at the end of the package, and then we beat the shit out of each other with them. They hurt.
No, never
You
beat
did?
the shit out of people.
You'd smack someone
candy.
with it. You go,
No.
"Pachah," like, it's fucking airhead. You would never think that an airhead would be so. Or is it airhead?
Yeah.
I'm thinking something else. Am I
I
thinking
never
something-
really,
don't know.
I
thought it was
was
an airhead.
never an Airhead fan. I didn't really buy Airheads.
Oh, I didn't like them either. I just like to hit people with them.
Oh, okay. Who discovered that you could do that? That's
I don't know. Who
fascinating.
the fuck knows? Who discovers any of this shit? You just
Yeah.
do it. Someone does it, and it's just like a thing
Yeah, some
that
dumbass.
happens. Yeah, some dumbass figured this out, and the knowledge is somehow passed.
The internet
child
just
to child.
changed all of that because now knowledge is like some idiot somewhere figures out that you can beat people with airheads, and then suddenly everyone is doing it everywhere. Like think of the lick the ice cream challenge thing. Like that wouldn't have been. Someone would have did it jokingly in one place, but then like they share it on social media, and suddenly like thousands of people are doing it. The power.
I never
of the
shared
infectious ideas.
the Play-Doh meme.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll save it for next week.
yeah, we probably should.
Yeah, there was a couple other things I was gonna that we were supposed to show.
Oh, really?
Um,
We've missed things.
Oh, fuck! Someone sent me some videos. I think. Shit! I thought I had the tab open, but I don't see it anymore. Someone.
Chris Hill says I did that too with Airheads.
Oh, awesome! Awesome.
Yes, but have you unleavened?
Oh, here,
bread in the microwave?
Henlo Melon made a video.
Mhm.
You gotta watch it real quick and watch. It's like 20 seconds.
Let's pull it
I want to
up.
bring up the watch together again.
I've ruined the watch together here for. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've changed the watch together dimensions.
There
There we go.
Sitch.
I love being like. I'm totally the DJ of the show. It's great.
Culliver clipped the communist squirrel preacher.
Yes,
Bit.
I know. I knew that bit.
You
was,
you were doing like little you were doing things along with it. I like it. I
that
like it.
bit was gold. Oh, I totally was playing along. Are you kidding?
Nice,
I was
nice.
your disciple.
I love it.
I was the disciple.
I love it.
I was ready to work. I was ready to drink the Kool-Aid. I'm a little disappointed I'm not dead right now.
Is it up? Should I press play?
Yeah, it's up, but it says, oh, wait,
So-
I have to move the thing.
This is by Gay Furry, aka Am Henlo.
Oh, there it is. Came up.
The title of the YouTube video is Vaush's Forbidden Love,
Mhm.
a Sitch and Adam cartoon.
Oh, nice. This was done during the stream? You're kidding me, right?
I guess this is very incredible. Henlo, if you did this during the stream, this is pretty amazing.
Mega soy milk. Oh, yeah, that's Vaush. We can tell from the t-shirt.
Well, he's got the Jewish star with like a cross through it. So.
Oh, my God. Anti-Semite mega soy milk. This is hysterical. Vaush, I love you. Oh, look at me.
Oh my god, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing.
Oh,
What was
look
that
how
flash?
Look how he pulled it off. So he basically, for those
Yeah.
of you just listening, Vaush messages me and
Mhm.
says he loves you. And I message back, what? And he's like, lol, just kidding. But Vaush in reality is crying, very
Crying.
disappointed.
I know. That's a funny video.
Very disappointed.
Did you see what your name was on the
Yeah,
or what your
Jordan
avatar
Peterson
was?
fan.
Jordan Peterson. No, it said Jordan Peterson like fuck me, daddy.
Oh, was it? What? Hold on. Fuck me, daddy,
Daddy
Jordan.
Jordan.
Oh my god. Well, I don't
funny.
like that part.
I like that part. I can't pause it on that wall of text. It's too fast on watching
Oh,
together.
the
but
wall
okay.
of text. It's probably
There was some
horrible.
wall of text
Let's
there.
not
so
do it.
Probably something awful. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Emma. Someone sent someone. I swear someone else sent me that video.
Hmm.
Sorry. Just send it again. We'll watch it next week. I'm too tired. I can't find it.
Yeah.
If you ever send us a video or art that we don't show, you want us to show, just say Sitch, you fuck. And you just send it again.
My God, we just clicked over to 10 hours.
I know.
We made it 10 hours. I guess
know.
I did take one break because the internet went out.
Yep. And me and Sargon took a break while you were fucking with the internet. So
Yeah. Yeah, I was working. You guys took a break. I didn't
Yep.
really take a break. So shall we wrap up?
anyways,
Do you want to wrap up or do you want to keep going? I feel like
Anyways.
we could do a couple more hours.
I'm so
Just-
hungry. I'm hungry.
Oh, you're hungry?
I'm hungry. I'm
Oh,
sore.
I ate a little. I ate a little
Yeah.
snack. I had some
I'm
some
hungry and
s'more
thirsty.
Pop-Tarts here and I
My
just
throat is so dry. I need some
mowed
water.
right through 'em.
I need some food.
Okay, here I'll start
Ugh.
playing the
I'm sorry. It's 2 in the
I'll
morning,
play.
and I'm getting delusional here.
I'll play the outro. Here.
Okay. Anyways,
Gotta make sure
what happened? I don't hear it.
Monica's
I
not.
don't hear anything.
I had it upside down. You got to play it the right way. Don't you know what's up?
Anyways, thank you all for coming with us on this journey. Where we find out that Vaush not only doesn't understand critical race theory, but challenges us to a conversation and then runs away when we accept.
Like a little bitch.
Like a little bitch. Thank you all for your incredibly generous super chats. Thank you all for supporting our amazing comic, Supervillains Anonymous, link in the description below. Thank you, Sargon, for coming on. It was lots of fun. I'm so sorry to Aiden Paladin that Adam so cruelly ignored your direct message. This is why you got to DM S-Class. S-Class doesn't ignore. Okay.
Do you read your DMs during this thing? Really?
No, I don't. Sometimes I do when CT yells at me to read them in the chat. I'm famous for not responding to people in DMs, so it's probably a smarter move to DM Adam. Anyways, thank you all for coming. I hope you all enjoyed the show and have a good week.
Bye-bye.